Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, Chapter 107, a Hakuda Masterclass. Yoruichi's lessons about Shinigami combat were still fresh in Kazuya's mind. Shinigami used 4 types of basic fighting techniques. Zenjutsu, the sword fighting techniques. Ho-Ho, the name for all high-speed fighting movements based on the art of Shuinpa. Kido, the spells. And lastly, Hakuda, the unarmed fighting technique. Soifan was going to demonstrate Hakuda techniques by using him as a punching bag. As if he'd let Yoruichi's simp humiliate him. He crossed his arms. I didn't consent to participating in this demonstration. Soifan looked at him coldly. Are you going against your superior's orders? My superior? I'm a student affiliated with the Shin'o Academy. There are no laws suggesting that students are under the direct command of Getaway 13, he said with a light shrug. To put it simply, the graduates who join your squad will be under your command. Right now, every academy personnel is under Central 40 SIX's control. He tried to achieve the impossible, convincing the hopeless tomboy captain to leave him out of her sinister plot. Unfortunately for him, his long and logical statement had no effect on Soifan. It only made him more and more similar to Kasuke in her mind. She hated that man with the passion of a burning sun. Are you backing out of a small demonstration? Who is to guarantee that a coward like you won't desert your friends under a threat? If you continue to insist, I'd have you depart the academy immediately. Soifan countered his logic with her own, striving to maintain her image as captain in the eyes of the students. If it was up to her, she'd have smacked his face a dozen times by now. He raised a brow. That is where you're wrong, Captain Soifan. I'm not fighting you because I'm a coward. I'm saving you the embarrassment of getting your ass kicked by a first year. He was done being reasonable. She wanted a fight, he'd gladly give it to her. The air around him seemed to catch fire, a burst of spiritual pressure erupting and enveloping him. The executive militia locked him with their Ryatsu. They were Soifan's personal force specializing in unarmed and stealth combat. To Soifan's surprise, he didn't even flinch. She had realized that he wasn't normal the moment she sensed his controlled Ryatsu. But for a first-year student to easily ward off the combined Ryatsu of her punishment force was simply a miracle. Was he a noble clan's descendant or a spy infiltrating the Getaway 13 for some nefarious scheme? Soifan couldn't discern his identity. Kazuya cracked his knuckles. Come on. You're delaying the opening ceremony for no reason. Soifan's hand met her left shoulder, fingers gripping the fabric of her Captain Haori, and in a single fluid motion, she whisked it off. Clad in a black sleeveless uniform, she revealed her muscular frame, each curve and cut honed for maximum combat efficiency. She caressed the black armbands wrapping the majority of her arms, then assumed a fighting stance. Cherish the experience I'm about to carve into your body. Then she dashed at him, her leg a blur as it aimed a kick at his face. He deflected it with the calculated ease of his left forearm and retaliated with a vicious strike aimed at her ribs. Stranded midair with no control over her movements, she had no choice but to use Shuinpa for an immediate retreat. Not a bad reaction time, she admitted with a grudging nod, gray eyes sparkling. We run it back. She came at him with a flurry of kicks and punches that forced him on the defensive. Her body seemed to become a blur, her fists and feet striking from all angles. She was vicious like a devil, even trying to kick him between the legs. But she had the same style and ferocity as Yoruichi, whom he had sparred for 15 days. He also had the experience of fighting some of the strongest captains in the form of Visored. Fighting Soifan wasn't that hard for the current him. Soifan's eyes widened as she concentrated on her assault. Despite her best efforts, he met her ferocity fist for fist, his blocks and counterattacks flowing with the fluid grace she would expect from a veteran, not a first-year student at Shin'o Academy. His movements were precise and decisive, reminding her of the predecessor she still admired to this day. Yoruichi-sama. Even as she felt nostalgic, they threw a dizzying number of attacks at each other, each one like a flash. The sound of strikes, blocks, and rapid movements filled the courtyard, reverberating like thunderclaps. The combatants' feet barely touched the ground as they weaved in and out of each other's space, creating a symphony of human movement that was both beautiful and terrifying to behold. The onlookers got eye candy of a Hakuda masterclass. Their first day couldn't have started better. Even the senior students joined in, admiring and cheering the fight from a distance. Their fight gathered quite the crowd. Meanwhile, Yoruichi watched the match with almost a smug look in her eyes. She could see Soifan's serious improvement in martial arts, but Kazuya was the proud prodigy she had trained. He was inferior in raw skills and battle experience, but his reaction speed and talent somewhat made up for it. There was no way Kazuya would lose to Soifan in a contest of martial arts. The two suddenly paused, with Kazuya's fist against her jaw and her straight chop hand on his neck. A collective gasp went through the crowd as they realized the outcome of their spar. Wow, he landed a hit. This is unreal. Who is this guy? Does anyone know him? No fucking way, he is a first year. Ignoring the randoms gawking at him, he calmly smiled. That's a draw, I guess. Soy Fan scoffed. Who trained you? Was it? Clap. 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 Captain Soy Fan, thanks for the beautiful demonstration of your Hakuda techniques, a steady voice cut through the tension as Isshin Shiba flashed on the stadium. In a heartbeat, his arm slung over Kazuya's shoulder, pulling him into a playful headlock that was more an embrace than a hold. You couldn't resist making trouble on your first day. He had come to fend off any snobby nobles who dared to mess with Kazuya, only to find the young protege locking horns with Soy Fan. He is just like Kakaku. Kazuya slipped out of the headlock and fixed his hair. Look, I was just minding my own business in the crowd over there. She started it. He threw Soy Fan under the bus. She was rightfully blamed for everything. Captain Shiba, Soy Fan said, her eyes darting between the two men, suspicion and realization warring in her gaze. What's your relationship? A family friend. A close one. He is like my own kid. Soy Fan let out a sigh and turned to Kazuya. Sorry, it's my mistake. I provoked you into this, but Captain Shiba never revealed that you were hiding a generational talent like him. With his Hakuda techniques, he can even take over as my successor. She was quick to correct her course in light of Kazuya's connection to another captain. Isshin laughed off Soy Fan's suggestion to take Kazuya into her squad. Get off. He'll be my successor. Kazuya shook his head. Get on with the opening ceremony. Haven't we delayed it enough already? Yeah, Captain Yama will chew my ears off tomorrow. Soy Fan hurriedly summoned her men to kick off the extras who had gathered in the courtyard. After what followed was a simple and direct speech about the students being treated as soldiers. That they had to work hard on honing skills if they wanted to be accepted into the Getaway 13. Of course, Kazuya was more interested in inquiring the reason behind Isshin's appearance. I just dropped by to show you some support. There was more than Isshin let out, but he nevertheless appreciated the sentiment. The main members of Shiba clan became his allies, not the development he had planned, but he gladly welcomed them on his side. Then, Soy Fan sent everyone off to their respective homerooms. Isshin also left after giving him a massive hug. Yoruchi began walking by Kazuya's side as they followed the way to their classroom. You could have beaten her. Let's not make your fangirl cry in front of children. Soy Fan had lost the drive to fight halfway into the battle, possibly seeing him fight in a similar way to Yoruchi. Beating her like this wasn't appealing to him in any way. Gloating about victories was only satisfying when the other party gave their all and still lost, or when the other party got completely outwitted. Valid argument. Yoruchi glanced back at Momo and Toshiro, who quietly followed behind. They are like actual children. He could guess the reason behind their sad faces. They froze when he was being bullied by a captain, even though they wanted to help him. We are not. Momo yelled. It's just, we wanted to help Kazuya-san but we couldn't. We are cowards. He turned around and ruffled their hair. Geez. No need to feel down. The opponent was way above your league. Yeah, Yoruchi chimed in with a nod. Let this memory be a reminder of your weakness. Use it well to grow strong beyond your limits. Momo's eyes shone with resolve. I won't let it happen again. Toshiro simply gave a heavy nod, even though his resolve was no weaker than Momo's. Chapter 102, Chapter 108, First Class. Kazuya was feeling satisfied with the result of his impromptu battle with Soy Fan. Creating buzz about his strength was an easy ticket into the Getaway 13, even though it'd also attract attention from Aizen and the likes. I'm still salty you didn't beat her. Let's not make an enemy out of her. Soy Fan had trained her martial arts and Shunko relentlessly after Yoruchi departed from her life. To get over the shadow of Yoruchi, she had passionately honed her craft. She absolutely would have gone insane after losing against a first-year student. The moment Kazuya walked into the classroom, everyone regarded him with cautiousness and a hint of respect. He, however, was more intrigued by the classroom itself, a high school classroom, but one furnished in ancient Japanese style, more spacious and packed full of seats and chairs. Among the students, a majority were nobles but none dared to act pompous in front of him. His individual strength aside, he had the backing of a captain, and even the second squad captain showed open interest in him. Crossing him was the last mistake they wanted to make. The students even treated Momo and Toshiro with utmost respect. Momo being Momo easily made friends, whereas Toshiro acted flustered, his mind shutting down in the face of friendliness. Who let this kid in class 1? There were always exceptions. Kazuya's eyes narrowed as they settled on a delinquent-looking figure with a high crimson ponytail, Renji Abarai, a simmering disdain for Toshiro evident in his body language. Momo moved to intervene, but Kazuya held her back. He can handle it. Resigned, Momo stepped back, taking on the observer role alongside him. Toshiro took a moment to crane his neck and glare up at Renji. Are you stupid? Souls don't physically age the same as humans. I know, dumbass. Doesn't excuse you from being a toddler. Toddler? Toshiro scoffed. You're just half a meter taller than me. You, sensei is here. I'll deal with you later. Idiot. With an authoritative stride, their bald homeroom teacher slammed a stack of books on his table. He wore piercing glasses that complemented his sharp aura. Welcome to a new chapter in your lives, students. I'm Gengoro Onibara, the homeroom teacher of first-year students from Class 1. His introduction brought pin-drop silence to the classroom. So, does anyone here know about the most important duty of a Shinigami? Momo immediately raised her hand. Protecting humanity from hollows by cleansing them with a Zampakuto. Cleansing hollows is important to protect humanity, yes. But there is something even more important to a Shinigami, Gengoro said as his gaze drifted to Kazuya. You've made quite an impression in the opening ceremony, Ishihara-san. Kazuya stood up and chuckled. Trying to hide true brilliance is like attempting to cover the sun with a cloud, it shines through, regardless. Gengoro laughed. Well said. The Godai 13 will be expecting a lot from you in the future. As for our current question, can you shed some light on the most important duty of a Shinigami? Governance over the balance. Without the soul balance between worlds, everything will collapse. Cleansing hollows was just a method to achieve the said balance. After all, without the balance, all realms would distort and spill into each other, eventually becoming one. Gengoro gave a nod of approval at his answer. Right. The balance between the worlds is Shinigami's utmost priority. His eyes scanned the faces before him, pausing briefly on each, as if absorbing their potential, before he turned to the chalkboard and sketched a diagram. Zankinsoki. Here, Zan refers to sword fighting techniques. Ken refers to unarmed fighting techniques. So refers to movement techniques, and Ki refers to Kido. To become a Shinigami, you'll need to become familiar with all the techniques depicted in Zankinsoki. A student's mastery over these techniques also dictated their future in the Godai 13. You have to hone your abilities if you're aiming to enter the Godai 13 or any of the special departments. Work hard and you'll easily get through the entrance test. Special departments. Renji's voice cut through, his hand raised in curiosity. What are those, sensei? Some of the divisions in the Godai 13 are reserved for Shinigami with specific masteries. Take the second squad for example, it requires great mastery over Ho-Oh and Hakuda from their Shinigami. Likewise, to enter the fourth squad, you need to have talent in Kido and Kaido, which is crucial in providing healing. Kazuya raised his hand. Is it possible to be part of two squads at once? His question left the entire classroom in an uproar. A graduate of Shino Academy wasn't guaranteed a spot in the Godai 13. Instead of worrying about Godai 13's acceptance, Kazuya was contemplating joining two squads. Gengoro raised his hand to calm down the students. Why, student Ishihara-kun? What good will joining two squads do? I was just asking if it's possible. It has never been done and I don't believe it's possible. Kazuya sighed. He wanted to join the 10th squad as well as the 4th squad, to seduce Ranjaku and Unohana at the same time. There were only benefits in joining the 10th squad since he'd get even closer to Isshin Shiba. It might be possible. He just had to create a situation where both captains desired his strengths and made an agreement to let him act as a part of both squads. Convincing Isshin of his ability would be easy, but the same couldn't be said for Retsu Unohana. The woman was just as old as Captain Yamamoto. He had to show something incredible to seize her interest. Something that she wouldn't be able to find in anyone else. The question is, how? Leaning against the chair, he caressed Yoruchi's head on his lap as he recalled details about Unohana. After being humbled by the kid Kenpachi Zaraki in the past, she abandoned the life of bloodshed and became a healer. Even when Aizen was causing chaos, she didn't lift her sword. Instead, she waited until the Quincy War and Yamamoto's death to use her sword in helping Zaraki regain his powers. She still loved battles, but she refused to fight, as if she took on an oath. I have no choice but to tickle her battle freak nature. Like I said, partner, violence is the key to everything. Soon, the first lecture ended, and their next lesson on Zenjutsu had to take place outside. The trio, Kazuya, Momo, Shiro, exited the classroom, followed by Yoruchi in her cat form. Renji ambushed Yoruchi from behind with every intention to apprehend her. His hands met air as Yoruchi hopped on the window then jumped outside. The whimsical woman left for yet another whimsical adventure. Hey, don't disturb Yoruchi-san, Momo scolded Renji. You still haven't apologized to Shiro-chan. I'm sorry, Renji said with a condescending chuckle and looked at Kazuya. Dude, your cat reminds me of my friend. Kazuya's smile widened, his eyes following a black-haired figure turning the hallway corner. I take it your friend isn't a cat. Nah, she is a girl. Small and kind of cute, Renji rambled, his hand stroking his chin as if finding a fitting description from the depths of his memories. She is bossy. Kind of like a delinquent leader. She is a pain in the ass sometimes. Kazuya's smile turned mischievous. Oh. Does your friend happen to have shoulder-length black hair? Yes, how do you know? Ouch. Rukia kicked Renji's butt, making him fall on the floor. She stomped on his back a couple of times. Stop calling me short. You guys are just freaking tall abominations. Renji got back to his feet and scratched his cheeks. Stop eavesdropping on me like a stalker. It makes me embarrassed. Who would even want to stalk a monkey-faced pig like you? Rukia harumphed and crossed her arms. As her face softened, she realized the students standing around Renji, her drifting to Kazuya. Her first thought was that he was even more handsome in person and second how ridiculously tall he was compared to her. Aren't you, the student who fought Captain Soifan of the second squad? She didn't think she'd find Renji hanging out with the most famous student in the academy at the moment. Her friend had the most unexpected luck. He almost won against a captain, Momo answered excitedly as she grabbed Rukia's hands. I'm Momo Hinamori. You are. Faced with Momo's aggressive friendly behavior, Rukia almost took a step back. She wasn't used to dealing with people like Momo. Rukia. Rukia-chan. Do you want to be friends? Sure. Momo didn't notice Rukia's uncomfortable gaze and gave her a quick hug. Then we're friends. Which class are you from? Class 2. Rukia lowered her head and sighed. They took Renji but didn't think I was good enough for class 1. Something must be wrong with their eyes. Oi, my spirit class is rank 3. Yours is 5 or 6. You lack talent, little girl. A twitch of Rukia's face, and Renji found himself nursing a bruised shin. Watching the two fight, everyone smiled. Even Toshiro cracked a small chuckle seeing Renji facing consequences for his loudmouth. Chapter 103, Chapter 109, Undesired Hibernation. The students of Class 1 and Class 2 were escorted into a well-furnished dojo-like area. Polished wooden floors reflected the glimmering of ornate lanterns, and the room was adorned with an array of training equipment, wooden dummies for Kido target practice, a dueling arena, and even a track zone for exercise. One could see how much resources the Central 46 had poured into making Shino Academy as well facilitated as possible. A stern-faced instructor, a veteran with eyes that bore wisdom, stepped forward, his voice resonating through the dojo's silence. He began to elucidate the purpose of this class. Each student was to be entrusted with an Asachi, and everyone had to spend every waking moment with their Asachi, slowly imprinting the essence of their soul on the Asachi. This practice would bring the Zampakuto and its master together, revealing the name of the Asachi, and molding their own unique Zampakuto. After the instructor thoroughly lectured the students about the Asachi, the students formed a queue to receive their Zampakuto. Since Toshiro was standing in front of Kazuya, his turn came first. Kazuya was curious to see if Toshiro would directly manifest his Zampakuto spirit Hyarinmaru. Name: Toshiro Hitsugaya. Come forward and inject your Riryoku into this. Toshiro gently lifted the katana from the instructor's palms and injected his Riryoku into it. For a moment nothing happened, then a blue wave traveled from the base of the katana, covering the entire Asachi with a layer of frost. Crack. 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 The frost shattered like glass. Hyarinmaru showed happiness for finally receiving a home within the Asachi. Toshiro stood there, stunned. Then he recalled Kazuya's words about his Zampakuto spirit being a frost entity. He looked over his shoulder, a grateful look in his eyes. You were right. Told you. The instructor's lips curved up. Kid, you have the ice element Ryatsu. Your Zampakuto will also be ice type. Work hard on nurturing this bond, and you'll easily be a seated officer. Kazuya rubbed his chin. The instructor had misinterpreted Hyarinmaru's frost powers as Toshiro's own Ryatsu. Then again, Toshiro was the only case of a Zampakuto spirit residing in someone's soul, not being born through bonding with Asachi. Toshiro clutched the katana close to his chest, finding it cool and comfortable. I will. Kazuya's turn was next. After giving his name and class to the instructor, he received his Asachi. He took a moment to observe the Asachi. It was the most generic katana one could find. Lame. He took a step back and injected his Riryoku into the Asachi. He felt like a part of his soul disappeared into the blade. Immediately, a wave of dark red flames burst out, wrapping the katana. He expected some type of development after observing Toshiro's Hyarinmaru. What shocked him was Nami's reaction. Aw, partner. What are you doing to me? Nami sounded as if she was drunk or sexually aroused, perhaps a mixture of both. Ah, I'm being ripped from inside. I'm dying. I am dead. What the heck is happening? Partner, Nami's voice lacked any energy. I feel sleepy. Nami. The flames vanished as soon as Nami's voice faded. She stopped responding to him as though she fell unconscious. What was that? The instructor got up and came to examine his Asachi. Fire type Ryatsu. Could it be the same type of Zampakuto spirit as Captain Commander? Ignoring the heated instructor, Kazuya observed the katana, finding a minor change in its appearance. A carmine red bead was embedded on the katana's hilt. The bead resembled the beads on Nami in her phoenix form. Kazuya scratched his head. I'm just as confused as you are, sensei. Huh. Our Zampakuto are still a mystery, the instructor whispered with a nod. Take care of your Asachi. It will respond to your sincerity. Kazuya nodded and moved away from the queue. Every attempt to contact Nami failed. She stayed true to her last words about falling asleep. Two truths were clear to him: his Zampakuto was a flame type, and its spirit would either be born from his own soul or be a fusion of his and Nami's. He silently prayed for the former. One obsessed woman in his life was more than enough. He didn't need another Yandere to complicate things further. Fuck. I might have jinxed it. In the 10th Squad's barracks, Ishin's heavy footsteps resounded as he returned to his office, weariness etched into his very being. He collapsed onto his chair with an exaggerated sigh, his body aching for comfort. Ranjiku, get me some tea. I'll be eternally grateful to you. Ranjiku rose from her seat and planted a solid knuckle on his head. I'm not your servant. Ugh. Please. My head is killing me. I'm not used to waking up early. He seemed to be in genuine pain, but Ranjiku didn't budge an inch. Ishin collapsed face first on his table. Please. Her resolve finally weakening, Ranjiku let out a sigh, her face softening. She left the office, returning a few minutes later with a tray bearing 2 steaming cups of tea. Ah, it smells so good. Ishin sat up, his eyes wide and sparkling, his previous agony forgotten. Give me. Ranjiku puffed her chest out proudly as she served the tea, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. It's inconvenient, but I must admit, I'm rather skilled at it. She had absorbed the art of brewing from observing Aizen Kotetsu and Nanao Ise, the masters of tea brewing at the Shinigami Women's Association. Such careful observation had honed her craft. She sat down on the couch placed on the side. What happened out there? Did that guy pass the entrance? Ranjiku was obviously referring to Kazuya since Ishin had gone out of his way to see the result. Curiosity was all over her face. Sipping his tea with an appreciative hum, Ishin raised an eyebrow. Why the sudden concern for his results? Ranjiku shrugged. Nothing. I was thinking of having him start a singing club in the Shinigami Association. It'll be a waste of his voice to rot in Rakangai. As someone who often visited the other world for clothes and fashion, she found the Siriitii to be severely lacking in the entertainment department. They had a bulletin that published some entertaining stories every couple of years, and that was it. Kazuya's voice might just spark the revolution for a new industry. Ranjiku obviously was looking to take the credit for the revolution and earn a boatload of money. Ishin waved his hand dismissively. Off with the shitty clubs. I'll train Kazuya to be the next captain. Ranjiku widened her eyes. By hierarchy, I should be the next captain. You're lazy. You skip your duties to go out drinking, and you don't have a Bankai release for your Zampakuto. Nothing apart from your experience makes you a captain material. Ishin's voice was unapologetically blunt, his words hitting Ranjiku like targeted arrows. With a defeated groan, she collapsed onto the couch, her mind swirling. She could mend the first 2 flaws, but the elusive Bankai release haunted her like an unsolvable riddle. Unfortunately, Bankai release was a mandatory requirement to become a captain. Hey Nico, why can't I force you to materialize? Bringing a Zampakuto spirit to the physical world and subjugating them was necessary for a Zampakuto to evolve. Ranjiku always failed in the first part of the process, materialization. I don't know, Hey Nico replied from her inner world. Your skills are lacking. It's because of your age. I'm still young, idiot. Ranjiku folded her arms behind her head and sighed. She had no problem communicating with her Zampakuto spirit, and she had enough Ryatsu to qualify as a vice-captain. Someone of her talent shouldn't have any trouble with the Bankai release. It was as if the universe felt jealous of what she may accomplish with another evolution of her Zampakuto. Meh, I don't want to deal with this. She shifted restlessly, finally looking to Ishin. Captain. I'm suddenly in the mood to drink. Adjust without me. Elsewhere, within the dimly lit confines of the 2nd Squad barracks, Soi Fan sat meditating in a lotus position, her mind tormented by her recent defeat. The techniques, the style, and the combat flow, everything about her opponent echoed in her consciousness. Had her predecessor trained a student before or after her exile? Did she train him on a whim, or was there a deeper reason behind everything? She was dying for answers. Stop with your delusions, her Zampakuto spirit, Suzumabachi, snapped, her voice dripping with disdain. Get over worshipping that lame noble girl. Find a real man. As usual, Suzumabachi was critical of her admiration of Yoruichi Shihoin. The men you fought would be pretty suitable for your squad. Hire him then groom him to be your partner. You are out of your mind. She ignored Suzumabachi for the next hour and ordered one of her men to keep an eye on Kazuya's activities across the academy. Nothing was unethical in her line of work. Not even stalking a first-year student who bore no malicious intent towards her. Chapter 104, Chapter 110, Operation. Nestled within a traditional room, sat a beautiful black-haired woman. At a glance, one would find her to be the epitome of graceful beauty, none imagining her to be the most vicious criminal in the Soul Society's history. Yuichiro Unohana, having embraced her new identity as Retsu Unohana, had successfully concealed the shadows of her past, her braids skillfully hiding the only mark that betrayed her history. This day found her not in her 4th squad barracks but in a conference room, adorned with a paper banner that hung from the ceiling, proclaiming in elegant script, Shinigami Women's Association. This room was a meeting spot for the influential women of the Godai 13, a place to conspire and craft ways to improve the lives of Shinigami in the Siriidai. Unohana's reasons for joining this association were simple and devoid of any underlying ambitions. It was merely a choice influenced by Aizen's decision to participate. Her eyes, gentle yet piercing, scanned the room, resting momentarily on faces familiar and respected across the Siriidai, Ranjika Matsumoto of the 10th Squad, Yuichiro Kusajishi from the 11th, Kion Kotetsu from the 13th, and Nanao Ise from the 8th. Her gaze lingered particularly on the petite figure with short raven black hair, the only captain present aside from herself, Soi Fan. Unohana hadn't fought many opponents who could be as brutal with fists as Soi Fan. She'd have loved an honest fight with Soi Fan, but her time for battle had passed. She was now but a humble healer. Soi Fan looks a little distracted. What are we doing today? Ranjika's voice, accompanied by a lazy yawn, cut through Unohana's thoughts. I want to sleep. Soi Fan's eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on Ranjiku. When do you not want to sleep or get drunk? As the captain of the 2nd Squad, Soi Fan rarely graced these meetings with her presence. When she did, it was often to find Ranjiku drunk out of her mind or dozing off. Ranjiku, unfazed, squeezed her breasts with a playful expression. It's not my fault these sweaty puppies make my back hurt all the time. Demonstrating her point, she flirtatiously raised her assets, teasing them to the brink of spilling out of her kimono. Soi Fan stepped away in horror. Keep them away from me. A soft giggle escaped Unohana's lips. It's fine, Ranjiku. You don't have to force yourself to attend this meeting. Ranjiku shook her head. I want to be here, Retsu. It's the only place that understands my perspective. We need to improve our daily lives and bring more entertainment. Vice Chairwoman Nanao Ise yelled Yuichiro as she smacked the floor. She was a young girl with pink hair and perpetual blush across her face. What's on today's agenda? Nanao adjusted her glasses as she took out a stack of reports and distributed them to every woman in the room. This was the intel she had procured from her own information channels, not the Godai 13 information network. This matter is serious. Yuichiro hummed and nodded as she read the report out loud. A student, Kazuya Ishihara, learned all the Kido available for students, defeated instructors from the Kachiki clan in Zanjutsu and Shuinpa, bested members of Fan clan in Hakuda in 3 months. Soi Fan's body stiffened, her face losing color as the name that haunted her memories resurfaced. It's him. Unohana lifted her eyes from the report, her voice reflecting her intrigue. An exceptionally talented student. At this point, he should graduate early and join the Godai 13. Her centuries of existence had allowed her to witness the rise and fall of many prodigies, but none had sparked her curiosity quite like the Rakangai child who had bested her. Compared to Kenpachi Zaraki, every genius was basically below average. Nanao frowned. This part was only about his achievements. Read the next part. You'll see why I brought him up here. Unohana gave her a quizzical look before continuing through the reports. In 3 months, the student, Kazuya Ishihara, has been rumored to be in a sexual relationship with 13 women, 9 of which were instructors and academy staff. The student claims that he is the best Kaido user in the Soul Society. He wants to be a fighter and healer at the same time, he wants to be a battle healer. Unohana's lips curled into an amused smile at the audacity of Kazuya Ishihara. A few hundred years ago, a genius named Koga Kachiki had raised quite a ruckus that Captain Commander and Captain Kachiki had to step in and seal him away. Battle healer. Does this kid want to be like me? Unohana had mastered the art of Kaido, healing, to prolong her battles. Did Kazuya harbor the same ambitions? She was a tad curious. Aizen gave a serious frown. Where did he learn Kaido? The academy didn't teach the basics of Kaido, leaving her to wonder if he was linked to someone in the 4th Squad. Nanao paused at Aizen's question. I couldn't find it. Soi Fan crossed her arms. I have an idea, but I want to confirm my suspicion first. From the exiled Captain Yoruichi Shihoin. Anohana's soft voice was accompanied by a knowing smile. Is that right? Soifan froze. How did you know? You only show so much interest when the talk involves Yoruichi. I also remember the news that this student fought you to a draw in the academy opening ceremony. Soifan groaned. I have no interest in Yoruichi-sama. I just want to show her I am better than her at her job. A soft, knowing giggle escaped Anohana's lips, her hand delicately covering her mouth. Her eyes twinkled with mischief. Does that mean you wouldn't mind if Kazuya Ishihara is in a relationship with Yoruichi Shihoin? The mere image of Yoruichi sharing a bed with a man sent a frosty jolt through Soifan's veins. Something inside her shattered, a wild panic gleaming in her eyes. Her voice was a low, haunted murmur before she vanished from the room with the swiftness of Shuinpa, leaving only a trace of her internal tumult. Aizen covered her face with her palm. Captain, what have you done? Anohana shrugged, her expression an artful picture of innocence. I did nothing, Aizen. Nanao, please continue the meeting. Nanao smacked the green board. Ladies, we have to be serious about this man. This menace to all women in the Siri-idi. We can't let him run amok. Someone must teach him to respect women and not use them for his sexual desires. She took a chalk and wrote down, Operation, Humble the Genius. Nanao in all honesty didn't want Kazuya to become a more predatory version of her Captain Shunsue, who liked teasing women but he never did anything inappropriate. But he already had physical relationships with multiple women. They had to bring him back before he went too far. Ranjiku, who had been silent until now, raised her hand. You all are overreacting. Kazuya is a family friend of my captain, Ishin. He seemed like a nice guy to me. Looks can be deceiving, Nanao said as she glanced at Anohana. Captain Anohana, do you have any suggestions? Anohana's head inclined slightly. Let him graduate and join my department. She closed her eyes, her lips twisting into a smile that was simultaneously serene and sinister, a duality that sent a shiver through the room. I'll take care of him. Taming a wild pup wasn't tough for someone of her caliber. The real intrigue lay in the question, how much fight the pup will put up before yielding to her will. Would it make her blood pump? Anohana found herself looking forward to meeting the men who may share her insatiable thirst for battle. Nanao shook her head. That's after his graduation. What if he doesn't want to graduate early? We have to stop him from exploiting women in the Shino Academy. Exploit is a far-fetched word, Nanao, Ranjiku said. He isn't forcing the students or teachers to sleep with him. They are doing it out of their own consent. Who are we to interfere in their lives? Ranjiku felt like she had to object to Nanao's far-fetched slander against her rising superstar. Nanao fell silent for a moment. I believe he is using his supernatural voice to seduce women. She hadn't heard it herself but every report indicated how soothing and charming Kazuya's voice had been to women. It was the most mysterious aspect about the notorious playboy of the Shino Academy. Ranjiku raised her brows. He does have a good voice but I wouldn't call it supernatural. Aizen tilted her head, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Captain, do you mind if I meet the battle healer ahead of his graduation? You may, Anohana said with a smile. You may also suggest that he graduate early and apply to our division. Ranjiku placed a hand on Aizen's shoulder. I'll come along and meet him. Chapter 105, Chapter 111, Assassin. Inside the dojo, Kazuya could be seen meditating in a lotus position, his Zampakuto lying on his lap. His torso was bare, putting his muscular upper body on full display. Unfortunately, no one was here to witness his near-perfect stature. Jinzen, Sword Zen, a Shinigami technique that allowed one to enter a tranquil state and journey into the inner world, connecting their minds with the Zampakuto. He had been refining this technique, clawing desperately at the barrier separating him and his Zampakuto spirit. Zero progress happened in 3 months. Nami's hibernation was even longer than her supposed time in the egg. Out of desperation, he had scoured the libraries for a possible solution, a task that led him to seduce multiple instructors for deeper library access, yet nothing worked. Yoruichi and Kasuke's solution was forcibly materializing his Zampakuto-esque spirit. As if he'd interrupt Nami again during a potential evolution. All he could do was wait and try Jinzen meditation every day. Shaking off his concerns, he let out a sigh. Another day. Another failure. Wearing his kimono, he felt a sudden chill, an instinctive warning. His eyes darted, seeking the hidden danger, but the threat was already upon him. A sudden weight on his shoulder, the lethal embrace of Soifan's toned legs around his neck, and the cold touch of her Zampakuto-esque stinger against his face. An assassin came for him for the first time, and he was caught off guard. Soifan, nice way to greet an old friend. He hadn't met her since the opening ceremony. Now she suddenly wanted to kill him. There was a big misunderstanding at play here, one that intrigued him more than threatened him. Kazuya, Soifan whispered in a cold voice. Suzumabachi's special ability is Naijiki Kisatsu. Anyone who gets hit twice in the same spot inevitably dies. Her words were deliberate to strike fear into his heart, yet he remained calm. 3 months of gradual growth had increased his Ryatsu to a point where he could unseal a Hogyoku on his own. Not to mention his regeneration ability served as a perfect counter to Soifan's Zampakuto ability. Even without his regeneration, he could negate her ability with his Zampakuto. Scary ability for such a cute woman, he said with a chuckle. Shouldn't you tell me the reason for this? You will answer my question. If you try to be smart, it's not hard for me to stab your neck twice. Well, what do you want to know? Did you? Soifan's voice trailed off, and she took a cold, steely breath as if bracing herself for an unwelcome truth. What do you know about Yoruchi-sama? Yoruchi-sama? Could you be talking about the exiled princess of Shihoin clan? The legendary flash goddess who united the 2nd Division and Onmitsukido Corps. Like a hornet's sting, her blade dug into his neck, a swift and precise movement that drew a bead of blood. A butterfly-shaped mark bloomed at the wound, only to vanish as she pulled out the stinger. His wound healed instantly, his immense spiritual power and regeneration ability neutralizing her venomous Zampakuto. Soifan's eyes, clouded by emotions, missed the disappearance of her beautiful crest. Do not try to lie. You have been using her Hakuda style in combat. We did meet a couple of times after her exile. Her body trembled momentarily at the revelation, which didn't escape his senses. What is your relationship? Good friends is how I'd describe us. Sensing the truth in his words, Soifan's tense form relaxed. Captain Unohana had been bluffing. The Yoruchi she knew would never succumb to the charms of a man. For now, he continued, his voice tinged with mischief. Can't say what'll happen in the future. I have already confessed my love to her. You. Hold your hand, Captain Soifan. Ranjiku arrived before him in a Shuinpa flash, followed by another woman with messy silver hair. She was a head taller than Ranjiku, yet she didn't possess half the confidence of Ranjiku in her demeanor. The vice-captain of the 4th Squad was a lovable tomboy no matter how he looked at her. Ranjiku's katana pointed at Soifan, her voice authoritative yet tempered. It's beneath your captain status to show killing intent for a student. Why yeah, Captain Soifan, Aizen stammered, her smile awkward but sincere. Let's talk things through. We'll find a solution. Kazuya gripped Soifan's thighs and tried to free himself, but her grip was like a vice. He didn't want to exert too much force and break her bones. Soifan, please don't bully me. Aizen found herself stunned, captivated by his pleading voice. Nana wasn't lying, she was underselling how utterly persuasive his voice was. You aren't innocent, Aizen said with a frown. You're a woman predator. He cleared his throat. Lady Soifan, please let me go. I have to clear this misunderstanding. He was a bit depressed after Nami's disappearance and ended up sleeping around more than necessary. However, he only seduced the teachers, the senior students came to him on their own out of curiosity. He, of course, welcomed the desserts that kept knocking at his doorstep. Not that anyone involved with him took the relationship seriously, it was just a transaction to find a solution to his Zampakuto problem. No serious relationships. Suddenly, Soifan tightened her legs around his neck and growled at Ranjiku and Aizen. Stay out of my business, vice-captains. She clung to him, desperation and determination in her eyes, still hoping to make him reveal Yoruchi's location. Ranjiku's jaw dropped at Soifan's overbearing tone. You don't get to order us around. Stop this before we file an official report against you. Soifan gritted her teeth, her Ryatsu revolting around her. You leave now. Ranjiku scoffed. Aizen, get your Zampakuto out. We might have to use force against her. Aizen shook her head. Ugh, we're colleagues. Let's just sit down and talk. He clicked his tongue. Soifan, listen to Vice Captain Aizen. Let's talk like adults. Instead of acquiescence, she grabbed his chin, her bladed gauntlet grazing his neck with a dangerous promise. I will. His grip, steely and relentless, tightened on her ankles as he pried her hold with unsettling ease, her joints creaking ominously in protest. Seizing her butt with an audacity that defied his earlier delicate tone, he flung her meters away like a sack. Get off me, idiot. Soifan, ever graceful, stabilized her posture and landed like a fierce cat, her eyes blazing. Then she froze, stunned, the absence of the butterfly crest on his neck unraveled her composure, leaving her in sheer astonishment. Even Yoruchi had not been immune to her Zampakuto's effect. Caught in her shock, she couldn't register his Shuinpa movement as he appeared before her, his hand clutching her throat, lifting her with cruel ease. I was being nice, but you mistook my kindness for weakness, he spat, his voice as cold as ice, his fingers tightening menacingly. Soifan, let's test if a captain can suffocate to death. Soifan clutched his hand, but there was no chance she could overpower him in this position. Mustering her core strength, she raised her legs and coiled them around his neck, trying to strangle him in reverse. He didn't even flinch at her desperate attempt to choke him. Laughable. Aizen felt her spine shiver at the sight. A first-year student was overpowering Soifan, who was known for her exceptional combat skills among the captains. She rushed at him, grabbing his arm. Stop. Don't hurt her. Ranjiku also joined Aizen from the other side. Just let go already. What is wrong with you two? She was starting to believe that Anohana's previous reputation wasn't unwarranted. She was a devil in setting up unanticipated conflicts. With an air of indifference, Kazuya tossed Soifan on the floor. Soifan grasped her aching throat and coughed violently. Despite her vulnerable position, her eyes were filled with a dangerous fire. Her emotions reached unbelievable heights once Yoruchi was involved in any capacity. The fact that she could meet Yoruchi again filled her with unrelenting willpower. She was determined to fight him, despite her odds. Turning to Ranjiku, he shrugged. She tried to kill me first. You witnessed that with your own eyes. Ranjiku had nothing to say against him. She was there when Captain Anohana provoked Soifan into chasing Kazuya, and she was present when Soifan pressed her Zampakuto against his neck. Let's just forget this happened. Aizen, heal Captain Soifan. Soifan slapped Aizen's helping hand away. Just tell me where Yoruchi-sama is, Soifan roared, her hoarse voice cracking, and tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Where is she? As if summoned by her emotions, a black cat landed gracefully beside Kazuya, purring affectionately against his leg. Meow. He chuckled and cradled Yoruchi in his arms, stroking her chin. Yoruchi is in the Siri-iti. Do whatever you must with that information. Soifan stared at him with wide eyes. Then, with a flash, she vanished from the scene, hurrying over to the second squad's barracks. Kazuya's face softened at Soifan's desperation, a gentle smile replacing the earlier menacing look. Ladies, do you mind joining me for lunch? From pleading for his life to threatening a captain to extending a casual lunch invitation, his mood swings were like a tempest, unpredictable and more dangerous than 99% of women. Chapter 106, Chapter 112 to 113, Conditional Arrangement. Spending time with well-versed teachers taught Kazuya a lot of things, one of which was about kan, the currency used by residents of the Soul Society. Shinigami salaries were paid in kan, which resembled Japanese yen coins. The Siri-iti had a fully realized economy. The shops in the Siri-iti likewise accepted kan as payment. Aizen's eyes widened in astonishment as Kazuya confidently led them to a lavish restaurant, where the prices would make even a vice-captain gulp. Yet he nonchalantly walked inside and took a seat. From overpowering a captain to casually dining at an expensive restaurant, none of his actions so far had resembled a student. Sitting comfortably, he waved at them. Come on, vice-captains. The two vice-captains entered the restaurant. Settling down on a chair in front of him, Ranjiku gave Aizen a comforting pat on the shoulder, winking at her with a reassuring smile. Order anything you want. The treat's on Kazuya. Aizen's brows knitted in concern. How can I let a student pay? I'll cover the bills. The vice-captain was not one to splurge, living a modest life with the occasional expenditure on outings with her sister or contributions to the Shinigami Women's Association. Her salary was on the lower side for a vice-captain, but more than enough for her to save a fortune. Ranjiku raised a brow at Aizen's generosity. What if we didn't have enough for the bill? What would he do then? Use your Uncle Ishin's name like a good little boy. He chuckled softly at the playful jab regarding his bond with Ishin. A hint of edge was present in Ranjiku's tone. Perhaps rumors of his debauchery had reached her ears. It might become a "how I took your mother out on her first date" memory. Of course we need a decent place to show off to those little demons, he replied, his eyes twinkling with mischief. And don't worry about the bill. I can afford it. Some of the seniors he slept with hailed from noble families. And they had given him quite a lot of money for giving them a good time, though most of them tried to flaunt their wealth to make him their boyfriend, only to fail. Coming from noble families, money was the last thing those noble princesses lacked. Aizen's gaze went to Ranjiku, who was beautiful, confident, and caring, the ideal woman of most men. It almost sounds like a proposal. Ranjiku laughed it off. Let the kid dream. By the way, did you borrow money from Captain Ishin? No. I worked my ass off. Kazuya shifted his gaze to Aizen, a decisive look appearing on his face. Vice-Captain Aizen, I have something important to discuss with you. 3 months of arrogant declaration about battle healer had led to this moment, a meeting with Anohana's closest person. He had to make the most of this opportunity and convince Aizen to be a friend, which would give him an easier time in climbing the ranks of the 4th squad. From his canon knowledge, he remembered that Aizen had a bit of a complex regarding her height. She even stopped sleeping at a point in her life to stop growing taller. There were also her weird nightmares, though they were pretty useless in their current conversation. It's just me and my voice. Aizen's eyes widened, a pulse of surprise coursing through her, as she was addressed by her first name. It was a privilege often reserved for close friends, but never had a man used it with such nonchalance. Her thoughts raced, what is wrong with him? Gathering herself, she inhaled deeply and lightly patted her warm cheeks. So do I. What a coincidence. You first. You can. Ranjika stared at the two, who simultaneously gave each other the go-ahead call. What in the world was that? Aizen's chuckle was tinged with nervous energy. Ishihara-kun, you can ask me anything. Anything reasonable, Ranjika corrected Aizen, narrowing her eyes at him. Don't ask her out on a date, though. She'll reject you. He let out a sigh. How did you read my mind? You were going to ask her out. Kazuya chuckled, warmth in his eyes as he looked at Aizen. Maybe. Aizen is friendly, beautiful, and strong. What's there not to like about her? Aizen felt her cheeks grow hot. Ranjiku, Ishihara-san. Stay on topic. Getting this type of attention from a man made her nervous, and it showed on her face. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry if I creeped you out. Ranjika gave him a teasing grin. You smooth talker. I can see how you charmed 13 different women in such a short time. There was a reason, he said with a sigh. I had no choice. And what was that reason? He picked up the restaurant menu. Any dish you want to try. With a swift motion, Ranjika took the menu, her smile gentle and inviting. We're all friends here. You can tell us. Right, Aizen. Aizen nodded. Yeah. We won't reveal your secrets. Like Ranjiku, she was curious about the thing that compelled him to such extremes. She wanted to learn more about him so she could put Nanao off his back. He sighed. Let's order some food first. I'd like some dried persimmons, Ranjika whispered with a distant look. Every mention of the dish's name brought her mind back to some sweet moments spent with her childhood friend. Aizen, don't tell me you're ordering porridge here. Aizen averted her gaze. What's wrong with that? I like porridge. Ranjiku just shook her head. Aizen was the only person who could porridge 3 times a day then eat it again at the restaurant. So, Ranjiku said, urging him with a coy look. What is it? Aizen leaned her chin on her palm and gazed out of the window, trying to appear uninterested, but every fiber of her being was tuned to Kazuya's answer. Library access, he said slowly and raised his katana, which suddenly burst into dark red flames. He doused the flames with a thought and looked at the two with a sincere look. I can't connect to it no matter what I do. It's like she isn't even there. I was hoping something in the forbidden sections will help me. Ranjika leaned forward, interest sparkling in her eyes. How do you know your Zampakuto spirit is female if you can't connect with your Zampakuto? I heard her when I took my Asachi, he said, tapping the blade of his Zampakuto. She said something about going to sleep. Haven't heard from her since. That's unheard of, Aizen whispered. Did you? He simply shook his head, sliding his katana smoothly back into its sheath, a subtle hint of frustration in his movement. Forget about that. Might just be a snobbish spirit. Ranjika giggled. I know the feeling. Mine refuses to manifest in this world, the little feline knows that I'll whoop her ass and get a Bankai release. You hag, Heiniko growled in her head. You're way too old to compete with me. A knowing smile touched his lips, remembering how Ranjika's Zampakuto spirit had once manifested under Muramesa's influence like many others. To everyone's surprise, Ranjika's Zampakuto spirit was a literal catgirl. Muramasa was pretty strong for a Zampakuto spirit without a Shinigami. Is he canon in this world? His thoughts shifted as he looked at Aizen, his eyes earnest. Aizen, I'd like to be part of the 4th squad when I graduate. We know. Captain Unohana, we would love to have you on board. Aizen's voice was warm but trailed off, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Is this really what you want? Why? What's wrong with joining the 4th squad? I saw your fight with Soifan, you can be part of any other squad. The 4th squad was one of the most important divisions of the Godai 13, but they were pretty much mocked by most Shinigami for being the weakest. I'm not going to be exclusive to the 4th squad. He directed a confident grin to Ranjiku. I'll be part of the 10th squad as well. Like 3 days here, 3 days there, and 1 day off. Nice, yeah. He hadn't given up hope of joining 2 squads. In fact, he was more confident that he'd succeed after his debacle with Soifan. Then just stick. Nope. I said I'd be the battle healer. I'm not abandoning my goal, he interrupted her with a confident voice. Besides, being a healer isn't all bad. It's a nice job for lazy people like me. Ranjiku reclined, crossing her arms, her eyes sharp. I'll let you join the 10th squad on one condition. I mean, your approval wouldn't mean anything. Uncle Ishin wouldn't say no to my request. Ranjiku's eyes shook. Every one of his words were right. Isshin had made up his mind to train Kazuya to be his successor as the next captain. Her disapproval meant nothing. Offending the vice captain before you're part of the group. I'll make your life hell. Hey, that's so petty. Didn't you say we were friends? I'll be your superior. Ranjiku raised her chin, mimicking the arrogant nobles to the best of her ability. At work, I'm the pettiest woman in the world. You can confirm it with your Uncle Isshin. What's your condition? Ranjiku's expression was sultry, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I want you to use your voice to entertain people. He blinked, taken aback. Like singers. He never thought Ranjiku of all people would ask him to become a singer in the Serie. Something was wrong with this timeline. Yes. Ranjiku nodded. You've got a lot of potential from what I can see. What's more, your popularity will skyrocket. You'll be the name upon every soul in the Soul Society. He wanted to roll his eyes at her outrageous suggestion. No thanks. Why? Don't you want to be famous? Don't you want every girl in the Soul Society to idolize you? It'll be so fun. No. He had greater ambitions and no desire to be a mere idol. Ranjiku's eyes widened, a flicker of shock and disbelief dancing within them at the unanticipated rejection. Her best temptations had crumbled against the impenetrable wall of his resolve. Come on, Kazuya. Give it a try. I told you I'm not interested. Just kill some singer from the living world and bring him here. His ice-cold tone left no room for questions or protestations. Ranjiku had no choice but to abandon her playful pursuit of erecting an empire, despite her unwillingness. Looks, voice, confidence. He is the perfect candidate. Aizen looked at her friend whose disappointment was immeasurable. Ishihara-kun, give it a try please. She pleaded on Ranjiku's behalf but he simply shook his head. Even if he was attracted to both women, getting swept into the entertainment industry was far from his goal. It's fine, Aizen. I can understand his point of view. He wants to be a Shinigami, not a singer for the masses. Aizen placed a consoling hand on Ranjiku's shoulder. Ishihara-kun, you have to convince Captain Unohana about your two-squad plan. It'll be hard. Captain Unohana was open to Kazuya joining their squad but she wouldn't be keen on sharing him with the 10th squad. Hiring a part-time Shinigami in their division would make them look even weaker. Kazuya leaned forward and took her hands in his own, his warmth taking her by surprise. Aizen, can I rely on you? His voice was a caress, tempting and tender, nearly coaxing a nod from her. But she resisted the urge, summoning every bit of willpower she had honed as a Shinigami. As a healer, she was used to physical contact with the opposite gender. Yet, the intimacy of the moment, the warmth of his touch, his handsome face, all combined to challenge her professionalism. A blush colored her cheeks as she met his gaze, a myriad of emotions in her eyes. Help Ranjiku if you want me to cooperate. Aizen clenched her teeth and threw out her own condition to help him. Please, just try it once. You might enjoy this more than you think. In her childhood, she never would have imagined living the life of a healer, yet here she was. Saving people's lives and spending time with her mother figure was such a blessing for her. She wouldn't give up her current life for anything in the world. Fine. He pulled back his hands, his eyes softening into a warm smile. He was weak to sincere women and Aizen was the embodiment of sincerity right now. And our dishes are here. There was no condition for him to commit to the job as a singer. He could dip out after one try while Aizen had to convince Unohana. She was on the losing side no matter how he looked at it. Ranjiku immediately poured herself some wine and raised her glass with a bright smile. To a new opportunity. Aizen also raised her glass filled with water, clicking it against Ranjiku's glass. To a new opportunity. Ranjiku's eyes sparkled with anticipation as they turned to Kazuya. He reached for the wine, filled a glass, and raised it, drawing a joyous cheers from the two women. To a new opportunity. Chapter 107, Chapter 114, A Misunderstanding. Kazuya returned to his dorm room and was met with an unexpected sight at his door. Momo Hinamori stood there, her eyes brightening with a radiant smile as she caught sight of him. Yet, the subtle shine at the corner of her eyes revealed a different story. She was crying. Momo, who bullied you? His voice was tinged with fury that made Momo shiver. Tell me that bastard's name and I'll fucking burn them down. Though she was surrounded by a circle of friends, he couldn't completely dismiss the thought of some haughty noble targeting her. He would stir up the entire academy if anyone bullied her or Toshiro. Momo was taken aback by his fiercely overprotective response. I wasn't crying. Why did you skip classes again? Her reprimands had become a familiar scene, a well-intentioned but exasperating ritual every time he missed classes. It was almost endearing, like a concerned friend persistently trying to mend his delinquent behavior. She had yet to realize that he was beyond saving at this point, that he hardly cared about the academy. He gripped her shoulders, eyes locking with hers, sincerity shining in his gaze. If I ever found out that you lied to me, I will. He paused, thinking about the mildly shameful punishment for her. I will spank you. Momo's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, like ripe tomatoes, and she hastily brushed his hands from her shoulders. No one is bullying me. His eyes, trained to discern even the subtlest deception, found no signs of falsehood in her body language. He nodded, satisfied. Swinging open the door with a graceful gesture, he invited her inside and unceremoniously plopped onto the bed, assuming a relaxed lying position. Her eyes darted around the room, finding the third of their group missing. Shiro must have gone to do his daily Jinzen training. In the span of 3 short months, Toshiro had reached a monumental milestone. He had come so close to unlocking the Shirkai form of his Zampakuto. He just needed that one moment of threat to crave more strength from his Zampakuto and unlock his Shirkai. Shiro is pretty hard-working. Yeah. Momo nodded and perched herself on the bed opposite to Kazuya. Kazuya-kun, do you really want to graduate this month? Her voice oozed with sadness as she contemplated his departure from the academy. She neither had Kazuya's talent nor did she possess anything special like Toshiro's Zampakuto. It would take her 3 years minimum to graduate. Momo, don't make that face. You and Shiro know my deal. The academy has nothing to teach me now. Had any other student uttered such audacious words, Momo might have burst into laughter. But coming from Kazuya, the proclamation was true in every sense. He was more than qualified to be a Shinigami before he enrolled into the academy. She drew her knees to her chest and hugged them, her eyes pinning him down. Why do you have blood on your neck? He touched the spot unconsciously, the memory of Soifan's blade briefly flashing in his mind. Yoruchi bit me there earlier. Liar. She whispered, the word barely escaping her lips. Yoruchi-san told me everything. It looked like Yoruchi had revealed his fight with Soifan during his outing with Ranjaku and Aizen. Why would she do that? He had no idea. It just added another question to the stack he had reserved for Yoruchi today, most of which were regarding her stance on Soifan's fanatical obsession. With a sudden intensity that contrasted her earlier distant demeanor, Momo approached his bed and straddled his waist. Her hands clutched his collar, her eyes on the verge of tearing up. I was so scared when I heard that. Provoking the captain of Assassination Squad, what were you even thinking? Her trembling voice was every bit of proof for her concern. In his first spar with Soifan, Momo had marveled at the dance of martial arts, a beautiful display of their fighting skills. Back then, she was naive. It was only after the lectures, with the cold clarity of knowledge, that she understood the deadly reality of Soifan and the second squad of the Godai 13. These were no ordinary warriors, they were a ruthless hand of justice, dishing out torture, interrogation, and assassination within the Soul Society. Kazuya's silence only deepened her distress. She nestled her head against his chest, her tears seeping into his uniform like dark stains of worry. You can't be so reckless, what if she had killed you? He sighed and calmly patted her back. Yoruchi fooled you, idiot. I sent Soifan away crying. She was no match for me. She raised her head in surprise. What? Yoruchi-san claimed you wouldn't have survived if he hadn't healed you in time. He raised his hands. You're free to undress me and search for any wounds. Momo's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as she reached for the straps of his hakama, tugging them open with a purposeful hand. It's only for examination. She flicked open his hakama and his undershirt, checking for any sign of wounds. When she didn't find any, her eyes moved to his lower body. No. He flicked her forehead, a teasing reprimand that brought her back to her senses. Her innocent crush had matured into something more perverted, shaped by her exposure to diverse personalities in the academy. Though she often seemed reserved, her underlying curiosity and boldness would occasionally surface. When will she give up? He had caught her watching him with different seniors multiple times, yet her adoration for him remained unwavering. Then again, this was the same woman who had idolized Aizen to the brink of obsession. She clung to belief over evidence, her convictions unshaken even by a sword through her chest. She was the perfect devotee for any cult. That mischievous cat, Momo muttered, rubbing her reddened forehead. Why would he lie to me? Never take Yoruchi's words at face value. That cat likes to cause chaos and revel in it. I knew Yoruchi-san had a hidden evil side, Momo whispered. You never told me how you two became friends or why Yoruchi-san is cursed to be in a cat form. She misinterpreted Yoruchi's cat form as a curse like those powerful characters getting cursed in fairy tales. Yoruchi's wisdom only solidified the idea in Momo's mind. He noticed a spark of hope in her eyes. Rather than knowing about his friendship with Yoruchi, she wanted to learn more about him. I'll tell you after you get off me. A glance downward, and the reality of their intimate position dawned on her. She darted to the other bed with a panicked shuinpa. It was nice. She murmured, hastily clearing her throat. Kazuya-kun, let's talk about Yoruchi-san later. I have an urgent request for you. Don't ask to see me naked. Even I have my limits. Her cheeks reddened, as if the mere suggestion had set her imagination alight. Her fantasy seemed to resonate within her, causing a subtle disruption in her ryatsu. Can you please stay until the starting week of next month, she asked, her voice soft and pleading. 2 more weeks. She nodded, her eyes wide and earnest. Sensei informed us that our class will have our first training mission in the living world. We'll practice soul burial and engage in combat with artificial replica hollows. Kazuya's eyes narrowed, his thoughts taking a sharp turn. Is this the same event that Aizen plans to use to test his Minos breed? The puzzle pieces were beginning to align, but his lack of concrete canon knowledge left him feeling like he was walking in the dark. The absence of Nami gnawed at him more than ever. He placed a hand on his katana, sending thoughts to his violent freak Zampakuto spirit. There was no answer as he expected. Where exactly is the mission taking place? Momo tilted her head, her expression one of concentrated innocence. It's somewhere in Japan called Karakura Town. That name struck him like a chord, resonating with his suspicions. Of all the places they could have chosen, they had somehow selected the very place where some of the most powerful hollows lived. Was this an intricate play to draw attention to Kasuke and the Visored? Or perhaps a devious trap to lure out the members of El Inverso? Sure. I'll accompany you on the mission. Momo's face lit up. Gone were the traces of her previous gloom, all that remained was pure happiness. Thanks, Kazuya-kun. Humming cheerfully, she skipped out of the room, a spring in her step. What is she planning? Chapter 108, Chapter 115, Restart. Kazuya was lying on the bed after Momo left, waiting for Yoruchi's return. 2 more weeks. Should I return to Haribel or give her a surprise at the mission? He ruled out the second option since he might be under surveillance as a Shinigami. Fighting Soifan, stirring troubles within the academy, and showing potential to be a powerhouse, all these deeds had painted a bullseye on him. Countless eyes would be scrutinizing his every action during the mission. Guess I'll take a week off and spend some time with them. While the taboo thrill of romantic affairs with teachers had its allure, none could replicate the soothing haven that Haribel's presence offered. He could do a reconnaissance mission to Hueco Mundo to see if Nelliel had undergone any transformation during his absence. Thinking about his future, he unknowingly drifted into a slumber. He didn't resist the urge as a nap was necessary to reset his mind after everything. He woke up to the rhythmic motion of a moving mount beneath him. Déjà vu washed over him. He found himself engulfed in the perpetual dusk of Hueco Mundo, accompanied by an eerily familiar riding experience. A knot of dread tightened in his chest. Shifting slightly, he caught sight of Apache in her deer-like form, a form he hadn't seen in what felt like ages. Hey, you. You're finally awake, she greeted, much like their prior encounter. But a glaring anomaly stared him in the face. Gone were his horns, wings, and even his once flowing locks were shorn, echoing a past life's hairstyle. He was stripped of all hollow attributes, as if time had wound back and morphed him into a regular soul. His Ryuryoku levels had plummeted, sinking him to the mundane level of an average living soul. In a reflexive act, he pinched his cheeks and twisted his own ear until it flushed crimson. The resultant sting squashed any notion that this could be a figment of a twisted nightmare. Even his callouts to the mysterious system yielded utter silence. I got a hard reset as a powerless man. Powerlessness. The term clung to him like an ill-fitting garment. He was weaker than the lowest class of hollows. And the worst part? He had no regrets about his life or longing for a redo. His life was perfect as it was. Now, every bond he had built was snatched away from him. Lovers and friends he couldn't live without. Could he regain those relationships without the crutch of his system and his Vasto Lord prowess? Doubt clouded his usually resolute spirit, marking the first instance of vulnerability. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Is this the scheme of the god who reincarnated me? What a sick bastard. Grimacing, he felt a surge of rage welling up within him, directed at the unseen architect of his shattered existence. The things he would do to the orchestrator would be unsuitable for even the most depraved minds. You're one rude fellow, Apache said. What else did I expect from a male? Apache's grumbles brought him out of ever-consuming hatred. He extended his hand to caress the fur bordering her sensitive ears. Her eyes shut momentarily as a soft purr resonated from her throat. The action was undeniably Apache. She'd always had a soft spot for his tender touch. Apache. She snapped out of her contented state, her hooves skidding to a halt. How do you know my name? Hopping gracefully from her back, he stood before her, locking eyes. Believe it or not, it's not our first meeting. You and I go way back. She blinked her eyes in confusion. How? I never saw you before today. I'm pretty sure of it. Well, I don't know why you forgot about me, he said with a shake of his head. Tell me, Apache. Why did you save me? The old Apache showed compassion for his hollow holes. She had no reason to rescue an average soul. It'd be far easier to just consume him and be done with him. Only he could discern the inconsistency because of spending too much time with her. Why save you? You looked fragile, defenseless. I'm regretting her words were abruptly severed by a bone-chilling roar. Her body quivered, and her eyes darted backward. Fuck, it's back. We're dead. So dead. He immediately climbed atop her and patted her back. Is it the Ajuchas who look like a combination of snake and caterpillar? You know that too. Never mind. Questions can wait after we survive him. With a powerful lunge, she shot forward, the wind from her sprint nearly knocking him away from her. He bent down and hugged her before she incorporated sonido into her movement and destroyed his body from sheer wind pressure. It's right behind us. Even without his finely tuned senses, the emanating menace of the pursuing Ajuchas made his heart race and his skin slick with nervous sweating. The irony was cruel, once he could have shattered a Vasto Lord with his Ryatsu alone. Now, standing close to an Ajucha's Ryatsu would destroy him. There is only one fate awaiting you, little dear. Cease your resistance and become a part of a greater Ajuchas like me. Apache, it's closing in on us. He loathed the feeling of depending on someone else for survival. Yet, it was his only choice if he wanted to discover the truth. I'm doing the best I bloody can. Apache's voice tore through the air as her hooves pounded with renewed fervor. Damn that fiend. That absolute fucker. Furiously, Apache cursed the menacing hollow trailing them, its razor-sharp claws aching to snare them. For the Ajuchas, devouring Apache was essential for maintaining its existence as an Ajuchas. For Apache, escape was a desperate bid for survival. It was a deadly race with only one possible victor. Fate, however, seemed to have rolled the dice against Apache. Small and less endowed with energy compared to her hulking pursuer, her stamina was quickly draining. Despite Kazuya's earnest words of encouragement, her hooves eventually faltered, and she collapsed on the ashen soil of Hueco Mundo. He caressed Apache, his eyes darting around for the shark-themed Vasto Lord. She was nowhere in the vicinity as far as he could see. It's not a reset. It's a different timeline or a fabricated reality. Apache sluggishly opened her eyes and nudged him with her horn. This is it for me. He won't chase you after eating me. Run away. Her words echoed the sacrificial motto that characterized the Trace Bestia. Yet, Kazuya found her response most peculiar. Before meeting him and falling head over heels for him, she was the kind to go down fighting rather than laying down and giving up. She had even been prepared to challenge him, a Vasto Lord, when she thought he'd eat her. Would that type of woman sacrifice herself for a man she knew for an hour? Absolutely not. The Ajuchas was closing in at an alarming rate, and time for deliberation had run out. Faced with the grim decision of abandoning Apache or confronting their mutual doom, he threw away the thought of self-preservation for the first time. If my assumptions are wrong, I'm dead for real. Planting himself firmly in front of Apache, he greeted the Ajuchas with a disarming smile, every ounce of his being radiating defiance. You aren't eating my wife today. I swear on my life, I'll protect her. Chapter 109, Chapter 116, Shinka no Tubasa. The hulking Ajuchas unleashed a scornful laugh that echoed around them. Locking eyes with Kazuya, who had bravely positioned himself in front of Apache, the creature jeered, "What utter garbage you are to face me. Die." The Ajuchas' arm swung through the air with such force that Kazuya could hear the very wind shrieking in its wake. Yet, he stood his ground, steadfast and unyielding. It's not real. He repeated within his head, almost as though his mantra could ward off the impending doom. Yet, when the arm should have struck him, a breathtaking explosion of vivid flames burst forth instead. Whirling around, he realized Apache had vanished, swallowed by the inferno. A surge of energy coursed through him, his dormant powers were reawakening, filling his fists with the tingling sensation of oppression. I knew it, he said, tilting his head upwards to address the heavens. Nami, I swear to God if you don't cut this crap right now. He fully expected Nami to be behind this twisted prank. Nobody would be surprised if this was her way of saying welcome back. Nami should not be blamed for my actions, echoed a dreamlike voice. From the swirling vortex of orange and vermilion flames emerged a towering figure. She was swathed in a lavish, impossibly long gown that looked as though it had been woven from molten lava, its ivory accents stark against the deep red. 5 burning pairs of blade-like wings sprouted from her lower back, and an ostentatious winged mask obscured her face, leaving only her smirking lips visible. His gaze fastened onto the 2 energy sword-like blades that hovered beside her, each encasing a crimson crystal that mirrored the gem at the hilt of his own Zampakuto. He would have mistaken her for Nami if not for those blades. You must be my new Zampakuto spirit. Correct. I'm Shinka no Tubasa. You may call me Tsubasa. Her high and mighty tone made him clench his fists. Tsubasa, why did you do that? What you experienced was merely a trial orchestrated by me, she said slowly as she gazed at him with a gentle smile. To test your determination to protect your loved ones. I cannot let an unworthy master wield my powers. He blinked his eyes in surprise. How was that a fucking test? His typically relaxed demeanor had shattered, replaced by a seething rage catalyzed by her manipulative trial. Slightly shaking her head, Tsubasa replied, to see your true conviction, I had to observe you at your lowest. People only care about themselves in their most desperate times. I'm glad you forego the thought of self-preservation to protect your beloved. You'll be a splendid master. With eyes clenched shut, he inhaled deeply, as if trying to draw calmness from the very air. But tranquility eluded him. His intrusive thoughts broke through the barriers of his rationality like a tempest. In his mind, there was no reasoning that could excuse her for plunging him into an abyss of helplessness. He would drown her in her own blood until she regretted her sadistic machinations. Morphing into his soul form, he summoned his Zampakuto. A dark, purple aura enveloped him, the tangible manifestation of his insatiable urge to kill. He surged towards her. As he lunged, one of the ornate daggers beside Tsubasa dematerialized. In its place, a blazing, hollowed-out shield erupted into existence. His katana collided with her incandescent barrier repeatedly, sending sparks cascading like falling stars. Yet, her shield remained unscathed, a stubborn defense against his relentless strikes. This shield was a projection of his own shuriken. It was an ironic realization that Tsubasa, a Zampakuto born from his overprotective nature, used the very same protection against him. A disconcerting giggle escaped Tsubasa's lips. This unyielding shield will soon be yours to command, master. Couldn't care less. In a flicker, he utilized Shuinpa to materialize behind her, his blade descending toward her unprotected back. Yet, with a pyroclastic burst, the shield rematerialized to thwart his deadly assault. Let me cut you down just once. You'll likely regenerate from those phoenix flames of yours. Master, has Nami rubbed her violent tendencies on you? Tsubasa mused. I was right in suspecting her as a bad influence on you. The mention of Nami brought his attacks to a halt, his rage subdued by the worries for his other Zampakuto spirit. Where is she? With a flourish of her hand, Tsubasa manipulated her flames, weaving them into a fiery wall. It depicted Nami, in bird form, trying to bite the net of a bird cage. She's currently detained without any access to her flames. His eyes widened in disbelief. Stop being a cliched villain. Release Nami and maybe, just maybe, I'll consider forgiving you. I cannot comply. Without her distractions, you can focus on what truly matters, protecting those you love. My shuriken ability, Fumetsu no Psyche, indestructible sanctuary, can shield you from anyone. You do not need her in your life. Tsubasa's perspective on Nami was simple, the Black Phoenix was a distraction as observed in her constant reminders about his lover's mortality. She was very much against Nami's stance. Who the hell do you think you are for dictating my life? I am a shadow born from your soul, your Zampakuto spirit. Your resolve shapes my very essence, she said, a smile pulling at her lips as she raised a finger. However, I'll consider releasing Nami, if you can make me submit and reveal the chant needed to unlock your shuriken. Exhaling a weary sigh, he muttered, make you submit. I have to beat you. To attain shuriken, a Shinigami must gain the approval of their Zampakuto spirit and learn of its name as well as the release incantation, a well-known fact among the Shinigami. She nodded, her gaze unyielding. Correct. Can you overcome the impenetrable wall that is my shield? Before she could complete her sentence, he metamorphosed into his hollow form and grabbed a hold of her shield. Fiery eruptions burst from the shield, a desperate, blazing attempt to dislodge him. But he clung tenaciously, his palms pulsing with the power of oppression. The torrent of flames almost withered under his oppression. Just as he was about to break apart the structure of her shield, her fingers wrapped around its edge, and she swung it brutally into his chest. I can't allow you to do that. Afraid much? So much for being impenetrable. She shook her head, her eyes ablaze with conviction. A shield is only as robust as the mind that wields it. A shield master would be egregiously foolish to stand idly by, allowing their enemy to dismantle the first line of defense, especially when that defense stands between their enemies and those they've vowed to protect. Geez, you never shut up about this golden rule of protection, do you? Tsubasa let loose a smile, but he could feel the anxious strains of her smile. My would-be master, we both follow that creed. I'm simply more vocal about our vision. Yeah, sure. Chapter 110, Chapter 117, At Mercy. I know Tsubasa isn't likable. She was never meant to be likable. One more note, she isn't a tsundere. Zampakuto spirits are supposed to be eccentric since their entire reason for existence is based around a Shinigami's inner desires. So yeah, my piece is over. Enjoy the chapter and give me stones, smiley face. Though Kazuya wished to humble the haughty Zampakuto spirit, he knew better than to squander his energies in futile attacks against her shield. He paused, eyes narrowing to study the almost celestial flames surrounding Tsubasa and her guardian shield. These luminous, incandescent fires stood in stark contrast to Nami's sinister carmine flames. It was as if Tsubasa was crafted to be Nami's polar opposite, the radiant light to Nami's darkness, her antithesis. She might have inherited the life property of Phoenix's flames. One conclusion was irrefutable from their first clash: her flames did not wound him, not even superficially. And why would they? They all originated from his soul. Gently resting her palm against her ornate mask, Tsubasa tilted her head with a maniacal stiffness. While I have no objection to standing here as you marvel at my flawless grace, the clock is unforgiving, master. Each moment you waste in this inner world will take a toll upon your consciousness. Say, am I allowed to beat you by any means necessary? The last thing he wanted was for her to invalidate his hard-earned victory through an underhanded tactic. She might do that just to piss him off further. Your sole objective is to liberate Nami from my grasp. The means are inconsequential as long as your goal is achieved. She paused, her lips curling into a sly smirk. Any attempt to use your oppression ability from a distance would be in vain, as we possess the same level of Ryatsu in this realm. It's almost a pity, really. You have the determination, the unyielding will for protection. What you lack is the capacity to bypass my invincible defense. Her taunts, whether premeditated provocations or genuine overconfidence, only stoked the fires of his resolve to put her into her place. Confronted with his seething silence, Tsubasa lavishly licked her lips. Conceding. Defying her calculated predictions, Kazuya morphed into his soul form, conjuring his Zampakuto into existence with a wave of his hand. The katana materialized effortlessly, a stark realization washing over him. Tsubasa had methodically manipulated his inner world, transforming it into her personal battleground. It now made sense why she had spent 3 whole months summoning him into this trial. She was not just growing, but plotting for this precise moment. Even so, he had no desire to lose against a 3-month-old soul, much less the manifestation of his own desires. You do know that blade has no special power, she said, pointing at the katana in his hand. It's a blade that can never cut through my shield. A blade is as strong as the one wielding it. Abruptly, he vanished, reappearing before her in a dazzling streak of Hirenkyaku. Her shield sprang forth to fill the air between them. He lunged, his katana seeking the minuscule gaps in her seemingly invincible shield, only to be repelled by an unseen force. The physical shield, it seemed, was but an illusion. The real protection was a barrier that protected its owner. Not one to be easily deterred, he kept the onslaught relentless, darting and slashing in fluid strokes, searching for a weak spot in her defense. It's of no use, master. You must find a new strategy. Isn't that one of your specialties? She was at full leisure to talk despite being attacked from all sides. Even he would be hard-pressed to react to such attacks without feeling overwhelmed, which confirmed his theory regarding the automated defense ability of her shield. The shield acted on its own to protect its master from any danger, or she had far superior reflexes than him. A spark ignited in his eyes. I need a pincer attack. He transformed into his hollow form and drew a cut across both of his palms, the blood serving as a catalyst to the superior version of Siro, Gran Rey Siro. Flexing his fingers into talon-like formations, he conjured 2 azure orbs, each crackling and swirling with raw energy. The orbs expanded enormously until it dwarfed a standard Siro by magnitudes. It was the strongest Gran Rey Siro to ever exist. Tsubasa curiously observed his actions. It was evident that she still didn't take him seriously. Her underestimation worked in his favor. He unleashed a Gran Rey Siro from his right hand. Concurrently, his heel struck the earth, propelling him beyond the sound barrier to materialize behind her. Since her shield was guarding her from the first Gran Rey Siro, her back was completely exposed. Unfurling his left hand, he launched the second Gran Rey Siro. Suddenly, flames burst forth from the second blade hovering near Tsubasa, materializing into yet another shield. The 2 barriers expanded, amalgamating into a translucent red sphere around her, her ultimate defense, Fumetsu no Psyche, indestructible sanctuary. In this form nothing could reach her. Valiant, but fruitless, she said, a smirk curling her lips. I cannot be harmed, what's happening? Her realization came a second too late. He was already gripping both shields, his hands glowing with the familiar glow of his unique ability. Her shell-like barrier presented an opportunity before him, and he had seized it. His lips contorted into a sneer as his Ryatsu crept like tendrils through her once unbreakable shields, manipulating its essence from within. He lightly flicked each shield, disintegrating them into a cloud of bronze dust that dispersed, eventually becoming one with the ashen expanse of Hueco Mundo. Her uniquely crafted blades tumbled gracelessly to the ground. His oppression didn't distinguish between the real world or his inner world, it destroyed her shields with ease. You tricked me. Cutting off her stunned retort, he lunged forward, seizing her head in a vice-like grip before smashing her into the ground with shattering force. Kneeling atop her chest to secure her, he squeezed her throat and ripped away her mask. Her oceanic eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her ethereal beauty capable of evoking a sense of sympathy in any man. But he wasn't fooled by her crocodile tears. He raised his hand and swung in a ruthless arc until it made a shuddering impact with her pale cheek. The merciless slap instantly painted a side of her face in a vivid scarlet. A shiver ran through her body, her eyes closing involuntarily, lips bitten as though to trap unspoken words. This humiliation is nothing, master. I shall never regret my decision to put you through a trial. If I'm to lend my strength to someone, I want them to be worthy of it. Quietly, he delivered a reverse slap on her right cheek, then another on her left cheek. Master. Slap. Listen to me. Mast. Slap. 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 His hands moved with grace as he delivered sickening slaps across her red face. Her muffled cries and whimpers served as a pleasing music to his vengeance. He satiated every bit of rage in his chest by beating his helpless Zampakuto spirit, and he loved every moment of it. He only stopped when her face had swollen to the point of being unrecognizable. Her entire face was smeared with tears, no haughtiness to be found within her eyes. The slaps had humbled her demeanor, at least for now. With a satisfied smile, he got back up and pulled her to her feet. Bring Nami to me. Her trembling lips managed to stutter, why yes, master, after I heal. As she reached out, her blades bolted into her grip. Instead of morphing into shields, they transmuted into twin red muskets, their barrels ornamented with intricate bronze phoenix motifs. Aiming the muzzles toward her chin, she squeezed the triggers, and a roaring inferno enveloped her. When the flames dissipated, her face was back to being flawless, she was completely healed. Your cruelty is commendable, she whispered as she gazed at him in awe. A brute such as you would give his all in protecting your loved ones. Did you not hear me? I said, bring me to Nami. As you wish. With a synchronized clap, she ignited the desolation of her imaginary Hueco Mundo. He found himself in a dilapidated throne room. Atop the fragmented majesty of a once regal throne rested the birdcage that held his self-proclaimed soulmate hostage. Chapter 111, Chapter 118, End of Line. Partner. You've come for me. Nami's fervent shout pierced through his emotional armor for a brief moment. He choked down the rising sentiment and directed his icy gaze toward Tsubasa. Hand me your blades and open the cage. A shadow of bewilderment flickered across Tsubasa's face before she complied with an obedient nod. With an almost ceremonial gesture, she made the blades drift to his side. Nami's cage clicked open, releasing her from her confinement. Like a phoenix rising, Nami burst forth until she hit the ceiling, her wings erupting into streaks of dark red fire. She rocketed toward Tsubasa with a divine fury, slamming her into the wall with an impact that echoed through the chamber. Stripped of her shields, Tsubasa was nothing but vulnerable to Nami's assault. As Nami landed on the ground, she underwent a surreal transformation, morphing into a humanoid figure built from the essence of her own dark, sanguine flames. Her lanky limbs and featureless face floated above a conflagration sea of fire that served as her lower body. Though her face lacked defining emotion, he could feel the raging inferno within her. Nami did not take her imprisonment lightly. She yanked Tsubasa from the ground and slammed her into the wall. I'll make you pay for keeping me away from partner. Not pausing for Tsubasa to even muster a response, Nami unleashed a flurry of merciless blows upon her face. Tsubasa reached out to him with a trembling hand, or rather the blades in his hands that acted as her shields. As though hearing her plea, the blades in his grip twitched, yearning to rush to their master's defense. But he held them fast. Nope, he said with an indifferent look. Nami, go wild. Tsubasa's Shirkai ability provided excellent defense, even if it was a bit one-dimensional in nature. However, he very much loved Nami and supported her. Trapped in the same place for 3 months, he couldn't even comprehend the resentment and rage bubbling inside her heart. She needed to unleash those negative emotions. He also couldn't deny that he enjoyed Tsubasa's one-sided epic beatdown at Nami's hands. It was satisfying to watch Tsubasa being pummeled like a punching bag. Nami threw Tsubasa to the ground and jumped at her, throwing punches at her bloodied face. Seemingly bored of beating Tsubasa, Nami pulled Tsubasa up by her blonde hair. You ambushed me when I was at my weakest and caged me like I was a beast. You lied and manipulated my partner into believing that I was not a suitable soulmate for him. You pathetic woman will pay for your sins. Her hands clenched into flaming talons around Tsubasa's head. With your life. You can't. Tsubasa's whisper was a dying ember as she shot a feeble glance toward him. I am your Zampakuto spirit. Without me, you're defenseless. Shut your fucking mouth, Nami roared, her flames unleashing with even more ferocity. This is the end of line for you, ho. She burst into a fog of flames and engulfed Tsubasa's figure. Tsubasa desperately channeled her own flames to ward off Nami, but Nami's carmine flames easily overpowered her. She stood no chance in a frontal fight against the senior Zampakuto spirit, despite Nami lacking in terms of Ryatsu. Across the room, the blades exerted even more force than they went limp, quenched of life. Tsubasa was completely swallowed by carmine flames and her presence faded away. The flames then coalesced and twisted into a breathtaking form he'd never anticipated from Nami, a mature woman with blonde wavy hair and an azure eye, punctuated by a heart-shaped pink glint. A dark eye patch draped across half her visage, culminating in a winged ornament that adorned her head like a crown. Though bearing some resemblance to Tsubasa, she was a mesmerizing mix of elven ears, demonic horns, and fiery, leathery bat wings sprouting from her lower back. Her fashion sense was also worlds apart from Tsubasa. She wore a scandalously revealing white dress, offset by an imperial crimson cape. She was a bewitching succubus. Check paragraph comment. Hand on her waist, she struck a sultry pose. Behold the demon empress, who shall conquer this world with her beloved partner. A chunny succubus roleplaying as a demon empress. Eye patch, check. Edgy dialogues, check. Cool fashion sense, check. Congrats, you're finally a full-blown chunny. Ufufu, you're right. This is my first form. I can shapeshift into anyone with a snap of my finger. Want to see the versatility of a fire-based life form? Rather than playing along with shenanigans, he shifted the topic. Is Tsubasa dead? She nodded her head with a radiant smile. Completely erased from this world, devoured by me. Why are you worried, though? Do you miss her presence? What's there to miss about her? He retorted on an impulse before taking a pensive breath. The blades in his hand had become inert and lifeless, revealing Tsubasa's end, alongside her broken shurikai ability. Fuck, all my hard work went to shit. Nami's repetitive praise for his shurikai and bankai had set his expectations high. He had spent almost 6 hours every day for the past 3 months. Yet, his reward was a treacherous, arrogant Zampakuto spirit, who almost broke him with her trial. Calling him disappointed was a massive understatement. He let out a sigh. Not gonna lie. Today was wild. The dormant blades suddenly sprang to life, breaking free from his grasp to whirl around Nami, the same way they drifted around Tsubasa. Nami, you. Yes, partner. I've assimilated that whore's essence, her potential, and her existence as a Zampakuto spirit, she declared, her bat-like wings flaring as she closed the distance with Shuinpa and tackled him onto the ground. Looming over him, she revealed a grin that perfectly encapsulated every bit of her deranged infatuation. I'm your sole Zampakuto spirit now. Nobody will come between us. Ever. Rather than being creeped out by absurd craziness, he simply smiled and pulled her into his arms, her massive breast squishing against him. Are you trying to give Harabelle a run for her money? Exactly. I can't lose against partner's most beloved wife, she murmured as she audibly sniffed his scent. Partner, I missed you so much. It was so boring here without you. My imprisonment wasn't even the worst part about this whole ordeal. What else could be worse than that? Tsubasa was born from both of our essence, she reflected our souls. Think about it for a moment. She was manipulative like you and she was obsessed with an aspect like me. She was our daughter, and I murdered her with my own hands. His mouth hung open, speechless. Her poetic reframing of Tsubasa's existence unsettled him deeply. Their actions seemed extremely immature once he took a moment to contemplate. They could have solved the situation more peacefully, but their raw emotions overwrote their reason. The result was Tsubasa's demise. Forget her, he replied, nonchalantly brushing off her concerns. Forget that she ever existed. Fine with me. Partner, do you remember your promise? Which promise? She leaned in and her fangs pierced the flesh of his neck. It was an intimate, lethal kiss that drew out blood, as if she were a vampire. The promise about eating me out when I became a Vasto Lord. You didn't act to. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of Ryatsu filled the air like a torrential downpour, coming from the very woman wrapped in his embrace. Devouring Tsubasa triggered her evolution, bringing her Ryatsu on par with Harabelle's base Arankar form. I am a Vasto Lord or its equivalent. Gently withdrawing from him, she caressed his face, the heart-shaped twinkle in her eye glowing brighter than ever, as if implying her burning passion. Don't you think it's time for us to do the deed? Seeing her beautiful face up close and feeling her warmth, his heart began to beat loudly, as if anticipating a passionate time with her. Just as he prepared to surrender to the moment, reality, or whatever passed for it in this realm, shuddered violently as if engulfed in a high-scale earthquake. The inner world is destabilizing. You spent too much time here, partner, Nami said with a sigh and pressed a reluctant kiss against his cheek. We'll have to wait. Talk to me when I'm outside. You bet I will. R.I.P. Tsubasa. Nami isn't sharing her position with anyone. Chapter 112, Chapter 119 to 120, The Aftermath. When Shunsui Kyoraku first received the summons to the Shino Academy, he was skeptical. What could the academy possibly conjure that required the presence of a captain? But the moment he tilted the brim of his straw hat to survey the scene, his skepticism was blown into dust. Arrayed before him, members of the elite Kido Corps had woven their Ryatsu into a force field that enveloped what was once a student dormitory, now a ruinous husk of its former self. Peering through narrowed eyes, Shunsui discerned the cause of the mayhem, a silver-haired student tightly gripping his Zampakuto, encased within the shimmering force field. The boy was unleashing a storm of raw, uncontrollable Ryatsu that couldn't be contained by the Kido barrier. What was his name again? Nanao adjusted her glasses, a calculated move that concealed her own disbelief. Kazuya Ishihara. First-year student. He has been releasing extremely strong Ryatsu for almost 2 hours with no signs of slowing down. Nanao had been on site since the calamity unfolded, having been invited by the headmaster for a guest lecture, a perfect reason for observing the resident playboy. Fortunately, casualty counts stopped at a couple injured since the student body had been largely absent, attending the lecturers. She didn't even consider the massive property damage as it was a normal occurrence in her line of work. This boy could be another Zaraki in the making, Shunsui said with a chuckle. I believe he is having a hard time in his inner world. Perhaps his Zampakuto spirit didn't agree to reveal their name without a battle. That being said, Nanao-chan, you handled the situation nicely. I'm proud of you. Nanao almost rolled her eyes. She had sent him a message through the hell butterfly as soon as she could, but he only showed up now. The officers of Kido Corps, on the other hand, showed up at a moment's notice. They were hardly in a position to deny a vice captain's order. What do I do next, Captain Kairaku? Will he ever stop? Shunsui patted her shoulder. He will eventually run out. Have the relief team secure him when that happens. They are better equipped to examine his condition. In the meantime, I'll persuade the headmaster to hold off on disciplinary measures against him. Nanao didn't argue against him. Going by Kazuya's posture, it seemed like he had no idea about his Zampakuto spirit's intentions. It wouldn't be right to pin the blame on him. Understood, Captain Kairaku. While waiting for Kazuya's Ryoryoku to drain, Nanao glanced behind her. She caught sight of a silver-haired boy peeking over the wall. He wasn't that tall, and she could imagine him standing on his friend's shoulders for the extra height. Their antics unwittingly coaxed a smile from her. These kids are so stubborn. She had read about them in her intel, Momo Hinamori and Toshiro Hitsugaya, 2 talented rookies with great potential. The 2 had stubbornly tried to disrupt the Kido Corps' officers in their work until she pulled them aside and patiently explained about Kazuya's condition. Even now they harbored doubts and kept an eye on her from a distance. When is it going to end? Kazuya's eyes fluttered open, each blink like a drumbeat reverberating through his skull. It was the most severe headache of his life, worsened by the gnawing emptiness in his gut that sapped his remaining shards of mental fortitude. Kazuya-kun. Momo's voice broke through his disorientation the instant he stirred on the bed. Her hand enveloped his own, tears glistening in her black eyes. You're back with us. Take it down a notch, Momo. Toshiro scolded Momo for being overexcited, yet he couldn't suppress his own rising emotions. He swiveled his head towards the door, as if the gesture would hide his vulnerable expression. I'm going to update Vice Captain Kotetsu. Fetch me something to eat while you're at it, Kazuya said, getting a nod from Toshiro as he ran out of the room. It's the 4th squad. Why yes, Momo stuttered, using her sleeves as makeshift tissues. Hick. We're at the healer squad. Let's fucking go and seduce Anohana right now. She'll fucking get me. I'm so tired. You did spend an excruciating amount of time in your inner world. Pushing himself into a sitting position, he shifted his attention back to Momo. Mind giving me a recap of everything? Rather than humoring his request, Momo turned her head away with a pout. You scared me twice in a day. Why are you like this, Kazuya-kun? At least she was assured about his safety the first time around. This time, she had gnawing doubts that he'd burn himself out alongside his Ryatsu. He cleared his throat. Well, my Zampakuto spirit was acting like a pain in the ass. Had to chastise her for her actions. Chastise. Momo stopped pouting and burst into a fit of laughter. Who even uses that word anymore? Did you just call me old? Let me remind you that I'm 21 years old. And you're 100. You're lying. Momo stared at him with a blank gaze. How is it possible for you to be so strong? He shrugged. Proper diet and training with Yoruchi. Tell me, partner. When did you get so close with this chick? Stuff happened. Such an elaborate explanation. I moved to tears, partner. It cured my depression. I was sick, depper. Don't use that shit on me, bitch. Heh. After a few more minutes, Toshiro returned, alongside another woman dressed in a pink nurse outfit, the standard dress issued to the 4th Squad's members stationed at the relief center. The high-level Shinigami of the 4TH's squad weren't mandated to wear the nurse outfit. Truly a disappointing decision. The meals served to him were a bigger letdown in comparison. Nevertheless, Kazuya tore into the meal like a ravenous beast, unhesitatingly asking for, and annihilating seconds. As he wolfed down the food, Momo recounted the events, his own Ryatsu-induced demolition and collateral damage. The presence of Nanao at the scene might have something to do with the absence of shackles on his hands. Call Ishin if anything happens. I will. And for hell's sake, tell me everything that happened in the past 3 months. I want to know about everything. A lot actually. Let's talk later. With a swift motion, Kazuya picked up the katana perched at his bedside, turning it over in his hands. The blade had adopted a more aggressive curve, as if evolving to mirror his adaptability. The katana had another gem added to its hilt, bringing the number to 2. The gems held significance. Is the last one saved for Bankai? Yup. Tsubasa deceived you on many fronts, even the Shurikai's abilities. The muskets are loaded with restoration bullets, which can heal anyone from the brink of death. Tsubasa's flames are all about healing while mine can do destruction and limited creation. Basically, I'm unkillable with my Shurikai. As long as you don't run out of juice, yes. Can I access your flames? Technically, I can lend them to you through our Zampakuto bond. It will destroy your Zampakuto. Use them with your Shurikai. Got it. One more question, can you still be my Resurrection? Nami's existence as both his Zampakuto and his Resurrection still baffled him. In theory, he could access both Resurrection and Shurikai at the same time, which seemed overpowered just from the Ryatsu boost of both skills. However, things might not be as simple. I think. I'm tied to you still, as your Resurrection. I'm also your Shinigami Zampakuto. The Demon Empress will do it all for her partner. We'll test it in the living world. Before he could muse further, the door swung open, and Vice Captain Aizen strode in, her face illuminated by a polite smile. Both Toshiro and Momo looked up, their expressions freezing into blank stares that bore into Aizen, enough to make her squirm. Toshiro showed no happiness at the arrival of another busty woman, while Momo's eyes fired icy daggers at the woman who came to visit Kazuya. Ah, Vice Captain Aizen. A pleasure to see you here, Kazuya greeted, before playfully slapping Toshiro and Momo on their backs and gesturing toward the door. I'll catch up with you later. Call me if you need anything, Kazuya-san, Momo responded, her smile towards him as tender as she could be. Then she turned her gaze towards Aizen, her smile growing increasingly hollow. Pleasure meeting you, Vice Captain Sama. Aizen felt a chill crawl up her spine, sensing resemblance between Momo and her own captain's unnerving smile. Yes, likewise. Kazuya found the scene hilarious. The tall Aizen cowering before a relatively short Momo. Only when they exited did Aizen shake off her meek facade. She lowered herself onto the bed beside him, her eyes fastened on the Zampakuto cradled in his lap. It seems different. Did something happen? She could feel spiritual energy around the katana, which was absent in their last meeting. Even the physical shape was different from her memories. I'm surprised you noticed the difference, he said, holding up his katana. She told me her name. I can finally use her Shurikai form. Aizen's face lit up with a genuine, warm smile, wiping away the hesitancy that had clouded her features earlier. I'm glad you succeeded. Congratulations for earning the qualifications to be a vice captain. Don't congratulate me. I'm gonna replace you or Ranjiku. Aizen lightly shrugged. I'm not relinquishing my position in this life. She admired her captain too much to change her division. Ah, well, Ranjiku is the one who'll get the boot. Then she'll be jobless and burn through her savings drinking out of depression. I'll find her sipping sake in some alley, save her like a knight in shining armor, help her back on her feet, and win her heart. Flawless plan if I must say so myself. Keep those vile plans to yourself. Geez, I haven't even joined the Goatee I-13. Besides, I won't settle for the vice captain position. I'm aiming for the captain's seat or the general commander seat. His audacious confidence gave her pause, locking her words in her throat. He had every quality to be a future captain apart from his lack of Bankai, which would be solved in time. The same could be said for her, but she was content living in Retsu Unohana's shadows rather than vying for a position. Aizen crossed her arms. You can leave now. I'd caution you to not use your Ryatsu and put pressure on your Ryatsu events. Got it. Also, don't worry about the academy property damage. Captain Unohana said she'll take care of this. Wow. Your captain seems like a nice person. The gentlest soul you'll ever meet, Aizen mumbled, her voice tinged with a reverent undertone as memories of her captain rescuing her from cutthroat criminals flickered through her mind. The haunting yet beautiful memories had changed her life for the better. I'm sorry for drifting off. Don't worry. It was cute. She cleared her throat, her cheeks blushing in spite of herself. His flirtatious ambiguity always kept her guessing whether he was flirting with her or mocking her. But instead of wading further into that confusing territory, she chose to steer the conversation. About our previous talk, I also relayed your suggestion to Captain Unohana. Oh, what did she say? She said she's willing to consider it once she has met you face to face. Intrigue washed over him. So, he didn't even have to go seek out Unohana, she had opened the door for him. The question now was, if she would show her crazy nature in their first meeting. How about attacking her out of nowhere? Make her submit like you did to Tsubasa. I didn't like Tsubasa, but I adore Unohana. There is a big difference. Plus, he didn't like his odds of beating Unohana in a straight fight without his hollow form. His Shurikai specialized more in support than in offense, unless he invoked Nami's destructive flames. Call me Izanami, for I wield the flames that govern life and death. Shush. Chapter 113, Chapter 121, Thirst. By the time night arrived, the commotion had died down, and the academy staff allowed the students to go back to their dorms. Rukia and Renji stood before Renji's dorm, barely surprised at the state of the dormitory that reflected the recent chaos within its walls. It felt like the calm after a violent storm. A storm created by their friend. Earlier, Rukia had felt a surge of berserk Ryatsu, an overpowering force so intense that it made her doubt that the Ryatsu actually belonged to Kazuya. By the time she got over her fear, the lecturer had begun to herd everyone out of the academy, calling it a safety measure but offering no specifics. Kazuya did it, Rukia muttered under her breath. Her eyes scanned the surroundings as if expecting Kazuya to materialize out of thin air. Where did they take him? Arg. Renji let out a roar as his knuckles collided with a half-torn wall in a fit of frustration, the impact resonating with a hollow thud. The teachers are clueless about his location. The city is enormous. Searching for him will be worse than finding needles in a haystack. We can head over to the 10th squad, Rukia suggested, her voice soft yet determined. The captain of that division is friends with Kazuya. Renji looked skeptical, but he still nodded in agreement anyway. It was their only lead in finding Kazuya's whereabouts. Yeah, let's go. Aw, I didn't know you were so worried for me. Just as Rukia was about to leave, a playful voice she knew well interrupted them. She pivoted sharply, her eyes meeting Kazuya's. He stood there, arms crossed, wearing an impish smile on his face. As always, his repressed Ryatsu carried a level of complexity, nigh traceable on the surface but deep as the ocean on the inside. Kazuya. So you're fine, Rukia said in surprise, taken aback by his appearance. We were about to go looking for you. Disappointed, are we? Were you hoping to swoop in and play the hero to this damsel? Kazuya teased, the mysterious power of his voice making the jest hard to dismiss outright. Today isn't the day. Don't be ridiculous, Rukia shot back, her cheeks turning a faint pink. She gave Renji a playful kick, propelling him towards Kazuya. Monkey face, you explain. Before Renji could advance any further, Momo and Toshiro blocked his path, their eyes heavy with silent judgment. You were nowhere to be found when we needed you, Momo said, disappointment oozing from her voice. Great friends you both are. Toshiro nodded heavily. I knew Renji was a coward. Oi. Who are you calling a coward? Renji's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, fire blazing in his eyes. The lecturer dude held us like prisoners. We couldn't come. Yeah, he is right, Rukia chimed in with a loud voice. I'll never abandon a friend in need. Never. While Renji's reason was half-assed at best, Rukia's fervent voice easily convinced Momo. Her eyes softened. I'll forgive you this time. Shiro-chan, what about you? Toshiro crossed his arms and turned his head away. Another day. Kazuya's eyes flickered back to Rukia, penetrating her facade. He had his suspicions about losing her Rakangai friends but her current state confirmed everything. The deep-rooted loss had brought her to attend the academy prior to the canon timeline, which was also the reason for her distant demeanor at times. Could be victims of the Shinigami genocide. Why would she join the academy? To get revenge on Goti I-13. I'm more interested in Byakuya and his wife's reaction. Byakuya Kachiki was married to Rukia's sister, Hisana Kachiki. Hisana had abandoned Rukia at a young age since living in District 78 had overwhelmed her. Rather than embracing the responsibility, she left Rukia behind, who grew up without knowing about her sister. She is alive right now. Not sure how long she will hold on. Wanna cure her? I can. I'm not entirely sure if it's possible. I know only the surface details of our new powers. Partner, let's experiment later. Forget Hisana. Let's help my goth chick first. Momo tugged at his sleeve, disrupting his conversation with Nami. Kazuya-san, are you there? Yeah. She lowered her gaze to the ground and twiddled her fingers nervously. Where will you stay tonight? It was perhaps the most veiled yet blatant sexual invitation he'd ever received. She seriously wanted to get into his pants, despite the fact she saw him with so many women. Her adoration was nothing short of amazing. Momo's almost palpable infatuation with Kazuya garnered varying reactions from everyone. Rukia frowned deeply, her thoughts a mystery. Toshiro shrugged nonchalantly, having known about Momo's crush since day one. Renji chortled, not bothering to hide his amusement. What's this? Am I seeing a budding romance? Momo's face erupted in a radiant shade of red, her eyes widening. She flailed her hands, almost hitting Kazuya's face. You're reading into things. I was just worried that Kazuya-san wouldn't find a place to sleep tonight. Kazuya interrupted, laying a comforting hand on Momo's trembling shoulder. Don't sweat it. I can go weeks without sleep. Technically, he could go on forever with his new shurikai, but he loved spending his nights dreaming. Really? That means you. Momo trailed her words, her blush deepening from her perverted imagination. Cough, Kazuya-san, Shiro-chan, come to my dorm. We'll adjust. Only she knew the fantasies brewing in her pretty head. Toshiro frowned. Girls' dorm. No, I don't want to. Kazuya slung his arm around Toshiro's shoulders. Shiro and I will be sleeping at a hot springs inn. Toshiro's eyes lit up. 1,000 times better than her messy dorm room. Hot springs. Momo beamed a bright smile as she raised her hand. Kazuya-san, take me too. I always hear about it from my friends. Kazuya cast a casual glance toward Rukia and Renji. Might as well take everyone. Renji rubbed the back of his head as he shared a glance with Rukia. They both wanted to join him, but they didn't have the money to afford the luxury. Some other time. Yeah, Rukia said. We'll see you. Kazuya unsheathed his katana and pointed at Renji. I'll cut you down if you don't come with me. You don't need to worry about your expenses. I'll cover it. Rukia didn't think she'd ever be coerced into joining her friends for a trip, but she wasn't complaining about it. The thought of warm water rushing down her skin raised her anticipation. I'm in. Renji stared at Rukia, then slowly nodded. Got no reason to reject now. Yay. Momo threw her arms around Kazuya. Everyone is coming. Partner went from having a sugar mommy to being a sugar daddy. What exceptional character growth. Nami didn't know about the source of his wealth in the Soul Society. It was for the better, as she'd have roasted him more. A few minutes later, a shadowy figure descended onto the wrecked dormitory, the lithe form of a black cat, golden eyes piercing through the darkness. Yoruchi was baffled at the sight. She could feel Kazuya's lingering ryatsu, which made her even more curious. I'll ask him. She laughed, knowing that their next meeting would be a chaotic mess. She'd be a fool to believe Kazuya would let her walk away after her harmless prank. How will he punish me? Chapter 114, Chapter 122, Rendezvous. A sigh of pure ecstasy flowed from Kazuya's lips as he slipped into the steaming water. The world outside melted away as the soothing embrace of the hot water worked wonders on his taut muscles. He had splurged half his fortune to reserve this secluded inn solely for his group, just so he could relax like this without any interruption. It all seemed worth it in this moment. You make the same face when you come. Don't ask why I know that. I won't be able to answer it. I won't. Leave me alone. Okay. Her unexpected acquiescence made him pause, a look of bewilderment crossing face. The katana resting by the side caught fire and spewed a whirl of flames, out of which Nami materialized in her signature temptress dress. Accustomed to her long-time residency in his head, he had almost forgotten that Nami was a physical entity capable of interacting with the world. Izanami, the Black Phoenix goddess, has descended, she proclaimed theatrically, settling gracefully by the edge and playfully dappled the water with her toes. Don't look at me like that. I hate water with passion. It's the most I'll do. What about my dream of banging my Yandere girlfriend in the shower? Who will fulfill that if not you? A sparkly twinkle lit her eyes. I can make an exception for you, my beloved partner. Do you want to try it? Her enthusiasm suddenly faded, and her gaze snapped to the sliding door. The culprit wasn't a person but a black cat, who walked in like she owned the world. Yoruchi, get lost. Let me flirt with my beloved. He languidly propped his head on interlaced fingers, intrigued by a standoff between the two. It seemed like a thrilling time worthy of popcorn. However, Yoruchi's attention wasn't on Nami. It was fixed on Kazuya. She had expected irritation, perhaps a sarcastic comment about her prank, but his calm gaze revealed something far colder, sheer indifference to her existence. She fiercely narrowed her eyes. Why does she know my identity? Because, Nami said, her contagious laughter echoing through the bath. I'm his true Zampakuto spirit. I know everything there is to know about him. You and your mission are no exception. There was a tangible pause as Yoruchi processed this revelation. The tales she'd heard of Nami did little justice to the reality before her. Her audacious appearance was fitting for one born from Kazuya, the incarnation of lust. You got Nami back. The moment calls for celebration. Yoruchi's cat form dissipated in a puff of clouds, and her normal form emerged. She stretched her arms towards the sky as though getting the weariness out of her muscles. She stood poised with her hands on her hips and then jumped into the inviting waters, splashing water everywhere. God, it feels good to be back in a hot spring. She settled by his side, leaning back in a way that her breasts dipped up and down the surface. The sight would have ensnared any man, but his eyes remained distant. Her conscious gesture to tease him earned her zero attention from him. Witnessing Yoruichi's epic failure, a mischievous chuckle bubbled up from Nami's throat. Don't bother, Yoruichi. Partner isn't in the mood to be horny. He offered a muted nod in agreement with Nami, allowing himself to be cradled by the steaming water's embrace. His unique constitution ensured that even prolonged immersion in water wouldn't harm him in the slightest. Let me rest. Intrigue and a flicker of concern danced in Yoruichi's eyes, hearing the weariness in his voice. The last few months had been filled with his persistent pursuits of her. He didn't hesitate to show his affection for her at any point. To now be met with a cold shoulder struck her heart with a sting, a feeling of betrayal. What unnerved her further was the genuine exhaustion seeping into his body and mind. She could have helped him out if she wasn't busy checking up on her successor. What happened behind my back? Were Yoruichi a little less restrained, she might have barraged both him and Nami with a flurry of questions. It can wait. Nami gave Yoruichi a silent nod, her form then igniting into a fiery dance before merging with his katana, leaving only the two of them in the intimate ambience of the hot springs. Yoruichi could keenly sense the presence of Kazuya's academy friends nearby, a fact that prickled at her nerves, intensifying the awkwardness of potentially being found in such a compromising position with him. He is like a brat. What's there to be afraid of? Shaking off her uncertainty, she chose to vigilantly remain by his side. Yet, with each passing moment and the gentle cadence of his breathing, it became evident he had slipped into a restful sleep. Moving him to a bed would be better. Years serving as the captain of the second squad had equipped Yoruichi with expertise in handling bodies. The task itself wasn't formidable, but the notion of walking through the naked gave her pause. Spotting a pair of towels conveniently near the entrance, she quickly draped one around herself. As she gently drew him out of the water, her eyes briefly lingered on his crotch. He's more man than boy, she murmured to herself, securing him in a towel before lifting him in her arms. He is freaking heavy. With footsteps as delicate as a cat, she navigated through the inn's hallways, her senses keenly attuned to any lurking ryatsu. But fate wasn't in her favor tonight. Momo unexpectedly switched directions as if she felt something off and headed towards her. Rather than trying to hide, Yoruichi just stood there and let Momo discover her. As their gazes interlocked, a myriad of emotions flitted across Momo's eyes, akin to the hues of a sunset sky. The bottle of milk she held was swiftly tossed aside as she rushed forward, driven by a whirlwind of worries. What happened to him? He is just sleeping, Yoruichi replied in a gentle voice, aiming to alleviate Momo's worries. Don't be worried. Understanding washed over Momo, followed quickly by curiosity. And you are? Another one of Kazuya-kun's girlfriends. Yoruichi simply nodded, unwilling to complicate her identity. He already had flings with dozens of women at the academy alone. One more to his list of conquest wouldn't hurt anybody. Yeah. That's a strange name. Momo raised a brow but didn't press Yoruichi further, focusing more on the matter at hand. Kazuya-kun's room is that way. Come. Chapter 115, Chapter 123, Entangled Affairs. Kazuya hadn't anticipated waking up sandwiched between Momo and Yoruichi after his impromptu decision to sleep at the hot spring inn. But here he was, flanked by the two women, as if he was the object of their desire. Yoruichi's knee rested possessively over his stomach, her arm draped intimately across his chest, creating an unmistakable impression of a lover's embrace. To add to his surprise, while he and Yoruichi were scantily clad in mere towels, Momo's loosely worn kimono added a hint of charm to her cuteness. What the hell did I do last night? Stay calm, partner. Neither Yoruichi nor Momo laid a hand on you. I was watching you the entire night. Arg, if only I had a camera to capture your cute faces. His major concern had been the inadvertent possibility of crossing a line with Momo in his drowsy state. Assured that no such event occurred, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, I guess. Heh. How are you feeling now? I feel spirited. Energetic. Almost free. I'm back. That's the spirit. You've a meeting with Anamama today. I hope she behaves, or I'll burn her to ashes. Not on my watch, partner. Dealing with Nami's craziness had bolstered his confidence. He hoped his encounter with Unohana wouldn't escalate into a skirmish. Given the capabilities of her Bankai and his Shurikai, they had the potential to sustain an eternal cycle of regeneration, a wet dream for Unohana, but a nightmare for him. Yoruichi shifted beside him, her eyes fluttering open. Momentarily disoriented, she gazed into his face, just inches away from hers. As her morning haze dissipated and last night's events replayed in her mind, a look of comprehension dawned. She let out a soft groan and gracefully sat up, stretching languidly even as her towel dropped to her lap. Good morning, Kazuya. Before you ask, I got you out of the bath and threw you here. His brows knitted in confusion. He gently shifted Momo so she wouldn't wake up. Why? What exactly did you do to me when I was sleeping? She smirked. Nothing, idiot. I convinced Momo that I was one of your girlfriends. Sleeping elsewhere would be suspicious, so I stayed with you. She nonchalantly gestured towards Momo. As for her, I believe you're already aware of her reasons. Yoruchi had anticipated at least a flicker of surprise from him regarding the girlfriend ruse. Yet, his expression remained utterly unfazed. He was still furious at her. What did I do? Is it related to yesterday? Yoruchi realized her anxiousness over a trivial matter. I can't let him drift away from me. We've to finish this mission. Together. On the topic of Momo, you crossed the line yesterday. Why did you lie to her? Yoruchi's eyes trembled at the question. I did good by motivating her to seek strength. Think about it. She adores you. The thought of you being hurt will get her pumped up. It became clear to him that Yoruchi wasn't toying with Momo frivolously. She had strategically utilized his duel with Soifan as a catalyst for Momo's growth. With the knowledge that both Kazuya and Toshiro were bound for early graduation, Yoruchi understood that Momo would need to stand her ground at the academy. Only by being strong will Momo be able to fend for herself. He shook his head. They aren't part of our plan. Why mess with their lives? Momo already had a bright future as a Kido genius. Currently, she hadn't learned much about Kido outside of theory since Kido training would be part of the second semester, where she'd get a chance to showcase her talent. To make them survive the world or what else? Yoruchi replied in a matter-of-course voice. Did you forget the purpose of this academy? They're here to become Shinigami. And Shinigami's main job is to purify hollows. They fight hollows. And she locked eyes with him, her gaze sharp and unyielding. What if she crosses paths with some Arankar like your companions? Her entire squad could be decimated. A few tears shed now to unlock her latent potential is a fair trade, in my opinion. He couldn't refute the logic behind her approach, however cunning it was. Boosting Momo's strength could indeed be advantageous, whether within the ranks of the Godai 13 or outside the Soul Society. You made Momo believe that I almost died, so she could fight this hypothetical hollow, he said with a baffled look on his face. Since when did you become so manipulative? Despite acting with the right intentions, she had made his relationship with Momo plenty awkward. He had to put her down a little or she'd be encouraged to create more chaotic situations in his life. Yoruchi stared at him unblinkingly. You of all people should know my principles. Manipulation isn't in my playbook. I acted in the best interest of that young girl. Nami's fiery figure materialized by his side as she pointed at Yoruchi. Face the consequences for your wrongdoings. Justice shall be delivered. Then she retreated into the katana. Is that so? What punishment do you have in mind? Yoruchi asked, amused. Say it. His lips slowly twisted in a grin, which was no less fiendish than an actual fiend. No milk and afternoon naps for a week. Her eyes widened in horror. No. The punishments left her devastated. It was impossible to live without milk and naps in her cat form, which made it an appropriate punishment for her crime. She could always sneak away from him to escape her punishments, but she knew better than to provoke him. He already had a bone to pick with her for some reason. Transforming seamlessly into her cat form, she leaped onto his lap, nestling her face against him. You can't do this, think about it again for me. His response was a firm no. She waved her paw, a pleading look in her eyes. Already please. A moment of awkward silence flowed as Yoruchi held her pose, her cat face immaculately hiding her cringe. 3 days. Yoruchi sighed. Acceptable. He affectionately skimmed his fingers under her chin, a gesture universally adored by cats. Where were you yesterday? Went to check up on Soifan. She seemed fine after destroying a dozen training dummies with her fists. You and I both know she isn't giving up, he whispered. She is coming for your ass. Yoruchi groaned. What did I do to deserve it? Despite treating Soifan like any other member of her squad, she'd unwittingly secured the undying adoration of her successor. Being beautiful is a sin. Don't you agree? With so many men chasing after me, I can't help but agree, she let out yet another sigh. What happened at the academy? Kazuya caught her up to the events in the academy. When he was done, he found Momo gazing at him while lying in the same position. Noticing his gaze, she smiled. Good morning, Kazuya-kun and Yoruchi-san, where did you-san go? While he was confused at her question, Yoruchi replied, she ran away when she saw me. She has a cat allergy, it seems. Ah, that is sad. Kazuya-kun, let's leave after breakfast. We have to. I'll drop you at the academy. I've an important business elsewhere. She revealed a gentle smile that was clearly meant to leave a good impression. I'll see you later. Chapter 116, Chapter 124, A Test. How did the rest go? I assume it went fine since you're here. With soft, gray eyes filled with unmistakable concern, Aizen's words made Kazuya's lips curl into an appreciative smile. Only Nami and Aizen had taken a moment to ask about his well-being. It amused him that even Momo, with her obsession, had overlooked such a detail. Aizen is peak waifu material. Yoink her. Begone my intrusive thoughts. Returning Aizen's gaze, he offered a soft smile. Yup. Is your captain ready to entertain a guest of my caliber? A soft snort escaped Aizen's lips, humor briefly lighting her eyes. She quickly composed herself, adopting a solemn demeanor fitting for her status in the 4th squad. I advise you to act with respect. Captain Unohana will sweat you like a fly if you don't. Though many Shinigami remained blissfully unaware, Aizen had dug up about the past of her captain. From her days as a nefarious criminal within the Soul Society to her instrumental role in the conflict against Yawatch, Unohana's abilities were eclipsed only by the captain commander himself among the Godai 13 ranks. She was the first Kenpachi, after all. Kazuya has potential to reach her level. Aizen found it puzzling why he'd elected to align himself with them, rather than with squads better suited to unlock his untapped potential. But any fleeting doubts about him harboring ulterior motives were quelled by his close association with Isshin Shiba. You know, Aizen, I can't decide if your captain is benevolent or scary. Rather than indulging in describing her captain, Aizen simply gestured to the door. Find it yourself. I suppose. They traversed the pristine hallways and ascended the staircases. Ordinary at first, but a definite change enveloped him as they scaled the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, where the captain's quarters were located. The ambient reishi thickened, its texture almost tangible to his senses. Aizen approached the door, her knuckles rapping against the solid wood. Captain, do you remember our conversation about the battle healer? He is here to meet you. A brief, tension-filled silence ensued. Then, an abrupt onslaught of Ryatsu overwhelmed him. He had experienced and slain the so-called God King of Hueco Mundo, yet this Ryatsu was a different beast altogether. It clawed into him, manifesting an illusion of knives impaling his heart in relentless succession, each thrust eviscerating chunks of his willpower. He unconsciously released his Ryatsu to counter Unohana's Ryatsu. The pressure ebbed away instantaneously. For all her battle prowess, Unohana couldn't overpower him when it came to spiritual energy. Just as abruptly, her intense Ryatsu receded, leaving a stillness in its wake. A voice, gentle velvety yet commanding, resonated, "Come inside." A pang of disappointment washed over him. A woman with such strength refused to lift her blade against anyone, even when the fate of the Soul Society hung at stake. He would have loved to witness a battle between Aizen and Unohana, without Aizen relying on his hypnosis. Alas, his wish would never come to reality. Aizen slowly slid open the door then bowed her head. Good morning, Captain. He took his time observing Retsu Unohana, the kind and gentle woman wearing her long black hair in a signature braid in front of her. He'd have mistaken her for a friendly, next-door healer Shinigami if not for his previous world's memories. Her dual nature was just that well concealed. He nodded his head in a gesture that seemed superficially courteous compared to Aizen's heartfelt bow. Good morning, Captain Unohana. Unohana's gaze was tranquil but penetrating as she observed him. It wasn't a response to his greeting but his voice. The pleasing timbre of his voice was oddly soothing and rich. Nanao wasn't over-exaggerating, she was underselling the enchanting lure in his voice. How is he doing this? She curiously probed his Ryatsu, and her eyes quivered momentarily. He was a monstrous ocean of spiritual power, the sole reason he shrugged off her Ryatsu as if it were a breeze, a feat hard for most captains these days. The reports about his spirit class ranking and the events of yesterday were absolutely correct. He was no mere student, he was a prodigy on par with Kenpachi Zaraki. Another prodigy born in Rakangai Ore. As her thoughts cascaded, an old scar on her collarbone tingled, her chest flooding with an almost forgotten exhilaration, the thrill and anticipation of a worthy battle. I'm not Yuichiro anymore. I'm Retsu Unohana, and I despise murder. Her strong conviction pushed back her dark, murderous urges. Closing her eyes, she revealed a gentle smile. Good morning, Aizen and Kazuya-kun. I've heard so much about you from my friends. Intrigued, he arched an eyebrow. Seriously? What did you hear? Nanao told me some unsavory details about your relationships, but let's forget about that. Your personal life has no relation to your duties as a Shinigami. She paused and opened her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering in them. I'm the captain of Squad 4, Retsu Unohana. Convince me that you'll be a worthy addition to my family. Then we'll discuss your dual association to the 10th squad. He certainly didn't expect Retsu to make such a demand. How? Throw me a hint. Retsu pulled back her sleeve and traced her finger along her wrist. A slender cut materialized following her finger, blood slowly seeping out. Show me the extent of your Kaido. Aizen's hands trembled. Captain, you could have asked me. It's fine, Aizen, Retsu gently said without breaking off eye contact with him. His lack of reaction to her move intrigued her. Most Shinigami would freak out at her display, but he remained stern. Come, before it heals on its own. Come. He will. Inside you. When your heart is still. He moved to sit before her and held his palms over her wound. A gentle green light covered his hands as the wound on Retsu's hands closed within moments. There, all unblemished. Don't go cutting yourself for small tests. It makes you look like a freak. Her smile barely faltered at his words. By Shinigami standards, you're the freak, for desiring to join two divisions. Aizen chuckled, then quickly covered her mouth. Ilgol brew some tea. No sooner had Aizen's silhouette vanished beyond the doorway than Retsu fluidly rose, drawing her katana from its sheath that hung on her shoulder with a string. The blade glinted coldly, resting ominously on his shoulder. Her eyes had lost all signs of its previous serenity and motherly gentleness, taking on a sharp, intense, and ruthless glint. Her smile turned into a subtle, sinister smirk that exuded confidence and danger. The woman before him wasn't the captain of the 4th squad but the first Kenpachi, the most fierce criminal to ever step foot in the Soul Society. Kazuya Ishihara, she whispered, her blade inching closer to his throat. Fighting Soifan to a draw on your first day in academy, seducing the staff of said academy, then overpowering Soifan, a master of Hakuda, with your bare hands. Tell me. Who are you and what do you want with Squad 4? What are you scheming? Chapter 117, Chapter 125, Edge of Conviction. The icy edge of Retsu's Zampakuto grazed Kazuya's skin, but he remained unmoved, meeting her penetrating gaze with unwavering calm. I am exactly who I say I am. The events you mentioned are merely reflections of my capabilities, not indications of any malicious intent. The air between them grew dense, thick enough to cut with a blade. Retsu slowly lowered herself onto one knee. As Yuichiro Unohana, she would have severed his vocal cords long before allowing such a discussion to proceed. But she had forsaken that past life, evolving into a woman committed to aiding others. Do you know why Soifan wanted to fight me? Because I was smiling to myself during the ceremony, he began, smiling as if the edge of a katana wasn't pressed against his skin. You, of all people, should understand her obstinacy. His voice, known for its power to sway others, dripped with sincerity. He understood that against someone of Retsu's caliber, the truth was his best weapon. Her grip on the hilt relaxed ever so slightly, a validation that he had chosen his strategy wisely. What is your goal behind joining the Gotei I-13? You. That singular word made her features crease in a puzzled frown. What? I desire you, Captain Unohana. I need you more than you could ever imagine. She was no stranger to flirtation, but Kazuya's audacity, to make advances on her under the looming guillotine of her Zampakuto, left her flabbergasted. She was, once again, reminded that she was dealing with the Shino Academy's notorious playboy. The thought of her being a non-existent threat in his eyes never crossed her mind, her faith in her combat prowess was like an unbreakable fortress. Explain or I'll get you alive. Take it easy, Captain, he whispered as he cleared his throat and gently gripped the edge of her Zampakuto. I want to be good in Kaido skills. So I can be as efficient and prepared as possible when I find a worthy opponent. Fighting to my heart's content without worrying about my physical limits, that's my plan. She could feel the passion and hunger in his voice, and it made her heart throb. However, she maintained control, not letting her dark impulses get the better of her. Your Kaido is already above average. I assume you desire my mentorship to further improve. Exactly. The true nature of healing. Not just the physical act, but the essence of it. The balance between life and death, and the boundaries that define them. He paused, his eyes becoming focused. If anyone understands my longing, it's you, Captain Unohana. Time seemed to freeze as Retsu absorbed his request. Then, with a slow grace, she retracted her blade, the bloodlust in her eyes receding. She sheathed her katana, once again wearing the smile associated with the benevolent captain of the Squad 4. Unfortunately, I can't take you under my wing. She genuinely wanted to see him succeed in experiencing his defining battle, but she couldn't aid him. Being around him provoked her instincts, which must not be allowed to surface. Kazuya's eyebrow arched in genuine surprise. A shame. I thought the first Kenpachi would understand my situation. That was a lifetime ago, she responded, her eyes momentarily clouding as if touching upon the fragments of a past life. I'm no longer that person. However, if you genuinely wish to improve, let Aizen be your mentor. She is amazing in both Kido and Kaido utilization. A smirk made its way to his face. I'll make you reconsider by surpassing Vice Captain Aizen. He'd show so much potential that she wouldn't be able to ignore him. The audacity of his confidence made her smile widen. The smile of a seasoned veteran taking delight in the enthusiasm of a novice. I wish you luck on your endeavor. Just then, the door slid open and Aizen shuffled in, setting a tray on the floor. She glanced around, a perplexed frown clouding her features. Is it just me or is the room somehow colder? Something was different in the room, but she couldn't put the change into words. Forget that. Aizen, Captain Unohana decreed that I'm to learn Kaido spells under you. Partner being the bottom, that's a new fetish. Aizen glanced questioningly at her captain, who nodded in confirmation. Welcome to Squad 4. I'll save the rest for when you graduate and officially join us. It won't take more than 2 weeks, he replied nonchalantly, lifting a cup of tea for a sip. For a porridge lover, you sure brew some good tea. Retsa giggled at Aizen's troubled expression. Aizen used to think she wouldn't grow if she kept eating porridge. That didn't work out, he said, the playfulness in his voice erasing any trace of the life-or-death confrontation that had just unfolded. I find tall women quite cool and captivating. Please, no teasing, Aizen murmured, a flush coloring her cheeks. As Kazuya left the barracks, Yoruchi landed in front of him. Let's go home. He had already relayed his departure plans to Momo, Toshiro, Rukia, and Renji. His last task was to visit his old friend Kaien. Using Garganta was risky, the 12th squad constantly monitored spatial anomalies in case of any invasion. Even the Soul Society wasn't safe from hollow attacks. Hopefully, Kaien isn't out on some mission. We can always persuade his wife to open the gate. True. Aizen had outlined the route to the 13th squad. Despite this, Kazuya found it hard to navigate the place. It was Yoruchi who eventually guided them, relying on her lingering memories of the place. Upon their arrival, he instantly spotted an unusual Shinigami duo, a petite young woman sporting a pixie cut of blonde hair, and a taller man with unruly curls and a short goatee. You big buffoon, Kaien told us to send this letter. We'll send this letter first then drink, the young woman argued, waving an envelope in the air. Are you a dumbass? We can do it after taking a sip. I said no. The tension between them crackled, fueled by a timeless debate over duty versus pleasure, and neither side was willing to budge an inch. You recognize them, don't you? Kaien's idiot subordinates. The girl is Aizen's sister. Approaching them, Kazuya laid his hands gently on their shoulders. Excuse me, could you direct me to Kaien? His soothing voice cut through their squabble like a hot knife through butter. The young woman examined him curiously before her gaze fell on Yoruchi. She waved at Yoruchi with a bright smile. You have a nice kitty. I'm Kaion Kotetsu. This meathead is Sentaro Katsubaki. Sentaro's brow twitched at her introduction. He playfully slapped Kaion's back. Dumbass. Hey. What was that? Kotetsu. Kazuya cut in, preventing them from having another fight. Are you related to Aizen by any chance? Kaion's eyes widened. She's my older sister. How do you know her? Friends. Now, can you take me to Kaien? Kaien smirked and placed her hands on her hips. Addressing vice captain with his first name and without proper honorifics. You two must be friends. Given their captain's chronic illness, Kaien pretty much managed the entirety of the 13th squad, even if his subordinates rarely vocalized their respect for him. Kaien was one of the central pillars of the 13th squad. You can say that. With a dramatic flick of her hand, Kaien pointed toward the door behind her. Kaien is taking a nap in the garden. Come with me. Chapter 118, Chapter 126, Fragment. Ahem, vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters, 1 chapter if we stay top 30 by the end of the week, 2 for top 20, and 3 for top 10. While en route to rendezvous with Kaien, Kazuya bumped into a tall, pale-looking man with flowing, white hair. Kazuya's pulse quickened, and a shudder of excitement charged through his veins. It wasn't because of the white-haired man's emaciated looks, but the secret hidden within him. The man carried an organ of the Soul King, and it messed with his mind. He controlled himself, suppressing any urges that might alert Yukitake. Kaien, Sentaro. Jushiro Yukitake greeted his subordinates with a leisurely gait, his friendly smile unwavering even as he faced Kazuya. And who graces us with their presence? He is. Kaien blinked, her eyes widening like saucers. Hey, you didn't give your name. You got way too distracted by my cat, Kazuya teased with a chuckle. Well, you can call me Kazuya, written as harmony, peace. The wind of peace that causes war. Yukitake placed a hand on his chin, his eyes taking on a keen glint. A long, unruly silver mane and a voice that leaves an unforgettable impression, Kaien's depiction of you was spot on. Yukitake knew Kaien more than almost everyone, maybe excluding his wife. Underneath the rowdy, blunt exterior lay a man of unparalleled honor and compassion. Thus, a friend of Kaien should, theoretically, have been an ally to Yukitake. However, as he took in Kazuya's charismatic grin, an ominous feeling tugged at the back of his mind. The silver-haired youth had more going for him than eyes could unveil. If Kazuya could peer into the depths of Yukitake's mind, he'd erupt into a gleeful laugh and commend Yukitake's perception. After all, he was a Vasto Lorde-Class, the embodiment of everything Goatee Eye 13 stood against. His lips curved into a subdued but telling smile. Kyan talked about me. How intriguing. We told him to stay quiet, but he paid no heed to our warning. How do we punish him? Do we resort to stealing his beloved wife away from him? Don't be mean to my friend. Having his and Ishin's support will help us in the long run. Aizen was a man who executed every strategy as flawlessly and precisely as possible. An alliance with the Shiba clan introduced countless variables for Aizen if he ever wanted to go after Kazuya. Besides, Aizen's current priority revolved around experimentation on Hollow. Of course, Yukitake said, chuckling softly. Your prodigious feats in the Shino Academy had every Shinigami whispering. Didn't expect you to scout our division. I thought you were eyeing a position in the 4th division. Yukitake's chronic illness didn't stop him from picking up the rumors from his squad. A prodigy. Kazuya. Sentaro raised a brow. I remember you. The rookie who went toe-to-toe with Captain Soifon. Kyon grinned cheekily. I get why Nei-san is friends with you. You want to join her squad? Kazuya nodded, a hint of impatience creeping onto his face. Yeah. The impatience didn't go past Yukitake's keen gaze. He placed a hand on Sentaro and Kyon's shoulder. Kyon gave you a task, right? Prioritize it. I'll entertain our guest. The pair immediately bowed their heads. Yes, Captain. Yukitake smiled at Kazuya. You must be here to meet Kyon. Follow me. Thanks. As Kazuya trailed a step behind Yukitake, he marveled at the expansive compound, a sprawling labyrinth of living quarters intermingled with training grounds that seemed to stretch out infinitely. The long stroll allowed him the time to have a discussion with his Zampakuto spirit. Yukitake Jushiro, the carrier of Mimihagi, the right hand of the Soul King, Nami spoke mysteriously. Partner, you already know the reason for your excitement. Soul King. Exactly. I believe we are fragments born of him, my working theory or headcanon, if you will. Nami didn't know more about their circumstances than him, but she had access to all of his memories, including all the random theories from way back. It allowed her to form conclusions that were hard to dispute, at least for him. It has to be true. How else can you explain my powers and connection to Hogyoku? Indeed. Do you want to devour Mimihagi and gain his unique power, stagnate, the power that denies growth and stops any event from happening against your will? It's not on the level of Almighty, but it's still beyond your average Bankai. Mimihagi's stagnate was capable of evading the future sight of Yawacha's Almighty. Capable of holding together the 3 realms once it attached itself to the Soul King's body. The thought of taking away that power was rather enticing, but it would compromise Yukitake's life and make allies like Yoruchi turn against him. To be evil and selfish is to walk the path of freedom, partner. The power of stagnate. Won't it affect our evolution? As much of a power boost it provided, he couldn't let his evolution stagnate, not before finding the mysteries that lay beyond Bankai and Vasto Lorde-Class. It might. Shall we save it for after our final form? At that point we can simply intimidate Yukitake into submission. He shook his head at her violent tendencies. She was more American than most Americans. Or we can cure his illness. We can most certainly try. His train of thought was interrupted as he spotted Miyako reclined against a tree, giving a lap pillow to Kyon. The husband and wife both blissfully dozed off in the peaceful garden, stirring an irresistible feeling to tease them. This couple really doesn't care about showing some discretion, Yukitake sighed, though the corners of his mouth betrayed his contentment. Kyon and Miyako, his top-seated officers, were his biggest pride in the 13th squad. The slight rustle of their approach disturbed the slumbering pair. Kyon's eyes flickered open, his expression hardening into a frown. Captain, and Kazuya. Why are you here? Kyon's confusion was reasonable. He had told Kyon to steer clear of him, yet here he was, appearing unannounced in the heart of Kyon's division. Taking the opportunity to tease Kyon, Kazuya spread his arms wide, and with a melodious giggle, sprinted toward him. Kyon darling, did you miss me? Kyon's whole body seemed to quiver, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his Zampakuto as if faced with a threat far more dire than even a Vasto Lord. Back off, you freak. Don't come any closer. You wound my heart with your words, Kazuya declared theatrically, his eyes shimmering like shards of crystal as he feigned an agonized expression. Miyako Nei-san, my pure heart has been shattered to pieces. Your husband is so heartless. Miyako couldn't hold back any longer, she erupted into giggles, her laughter infectious. I can't help it. Kyon only has room for me in his heart, I'm afraid. Yukitake grinned at the drama. Things would be different if Kaien wasn't so entwined with Miyako. Yes, Miyako said with a heavy nod. I can't compete with Kazuya's voice. It's irrefutably seductive. With everyone taking turns teasing him, Kaien couldn't help but make an exaggerated expression of despair. Kazuya, what is your business with me? My friend, I'm here for a favor. The same as last time. Kaien assumed a serious expression. Again. All right, come with me. Captain, Miyako, I'll see you both later. Have fun out there, Miyako teased, waving her hand at Yoruchi, who sat upon his shoulders. Cutie cat, take care of these idiots for me. Yoruchi nodded her head lazily, much to Yukate's surprise. Kaien and Kazuya left the 13th squad together and ventured outside the Siriitii before they stepped through the Senkamen. Personal use of the Senkamen like this was absolutely forbidden, even for vice-captains, yet Kaien broke the rule twice. As a man with a loving wife, he understood Kazuya's plight. As they arrived in Karakura town, Kaien turned to him. Before you go, one brief question, are you set on the 4th division? I'm also joining the 10th division. Can't make Uncle Shiba unhappy. Kaien narrowed his eyes. 2 squads. I doubt Captain Unohana, he froze mid-sentence, noticing a knowing grin on Kazuya's face. You already convinced her. I was with Captain Unohana before coming to you. She has no problem with me joining both divisions. To make that scary woman share her healer with another squad, I have no choice but to applaud your way with women. You're the greatest seducer I've ever met. Clearing his throat, Kazuya corrected, I haven't seduced her, yet. Kaien shook his head in exaggeration. Don't end up dying at her hands. Your mission is more important. As a vice-captain, he was privy to information most wouldn't know, including Captain Unohana's blood-stained past. I know, friend. I know. Chapter 119, Chapter 127, Hikikomori. I didn't expect the FIC to reach number 13. Keep it up and we might even breach the top 10. Bonus chapters will be published on the weekend. That fool Kaien doesn't know about your fetish. Partner likes to stick his dick in the crazy. That will explain my attraction to you. Fufu. I'm born to take care of my partner. Born to be irresistible to you. Yukatake hasn't changed a bit, Yoruchi whispered after they parted ways with Kaien, bringing up her former Godei 13 comrade. If I had to bet my life on one person to believe Aizen's true nature, it would be Captain Yukatake. Kazuya gently tugged at her whiskers. How much do you know about his disease? How did you know that? Never mind, I keep forgetting about your past. Her eyes flashed as she slapped his intrusive hand away, her claw tips slightly grazing his skin. Captain Yukatake has been suffering from a lung disease from a very young age. That's all I know. Heh. Your smirk implies you know more than me. His contemptuous nature sometimes got under her skin so much that she almost couldn't resist unleashing her special claw attack on his face. I do know more than you. However, I can't share it. It's considered forbidden knowledge. As the words left his mouth, he could almost hear Kasuke's chiding voice in the back of his mind. The forbidden knowledge wasn't much of a secret among the top brass of the great noble clans. Had Yoruchi indulged her curiosity in her family archives, this conversation would be redundant. Nami, should we infiltrate Chihoin's library? It might have some useful info. Agreed. You can also slap your meat stick against her trap little brother. In the wise words of Izanami no Makoto, when you get rejected by her sister, you either seduce her mother or a femboy brother. His body recoiled subtly, a visible cringe transforming his expression. Stop right there, you perv. Heed my wisdom for a heavenly pleasure, or oppose me and suffer in measure. Yoruchi poked his face with her claw. Forbidden knowledge? Is that secret much more than our relationship? Cats were curious creatures, and Yoruchi was a cat through and through, albeit laced with a mature, observant side to her as well. Maybe try seducing me in your other form. This voice isn't working, Yoruchi. With an audacious click of her tongue, she cleared her throat loudly. How about now? Is this voice better? His eyes widened a smidgen. She spoke to him in a voice identical to her human form, a symphony compared to her grating old man voice. She smugly narrowed her eyes at his surprise. I can switch into a cat. What made you believe I can't change my voice? He shrugged. All hail our flash goddess and her mysterious spells. That's right, mortal. Worship me. Mwahaha. One meaningful praise was enough to distract her curiosity away from the forbidden knowledge. That's a cat for you. Inside a dimly lit living room where shadows danced in the corners, the flickering black and white hues from a vintage CRT television illuminated the space intermittently. Mila Rose was sprawled luxuriously across a plush couch, her long legs nonchalantly resting on Apache's lap. Apache would have erupted in anger if she actually paid attention to Mila Rose's presumptuous posture. Fortunately, both of them existed in harmony and peace, owing to their interest in the thrilling drama playing on the monochromatic screen. Just then, ding-dong. Ding-dong. The insistent ringing of the doorbell punctured the serene ambience. Apache's eyes narrowed into slits. Harabelle won't be back till late afternoon. Sung-sun had gone off to spend time with Lisa, and would return after sunset. Could it be him? Her heart fluttered like a butterfly. The mere possibility of a reunion sent her excitement through the roof. Months of messages through the hell butterfly only cured her loneliness so much. She ached for the physical touch of her lover. A nudge against her chin, however, snapped her back to reality. Get the door already, Mila Rose lazily commanded as she prodded Apache with her toe. Apache, are you there? Apache's grip tightened around Mila Rose's ankle, her eyes smoldering with fury. Sung-sun was right about you. You're utterly hopeless, even for the standards of lioness. A lioness hunts for her pride, you fucking sit in front of television all day. There's a term for people like you in Japan, hikikomori. Apache swept Mila Rose's legs off her lap and darted towards the door. Her heartbeat rose in a frantic rhythm as she could already smell his unforgettable scent on the other side. With an almost reckless urgency, she flung the door open, nearly yanking the wooden piece with her brute strength. Kazuya. Joy radiated from her, a smile so bright it could rival the sun. But that light dimmed dramatically as her eyes landed on the stunning woman clinging to him, her demonic horns and the subtle ryatsu around her revealing her race. A stabbing pang of envy cut through her as she registered the woman's ryatsu. You're a Vasto Lord. A tsunami of emotions engulfed her, the realization crashing down that yet another woman in his life had achieved what she so desperately yearned for. It's nice to finally meet you, Emilo Apache, the Vasto Lord said with a charming smile. You're cuter than my husband's descriptions. The word husband plummeted through Apache like a bullet, darkening her expression. How did you marry a hollow in the soul society? Yoruchi, unperturbed by the familial drama unfolding, nimbly navigated between Apache's legs and slipped into the mansion. Kazuya cleared his throat, the weight of the unfolding drama dawning on him. He had underestimated the extent of Apache's jealousy. Teasing her any further with Nami's presence would be nothing short of cruel. He freed himself from Nami's grasp and drew Apache into his arms. Silly Apache, don't you find any similarity in our ryatsu? She is my Zampakuto spirit. A veil of confusion clouded Apache's eyes for a moment, her pupils dilating and contracting as she processed the information. I thought your Zampakuto spirit was a bird or something. Evolution, baby. Nami laughed and held Apache's hand. Something you're most terrible at. Apache's eyes widened just in time to see Nami dissolve into a ray of dark red flames, curling and unfurling as they shot into the hilt of Kazuya's katana. He rubbed Apache's back. It's fine. I'll not leave this time before you're a Vasto Lord. He had exactly 1 week. And with Apache teetering on the brink of transformation, he was confident in his ability to tip the scales. Hearing his promise, her grip tightened on his hand, the words, thank you, spoken so softly they were almost lost in the wind. Leading her into the living room, he found Mila Rose slouched on the couch. Her unkempt hair covered most of her face, her bra and panties attire laying bare the chaos that had been her life during his absence. Absorbed in her own world, she seemed impervious to his arrival. The cheerful lioness became a shut-in. What the actual fuck, partner? I'm more surprised than you. Stretching his arm out, he gave Mila Rose's cheeks a playful pinch. Rose. Her hand slapped his away almost instantaneously. It took her a moment to register his presence. When she did, her eyes flared open and a smile illuminated her face. You're back after 3 months. Busy pounding Shinigami women, right? Yoruchi's laughter erupted with unrestrained delight. Kazuya had indeed bedded more than a dozen women. She could have stopped his debauchery, but he was seducing them with the intent to awaken his Zampakuto spirit. It was a necessary evil to their mission's success, as he wouldn't progress far in the Godai 13 without a Zampakuto. Well, unless he joined the 11th Division, where raw prowess mattered more than their Zampakuto evolution. A lot of shit happened, he said with a shrug. By the way, I don't sense Harabelle and Sung-sun around. Sung-sun went to Lisa's home. Harabelle, Apache paused, hesitating. She is at her job. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Job? Since when? The atmosphere suddenly shifted, everyone sensing an eruption of ryatsu in the middle of the town. What the hell? More than a dozen hollows. He frowned at the numerous presences that suddenly showed up. With the upcoming test in the Karakura town, he had every reason to believe it was orchestrated by Aizen. Apache, I know you want to eat them, but not this time. Can you stay here? Apache groaned. If Mila Rose stays here with me. Mila Rose shrugged, flicking the TV remote to turn off the screen. I've no interest in stomping low-level freaks. Skull and Yoruchi can go. Thanks for understanding, you two. Yoruchi, with me. Just a side note, there is a reason Mila Rose went down this route. It's deeply tied to her relationship with Kazuya and her identity as a hollow. Chapter 120, Chapter 128, A Strange Invasion. Kazuya arrived on the scene, wearing a stylish fedora that shaded his features. The hat was more than a fashion choice, it was a discreet measure against any prying Shinigami who might recognize him. As an added measure, he had Yoruchi stealthily hopping from roof to roof instead of walking by his side. Yoruchi was a valuable companion, but her presence could give away his identity. A stirring surprise greeted him. Tear Haribel was already present, her arms tenderly encircling a young girl. The trembling girl was a plus, the spirit of a deceased person. The hollows present around the streets would have eaten the plus without the duo of Quincy toying with the hollows. Izumi and a middle-aged man, whom Kazuya recognized as Soken, were systematically maiming them with reishi arrows. When any hollow dared to advance, Soken's limbs became blurs, executing punches and kicks with unequivocal accuracy. He was utterly decisive, holding off the almost 30 hollows without killing a single. The combat disparity between Izumi and Soken wasn't just about their ryatsu. Soken was far more experienced and versed with Quincy techniques. He is at his peak right now. By the way, partner, your mommy is looking mighty fine in that outfit. His eyes swiveled toward Haribel, who had traded her regal attire for a more casual one, a white cropped jacket layered stylishly over a midnight black top, her white trousers completing the monochromatic theme. She was confidently showing off her well-sculpted abs. Lisa and Sung-sun are here. The odd pair of friends arrived, taking on an observant role in the battle. Kisuke, too, observed from a secure distance, his fen veiling whatever thoughts occupied his mind. The only missing piece was the reason for these hollows gathering. He couldn't sense anyone from Aizen's faction lurking around. They could be observing through some device. He refused to believe the group of hollows invaded the Karakura town on a whim. Low-level hollows only formed organized groups under an Ajucha's order, but there were no Ajuchas here. This might be done to provoke a response from Vizard or Kisuke. We don't need to act rashly. His eyes widened. Nami's cautious response had the same energy as a wolf feeding a sheep instead of devouring it, an impossible feat. I'm merely prioritizing your survival. We aren't evolved enough to crush Aizen. Until we do, we'll hide and play coward. Something was wrong with Nami, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Izumi, meanwhile, had fully recovered from her leg injury, allowing her to use blood techniques for both offense and defense. Despite so much firepower, they held back and merely stopped the hollows from killing others. Within 10 minutes, a small squad of Shinigami showed up in response to Hollow's invasion. Choosing his moment, Kazuya swiftly led Haribel and the girl into a narrow alley adjacent to the chaos. The girl punched his leg. Bad guy. SHHHH. Haribel's fingers pressed gently yet firmly against the young girl's lips, hushing her cries before they could reverberate in a place brimming with spiritual beings. She then turned to Kazuya, her eyes softening into a warm smile. You're back. Like an hour ago. This kid is. I have a name, you know. It's Ikawa Hino, the girl retorted, her eyes wide and flickering with youthful defiance. Who are you? They call me Hikaru Genji. Haribel's fingers rested gently on Ikawa's slender shoulders. I found her haunting children at my school. She fled to this area when I confronted her. I stuck around in case Izumi needed help. She had seen many souls like Ikawa throughout Naruki City and Karakura Town. They either became food for hollows or evolve into hollow themselves after a long time. She didn't wish for either to happen to the young girl. Kazuya rubbed his chin. I can purify her and send her to the Soul Society. The concept of Rakangai grated against him. It was nothing more than a bleak and aimless afterlife, but it was undoubtedly a better alternative to a young soul becoming a hollow. Babysitting was never on his list of preferred activities, after all. I'm not going anywhere. Ikawa's voice cracked with childish defiance. I'll stay at the school. Papa will, he will come to pick me up. Haribel glanced down, a soft melancholy fogging her eyes. Kazuya, can we take her home? The question was tinged with maternal concern. Haribel was prepared to bear the emotional labor of helping Ikawa come to terms with her current state. It was a difficult conversation to have, especially with someone so young. He knelt and held Ikawa's shoulders. Do you remember your home address? She averted her eyes, her cheeks blossoming into a shade of red. I forgot. But Papa knows, he always picks me up after school. Kazuya crafted his next words carefully. What if I leave a letter at your school, asking your papa to pick you up from our place? You. She stepped back and pointed at him. You want to kidnap me? A pause stretched through the air, only to be broken by stifled laughter. Ufufu, husband came back and decided to indulge in an unripe fruit. He knows how to make things interesting. He is a trouble magnet. A group of hollows invade our town the day he returns. Coincidence? I think not. Sung-sun and Lisa tried to tease him in their own ways, but they hardly made a dent on his composure. Lisa's former identity gave him a better idea to deal with Aikawa without risking Harabel getting attached to Aikawa in any sense. "Tear, can you leave Aikawa to me?" She hesitated for a split second before nodding. "You've just returned, and I. Don't worry. Think of it as my first trial as a Shinigami. Aikawa, you're coming to our home. It's a mansion this big." He spread his hands wide, smiling sweetly to persuade the young girl. "It also has a pool." Aikawa's eyes sparkled, her previous hesitations all but forgotten. "Whoa. Yeah. Nice. Lisa, I might need your help." Lisa's brows knitted together, caught off guard by his request. She had long distanced herself from any Shinigami duty, and suddenly being asked to assist in purification felt like stepping back into the world she left behind. Still, she nodded, albeit reluctantly. "Lisa-senpai will help her Kohai." He grinned, the corners of his eyes crinkling. "Well, considering our respective ages, you wouldn't be my senpai but my great-granny." Lisa let out a broken laugh. "I'll fucking kill you." Sung-sun cupped her. "Oh no. My friend wants to kill my husband and make me a widow. What should I do?" "Simple. You kill your friend." "You, Quincy, are you behind summoning the hollows?" Izumi's eyes were clouded with the exhaustions of relentless battle. Her muscles ached, her spirit felt like it had been wrung out. So when the leader of the Shinigami squad accused her without a shred of evidence, something inside her snapped. "Why yes. I was feeling lonely. So, I invited these hollows to dine with me. You can detain me for colluding with the residents of Hueco Mundo." She raised her hand, gesturing to the Shinigami to handcuff her. "Go ahead and arrest me." Every Shinigami stifled a laugh except for their frowning squad leader. "You're crazy." Soken, who stood beside Izumi, shook his head. "Please forgive her words. We're as baffled by the sudden hollow activity as you are." The Shinigami leader glared at Izumi. "Fine. I'll overlook this, just this once, given your efforts. All right, men. We are retreating." As the Shinigami stepped into the Senkaman and Izumi left in a huff, Soken let out a sigh. The hollow bait wasn't this effective. What caused this? Chapter 121, Chapter 129, The Calm Before the Storm. A/N, forgot to add Harabel's new outfit in the last chapter. Check the paragraph comment. As the door creaked open with a note of foreboding, Mila Rose found herself staring at Kazuya. Gosh, he brought a new girl home. Apache shrugged her shoulders. She's not a woman, you dimwit. I see them all the time outside. Oh right, you never go outside. She pointed a finger at Mila Rose and erupted into laughter. The biting scorn rattled Mila Rose to her core, causing her teeth to grind in suppressed fury. With a roar of pent-up frustration, she jumped off the couch and dashed up the stairs, vanishing into the sanctuary of her room like a wounded animal. There she goes. Kazuya shook his head. Geez, Mila Rose was already feeling depressed. You kicked her mood all the way down to the abyss. It's not right. Sung-sun nodded her head in somber agreement. That was truly mean, Apache. Husband, why don't you spend some time with Rose later? His absence had an undeniable effect on Mila Rose's psyche, despite what the lioness claimed. A sprinkle of his affectionate teasing would certainly uplift Mila Rose's mood. Mimicking Lisa, Aikawa looked at Apache with pure disdain in her eyes. Evil One-chan. Bullying is bad. Harabel flicked Aikawa's forehead. You aren't innocent either. Remember what you did to children at the school. Ugh. She averted her gaze. I was bored of waiting. He chuckled at their banter and gestured to Apache to leave with Aikawa. She didn't resist and dragged the mischievous little girl to her room. Once everything was set, he invited everyone to take a seat. Tear, let's talk about your job. I take it you work at a school. In what capacity? With her arms elegantly crossed and a hint of a smile gracing her lips, Tear Harabel revealed, a teacher at an elementary school. Spending time with kids and nurturing them, she landed her dream job while he was banging his teachers and senior students to find a solution for his Zampakuto's problem. Just the thought of Harabel fulfilling her desires made him smile. That's wild. How did you do it without an education degree? Harabel didn't even have a proper identity, much less the qualifications to be a teacher. He was curious if she lied or intimidated her way into her dream job. She cast a knowing, sidelong glance at Sung-sun, who theatrically puffed out her chest in pride. I couldn't have done it without you or Sung-sun. She's friends with Izumi, which helped me get in. One-chan helped out Tear. I guess I'll thank her later. You absolutely must meet her, Lisa interjected, her voice laced with a rare sternness. Between her madman training and her obsession with Quincy, she is abusing her body. Izumi's remarkable prowess today was the byproduct of an unyielding training regime. He hadn't anticipated that her escapism would manifest through rigorous training rather than enacting her Quincy revival master plan, repopulating the Quincy race. Wani-chan is still far from her 30s. She can endure these hardships. Irritated, Lisa thumped her thigh. I can't help but worry, damn it. She's shining so brightly with passion that I fear she'll burn out, you know, like a firefly. With her obsession regarding literature, especially erotic ones, one wouldn't take her for the sentimental type. She had become so attached to Izumi and her service that it had completely changed her priorities. Nothing like this would have happened had he stayed away from Karakura town. That is just the beginning, for we are the storm that will sweep away every atom of the canon timeline. The light of a firefly is all the more beautiful because it is destined to fade, he whispered with a playful smile. Maybe her brilliant light is what the Quincy race needs to rise again. What use is the brilliant light if it leaves a shadow of sorrow in its wake? Haribel questioned with a calm face. Sacrificing yourself for a cause is noble, it's also sad. Her gaze turned distant, as if she were grappling with the weighty philosophical implications concealed within her own statement. After all, she embodied the aspect of sacrifice, yet wished to never see any sacrifice. With a melodramatic sigh, Lisa threw her head back. Fuck, don't get me started on the Quincy shit. I fucking hate her. Quincy needs to repopulate the world again, mindset. Does she not know she can't do it alone? It was surreal to hear Lisa venting and cursing her employer, Izumi, while wearing a maid dress. A certain demographic will kill to date this Lisa. He wholeheartedly agreed with Nami while feeling happy that he wasn't a part of that demographic. Enough, Lisa, Sung-sun interjected, her voice icy with restrained emotion. My husband returned after so long. This should be a day of jubilance for us all. Instead, Rose is depressed, Apache is steeped in melancholy, and here you are, bitching about your employer. What the fuck, friend? Lisa's eyes widened, as if struck by a bolt of realization. Sorry, she murmured, bowing her head slightly. I got swept by my emotions. He revealed a smile at the exchange. Don't be like that, Sung-sun. You know how much I cherish Izumi. I'd be mad if anyone hid her status from me. Lisa returned his smile with a sly grin. Yeah, Kohai. It's up to you to fix Izumi. How about we make a deal? You take care of my employer and I'll deal with the child you brought. I promise the kid will pass on to the Soul Society with zero regrets. Deal. She scammed herself. Silly pervert. Haribel looked intrigued with their arrangement. Unlike Kazuya, Lisa was a Shinigami with decades of experience. She could rest assured that Aikawa would get her proper send-off to the afterlife. By the way, I want you all to meet Izanami. At his beckoning, his Zampakuto spirit materialized before them, capturing their attention as though she were a rare, enchanting creature. Far from shrinking under their gazes, Nami puffed out her chest and smirked. Ah, partner. You have a nasty kink of showing off your soulmate like a commodity. You are a commodity, my sword. Ah, can't I just be your trusty kitchen knife instead? That way I can justify a massacre in the name of thinning out my competition. Hell no. Lisa adjusted her glasses with an imperceptible smirk. The chances of a man having a female Zampakuto spirit is quite slim. You willed her into existence with your sheer lust. Sung-sun couldn't help but giggle. That's my adorable husband for you. Nami licked her lips deviantly. Partner is a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will. And fuck him I will. Sung-sun turned to Haribel. Any words for your favorite egg? Haribel crossed her arms with a complicated look. She had nurtured Nami's egg as if it were her own flesh and blood. Now, witnessing Nami as a full-grown Zampakuto spirit made her recall all the fond memories of Hueco Mundo. Welcome to family, Izanami. Nami smiled at the warm welcome. You can call me Nami. Thank you for protecting me during my most fragile phase, Mama Haribel. Suddenly, Apache dashed down the stairs, her Ryatsu leaking through her jigai. Mila Rose and Surachi, they disappeared. Chapter 122, Chapter 130 to 131, The Hunt. Here's the bonus Chapter 1 promised. Surachi cast her eyes over the desolate expanse of Hueco Mundo, a landscape so barren it mirrored the ghost towns of her memories. Time had left no marks here, and the void around her offered no reason to return here. She turned her gaze to her companion, Francesca Mila Rose, who was passionately assaulting a mountain with fierce slashes of her sword, the woman responsible for dragging her back into this abyss. Francesca, this isn't right. We have to go back. With a fierce swing, Mila Rose cleaved a boulder in half and buried the blade of her Zampakuto into the ashen earth. No, let me enjoy freedom. Why? What happened? Did Kazuya say something? Him? No. He'd never. Mila Rose shook her head. Forget about it. We're in Hueco Mundo. Let's go kill some fucking hollows. Surachi shrugged nonchalantly. Don't expect my assistance when leader drags your ass back to the living world. Given Kazuya's protective disposition, she knew he'd come in search of Mila Rose sooner than later, and punishment was not beyond the realm of possibility. I fucking hope he spanks you for your childishness. Mila Rose chuckled darkly. Let him come. I'll whoop his ass. Yeah, friend. Good luck fighting the king of Arankars. No, he is just a prince. I'll be the queen of hollows, she roared at the top of her lungs and raised her sword, as if challenging the gods residing beyond the veil of darkness. I'll kill that bitch sitting upon the throne and claim it for myself. I'll be the empress of this land. Her declaration reverberated across the desolate plains. Rolling her eyes, Sirachi couldn't help but massage her temples. For the love of, don't you remember our leader's warning about the hollow hunter? Mila Rose tightened her grip on her sword and smirked. I'm not scared. They are. A clamorous laughter erupted through the air, interrupting their banter. Emerging on a distant cliff was a hollow, his presence so imposing it couldn't be ignored. Did you hear that, Brother Grimmjow? This woman wants to be the queen of Hueco Mundo. This hollow, humanoid yet bestial, possessed a bull-like visage, complete with a gaping hollow hole in his abdomen. His long blonde mane flowed behind him, and his large, armored shoulders and menacing horns only added to his fearsome appearance. A second hollow materialized beside the first, skeletal in his lanky physique. He wore a mask akin to the medieval knights, complete with a lengthy claw tail extending from the back of his head. The commoner's dream is a castle in the air, while a true king will raise his kingdom from nothing but a stone. Another Ajuchas made his way to join the duo, a sandworm behemoth sporting a crested head reminiscent of a hammerhead shark. We all know Grimmjow is the true king. His ascension is just a matter of time. That wasn't all as two more hollows materialized. The first boasted a crown of fiery red hair, a robust torso, and pauldrons that extended above his shoulders in the shape of wings. His lower body was swathed in a thick coat of fur. The second was an imposing Jillian, towering above all, his mask and Ryatsu betraying his Ajucha's status despite his appearance. Together, they emanated an overpowering Ryatsu that could single-handedly crush a Jillian. That is, until their leader emerged, stepping out onto the cliff's edge. A white panther, his eyes aglow with an ethereal blue light, stared down Mila Rose. His spiritual pressure was nearly on par with Apache in her base form. He was one step away from achieving the Vasto Lord level that Apache craved. What are you? Grimmjow asked, or rather demanded, to know the nature of Mila Rose's existence. You're clearly an Ajuchas, but why do you look like that? Your presence is like that Shinigami I devoured years ago. It's repulsive. Grimmjow was a tad confused. He had never seen an Arankar or ever heard about them. His group shared his ignorance. We are Arankars, Mila Rose explained patiently. A suitable evolution for us animals. It's more exciting to tear into flesh with my claws in this form. Arankars. Grimmjow narrowed his eyes. A suitable evolution, eh? You're inferior to a Vasto Lord in power. How is that even an evolution? An evolution that granted no boost in strength was no evolution in Grimmjow's eyes. His sole desire was to evolve into a Vasto Lord and obtain the strength to destroy everything in his path. Irritation flickered across Mila Rose's face. Inferior evolution, you say? She brandished her sword, leveling its tip at Grimmjow. Come, fight me then. A lioness challenged to a panther. Let's find out which one of us is the apex predator. She didn't underestimate Grimmjow. Rather, she could discern the seething power coiled within his lithe frame. He was a dangerous foe, which made the prospect of facing him all the more exhilarating. Life in the living world might have dulled her claws, and he was the ideal opponent to sharpen them. Ha 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 ha. Edward Leoness, the red-haired Ajuchas, burst into uproarious laughter, clutching his abdomen. Oh my fucking lord. I gotta give it to her. She is stupid but she got balls, unlike that green-haired wench. The bull-like Ajuchas, Yilford Grands, chuckled. What's up with the ladies of Hueco Mundo? It's like each is more stupid than the last. Is this a disease? Shalong Kofang, the hollow with the mask of a medieval knight, shook his head gravely. At least we now have proof that the female hollows are not only weaker but less intellectually endowed than their male counterparts. Mila Rose's jaw tightened. Clenching her sword, she bent her body. Before she could charge, Sirachi held her hand and restrained her. Did you just mention a green-haired woman? By any chance did she resemble a horse? It clearly concerned her to hear Nelliel being mentioned by a gang of ravenous Ajuchas. She had encountered Nelliel when she ventured to the living world with her cute hollow companions. Choosing to serve Kazuya for a greater cause rather than personal attachment, Nelliel shared Haribel's lofty ambitions for Hueco Mundo and had thus earned universal respect among the members of El Inverso. Sirachi's inquiry doused Mila Rose's rising fury. That can't be Nelliel. She won't run away from this trash. Oh, you know that centaur. Grimjow asked as he jumped down the cliff, his tail flicking behind him. She tucked her tail between her legs and ran away from us. That coward lacked the guts to face me. His appetite for carnage had been momentarily dulled by missing out on what could have been a delectable meal in Nelliel. But now, standing before these formidable ajuchas, that disappointment evaporated. He was itching to dismantle them, consume their essence, and hopefully go through a Vasto Lord transformation. She is safe then. That's a relief, Sirachi exhaled loudly and smirked. Her long tail floated skywards as the pink blade at its tip gleamed with a dangerous light. You're lucky that Nelliel didn't fight you. My liege would have destroyed you if anything happened to Nelliel. Forget Kazuya. Harabel would have thrashed these mobs. Mila Rose had no respect for Grimjow or any of his companions. Grimjow snarled, his fangs bared as a display of excitement. You serve someone. This Harabel or this liege is more powerful than you both. The notion sent surges of adrenaline coursing through him. The person they mentioned could be a Vasto Lord, a being Grimjow was craving to battle for a long time. Where is he? Mila Rose flashed a predatory grin. Never mind him. You'll be fighting me. With a burst of speed, she lunged at Grimjow, brandishing her sword. An enormous shadow cascaded over her as the massive bull ajuchas landed in her path, shaking the very ground they stood on. Yilford Granz's crimson eyes shimmered malevolently, laden with unspoken contempt as he towered over Mila Rose. Brother Grimjow doesn't have time for women. I'll kill you and offer your soul to brother. He will evolve today. Mila Rose smacked her lips. Grimjow is your name. All right, Grimjow. The evolution you called inferior, behold its awe-inspiring power. As her words fell, a massive surge of pale golden aura blasted from her. Grimjow held his ground. However, Yilford was hurling dozens of meters away from her. However, even he was not immune to surprise. Mila Rose's Ryatsu had almost doubled, touching upon the realms of a Vasto Lord. Mila Rose forced him to understand the true potential of an Arrancar. She flicked her golden mane back and smirked. Come, Bullman. I'll give you the smacking your parents should have given you. Yilford's hulking form quivered under the suffocating weight of Mila Rose's Resurrection-infused Ryatsu. Cursed. I'm going to end you. Grimjow growled at Yilford. You'll lose. I don't care. Yilford roared with impassioned resolve. Brother Grimjow, I won't lose. Closing his eyes, Grimjow muttered an indifferent acknowledgement. Do whatever the fuck you want. Yilford bent his body forward and clawed the ground, preparing to charge like those bulls Mila Rose had seen in cartoons. A yellow Ryatsu surrounded him as his already colossal form burgeoned further. My horns will impale anything. Roaring, he catapulted forward like a juggernaut clad in raw fury. Mila Rose, the embodiment of untamed ferocity, let her sword plummet to the ground. Leaning forward, she charged at him. No sonido. No weapon. Only raw speed born from her muscles. The ensuing collision was cataclysmic, the hollow and Arrancar crashing into each other with the force of titans. Their impact birthed a seismic shockwave, churning the very sands into swirling tempests. When the sandy haze cleared, Mila Rose stood victorious, her golden mane dancing in the wind, embodying her Zampakuto's name, Golden Lion General. Yilford lay on the ground, his armor shattered and his once imposing mask now fractured alongside his horns. Blood dripped from his head, lending his hair an eerie hue. As he feebly attempted to rise, it became evident, his Ryatsu was leaking through the wounds, he had no way of surviving. Damn you, to the abyss, he rasped. Fuck. I should've listened. A wide smirk made its way to Mila Rose's face. We'll skull like this. Her first thought wasn't of finishing off her foe, but of sharing her hunt with Kazuya. She unconsciously realized the last shard missing from her life, the void that television and games could hardly fill, was the elation of hunting and sharing her prey with Kazuya. Wait, why would I, for a surprise gift? Yeah, a gift. It all makes sense. She chalked her strange thoughts to something else entirely and focused on the dying Yilford. A pity your Ryatsu couldn't keep up with me, or the outcome could have been different. Tell me your name. I'm gonna put your name in my hall of memories. Yilford. Yilford. Granz. His companions converged upon Yilford's fading form, each gasp of breath reminding them of the camaraderie shared for decades, perhaps even a century. The sight of their fallen friend stoked the inferno of their rage. Even Xiaolong, the calmest among them, couldn't suppress a venomous glare aimed squarely at Mila Rose. Sirachi rushed to Mila Rose's side and passed Mila Rose's sword back to her. Her purple eyes scanned the four ajuchas who seemed eager to rip Mila Rose to shreds. Francesca, pick your two. Hee. I want the mask and that red-haired guy. Deal. Edward Leoness' fists tightened, raw fury seething in his eyes. He couldn't fault the women for dismissing their strength, especially after Mila Rose decimated Yilfort, the second strongest of their group. Still, he lunged towards Surachi, outstretching his bare hand. You. A vivid burst of pink light illuminated the air, just as Surachi's tail blade, pulsating with a life of its own, sliced through Edward's wrist with the effortless grace of a knife gliding through softened butter. A geyser of blood erupted in its wake, splattering in dark contrast against the white sand. Edward's severed hand plummeted to the ground. Ah. Mother, I'll kill you, Edward roared, his voice a mixture of agony and fury. Suppressing a triumphant smirk that was itching to spread across her lips, Surachi steeled her resolve, acutely aware of the consequences and dangers of arrogance. The defeat at the hands of Kazuya was fresh in her mind. With a deadly lunge powered by, she hurled herself at Edward. Her tail sliced through the air, the vibrating pink blade swinging towards the vulnerable flesh of his neck. Die. In the face of inevitable death, Edward's eyes ballooned with terror. As he willed his body to move, a sonic boom shattered the eerie silence of the battlefield. Grimmjow materialized by his friend's side, his jaws agape, poised to sever Surachi's tail from the roots. At the same time, Mila Rose closed the gap between them and slashed Grimmjow's face with her sword. Detecting the imminent threat, Grimmjow summoned the explosive velocity of Sonido, his form becoming a blur. Yet, he was a second too late. The sword tore through not only the pristine layer of his white armor but also grazed his face. On the other side, Edward's head descended in a tragic arc. His headless form remained momentarily upright before it staggered into eternal rest. Thanks, Surachi exhaled, her voice tinged with a rare note of gratitude. Had it not been for Mila Rose's well-timed assistance, she would have lost her last source of offense, her tail. Let's kill 'em all and return to leader. Shouldering her blade with a flourish, Mila Rose cast a predatory grin toward the trio of Ajuchas, their forms almost paralyzed from the events unfolding before them. You'll make a fine return gift for my dear friend Skull. Just as she took a swaggering step toward her terrified prey, an overwhelming tide of Ryatsu slammed into her senses. Pivoting slowly, she found the source of the spiritual energy, Grimmjow, now enveloped in an awe-inspiring aura of sky-blue luminescence. Fuck. Grimmjow was undergoing a transformation that, by now, was all too familiar to her, a metamorphosis made possible through suffering and violence, Arancarification. Chapter 123, Chapter 132, Battle of Instincts. Mila Rose's lips curled into a devilish smirk. Grimmjow's transformation was more a boon than a threat. The Ajuchas were child's play for her as she could insta-kill them all. However, the evolving Grimmjow had the potential to be her next great hunt, an even worthier present for Kazuya. With Surachi and Mila Rose distracted, the three Ajuchas retreated, only to pause. A sudden shift in Ryatsu permeated the area. The Ryatsu emanating from Grimmjow became a dual-natured blend of Hollow and Shinigami, the quintessential signature of an Arankar. Grimmjow let out a ferocious roar. The lingering clouds of sand around him dissipated, revealing his metamorphosed form. His newly formed white armor, his enhanced he-arrow, gleamed ominously under the moonlight. A shard of his hollow mask covered his forehead, and his extended ears, whip-like tail, and black claws served as unmistakable traces of his previous panther form. Straightening up, Grimmjow grinned as he examined his black claws and the blades on his forearms. The same blades protruded from his calves, gleaming with ferocity, perhaps the most striking features of his resurrection. He flexed his claws and swiped the air, reveling in his newfound power. He felt invincible. That is, until his eyes fell upon the corpses of his fallen comrades. Those idiots. All his empathy vanished as he recalled their deaths. They weren't able to grow through grueling battles, to rise from the ashes as he had. Otherwise, they wouldn't have entrusted him with their dream of becoming a Vasto Lord. I'll still avenge them. Looking at Mila Rose, he said, "Woman, what was your name?" Francesca Mila Rose, she replied, licking her lips. You're finally a worthy hunt. Grimmjow's fangs flashed as he grinned. Long and idiotic, just like your face. I'll call you dead, Rose, 'cause you're not surviving me. Mila Rose pointed at him with her Zampakuto, her eyes narrowing with a smirk. Try me, Kidjow. With a maniacal laugh, Grimmjow exploded forward, leaving a rippling vacuum of distorted air in his wake. Mila Rose could barely react to astonishing speed, her eyes narrowing as she brought up her Zampakuto to parry. When their blades clashed, the resultant burst of Ryatsu was so intense it screeched through the air. The sparks created illuminating the dark like firecrackers on a moonless night. Grimmjow crouched low and swiped his claws at her legs, prompting Mila Rose to leap back. She saw Grimmjow's companions watching the battle with full focus and Surachi creeping around their back to assassinate them. Her attention fractured for a split second, a crucial mistake against a predator such as Grimmjow. With an explosive burst of speed, his leg rocketed upwards, his foot aiming square at her face. She raised her arm just in time to block, but the sheer force catapulted her towards the moon. Grimmjow didn't let up, he leapt after her, spinning in the air to deliver a devastating roundhouse kick to her back. The impact was catastrophic. Mila Rose shot through a rocky cave, which collapsed over her in a cascade of rubble. Grimjow crossed his arms, anticipation in his veins. Don't pretend to be dead. Come out. Rubble exploded outward as Mila Rose burst free, her form cloaked in golden ryatsu as if she was a goddess of war. A trickle of blood flowed between knitted brows, the price of idling for months. Her battle instincts had dulled in the relaxed and peacefulness of her new home. Apache was right. She should have accepted Apache's requests for spars against the Visored. Apache used to ask her nicely, but she always rejected as she had no motivation to leave the house. Fuck. I'll regret it later. She let out a feral roar and swung her broadsword in a massive arc, a killing blow with all of her strength put into it. Get wrecked. Grimjow met her challenge, crossing his arm to block the edge of her sword. The collision set off a shockwave of ryatsu that echoed like a thunderclap, sending him skidding through the air nearly 100 meters. His forearm blades had chipped, and a numbing sensation crawled up his arms. Feeling his thumping heart, Grimjow smirked. You fucking gorilla. Mila Rose clenched her jaw. I'm a lioness. He laughed and charged, his claws reaching out for her throat. She parried, her broadsword meeting his claws in a symphony of grinding metal. But he had a different plan in his mind. He crouched, then shot upwards like a missile. Mila Rose looked up, squinting to see his form shrink to a mere dot in front of the moon. Then he plummeted, like a comet, except the comet was homing in on her. She could see his crazy grin as he accelerated toward her. Rather than avoiding his charged attack, which was the most obvious action, she clenched her blade and flew toward him with her blade, her grin as wicked as him. His claw, strengthened by he arrow, clashed against her broadsword. The broadsword dug halfway into his forearm blade. She gripped the sword and forced the blade deeper, trying to wrench it off his forearm. He, of course, didn't stay still and let her take away his precious blades. He swung his other arm wildly, the sharp blades slashing at her face, the part she never wanted harmed. So, she used her sword to block his attack. The small opening wasn't unmissed as Grimjow launched a flurry of claw attacks. It was an onslaught without rhyme or reason, an assault based on his instincts. He was fighting like a beast, a style similar to her own. The only difference was the strength. Every blow from him was filled with raw, explosive power that Mila Rose would never have guessed could come from an Ajuchas-level Arrancar. She found herself reflexively dodging kicks that felt like they could pulverize her body and swiping away at claws that could easily rip through her body. It began to dawn on her why Apache and Sung Sun persistently raved about Nelliel's talent. The man before her was the same kind of person as Nelliel, a prodigy. Just as she had begun to adapt to his frenzied pattern, he froze, locking his gaze onto her. Confusion trickled through her veins, but her instincts screamed at her to seize the window of opportunity. Swinging her sword at his neck, she didn't notice the ephemeral flicker of crimson light that danced on his right claw. He caught her sword with his forearm blade, a grin splitting his face. Got you. An eruption of crimson ryatsu burst forth from his claw, blossoming into a devastating Siro ray that engulfed her. When the blinding light dissipated, Mila Rose was revealed, her arm raised defensively, her gloves scorched. Apart from scratches, she was largely unharmed. Why are you gawking? You aren't the only one with he arrow, dumbass. While not as strong as Grimjow, her he arrow was more than capable of defending a rushed Siro ray. Grimjow burst into laughter. You're making me work for my meal. Perfect for me. Means we can fight for longer. Undeterred, Mila Rose lunged forward, slashing her broadsword in a deadly arc aimed at his face. He dodged effortlessly, but she was relentless. You might be strong, asshole. But do you know who's even stronger? Pinning her sword between his forearm blades, he sneered as he closed the gap. The lord that other Arrancar mentioned. Yup. He can obliterate us both without lifting a finger. Grimjow's eyes flared with battle lust. Bring him to me. You'll see him bite the dust with your own eyes. Are you sure about that? The playful voice that cut Grimjow's boasting carried a distinct charm. It was followed by a chaotic disruption in the space as a Gargantaf formed behind them. Chapter 124, Chapter 133 to 134, Heart. Kazuya didn't expect Grimjow, in his resurrection, to face off against his precious lioness. The sight of two dead Ajuchas, three Ajuchas standing on the side, and Grimjow's battle with Mila Rose painted a vivid picture of the conflict in his mind. This unexpected wrinkle complicated his plans to recruit Grimjow, who could have proven a potent ally in fortifying Haribel's future kingdom. After all, Grimjow's single, insatiable craving was for battling strong foes, and he had no shortage of strong people, whether it was Shinigami, Visored, or Arrancars. He was the perfect muscle to work for Haribel. Just need to find Stark, and Aizen's top 3 Espada won't be with him. Not like it'll weaken Aizen. The Espada were useless in his plan. Even though the Espada boasted power beyond the captains, the Espada had been woefully ineffective during Aizen's invasion of Karakura town. Ultimately, Aizen had to take on multiple captains by himself. Don't call my tear useless. What about Ulquiorra? Will you shelter your distant relative from Aizen's manipulations? We'll decide after I find him. The vastness of Hueco Mundo presented its own challenges in tracking down the hollows on his recruitment shortlist, which included the heartless Ulquiorra. Just then, Grimmjow gestured towards him, erupting into raucous laughter. Gorilla woman, you vouched for this silly fucker. He doesn't even have any Ryatsu. Kazuya unleashed 70% of his Ryatsu, aiming it squarely at Grimmjow. Considering his meteoric ascent in spiritual power, even a Vasto Lord would be hard-pressed to endure the full weight of his aura. Grimmjow's thoughts scrambled as he momentarily lost control of his Ryatsu, causing him to plummet towards the desolate ground below. But in a triumph of sheer will, he managed to rise to one knee, his teeth clenched and eyes aflame with a mad intensity. I vowed to be king. Damn it, I won't lower. A smirk of genuine amusement danced on Kazuya's lips as he dialed up his spiritual pressure. Geez. Go to sleep. I've got more pressing matters. Summoning the full magnitude of his Ryatsu, he dispatched Grimmjow into the gentle embrace of unconsciousness. Then he gazed upon the lioness who seemed to be going through her rebellion phase. Mila Rose placed her broadsword on her shoulder and let out an exasperated sigh. This dumb brat. You couldn't feel Skull's Ryatsu because he is far above your league. She swiveled towards Kazuya and gestured towards the lifeless Yilfort with a glint of pride in her eyes. Since you never brought me a present, I thought I'd do something special for you. Here it is, a fresh Ajucha's soul. Caught off guard, Kazuya found himself momentarily at a loss for words. But the look of sheer triumph etched onto Mila Rose's face elicited a chuckle from him. Ah, thanks, I suppose. She did the hollow equivalent of giving her crushed chocolate. I can't even argue against that. Mila Rose's eyes sparkled with a sense of keen anticipation, practically urging him to consume the Ajuchas right then and there. The wrinkle in this scenario, of course, was that Kazuya was far from being a seasoned devourer of hollows like his dear wife. He had yet to consume a hollow. His passive Ryatsu growth boosted his strength with no effort from his side. He had no incentive to eat hollows. One can say you're a virgin hollow. We both are, as a matter of fact. When did you pick up dad jokes? 3 months of isolation. I may be schizophrenic. Partner, don't hate me if I start acting differently, or I'll tie you up in your inner world. With a quizzical shake of his head, Kazuya descended toward Yilfort's body. Mila Rose and Surachi made a synchronized landing beside him, while Grimmjow's allies began a frenzied inspection of their fallen comrade. Don't even think about leaving, Kazuya warned them before looking at Yilfort's lifeless frame. The grand, bull-like hollow had a bright future as an Arrancar, a potential that was eradicated the moment he thought about devouring Mila Rose. Here goes nothing. You don't have to force yourself, Surachi said, sensing his discomfort. She showed no qualms about Mila Rose's sudden obsession with forcing him to eat hollows. I can do it for you. Surachi was determined not to let Yilfort's corpse stay here, no matter the cost. After all, he carried the last name, Granz, which belonged to Sailoporo. The mad scientist wouldn't hesitate to experiment on even his brother should he get his hands on the corpse. Mila Rose's eyes contracted into a scorching glare, her feral fangs unsheathed for full effect. The choice is yours. Yet the raw intensity of her voice and her battle-ready posture defied the notion of any real choice. She'd surely hold a grudge against him if he rejected her. That much was certain. It's the rite of passage for officially starting her route and becoming her mate. Don't fail the lioness, partner. Kazuya mimicked the move Sung Sun used to devour Neutra and suck shreds of Yilfort's soul into him, expecting some sort of horrendous aftertaste. Yet, there was none. Just a surge of pure, untainted spiritual energy coursed through him, leading to an almost imperceptible boost to his Riryoku. So insignificant as if it never happened. Achievement Hollow Eater unlocked. Mila Rose felt jittery and relieved at the sight. To distract herself from her growing giddiness, she punched his chest, feigning an intense look. Skull, why the fuck are you here? You ruined my battle. It was going so well too. I was about to beat. Before she could finish her rant, he stepped into her personal space and wrapped his arms around her. Her bony armor felt rigid against him. Still, he persevered, maintaining his embrace even as she instinctively tensed up and wrestled to break free. What is this? Let me finish before you do this. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. Against his stubborn embrace, she ceased her resistance. Take a deep breath, Rose, he whispered softly in her ears, using his voice to ease her tension. I'll be here to listen to everything in your heart. But first, we have to go home. He had chosen to come alone since a large party would attract too much unwanted attention. That also meant he had to return before he made them too worried. You are still the same, Mila Rose whispered and dug her fangs into his right shoulder. This is what you get for not stopping Apache from bullying me. First Nami and now Mila Rose, women were becoming fond of digging their fangs into him. Then again, Nami and Mila Rose both had an animalistic side, stemming from their origin races, Black Phoenix and Lioness. He glanced at Surachi, who looked away as if she couldn't be held responsible for anything. Surachi was in a position to easily prevent Mila Rose's descent into the realm of shut-in. Then again, Surachi faced her own demons day in and out. It'd be unfair to blame the goth Arankar. Rose, Apache is sorry for going too far. Don't you want to see Apache bite her ego and say sorry for once? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Really? She said that? Yup. Come with me and see it for yourself. Liar. Apache never said that. Apache knows her mistake. I'll spank her if she doesn't apologize. Seizing her chance, Mila Rose disengaged from him, her grin a feral twist of delight. All right, then. Let's. You are not going anywhere, Dead Rose. Grimjow stomped towards Mila Rose. Surprisingly, he showed no interest in going against Kazuya, as if conceding that a clash against Kazuya would lead to certain death. Coward, fight me. Brandishing her broadsword, Mila Rose's biceps tensed, primed for action. Skull, hold this spot. I've got a feral kitty to murder. Kazuya disarmed her, passing the sword to Surachi. Grimjow, as you are now, you can't kill Rose. She can't kill you either. We'll be stuck here for hours if you two start a fight. They were more or less equal in Ryatsu at the moment. The only deciding factor would be their combat skills. Mila Rose had a higher chance of killing Grimjow. Ours. Grimjow's lips curled, showcasing his feral set of teeth. I'm fine with that, Skull. Mila Rose's brow twitched. Stop calling him Skull. Only I call him that. For you, he is. Hey, Skull. What should he call you? With his arms crossed, an air of unstated authority emanating from him, Kazuya turned his penetrating gaze towards Grimjow and his Ajucha's friends. They couldn't help but grow tense under his scrutiny, instinctively recognizing the ease with which he could kill them. Grimjow, take your friends and work under me. Don't comply, and I'll kill all four of you. Although Kazuya's voice was devoid of intimidation, for Grimjow those words may as well be the words of a soul reaper. He did not doubt that Kazuya wouldn't hesitate in slaughtering him and his three companions. Even so, Grimjow hated the idea of being ordered around, and he hated being someone's goon. So, he only had one answer for Kazuya. No. Grimjow's reaction came as a surprise to no one. Destined to be a king, as far as I know, his friends have inflated his ego. Kazuya tilted his head. Let me reiterate my condition. You'll get to fight strong people. Unconcealed battle lust sparked in Grimjow's eyes. Hueco Mundo doesn't lack strong hollows. We have Barragan sitting at the top and many Vasto Lord in Las Noches. Barragan who? Surachi burst into laughter. That old bag of bones crumbled under leader's power. He is the strongest hollow you can find today. Kazuya smiled at Surachi's eagerness to assist him. Grimjow, it's up to you to decide the fate of yourself and your friends. A conflicted expression flashed across Grimjow's features. Almost involuntarily, his eyes sought out his friends. Xiaolong shook his head wearily. D. Roy averted his gaze. Nakim solemnly closed his eyes. Their silence conveyed the message louder than words, they had collectively consigned their fates to his judgment. Grimjow rubbed the back of his head. Fuck. I'll work for you. What do I have to do? Kazuya's smile turned mischievous. Nothing. Grimjow's face twisted, already looking as if he regretted accepting the offer. Francesca. Apache rushed down the stairs the moment Mila Rose set foot inside the mansion. Seeing Mila Rose in person filled her with relief. Why did you take so long? Kazuya shrugged in response. Persuading the shady shopkeeper to keep Grimjow's group took some decent time. Ran into some problems on the way. It's all fine now. Mila Rose gave a cheeky grin. Got anything to say, Chief Apache? Fuck you, Apache hissed. And sorry. I was a little mean. Happy. Elation radiated from Mila Rose as she planted her hands defiantly on her hips, savoring her victorious moment like a queen relishing her conquest. She then shifted her posture, placing a hand on Apache's shoulder. I'm also sorry for becoming a pathetic piece of trash. Apache's eyes flickered with surprise. You know you were being a pain in the ass. Why make me apologize then? 'Cause it was fun. Mila Rose slapped Apache's belly heartily and dashed the stairs. She paused and looked over her shoulder. I'm gonna dive in the pool. Anyone joining me? Apache flipped her middle finger. Drown yourself, you dumbass. Unperturbed, Mila Rose's laughter reverberated through the halls as she bolted towards her room, a whirlwind of infectious energy. Kazuya couldn't be happier to see her back to her golden retriever self. Mila Rose's trip to Hueco Mundo worked out better than he could have anticipated. Sung Sun glided into the scene, her laughter muffled by an oversized sleeve delicately pressed to her lips. What a lovely family we have, or should I call it, Hollow Prince's personal harem. Let's stick to family, Srirachi said, breezing past Sung Sun before doubling back toward Kazuya. Fuck, leader. I forgot to inform you about Nelliel. Grimjow said he tried to fight her but she escaped from him. The notion of Nelliel dodging a combat encounter caused Kazuya to shake his head incredulously. I can't blame her for running. Grimjow's group is a scary bunch to fight alone, even for a Vasto Lord. A bunch of hyenas led by a rogue panther, Srirachi murmured with a hint of condescension in her tone. Can you check up on Nelliel just in case? Sure. I'll leave after an hour. Let's look for Stark while we're there. Yeah. Chapter 125, Chapter 135, The Death. A/N, it's time to shower me with power stones. The same rules as last time, top 30 for 1 bonus chapter, top 20 for 2, top 10 for 3, and top 3 for 5 chapters. I might have to stay awake all night in my cave for the last goal, but it will be worth it. Nelliel hadn't forgotten her oath to Kazuya. In order to honor her vow, she didn't have to just value her life but also thrive in the treacherous landscape of Hueco Mundo. By virtue of her strength, she had overcome all hostile forces except for one harrowing encounter with a group of battle-hungry Ajuchas that forced her to flee. Today, fortune seemed to favor her with a bizarre discovery, a sprawling cave that burrowed deep into the Hueco Mundo. Amidst the plethora of crumbling ruins that littered this realm, none ventured so deep below the ground as the one before her. Perhaps I'll stumble upon another treasure here. She had come across her lance in one of the ruins. The promise of another treasure led her deep within the abyss. Towering, skeletal trees pierced the inky darkness around her. But any wonder at the surreal underground forest was quickly swallowed by the clamor of battle that reverberated through the still air. Her steps hesitated momentarily, until she sensed an anomaly, a reiatsu both piercing and sinister, an energy signature that neither belonged to Hollow or Shinigami. Drawn as if by a magnetic pull, she pressed on, each step accompanied by the torturous cries of Hollows, their voices thick with an unsettling terror and despair. These lamentations roused something primal within her, propelling her forward with redoubled urgency. She arrived at a tunnel more ominous than any she'd seen, a maw bathed in an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, the cries faded, replaced with a silence so absolute, it seemed as if the very air had been sucked away. They all died. Nelliel galloped into the dark expanse. A nauseating waft of blood enveloped the cave, coming from the Jillian's corpses haphazardly strewn about the place. Death was everywhere, and it weighed her down with sorrow. Ignoring the screaming instincts that warned her of imminent danger, Nelliel brandished her lance, charging through the bloodied tunnel like a gallant knight. The entity who killed these Hollows for no reason, she was going to put a stop to his slaughter using Kazuya's creed, ending violence through greater violence. I'm sorry, Kazuya, Harabel. She whispered an apology to the supposed rulers of Hueco Mundo, knowing that she might perish in the encounter. Someone who could single-handedly take down these Jillians alone had to be an Ajuchas of the highest level or, worse, a Vasto Lord. As Nelliel ventured deeper, the cave's claustrophobic tunneling gave way to a colossal cavern. Two figures, frozen in the middle of what seemed to be an intense standoff, immediately caught her eye. One was garbed in a tattered black kimono reminiscent of Shinigami attire, his face obscured by a gazelle-like hollow mask. An assortment of other hollow masks adorned the brown fur coat that draped his shoulders, each one a grim trophy of his slain enemies. His katana and the reiatsu signaled his affiliation with those purifying hollows for the balance. However, the Shinigami wasn't the imminent threat against the Hollows, but the men facing the Shinigami. The men whose reiatsu she had felt earlier. Sickly tall and pale skin, with disheveled brown hair, his attire was as strangely stylish, a fur-collared robe-like coat that exuded a sense of elegance. A katana rested in his grip, its handle almost ensnared by his unusually elongated fingernails, as sharp as daggers. Oblivious to the Ajucha's presence, the two maintained their confrontation, their reiatsus locked in an invisible but fierce contest of wills. Muramasa was the first to break the silence. A Shinigami coming to the aid of Hollow's master may have been right somewhere in his twisted dream of eradicating the Shinigami. From a passionate soldier for the Godai 13 to a man raising his blade at his father figure and slaughtering innocents, Muramasa's master became a different person after betrayals by men envious of his achievements. The Shinigami, Ashido Kano, remained unfazed by Muramasa's cryptic musings. What are you? It depends on who is asking. Is it the men who served the Godai 13th soldier or the beast sharpening his fangs by living among monsters? Both are me. For the Shinigami, I'm Muramasa, a Zampakuto spirit serving Koga Kachiki. For the beast, I'm a lost traveler crawling in the desert in search of an oasis. He spread his arms, and his fingernails uncurled with audible clacks. A crimson oasis of hollow flesh and blood. These vile creatures, they'll quench my thirst and satiate my hunger. The Hueco Mundo will become my banquet. Ashido loosened the grip on his katana. Slaughter them as you wish. I'll not stop you. He leaped towards a platform near the ceiling and disappeared into a cave. Muramasa didn't stop Ashido. Fighting a Shinigami, especially one close to vice-captain level, would have been an effortless task in his peak form. However, centuries of separation from his master had deteriorated his strength. He could still use his abilities to make a Shinigami Zampakuto rebel, but it just wasn't worth it at the moment. Ashido's departure was the best-case scenario for Nelliel, as she didn't have to fight two opponents at the same time. However, she wasn't relieved. Her mind was hung up on Muramasa casually revealing his plan to slaughter all the hollows in Hueco Mundo. She felt a visceral stir within her core. Her very spiritual energy flared up and recoiled at the thought of his pure evil. Unaware of the raw, intense emotions pushing her Ryatsu past her natural limits, she continued glaring at Muramasa. You will not kill anyone. I'll kill you. Chapter 126, Chapter 136 to 137, The Highs of Power. The imposing throne of Las Noches stood vacant, yet lowly Avern found solace without sitting upon it. The man who had overtaken her throne was a domineeringly powerful and wise ruler, so intoxicating that she would willingly lay down her life for him. He'd be a flawless master, if it weren't for his one glaring shortcoming, his prolonged absences that stretched over months. The monumental doors to the throne room swung open, and a group of people sauntered in. Spearheading this trio was a man with dark skin and black braids cascading down his shoulders. Despite wearing clear goggles, he kept his eyes closed. His identity would be glaringly obvious to any member of the Godai 13, Kanami Tozen, the esteemed captain of their 9th squad. Trailing respectfully behind Tozen were Minoli and an imposing giant with tan skin clad in standardized white uniform issued to the Arrancar subservient to Aizen. For menacing ridges etched onto his bald skull, and a black ponytail hung low from the back of his head. What remains of his hollow mask was the jawbone resting on his chin. Yami Largo, number 10 Espada, observed Loli with a fury in his eyes. Why do we tolerate her at all? The fact that Loli, whom he considered fodder-level Arrancar, held a higher rank bothered him a great deal. He would have killed Loli if not for Tozen's prior warning to maintain order. Minoli took a step away from Yami's bursting Ryatsu and looked at Loli, who hardly resembled the sadistic woman who constantly abused and harassed her for no reason. Wow. Tozen, I'm asking you. Her loyalty serves us well, Tozen responded cryptically. While Aizen brewed chaos within the Soul Society and the living world, it fell upon someone to keep the roiling sea of hollows in check. Loli served as an ideal puppet to fulfill those responsibilities. Yami scoffed disdainfully. That's not loyalty, that's pure lust. Nobody said hollows aren't allowed, what was that? An earth-shattering surge of Ryatsu could be felt in the distance. This Ryatsu at the very least belonged to a Vasto Lord, whom Aizen wanted in his ranks. Even Loli snapped out of her dream and began looking in the direction of the new Ryatsu. A cruel smirk unfurled across Yami's lips. Tozen, do you mind if I beat this one to submission? Tozen spun on his heels and moved past Yami. Stay in Las Noches. I'll see to this Vasto Lord. In the current process, Tozen's job was to identify and survey Espada candidates. Aizen retained the exclusive responsibility of recruiting. Such was the gravity with which Aizen approached the assembly of his Hollow Legion. Tozen had no reason to doubt that, given Aizen's oozing charisma and his unrivaled ability to read others. Nobody could perform this task with greater finesse. Gritting his teeth, Yami felt a seething fury blaze through his eyes. The temptation to strike Tozen's open back was almost overwhelming, yet the lingering memory of having his face trampled underfoot by Tozen held him back. Even his release form was no match for Tozen's prowess. An assault on Tozen would be an invite for a thrashing. Heh, go on. Attack the Shinigami, whispered Loli as she patted Yami's back. You know you want to. Bitch, I'm not a masochist, Yami growled and grabbed her collar, throwing her into the wall. Know your place, weakling. With a final sneer of disdain, Yami lumbered out of the throne room. Minoli glanced at Loli, who remained kneeling on the floor. Helping Loli would get her in trouble and not assisting Loli would yield the same result. After a moment of hesitation, she darted forward to assist Loli to her feet, only to have her offered hand contemptuously slapped away. What's that expression for? Loli seized a fistful of Minoli's hair and ruthlessly slammed her head against the wall. You think I'm pathetic? You think I'm not even worth admiring, Master Aizen? Isn't that what you say to Master Aizen? I didn't say that, Minoli stammered, her voice tinged with fear. There is some misunderstanding, Loli. I'm lying, Loli gritted her teeth and slammed Minoli's head into the wall. Is that what you're trying to imply? Frantically, Minoli shook her head, her eyes widening in sheer terror. Loli was bursting with anger, any word from Minoli would be twisted and used as a weapon against her. Getting no verbal response, Loli yanked Minoli forward and thrust her back against the wall. A series of slaps crashed against Minoli's face, which she had learned to endure in silence. The absence of her screams dulled the edge of Loli's sadistic enjoyment, which in a twisted way mitigated the brutality of her punishment. However, today was different. A tempest of kicks and punches descended upon Minoli's quivering form, wrenching guttural groans of pain from her. Still, Loli wasn't satisfied. She hurled Minoli to the floor and proceeded to deliver a barrage of kicks to her abdomen. "Spineless wretch, say something, won't you?" "Stop," Minoli croaked. "Please. I'm sorry, Loli. I beg you." With an irritated click of her tongue, Loli snarled, "Fine. Don't ever let me see you around Master Aizen again or I'll make this session feel painless in comparison." Storming out of the room, Loli left Minoli to curl into a fetal position on the cold floor. Since seizing power and falling for Aizen, Loli's tyranny had escalated, and today had been an unnerving escalation. Minoli understood that Loli's brutality today wasn't just for pure fun, it was an outlet for her pent-up frustrations, a method to assert some domination and control after her humiliation at Yami's hands. Yet, shackled by her circumstances and the haunting walls of Las Noches, all Minoli could do was suffer in silence. She had nowhere else to go. Meanwhile, deep in the forest of Minos, Muramasa pivoted slowly, his eyes sharpening as they met Nelliel's. With a languid grace, he tucked his hands into his pockets and hunched slightly, scrutinizing the female hollow. Nelliel emanated a reiatsu that dwarfed the self-proclaimed guardian of the Minos forest, and it was slowly growing as if building up to a destructive crescendo. Intriguing, Muramasa mused, an eyebrow arching in genuine surprise. Not a drop in my oasis. You're a tide. What stirred the waves within you? Rather than straight-up killing her, he chose to engage in idle conversation with one purpose, finding her motivation and using it to fan the flames within her. Pushing her to evolve into a Vasto Lord would make her a worthwhile harvest. No act was too far when it came to freeing his master from his shackles. "You," Nelliel answered in a cold voice. "You killed these Jillians and planned to kill more. That alone makes me want to drive my lance through your heart." She was very much against the idea of killing someone unless done out of vengeance or self-defense. But someone who could kill so many without any remorse, someone who could talk about killing millions with a smile, someone like that had no right to live in her eyes. What's the big deal about that? Your kind have been eating each other since time immemorial. It's a fight for survival between us, the same as animals in a forest. You, however, are not a part of our world. Muramasa narrowed his eyes. Who are you to decide that? Who gave you the right to protect these hollows? Nelliel closed her eyes, yet his maniacal voice continued taunting her. Such conflicts wouldn't happen under Kazuya and Haribel's rule. Until their vision was realized, she had to stop external threats like Muramasa from making her race extinct. In a flicker of motion too swift for the eye to track, Muramasa vanished from her sight, using Shuinpa to arrive at her flank. But after her skirmish with Apache, Nelliel was hardly surprised by this adept use of high-speed movement. She blocked the slashing strike aimed at her side with ease. You think of yourself as the messiah for your race? Don't make me laugh. You're just a hollow stuck in this abyss forever. Nelliel countered his blade. Sparks flew as her lance clashed with his katana, illuminating the feral intensity blazing behind her hollow mask. I'm not a messiah, just someone true to her desires. Muramasa tightened his grip, wielding his katana with both hands and pressing against her lance. Despite brandishing her weapon single-handedly, Nelliel held her ground, tilting her head forward and advancing a step, nearly forcing him back. Muramasa took a graceful leap, withdrawing away from her. He observed the continuous growth of her reiatsu, as though it was feeding upon her emotions. So close. How do I give her the final push? He had already drained the messiah angle, and he lacked further insight into her vulnerabilities. Say, will someone mourn your death? No, she answered coldly and stepped towards her. Didn't you say you wanted to consume all hollows? Come, kill and eat me. With pleasure. The two combatants lunged at each other in a maelstrom of clashing reiatsu. Nelliel thrust her lance at his heart, but Muramasa deftly evaded the blow, using a perfectly executed Shuinpa to materialize above her. His katana descended upon her in a blinding arc, then it blurred. She hastily raised her lance to parry, yet his blade had already left its signature, a series of grievous wounds seared into her flesh. Nelliel's experience mattered nothing in front of Muramasa, the Zampakuto spirit of the prodigious Koga Kachiki. He effortlessly dominated the clash, forcing her into a reactive stance. Nevertheless, the fury blazing in her eyes remained undimmed. The mounting injuries, the excruciating pain, and the grim odds of her survival, nothing could break her spirit. If she were to lose, thousands would die to fuel Muramasa's selfish ambitions. The single spark kept her in the fight. That was an outcome she would not tolerate. Empowered by her unyielding will, her heartbeat pulsed in harmony with her smoldering desires. Her strength surged exponentially, compelling Muramasa to elevate his own reiatsu to keep up with her. Oblivious to these invisible fluctuations, Nelliel's attention remained laser-focused on Muramesa's every move. Being on the defensive allowed her to observe everything in detail. He is shallow. Though Muramesa's raw power and speed may have rivaled or even surpassed that of Apache, his tactical approach was one-dimensional. He repeated the same slashing attacks, never bothering to mix things up. Clearly, he was underestimating her. Despite knowing how to counter his offense, Nelliel continued her defensive actions. She could feel a growing unity with her lance. The relic moved to block and parry with extreme responsiveness as if it was an extension of her body. Her spirit and flesh were harmonizing, forging an unbreakable bond with her cherished lance. Disengaging momentarily, Muramasa executed a lithe backward leap, breaking their stalemate. You wanted to kill me, now you won't even attack me. Have you given up? Nelliel didn't answer him, looking intently at her lance. There was a feeling that something inside the lance called out to her. Guided by her raw instincts, she closed her eyes and took a steadying breath, gripping her lance in a poised, reversed hold, while her free hand took a steady hold in the air. Everything felt natural as if she had done this before. In response to her stance, her spiritual pressure surged and cascaded like a tidal wave. Her Ryatsu changed her from inside out. Her wounds miraculously closed, her skin hardening. In a fluid, graceful motion, she hurled her lance toward Muramasa. The weapon drilled through the air, conjuring a vortex in its wake. It punctured Muramasa's shoulder with unerring accuracy, obliterating his entire right arm in a splatter of ectoplasmic gore. The lance's momentum didn't end there as it ripped a gaping hole through the cavern's wall. Impressive. You finished your evolution. I want to applaud you, but Muramasa paused and briefly glanced at the stump where his right arm had been moments ago. The flesh writhed grotesquely as slowly a new arm emerged from nothing. He brought his hands together and offered a sincere applause. Eating hollows gave me high-speed regeneration. How much will I grow from eating you? I cannot wait. You're a freak, Nelliel said. This isn't. Her senses tingled with the unmistakable pulse of a familiar Ryatsu. A Ryatsu that she once saw as insurmountable, even now it carried the same oppression. But what caught her off guard was Muramasa's expression, a brief flash of uncharacteristic astonishment. You know him. Muramasa blinked and regained his disinterested look. I don't think it's him. This Ryatsu is a little different, that guy is a Shinigami, not hollow. Nelliel shook her head at his mutterings and glanced at the new hole in the cave. She couldn't afford to go for her lance as it'd give Muramasa an opportunity to escape. I'll die if I stick around. She isn't worth the trouble of fighting him. With a casual flick of his newly regenerated arm, Muramasa invoked a swirling garganta. Nelliel lunged at him with her sonido, but he had already stepped into the portal. For a fleeting second, she contemplated diving into the garganta. She pushed away the thought just as it resurfaced. Without her lance, she would absolutely die at Muramasa's hands. He won't be lucky next time. Chapter 127, Chapter 138, Small Comforts. Kazuya burst through the cavernous ceiling, landing before Nelliel. The very moment he had sensed her in a dangerous skirmish, he'd raced to her side. Alas, by the time of his entrance, the battle had already concluded. Nelliel's eyes glistened with surprise as they took in his new attire. His Arankar outfit and his untamed hair remained the same as their previous encounter. The striking new addition was the wolf-like hollow mask adorning the upper half of his face, shrouding his identity in complete mystery. I don't see the guy you were fighting. Nelliel's gaze drifted toward the fallen hollows. The euphoria of becoming a Vasto Lord was overshadowed by melancholy. He escaped. Sensing the heaviness in the air, he stumbled over the right words to comfort her. I'm glad you aren't hurt. A gentle nod was her acknowledgement to his heartfelt concern. He had rushed to help her, so she couldn't blame him for Muramasa's escape. The deranged man responsible for this, he called himself Muramasa. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. The fact that Nelliel survived an encounter with Muramasa pointed towards two possibilities. Muramasa had yet to acquire the strength shown in the anime, or he was fooling around with Nelliel. Perhaps a mix of both. While Muramasa wasn't on the level of Aizen, he harbored a cunning mind. In the anime, he had made all the Zampakuto spirits believe in an uprising that existed only to help him achieve his goal, unsealing his master, Koga Kachiki. We can safely blame partner for messing up somewhere, causing Muramasa to show up decades before his canon appearance. Faced with Nami's allegations, he couldn't help but self-reflect. His minor, inadvertent choices had ripple effects, drastically altering the fate of many. And perhaps, just perhaps, one of those ripples had spurred Muramasa into action. What will we do about him? I want him. Partner, I know Muramasa is slim, handsome, and stylish. He is also the epitome of a tragic, abused male. Please, I beg you to stay within the hetero boundary set by your ancestors. If you don't listen to me, I will. I will kill Muramasa. What the actual fuck, Nami? I thought you were smarter than that. Also, weren't Yandere supposed to confine their love interests away from the world? To hell with that trope. I'm not imprisoning anyone. Death is better than complete isolation. She wasn't even going to joke about locking someone in a dark place. Tsubasa had forced her to realize the loneliness that came with imprisonment within a tiny place. Nelliel turned to him. I believe he knew you, he implied it through a strange monologue. His expression grew contemplative. While the possibility of Muramasa observing him in the Soul Society existed, he'd be aware of any prying eyes with his keen senses. Forget it. I'll deal with him. He'll return here. A fire ignited in Nelliel's eyes, matching the fervor in her voice. Can you take me to him? I can't let him threaten innocent lives. I'll kill him. Despite emitting a Vasto Lorde-level Ryatsu, she trembled at the mention of killing someone. Her aspect of death, lamentation, inherently opposed her the very act of taking a life. And yet, in an unlikely turn of events, she was prepared to go against these innate instincts to protect hollows, monsters who might potentially be more evil than Muramas. We'll talk about it later. For now you're coming with me. Nelliel acknowledged with a soft hum, but then her eyes grew wide, a dawn of realization breaking through. Are you saying I'm ready for Aaron-carification? His affirmation was accompanied by an amused grin, his mind delightfully projecting a scene where Grimmjow mocked Nelliel for running away in their previous encounter, only to find himself thoroughly outmatched. Once Nelliel evolved into an Aaronkar, she'd be close to Harabel's prowess. Nonetheless, he had no intention of using her as a war asset. Her demeanor was unsuited for combat, but she would integrate seamlessly into Harabel's new kingdom. Oh man. I can't wait to see Apache's reaction. Ha 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 ha. Give my poor dear some break. Nelliel reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder. I'll go retrieve my lance. They ventured together out of the cave's gaping hole. An eerie hush draped over the forest. Instead of rushing, Nelliel seemed to savor each step, cherishing the rare opportunity of being in his company. After all, he'd be surrounded by his family when they returned to Karakura town and become very hard to approach. This was her opportunity to know more about him. Damn, how far did you fling that lance of yours? Not one to endure prolonged silence, he struck up a conversation, hoping to lift Nelliel's spirits and distract her from the recent bloodshed. Unstable Ryatsu might complicate the Aaron-carification process. Nelliel gazed into the distance. I intended it to be a killing blow for his heart, but he tilted his body at the last moment. Impressive. Your ability, does it have a name? Lanzadeer Verde, Green Lancer. Nelliel's candidness in her naming mirrored her personality. Her soft yet genuine demeanor was a breath of fresh air to be around. She was different from Apache's fiery possessiveness, Sung Sun's teasing and playfulness, Mila Rose's brimming fervor, and Tear's mother-like gentleness. Nell, when we're in Hueco Mundo, you'll call me Cazador. That's Spanish for hunter. Well played, partner. We can improve it further. Like Cazador de Plata, Silver Hunter, or Cazador de Damas, Hunter of Ladies. I want it simple. Suit yourself. He firmly believed in the charm of simplicity. Cazador also fitted with all the Hispanic motifs of Hueco Mundo. You took inspiration from Lanzadeer, Nelliel said, a hint of amusement in her voice. Cazador is your hollow name and Kazuya as your human name. I adore the concept, and they're very easy on the tongue. While making small talk, they arrived at the location. The lance had traveled almost a kilometer and embedded deep into the base of a towering mountain. Even Nelliel looked momentarily taken aback, amazed by her raw power. Yet, amid the calm, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Kazuya. It was as if icy fingers grazed the nape of his neck, hinting at an unseen presence. He could sense a Ryatsu nearby, the faintness of which kept it out of reach. Someone was spying on him, on Nelliel. Nami, am I being paranoid? Nelliel, despite her Vasto Lord senses, didn't feel anything amiss. Fortunately, he had another formidable hollow to validate his suspicions. I don't sense it, partner. But I have an idea to force them out of their concealment. What? Let this goddess of fire break free from her confines and unleash her ravenous blaze upon this lifeless forest. Those who dare lurk in the shadows, attempting to deceive us, will soon find themselves embraced by our unforgiving flames. Amidst Nami's passionate monologue, the presence vanished from his senses, the concealed soul realized that they were exposed and left the area. Could it be Jin or Tosin looking for hollows? We'll never know now, that was such a brilliant opportunity to showcase my flames. I'm sad, partner. Comfort me please. Chapter 128, Chapter 139, Reason. Grimmjow almost choked on the water when a familiar silhouette gracefully danced through the air and landed on a nearby hill. It was Nelliel, the centaur he had encountered in Hueco Mundo, but she now seemed like a completely different person. There was a raw intensity about her, she radiated an aura of dignity and authority, despite the fact her Ryatsu was very much concealed by her jigai. Holy, what is a coward like her doing here? Nelliel sauntered closer, her towering stature casting a shadow over him. You've also evolved. Still in a jutsus, though. Still in a jutsus. What the hell do? She became a Vasto Lord not long ago, Kasuke interjected, materializing seemingly from nowhere. Tipping his hat ever so slightly, his eyes roamed the expansive underground, lips curling into a wry grin. The space, once reserved for his training and experiments, now became an orphanage for hollows. Nel-chan, welcome back and congratulations. You've proven yourself in many ways today. I'm proud of you. Yet, beneath the facade of enthusiasm, Kasuke was gripped by doubts about the growing power under Kazuya's command. After all, 2 Vasto Lord, a squad of 8 jutsus, and the mysterious strength of Kazuya himself, could pose a great challenge to the Godai 13. He had faith in Kazuya, but the cautious side of him whispered for a contingency should this power ever cloud Kazuya's judgment. Nelliel nodded politely. Thank you, Kasuke Urahara. Grimmjow cracked his knuckles. Kasuke Urahara, get the hell out of here. I'm in the mood to kick some Vasto Lord's ass. Nelliel's lance moved threateningly close to Grimmjow's throat. You sought to consume me, a weak and beastly justification to kill someone. I'll not pursue our encounter in Hueco Mundo since we serve the same person. Asking to get along with someone like Grimmjow would be foolish. So, avoiding a conflict with him was the second best course of action. Grimmjow snorted. Like I care about that stuff. I don't need a reason to kill someone. Nelliel pinned him down with a cold gaze. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in my way. I'll not hesitate to put down a rampaging beast. You woman. A tense silence hung between them. But before Grimmjow could make a move, the familiar swish of Kasuke's paper fen playfully connected with the back of his head. Get Kazuya-san's permission before fighting Nel-chan. Need I remind you about the punishments he listed? Grimmjow growled. That guy, fuck, she's not worth the hassle. Watching Grimmjow's retreating figure, Nelliel let out a quiet exhale. Kazed, Kazuya said he'll be back soon. I'll rest in the meantime. The fight with Muramasa was mentally draining. She could use a good nap before Kazuya started her errand clarification process. Rest as much as you need. Nelliel's eyes fluttered open, as though rousing from a dream. Before her, Kazuya lounged casually on a chair, his lips curved into a sly grin, eyes twinkling with mischief as they met hers. The vast underground chamber was silent, he was her only company. Welcome back. You're strange, she stated her genuine feelings. Even though she respected him, having someone watch her sleep was unsettling. I meant that as an insult. He chuckled. 20 hours, Nelliel. It's fascinating how even a Vasto Lord can be so vulnerable. Of course, it was a lie to tease her. Nelliel barely slept for 3 hours. I trust you, she replied matter-of-factly. You had numerous opportunities to harm me. Yet, here I am, as alive as a hollow can be. She had closed the power gap with him considerably, but the deep-rooted impressions wouldn't alter easily. The memory of their initial encounter, his overwhelming reiatsu that day, remained engraved on her heart. What if I'm a weirdo who takes pleasure in killing my closest allies? Nelliel crossed her arms. If, by some miracle, you turn out to be a lunatic, I won't retaliate. Given you once saved my life, it's only fitting I permit you to end it. The noticeable shift in Nelliel's demeanor didn't slip by Kazuya. Perhaps it was her solo journey in Hueco Mundo or the result of her choice to go against her aspect of death, she was acting particularly cynical. He shook his head. Let's get you amped up with Hogyoku. Hog, Yoku. Nelliel whispered with narrowed eyes. It sounds like a person's name. He only smirked in reply. With a wave of his hand, he channeled his reiatsu into the orb clutched within hands, unsealing the Hogyoku. Its radiant glow covered Nelliel, and as its luminescence fractured and dispersed, from the settling mist emerged Nelliel, holding a green katana, her Zampakuto, in her right hand. He nodded approvingly. Nelliel hadn't diverged much from her anime appearance except for her hollow mask's remnants remaining intact. Unlike Harabel and Kazuya, she hadn't acquired any spiritual clothes. The criteria for obtaining the spiritual clothes remained a mystery, even after multiple errand clarifications. As Nelliel caught his lingering gaze, her eyes flew wide open. Hastily, she used her weapon to shield her breasts and crotch, though it proved to be an imperfect solution. Her hollow form used to conveniently hide her behind armor and fur, but now, she was completely exposed. She made it sexier. Partner, did you notice anything strange about her? What exactly? Her hollow hole. She doesn't have any. She's like me, I think. We achieved our wish and restored a part of ourselves. Nelliel's aspect of death had always revolved around the pain of loss. In her own unique way, she had always strived to preserve life, taking numerous hollows under her wing even in a place as ruthless as Hueco Mundo. Her soul, in many ways, was more human than many humans themselves. It was only natural she'd be cleansed of her past regrets. Do you have anything to wear? Take this. Nelliel caught the bag with nimble fingers, using it as an instant shield. She felt the weight of it, realizing it contained clothing. As he turned his back respectfully, she hurriedly adorned herself with the attire he provided. The only reason he made her wait was to get some decent clothes for her. He turned around and waited for the rustling sounds to settle before checking up on her. Sheesh. We gave her the drip. Nelliel dusted her sleeve and gave him a smile. Dying, being reborn as beasts, and then returning to a form resembling humans with emotions and reason. We clawed our way back to humanity. That means we earned our place in this world. She nodded at his confident statement. I guess I owe most of my efforts to you. Stay by Tyr's side and help her with her dream. That's all I want from you. Her face took on a determined look. It's not just Harabel's dream. I want to help other Hollows realize their former humanity and become like us. I want them to be fortunate like us. It was an absurd dream, but his unfathomable existence gave her a sliver of hope. Oh, by the way, feel free to stay at my place. I know you and Grimjow don't get along. She shook her head. I was planning to visit my little ones. You don't need to accompany me. I'll hide my mask and blend into the crowd. An excited grin crept on her lips as she thought about walking between the living. She acted on her feelings and threw her arms around him. Squeezing him in her embrace, she laughed joyfully, as though sharing her happiness with him. It really feels nice to hug someone. Thank you, Cazador, for your compassion. Her mood swing caught him severely off guard. Letting out a deep sigh, he rubbed her back. Get moving already. I have a lot of work to do. Liar. You're enjoying the moment. It's written all over your face. How is that my fault? Besides, I have to meet Izumi. There's also the little ghost girl. Apache too. Don't forget our Zampakuto practice and fixing Surachi. That's also important. Zampakuto training is the first thing on my schedule tomorrow. Chapter 129, Chapter 140, Devotion. As Kazuya stepped out of the Urahara shop, his gaze was immediately drawn to Apache, comfortably perched atop an old-fashioned motorcycle. This elegant bike, with its bold black and red paint, lacked the sleekness of modern motorcycles but made up for it with its undeniable vintage charm. The design had one major drawback. The primary seat, plush and inviting, cradled Apache in comfort. But the secondary seating, rather than being a cushioned extension, was a bracket made of steel joints. It looked less like a place for a passenger and more like an instrument of mild torture. When did you start driving? Picked it up to drive Sung-sun to different libraries in Tokyo. Now I love my baby Honda D-Type. Apache caressed the fuel tank with a beaming grin. Come on, pretty boy. Let's go grab a drink. This one Ichan is thirsty. The invitation was playful and cliché, reminiscent of a scene from some romance drama. She must have been waiting for months to recreate it with him, the thought made him smile. Move over. Make room for your pretty boy. What? Sit there. Seeing her point to the torture device, he gave a determined frown. Sit on my lap or I'm not going with you. You, she groaned and rose from her seat before plopping down on his lap. You're such a kid sometimes. He ignored her whining and placed his hands on her waist. Dear wife, take me someplace where it's just the two of us. The promise to make her a Vasto Lord wouldn't be fulfilled if he didn't spend time with her. She kick-started the bike and drove out of the street. Not now. I'm going home. Aw, I thought you were in the mood. I forgot you like having threesomes now. Time constraints may have forced her into a threesome, but she took great pleasure in getting teased by him and Sung-sun. That night would remain an unforgettable experience for all three involved. Freak in the sheets. Apache is just like me for real. Apache nudged his waist with her elbow, clearly embarrassed about her threesome experience. What were you doing at the shady shop? Having a chat with my old pal Kasuk. He gets lonely sometimes, you know. Kasuk and lonely. I never thought I'd hear these words in the same sentence. I'll believe that you don't love me over accepting Kasuk as lonely. Ouch. Don't treat my feelings like that. It was just an analogy. She huffed. Also, thanks for helping me with Francesca. I shouldn't have riled her over nothing. You got it all wrong. I wasn't helping you, I was helping my future wife. Listening to his shameless confession, she almost swerved into a car on the road. Almost lost control there. Let me guess. You imagined a threesome with Rose and lost focus. I did not. Her loud denial was every bit of proof of her lewd fantasies. This horny deer is always ready to get pounded. You can also join. No. I'm shy. I want my first time solo. Got it. The subtle warmth of his breath caressed Apache's ear as he rested his chin tenderly against the delicate curve of her shoulder. I was wondering if you have any wishes or anything you're unsatisfied with. Had he used a different tone, Apache might have thrown a snarky retort. But the gravity in his voice made her pause, searching for the right words. Why? Let's say I'm interested in making my dear wife happy. Discovering her deepest desires was the key to uncover her aspect of death and succeeding in her Vasto Lord ascension. As things stood, she could devour another Vasto Lord and still fail to evolve. They had to fill the emptiness in her hollow heart first and foremost. Could her aspect of death be envy or devotion? She was envious of the attention Mila Rose received from you, and she chose a similar body type in her evolution. We can also think of her willingness to change her perception as her dedication to you. Apache's hand suddenly pressed on the brake. The motorcycle halted, just a whisper away from the serene river of Karakura town. For a fleeting moment, the world around them stood still. The comforting hum of the town and the distant laughter of children playing merged with the gentle rustling of leaves. After a long moment of inner reflection in the peaceful neighborhood, she gave a shake of her head. I have everything I want with me. He gently lifted her shirt and brushed over the opening within her stomach, her hollow hole, the representation of her emptiness. Why does this still exist? I don't know, she answered in a trembling voice. Stop touching me. He wrapped his arms around her. Apache, close your eyes for me and take a deep breath. I'll show you the path to become Vasto Lord. She let his hypnotic voice guide her, the mesmerizing rhythm of the flowing river caressed her senses, enveloping her in calmness. Now, concentrate on my voice. She hummed and bobbed her head in daze. I am. He had never used his voice with the intention of charming his lovers. For Apache's benefit, he instilled every word with intent to lower her defense and open her true heart, a skill he learned while seducing the women in the academy. Apache Emila, do you believe that you're the most beautiful woman in my life? I'm inferior to Nami, your Zampakuto spirit. To satisfy my soulmate for all eternity, I'll be the sexiest and most gorgeous piece of meat in the market. Paying no heed to Nami's strange pride in her beauty, he continued, are you the strongest woman in my life? She shook her head in disagreement. I'm barely able to beat the duo of snake and lioness, whereas you have evolved to the pinnacle of the hollow race. Harabelle's strength is closer to you than it is closer to mine, and I'm not even the strongest to judges. Nelliel took that title away from me. The battle with Nelliel still lingered in her mind, and for good reasons. She got overconfident in her strength and underestimated the non-Arrancar Nelliel. The price, she lost. What's your dream? What's the goal you want to achieve at any cost? I want to get strong. So strong that no one can deny me from living in the soul society with you. I want to shield you from every harm in the world. I want to. She paused as the sound of her gulp echoed through the air. Lowering her head, she clenched her fists. I want to be the fucking strongest in the world and crush anyone who wants to hurt you. There's no mistaking it. The depth, the intensity, the unwavering dedication she has for you is only second to me. Her aspect of death can only beat devotion. Nothing else would make sense, well, apart from love. He couldn't help but agree with Nami. Apache may have yearned for strength out of peace, but meeting him deeply changed her priorities. Now, he was her everything. Nelliel fulfilled a part of her aspect of death, lamentation, by putting her life on the line to protect hollows. How could Apache receive the same amount of fulfillment with her aspect of death being devotion? Suddenly, a droplet of tear rolled down Apache's face, making a soft tink against the hollow fuel tank. The barely audible impact shattered her trance state. Huh. Apache reached up and wiped the tears from her face. She had answered something strange, and the fact they made her cry eluded her. What did you do to me? My silly goose, he whispered. You couldn't help but cry when expressing your love for me. I'm such a lucky guy, aren't I? She feigned annoyance, but the hint of a smile betrayed her. It's good you know that. Just stay put on my lap. I'll drive us home. Chapter 130, Chapter 141, Be Her God. What the fuck, Skull? Why did you do that? The air was thick with tension as Mila Rose directed her piercing gaze towards Kazuya, her face veiled by an uncharacteristic scowl. His offense was trimming his majestic silver hair. The new slicked-back hairstyle added a touch of professionalism to his overall look. The person who saw him in Hueco Mundo as a hollow would have easily identified him by his eye-catching hairstyle. He had to mix things up. A/N, imagine Archer's hairstyle LOL. His new hairstyle unexpectedly caused Mila Rose to freak out, leaving him a bit bewildered. Apache rolled her eyes and let out a disdainful huff. Why are you throwing a tantrum? He looks so much better, like I can see his face without his hair getting in the way. Mila Rose was usually assertive and fearless. Right now she looked flustered. Her lips parted as if to retort, but all she managed was a whisper. He looked better before. Sung-sun moved closer, eyes glinting in the face of an opportunity to tease Mila Rose. "Oh, I think I understand," she purred. Husband's previous hairstyle resembled a lion's mane, and we all know Rose is a lioness through and through. "Yes, I loved his previous hair," Mila Rose confessed. "Because it looked infinitely better." "It's just hair." Kazuya reached out and stroked Mila Rose's black mane. "They'll grow back." The tender caress and the subtle smirk in his eyes had the desired effect. Her cheeks bloomed into a subtle rose hue. "Promise you won't cut it again without telling me." He let his fingers linger a moment longer on her scalp before retracting his hand. "You own the rights to my hair now." Happy. Laughing softly, she yanked him down next to her on the plush couch. "You've given Apache enough of your time. Now it's my turn." Sung-sun quietly moved over and snuggled up next to him, putting her head in his lap. "He can spoil us both. It saves him the time he can spend with our Queen Haribel. Works for me." The bully and the bullied resolved their issues when they had to be around him. He couldn't be more ecstatic about their bond. Apache watched Kazuya's sunny smile as he was surrounded by her friends. An indescribable warmth washed over her. "I'll fetch the groceries then. Kazuya, do you want something?" Kazuya didn't miss the fleeting yet tender expression that briefly crossed Apache's face. This time, she genuinely felt happiness for him, rather than envy. "Some sweet dango," he requested, the very mention of the treat causing his eyes to light up with anticipation. "And lots of sake. You want to drink alcohol?" "Yup." Apache's lips curled into a tender smile as she twirled her keys around her finger, pivoting gracefully on her heel. "Got you. Drinking tonight, are we? Who is the lucky lady to accompany you? How about everyone?" "Oh, an orgy. I'll watch it from the sidelines then." "Coward." "The Demon Empress is no coward but a bashful maiden in love," Nami said with a giggle. "I have an idea to indulge Apache's aspect of death. Make her dress as a nun. Let her worship you and the land you walk upon. Roleplay as her god. That's too much. I'm not going to degrade her existence just to raise her power." As much as he loved a nun cosplay, he'd never force Apache to do anything against her wishes. He fought for his own freedom and believed that his lovers deserved nothing less than the same. "Then you can turn her into your maid. Teach her the ways of a devoted maid." "I'll see." He nudged Sung-sun. "I don't see tear anywhere." "Took the kid outside with Lisa," Mila Rose chimed in with a mischievous grin. "You got replaced by a little girl. If you want to cry your heart out, feel free to borrow my shoulder." "Can I borrow your chest?" I don't see any problem with that," she giggled. "Just know Haribel-sama won't ever replace you. She loves you too much." Sung-sun guided his hands to squeeze her breasts. "You haven't wifed her up yet. You may use my royal pair to heal your broken heart. Don't mind me." Mila Rose's eyes narrowed as she watched Kazuya playfully teasing Sung-sun's breasts. Though she found Kazuya to be the epitome of all the traits she admired, strength, protection, and courage, there was an intangible force that held her back, preventing her from fully surrendering to her passion. All she could hear was the persistent whisper of her instincts, warning her that things would never work out with Kazuya. He abruptly stopped his playful antics and directed his attention towards her. "Rose, like I told you before, you don't have to bottle up your troubles and anxieties. We're here to listen." "It's nothing," she deflected, evading the weight of her own feelings as she fumbled with the remote. "What do you want to watch?" "Anything you suggest." Mila Rose searched through the channels, hoping to find something captivating, but all she found was a sea of mediocrity. "It's all boring." "Husband, come to my room. We'll read my spicy older women manga I borrowed from Lisa." Lisa had led her down the rabbit hole, and now Sung-sun wanted to pull him in too. Unfortunately for them, he was already a bigger degenerate than both of them combined. They can't compete with the lords of degeneracy. Mila Rose glared at Sung-sun. "Why are you so damn horny all the time? You're the strange one who doesn't get horny around husband." Sung-sun retorted with a cheeky laugh. "Husband, let's make some heartwarming memories in my abode." "No, he'll stay here." The snake and lioness began pulling at his arms in a literal tug-of-war. He found himself yanked back and forth, both growling at each other as they fought over him like he was a toy. "Girls," he commanded, his voice dropping to a chilling tone that sliced through their heated battle. "Stop this shit right now." Sung-sun relented with a sigh. "I concede. Snakes aren't meant to win against gorillas in raw strength." Mila Rose hugged his arm like a trophy and stuck out her tongue, her expression the epitome of childish gloating. "Loser. Sung-sun leaned in, her lips lightly brushing his cheek as she whispered her next move. "Husband, your objective now is to make her accept you as her mate. Succeed or no threesomes ever." Challenge accepted. Losing the pleasure of a threesome, especially with the erotic Sung-sun, was not even an option. After the earlier event in Hueco Mundo, he had full confidence to make Mila Rose accept him. Rise to the occasion, O Prince of Hollows. Chapter 131, Chapter 142, Internal Crisis. As Sung Sun left, Kazuya gazed into Mila Rose's eyes. Rose, do you remember our talk on the Ferris wheel? It's been a long time. The hesitation in her response was a telltale sign she was lying. It was so out of character for her, as she was usually so direct and assertive. She didn't have to lie as she had rejected his advances before. He had to figure out the cause of her indecisiveness, or he'd be forever stuck at the close friend status. I'll remind you then. You told me you'll accept me as you mate if I make it back alive. I've done that twice now. I said I'll consider the idea. Mila Rose shot back, springing up from the plush couch like a lioness ready to pounce. Her gaze, full of conflicting emotions, met him. I want to be with you. I don't think I can be with you. The more she thought about her complicated feelings, the tighter the knot in her stomach became. Her anxieties reached a breaking point, compelling her to slam her fist onto the table, shattering it completely. She sank onto the couch, her head throbbing and her breath coming in ragged gasps. I don't make any damn sense. Skull, I love you but I can't escape this nagging feeling that I can't make you happy. Why do I feel this way? He couldn't answer her confusion until he recalled Sung Sun's statement on Mila Rose's nature. Out of every hollow around him, only Mila Rose fully embraced her bestial instincts, finding genuine joy in activities such as hunting and leisurely lounging. He had to shift his perspective and adopt the mindset of a lion to help her. Skull, say something. Is my gut feeling right? Or am I overthinking things? I'm so confused. Facing her vulnerable look, he assumed a serious expression. You're not entirely wrong, Rose. But you're not entirely right, either. You aren't helping, Skull. He chuckled. You like to hunt, right? She quizzically nodded, still unsure why he brought up her pastime activity. I love it. Do you want to hunt for me? Her eyes widened dramatically. How do you know that? What you're feeling is a clash of your emotions and your instincts. Emotions and instincts? I don't understand. Make me understand in simple language. She is a little thickhead. He cleared his throat. You're a lioness, right? Of course. My Zampakuto is named the Lioness General. What's the role of a lioness in a lion's pride? Pride. Like the lions group with a harem of lionesses. What do they do? Born in Hueco Mundo, she lacked the basic knowledge on animals, the biggest reason for her current confusion. A lioness hunts for her pride. Okay, what does that have to do with us? It has everything to do with us, he said, shaking his head. You see me as a mate, the leader of our pride. Your instinct is to always hunt for me and provide me with sustenance. But when I bought the mansion and became a wealthy man, you lost your purpose. He was a perfect mate with one flaw, his lack of dependence on her, which led her to lose self-esteem in herself as a lioness. Her depression was also deeply linked to her instincts. With her mate far away from her grasp, she lacked motivation to do anything and ended up lounging around all day. When confronted by Apache, she even tried to prove her worth by hunting Grimjow and his group for him. Alas, it wasn't enough to cure her confidence issues. A look of dawning realization spread across her face, as though she were piecing together a complex puzzle. The weight of this revelation settled over her. Motherf. I'm useless in your pride. Gently taking her hand, he brought it to his lips and tenderly kissed her knuckles. That would be the case if we were beasts living in a forest. Don't forget that we're Arankars, hybrids of Shinigami and Hollow. We don't need to live by our animalistic instincts. She raised her eyebrows. You're saying I can be a good mate without hunting for you? Exactly. Aside from hunting, you can do so much more to be a good wife. She beamed a smile when he mentioned being a good wife. You glib-tongued pervert, you're suggesting sex. Clearing his throat as if to downplay her insinuation, he smiled. Sex is just one of those things. She giggled at his innocent gesture before moving to straddle his lap. All right, Skull. Let's give this thing a shot. Me, Snake, Apache, Harabel-sama, and you being part of a pride. He had changed her entire perspective on every male in the world, then got rid of the problem that made her fall into depression for months. He was the most reliable man in her eyes, with Harabel coming in second. What about Surachi? She won't be in the pride. Cough. Cough. A series of fake coughs pulled them out of their private world. There stood Surachi, leaning against the banister of the staircase above them, a smile stretching across her face. Mila Rose shot her an unamused look. Surachi, what will you say to my mate's proposal? Surachi shrugged with casual indifference. What I've always said. Family and mates aren't for me. The audacity, Mila Rose muttered and turned her attention back to Kazuya. What do you say about tying her up? Forget it, he leaned close to her ear. Is she still depressed? Kind of. I don't understand her sometimes. He shook his head, his expression turning contemplative. It's better you don't understand her circumstances. Healing her Zampakuto would be a piece of cake, but healing her heart would be tricky. Seizing the moment of his contemplation, Mila Rose leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his cheek. Kazuya, let's go on a date. The bold spark in her eyes and the allure in her voice were signals he couldn't possibly misunderstand with his experience. And quite frankly, he was more than willing to take the hint. Chapter 132, Chapter 143 to 145, Heat in the Onsen, R18. The wooden balcony jutted out only a dozen feet, with a wide onsen beyond it. A vast valley stretched out beyond the onsen, with mountains on either side glittering in the evening sunlight. As the sky began its gradual surrender to twilight, the atmosphere was awash in a subtle blend of amber warmth and soft, pink hues. Even though Kazuya had been to many onsens, he found the view quite stellar. What a lovely view. His companion also agreed with him. He glanced behind, noting Mila Rose holding a towel to her voluptuous chest. The white towel covered most of her, leaving her long legs and hips bare. However, everything in this moment was secondary to the wonder on her face, eyes wide, a slight, growing smile, the relaxed expression, and the quiet contentment in her eyes. Her radiant happiness made her utterly mesmerizing. You're lovelier. Giggling at his compliment, Mila Rose offered her hand. SK, Kazuya. You're lovely, sexy, and strong. Mate wants to hold hands with you. Hand-holding is lewd. Cease your actions or I shall call upon the overlords of the realm, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They have no power over me. He accepted Mila Rose's hand, letting her lead him over to the onsen. The warm mist invitingly caressed his skin as he sat down on the edge and dipped his toes in. The temperature was pleasantly warm. Yielding to the temptation, he sighed contentedly as he sank into the warmth. This never gets old. She joined him a moment later, sighing in equal bliss. This is the paradise hollows like us deserve for being kinder than most humans. If it was that easy, he said, shaking his head. Enjoying the date so far, I assume. For their date, she had insisted on taking him to a hot spring, his second onsen visit with a beautiful dark-skinned woman this month. Yup. My mate makes for a good company. She stretched her arms before cuddling into his shoulder. Those filthy couples on the television made me so envious. I finally have a mate I can enjoy this with. Coming to terms with her feelings, she had fully accepted him as her mate. Rose, your honest side is adorable. You're almost like the golden retriever I never got the chance to have. The first half of his words had her in smiles, but the second half made her scowl. She punched his shoulder, baring her fangs with vengeance. Fuck you. I'm a proud lioness. Ha. The two of them lapsed into a comfortable silence, neither really in a rush to break it. They had been friends for so long, occasionally clashing over their different perceptions. And right now, cozying up in a warm onsen and overlooking a gorgeous view, the silence between them amply conveyed the quiet wonder that such a view gave them. For the first time, it was a silence they could savor alone, undisturbed by the presence of his other companions. Lost in the moment and lulled by the ambient sounds of nature, Mila Rose lifted her gaze to meet his, and her fingers timidly turned his face toward hers. The intimacy flushed her cheeks, her heart pounding against her ribs. His gaze unconsciously traced her sensual curves wrapped tightly within the towel. She looked stunning in the waning sunlight. Kazuya. Her lips, delicate and full, curled invitingly as she looked up at him, her eyes slowly closing. Without stopping to think, he leaned in and kissed her. It felt like time stopped for a brief instant, his lips pressing against her own, and then time resumed as she tentatively pushed back, reciprocating the kiss with even more passion. It lasted just a few seconds, but by the time both drew apart their eyes were locked onto one another, too enraptured by the other to look away. Sweet, Mila Rose breathed, shifting and climbing onto his lap. Kiss me more. Once again their lips met in a gentle collision, eliciting a soft, almost feline mewl from Mila Rose. His hand trailed from her cheek to her side, grazing the wet surface of her skin, but the way his palm inched towards her chest made his desire apparent. With an unspoken understanding, she let her towel go, the soaked-through fabric drifting in the warm water and unveiling her plump, full breasts bare to him. He was tempted to break the kiss just so he could get an eyeful of them. She pulled away just far enough so they could both take in the sight of one another in this waning light. Her breasts were voluptuous yet perfectly round, and her flat stomach was decorated with a six-pack. Her arms and back showed off toned muscles without being overly masculine. You're breathtaking. Puffing her chest proudly, she reached under her breasts and lifted them. I know you love my tits. You can touch mine as much as you like. He smiled appreciatively at her actions and reclaimed her lips in a passionate kiss. Both of his hands came up to grope at her ample breasts, squishing them between his fingers and eliciting a moan from her. Their lips drew apart momentarily before reconnecting in the next, their locked lips muffling the surprised mewls that arose with her throat. The chilly air barely registered to the embracing couple taking pleasure of the warmth radiating from each other in the onsen pool. Memph, she mewed into the kiss, pulling back with a slight, breathless smile. Don't stop. Keep touching me. Kazuya. He almost trembled at the way she whispered his name and how she gazed at him beneath her disheveled tresses with open affection. Unable to resist the charm she was exerting on him, he returned to their embrace. But instead of kissing her lips again, he concentrated on her neck, showering her smooth skin with a barrage of pecks. He moved from her nape to her shoulder, and then he took her right nipple in his mouth. Ah, she moaned in surprise, her back arching as he suckled on her tit. She began to grind herself against his erect penis beneath the towel, her heat of arousal mounting under his caress. Skull, let me touch you too. He hummed an agreement between licking and swirling his tongue around her nipples. Her hands pawed over his chest and slid down until she reached his towel. She was far from gentle when she ripped away the fabric towel with her claws. The sight of his throbbing penis in the water made her gasp. That's huge. Scared? Absolutely not. I can handle anything for my lovable mate. He sucked cold air as her hand reached for his penis. With a gentleness, unlike her previous ferocity, she grasped his thick staff, her thumb teasing the bulbous crown. Ha ha ha, you were so scared shitless, she teased, leaning towards him and sinking her fangs in his shoulder. She drew back, showcasing her blood-covered fangs, as she grinned. You're my mate. Mine forever. He kissed her, feeling the flavor of his own blood on his lips. It had a charred and acrid taste, but not unpleasant. And you mine. You're so sweet that my heart's melting. She released his penis and rose to her knees, flushing her right breast against him. Can you feel it? I can. Oi, I wasn't asking you to suck them again, she burst into laughter, watching him lap at her nipples, and giving her tingles. Aha, you're so good at it. Popping his lips off of her nipple he swapped over to her other breast, peppering her soft skin with kisses and leaving her moaning in bliss. Her hands rested on her shoulders and her sharp nails gently scraped his skin, not enough to hurt or even leave marks, but enough to be felt, to let her ground herself on something. He grabbed her hips and lifted her above him, planting a wet kiss on her toned stomach with a quiet murmur of appreciation. Lovely. She chuckled, seemingly enjoying the show of affection. It's ticklish. How about I tickle down? He trailed his words as he went further, hovering a breath away from her lower lips. Here. Feeling his warm breath against her, she shivered. Go ahead. I won't say no. He buried his face into her crotch, eagerly dragging his tongue up her slit. She cried out, voice sweet and shaky as she felt his tongue flick again, moving in quick, eager strokes, and savoring her desiring taste. His hands groped her mounds and twisted her nipples, committing every curve, every inch of detail to his memory. His tongue worked furiously, lapping at her petals and flicking at her clit. Mewling in response. Mila Rose ran her fingers through his hair, pushing him down into her crotch. You're electrifying me. My mate. Listening to her call him with so much tenderness and sexual longing drove his desire higher and higher. His passion blazed with intensity as he continued eating her out, seeking out the quivering spots that gave her extreme pleasure. He paused briefly and replaced his tongue with 2 fingers, thrusting them in and out of her rapidly. He moved to her inner thighs where he kissed and licked gently, bringing forth an array of pleasurable moans from his lovely mate. Her head tossed from one side to the other as he explored her with his fingers, curling and stroking them within her wetness. He met her half-lidded gaze, a rosy hue apparent on her healthy bronze skin. As he twisted his finger inside her, a whimper escaped her, one that spiked when he ran his tongue along her clit, licking her little nub and making her whole body spasm briefly. She grinded her crotch against his face, lost in chasing a bigger climax with his mouth. Pinching her nipple in a tease, he drew back, a trail of her nectar and his saliva dripping down his lips. Mila Rose, may I? Muttering his name between long breaths, she weaved her hand through his hair. My mate, you're stupid to ask for permission. You're way too gentle to me, all of us. Her rough, passionate voice changed the sensual ambience to that of a solemn one. It was unintentional as she never read the room when opening her mouth. A man ought to be good to his loved ones, even those shitty, good-for-nothings. She chuckled. Yeah, right. Then I'll make sure those good-for-nothings don't get you killed. I'll protect my mate, my pride. That is wrong, a voice whispered inside his head. It was Nami's voice, but distant and icy, unlike the gentle Yandere he knew and loved. You protect your loved ones. You're their shield. Risking your soul for those you cherish, holding them so close their harm falls upon you, it's how you are and will always be, master. He recognized the voice's true identity the very moment shield was uttered. Only one person had such an obsession with shields. His former Zampakuto spirit, which should have died. Yet she lived, speaking to him through Nami. He couldn't shake off the feeling that Izanami hadn't devoured Tsubasa, they had merged together instead, with Nami holding a dominant position. My head, it's spinning like hell. What just happened, partner? I feel like I said something strange. We'll talk about it later. Partner. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ruin your mood. I said we'll talk about it later. What happened, love? Asked Mila Rose as she leaned into his arms and cupped his cheeks. You look pale. Did I? He held her face and kissed her forehead before giving his most assuring smile. It's completely unrelated to you. Also, were you about to suggest we call it off? I was. He suddenly pinched her butt, twisting the firm yet soft flesh, all the while grinning like a villain. Do you know how much I looked forward to breeding my adorable lioness? The moment I became an Arankar. Correct. That's why I'm fucking you today no matter what happens. With her in his arms, he settled on the edge of the pool. Their eyes drawn instinctively to one another even as he shifted into position, her legs splaying on either side of him. Wait, I'll do it. She grabbed his cock and guided it towards her entrance, the tip lightly brushing against her delicate nether lips and nearly dipping in once, twice, and then on the third go she lowered on him. She made an involuntary gasp then a slight whimper as she felt his fullness within her. Her spine arched up as her body responded to him, her hands curling into tight fists as she endured the initial discomfort of his length. He held onto her tightly, groaning in total bliss as he felt her wet heat gradually engulf his erect shaft. Hissing out a soft breath he pulled out until just the tip was inside before spearing back in Mila Rose, feeling her slick insides part for his intruding length. He was careful not to be too rough but staying still bordered on impossible. Her insides caressed his cock in such a way that it felt more natural to move, to glide between her wet walls. Mila Rose moaned at the sensation, her lip caught between her teeth. Their eyes locked as his hips moved in tandem with hers, creating an ever-increasing friction. His own pleasure was a distant thought, overshadowed by her growing cries of ecstasy. There was no rush, no haste, and with every roll of his hips any discomfort she felt melted away bit by bit, her hands sliding over his torso with growing confidence, touching and feeling his muscles freely. He responded by daringly picking up the pace, his slow thrust quickening and fucking a gentle moan out of the lioness, her insides clenching down on his cock tightly. Do you like this position? She laughed even as she bounced and swirled her hips around his manhood. Stretching her arms invitingly, she embraced him and pressed her lips against him. I get to kiss you and look at you while we mate. This position isn't good, it's the, best. Breaking off the kiss he groaned, his flesh smacking against Mila Rose's own as he got more into it, everything beyond the two of them seeming to fade from his perception. He dove in to shower her neck with a slew of kisses. She squirmed under him, moans tumbling freely from her lips before they pursed, holding the flood back for only a mere second before more tumbled forth, as endless as they were erotic. Rose. Planting one last kiss on her neck, he grabbed her thighs and raised them. I'm about to fuck you harder. Are you ready? As I said, I'll do anything. Mila Rose's passionate mewl escalated into a yelp as he folded her legs over herself, shifting her to the side and more on top of her, and with renewed vigor he started pistoning down into her tight tunnel, mating pressing her into the wooden deck. Ah. Ah. The sound of slapping flesh reverberated throughout the steamy air, each smack more passionate than the last. His hands left her trembling legs and planted on the deck, his hips in constant motion and driving his swollen shaft deep inside, each thrust roughly knocked on her cervix as he went to town on her, railing her with unbridled passion. Mila Rose succumbed to her mate's passion willingly, her shrill cries and throaty moans permeating the air. He kept up the rapid tempo, each ragged gasp and fierce moan leaving him breathless. Yet he refused to relent, exquisite pleasure radiating along his cock as he thrust deeply into her inner walls. He could feel her muscles contracting around him, the gripping sensation becoming more intense with every movement. His climax was upon him but he pushed on, pounding himself into her clenching haven. Skull. Until with a cry Mila Rose climaxed, her inside seizing around his cock. Suddenly holding back wasn't an option and he bucked his hips back, gasping as he grabbed his cock and jerked off, and with a throaty moan he unloaded right up her stomach, thick white streaks painting themselves up her stomach and over her breasts, each rope hitting her skin with an audible splat. She quivered at the feeling, eyes half-lidded as she peered down at him, mewling as he shot another couple spurts onto her stomach and groin, leaving her entire front sticky with his load. Breathlessly, he smiled at her, getting one in return, both of them too busy panting to really form words. His gaze, though, descended back to the mess he'd made on her stomach, the mere sight of her voluptuous covered in semen, his semen, perked his shaft back up. The stiffness of his shaft didn't bypass her notice either. The lioness grinned. Wanna do more? Of course. She rose up and stepped into the hot spring bath, her brief dip in the water washing away his semen. But what truly held his interest was the way she stood up, exposing her ass to him as she bent forward over the stone edge of the onsen. She glanced back at him and brazenly presented herself, water glistening across her dark skin. Entranced by her beauty, he gradually sank back into the water and scooted behind her. There was just enough space between them for him to fit, his erection rubbing against her ass as he positioned himself behind her. Just before he stuck it inside, she said, "Do it inside if you want. I don't care if I get pregnant. I'll think about kids after I'm done with the Soul Society." "Okay, but I'm always open to having Skull's babies. We're in a place to support our children." The tenderness in her expression when she gazed at him made his heart go weak. While he held her gaze, he speared back inside of her, stuffing Mila Rose to the brim in a single, clean thrust. The lioness cried out in pleasure, but he was past the point of taking things slow. Both hands settled on her hips as he pounded her raw. The water around their thighs sloshed from the force of his movements, his cock seamlessly sliding out to the tip and ramming back in until he practically kissed her womb, stuffing her to the brim, again and again. Her loud, blissful cries echoed through the air, telling him her feelings on their intimacy. He clapped her cheeks, her rear jiggling from the force of his quick thrusts. He paid it little mind though and ran his hands up her front until he could grope her breasts, practically spooning her from behind as he felt her up mid-fuck, the overwhelming barrage of sensation rendering her little more than a moaning mess, her hair becoming more disheveled as their bodies jerked back and forth. "Ha, ah." Mila Rose threw her head back and moaned, glancing back at him from the corner of her eye. Skull, MMPH. A hand to her cheek pulled Mila Rose right into a kiss, the surprise in her eyes fading in a heartbeat as she reciprocated, her lips mashing against his. Even as he kept pounding her from behind they dragged it out, their tongues soon getting involved and wrestling between their mouths, his experience guiding her to raw ecstasy. Moans bubbled up their throats, forcing them apart several times before mashing their lips back together, going at it like animals. Breaking off the kiss first, he groaned, leaning back upright a bit and peering past her sweaty form, the picturesque scenery of the valleys only amplified when a naked Mila Rose was bent over in front of him, love in her eyes as she peered back at him. Smiling tightly back at her, Kazuya released her plump tits and laid his palms upon her waist instead, bracing her as he sped up. His thrusts became shorter but faster as he focused just on jamming his dick into her tight, velvety tunnel, moaning freely as pleasure seared his nerves. HN. Oh. The array of noises he fucked from Mila Rose's lips were as exciting as they were erotic, the noise only fueling his thrusts and making him hilt in her with every ounce of strength he had, confident that the lioness could handle it. She did and with ease, pushing herself back onto his dick with a needy whimper, her womanhood pressing down upon his length as if to massage the cum out of him and impregnate herself. The mere thought only hastened his end. Of coming inside of Mila Rose. Of knocking her up. Of watching her stomach swell as the two of them prepared a humorous name for the baby. Of introducing his many wonderful moths to the baby. So many thoughts, equal parts lewd and wholesome, circled in his lust-addled mind and just added fuel to the fire, primal instinct egging his hips forth, his swollen shaft ramming deep inside Mila Rose. It took every bit of his resolve to purge the wholesome thoughts of a family with Mila Rose. Gritting his teeth he managed to rock his hips just a little longer before his limit reached, and with a deep moan he pulled out and came, unloading gushing ropes of cum across her firm butt and lower back. Spasming non-stop, Mila Rose waved her butt, a burst of nectar gushing out of her. HGGHHHH. Kaz, oya. After climaxing, she stayed where she was, clinging onto the stones for support and unintentionally presenting him with a nice view of her lovely ass. Then she sank into the water, the warm water washing away the cum. With a giggle that was music to the ears, she stretched her arms like a spoiled princess. "Hug me, Skull." He smiled and let her settle in his arms, embracing each other as the mist surrounded them. "Rose, I promise we'll have a couple of children." She kissed his face. "Something tells me you're guilty about not having them right now. Here's the big deal, you don't have to be. Time is the last thing we lack as hollows, right?" He hummed in agreement and tightly embraced her. "Let's do some rounds before we return. Tyr will worry if we spend the whole night out." Haha, very true. Chapter 133, Chapter 146 to 147, Alter Ego. The next day, Kazuya stepped out of the bath, putting on a gray sweatshirt and cargo shorts, his go-to casual attire. Making his way to the breakfast table, he found Tyr looking captivating in her teacher attire, an outfit that somehow combined professionalism with her wild allure. Not even Nami could top the nurturing charm Tyr exuded. "Morning, Tyr." As he took his seat, Tyr's hand gently covered his. "I'll be back by the afternoon. After which I'm free." After a 3-month longing, the thought of spending uninterrupted time with him filled her with anticipation. She even contemplated taking a day off, but knowing Kazuya, he wouldn't appreciate her sacrificing her responsibilities for his sake. Mila Rose and Harabelle back to back. Partner's luck is going insane. I wonder what tragedy's fate is cooking for us. Stop jinxing it. It was a jinx to counter jinx every jinx. We haven't sparred together in a while, Kazuya suggested, giving Tyr's hand a reassuring squeeze. How about we head to Kasuke's underground chamber later? It'd be a challenge to leave Karakura town once he made love to Tyr. In addition, he had to focus on getting stuff done and work out his Zampakuto issues. Tyr's eyes gleamed at the idea. Just like the old days. Yup, just like the old days. As they shared a moment, lost in each other's eyes, Mila Rose cleared her throat and stood up, capturing the attention of everyone at the table. Attention, everyone. I have an announcement. You and husband fucked for hours yesterday, Sung-sun playfully interrupted, concealing an evil smirk behind her sleeves. We already know that, Rose. Their long disappearance yesterday, combined with Mila Rose's affectionate glances at Kazuya at the table, hinted at a new milestone in their relationship. Sung-sun couldn't be happier about Mila Rose accepting her feelings. Now, she won't have to see Mila Rose having depressive episodes again. Mila Rose's attention shifted to Tear, who verified Sung-sun's statement with a gentle smile. Her shoulders drooped, her face a priceless blend of embarrassment and shame. Ugh, I was so looking forward to breaking the news to everyone. Sung-sun arched an eyebrow. Rose, never forget that you're our family, and a real family knows each other like the back of their hands. Damn yes, Apache agreed. I'm glad Francesca stopped being a stubborn bitch and decided to be with Kazuya. Mila Rose blinked at the rare show of affection from Apache. I also love you both, though I love my mate and Harabel-sama more. Suruchi crossed her arms, tapping the floor. What about me, Rose? You didn't. You idiot, she said, hugging Suruchi from behind. You're my bestie. I love you too. Apache let out an exasperated sigh. Great, now she's going into full-on sentimental mode. After the lively exchange at the breakfast table, Kazuya retreated to his room and sprawled across his bed. Nami, take me to the inner world. We need to talk. Sure, partner. In the blink of an eye, he went from the room to a tiny island, surrounded by an endless sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. Nami stood before him, her presence dominating the surreal environment. So you went with the "it's lonely at the top" aesthetic here. Nami closed the distance and wrapped her arms around him in a surprisingly tame hug, contrasting her intensely horny nature. Lonely. Not when you'll be surrounded by your harem and your soulmate, Izanami. Now, what did my alter ego say to you? Kazuya sighed. Tsubasa, she talked to me in your voice, through you. After the anger over Tsubasa's manipulation had faded, he was more accepting of her existence. Yet, there was one condition: Tsubasa inhabited Nami, taking his already unhinged Zampakuto spirit to a new level. Out of all the potential developments for a Yandere, it had to be the dreaded emergence of a dual personality. I screwed up, partner, Nami let out an anxious chuckle. I thought I devoured her. I should have known better. A Shinigami Zampakuto spirit is part of their soul, how could they die that easily? He narrowed his eyes sharply, seeing through her feigned surprise. I understand why you aggressively pushed me on Unohana and Aizen. You had an inkling about remnants of Tsubasa's ego and worried that you might lose the psychic battle against her. They were your backup, to keep me from spiraling into despair if you were gone. I got caught. Nami looked down, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, I lied. I was having lapses, blank spaces popping up in my memories. Strangely, they only happened when you were asleep. Partner, will you punish me for deceiving you? He revealed a soft smile. Considering how essential a Zampakuto spirit is to a Shinigami, you must have hesitated in completely devouring Tsubasa. It'll be stupid to punish you. Since Tsubasa was part of his soul, completely annihilating her would have harmed his soul. How could he have the mind to punish her when she acted with the intent of helping him? She cradled her own face in her hands as her eyes widened and her lips twisted into the signature smile of a Yandere. You cannot know how happy I'm to be understood by my beloved. It means the world to me. Others might find her level of obsession creepy and unnerving, but he held a different perspective. Her love, however twisted, was undeniably sincere, a dangerous mix of passion and devotion that he found adorable in its own unique way. I can never predict the inner workings of a woman, much less a Yandere like you, he mused, eyes locking onto hers. But when you began pushing women on me, I knew something was off. You said it yourself that the other women in my life meant nothing to you, you were indifferent to them. Ah, my partner's love made me touch more, accommodating to others. Nami spun in an elegant pirouette, her laughter echoing like a haunting melody around the isolated island. I'll still call Tsubasa my alter ego. She is, after all, my polar opposite. The life to my death. The light to my shadows. I exist to protect and elevate my beloved to his righteous position in heavens, while she exists to protect your loved ones. In short, Tsubasa and Izanami are two sides of the same coin. We complete each other. His theory about the antithetical relationship between Tsubasa and Nami was astute. In theory, with Tsubasa, Nami represented an ideal Yandere, one driven by the desire to protect him and the other driven to protect those around him. It encompassed everything he needed to enjoy his life. The only dreadful outcome of their continued existence was the possibility that Nami may transform into a stranger or lose her sense of self. Well, what happened to Tsubasa being our daughter? No longer possible. Moreover, I'm not old enough to be a mother. Oops, I forgot partner loves MILFs. It's unfortunate that Tsubasa can't be my daughter with her living in my head and all. You live in my head, and Tsubasa lives in yours. He chuckled. We're one fucked up trio. Perks of being the main characters, she cooed. With a graceful gesture, she placed a hand on her chest and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her demeanor had shifted, eyes solemn and tinged with reverence. Master, we meet again. Tsubasa, you're one stubborn Zampakuto spirit to survive the wrath of a Yandere. Tsubasa's lips curled into a soft smile. That may be truer than you imagine. I almost died when Nami devoured me, but Nami was gracious enough to preserve my essence and merge her soul with it. My specialization in restoration allowed me to reconstruct my ego. It was made possible by staying close to you, physically and spiritually. I guess the saying about Shinigami and their Zampakuto spirit being inseparable is true. She kneeled on the ground and touched her head on the floor, performing a tajiza, a gesture used to show deference to a person of higher status or express deepest apologies. In Tsubasa's case, it was the latter. Master, I apologize for the harm I caused, and for my despicable actions against Izanami. I never intended to mock your strength during our battle. I was swept away by the fantasy that Master would get more motivated to grow strong and overcome me. His brows arched in surprise. You sound like one of those side villains whose real goal is to help the protagonist, so the protagonist can kill the main villain. They were my inspiration to fuel your growth. I never considered you would leave me to die in a battle against Izanami. She had taken her defeat into account, but not the possibility of a Shinigami abandoning his Zampakuto spirit. She severely underestimated his rage and his adoration for Nami. You're so weird, he said, shaking his head. Then again, you're just the reflection of my desires. It was a little stupid of me to let you die. So, we're even. She raised her head, surprise painted across her features. Thanks, Master. I swear I'll never act without your permission. You better, because I'd hate to see you die again. She happily nodded her head and rose to her feet. Her eyes fluttered close before she fell towards him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, supporting her weight as she transitioned back to Nami. Partner, I'm back. Nami's eyes twinkled as she looked at him. What did Tsubasa say? Before that, I have a question, do you hate Tsubasa? Despite having an inkling about her feelings, he needed to hear it straight from her. I had nothing but hatred for her until I burned her soul with my flames, leaving just her essence. While she may lack maturity, her heart was in the right place, to assist you. How could I loathe someone aiming for the same goal as I do? So yes, I've forgiven her, even for trapping me like a caged bird. His eyes crinkled in a pleased smile. You were a bird when it happened. I was a phoenix. Get that right, partner. Yandere bird. Watching her huff and puff about being called a bird, he gave her a brief rundown on Tsubasa's apology and her promise to Nami. Her arms tightened around him, her entire weight leaning against him. I'm absolved from the guilt of slaying my blood and flesh daughter. That makes the two of us. I long for the day Tsubasa separates from me. I want my head full of beloved's thoughts, not her. Me too. I think we should refrain from fucking while Tsubasa is merged with you. Nami pouted, sulking, but not pushing the issue. Mom incest is fine. Daughter incest is not. I see. Now that the problem is solved, let's go train. Fucking finally. Chapter 134, Chapter 148, what a teaser. The moment Kazuya's eyes fluttered open, his vision was filled by the upside-down face of Yoruchi, her feline face inches from his own. She patted her fluffy paws against his face, as if pinching his cheeks. Kazuya, lad, here's your good morning greeting, she purred, her feminine voice sultry yet playful. Few have the honor of getting this luxurious treatment from me. I'm flattered. He picked her up before placing her on the bed. Do you want me to groom your fur? His hand hovered before her, as if asking for consent to caress her. A fleeting look of puzzlement crossed her face. She had grown so accustomed to his spontaneous chin rubs that his respectful approach felt out of place. Nevertheless, she kept her feelings under wraps and continued as if nothing were out of the ordinary. Harabelle cleaned me yesterday with shampoo, which was unnecessary. A little Ryatsu is all I need for my grooming needs. During his time in Hueco Mundo, he had relied on Ryatsu for cleansing, but it never provided the same satisfying sensation as water. Anyway, I'm planning to test my new Zampakuto abilities. Wanna tag along? Her golden eyes lit up, reflecting her excitement. Heck yeah. Your Zampakuto has piqued my interest since day one. I'm curious what type of absurd power you will manifest. I got a condition, though. Her tail flicked skyward, its tip twitching. Conditions again. Very well, state them. You'll come with me in your Shinigami form to help test my Zampakuto. That, I can do. With a fluid grace that only she possessed, Yoruchi leapt off the bed and transformed into her human form. Retrieving an orange ribbon from his drawer, she quickly tied her violet locks into a ponytail. In one swift motion, she pivoted on her heel and bent down low onto her hands and feet, taking up a stretch that would test the limits of her flexibility and balance. Her legs were spread wide, the closest one stretching forward and the back one reaching back, her toe barely grazing the ground. Her hands, with fingers splayed, grounded her chest parallel to the floor. As she held her stance, every muscle in her body tensed powerfully, from the swell of her deltoids to the defined ridges of her calf muscles. Her athletic form was even more impressive than Sung-sun, despite the fact Yoruchi hadn't trained for almost a century. In her stretching position, her puffy vulva and tiny butthole were entirely exposed. But it didn't bother her as she felt no shame in being fully undressed before him. HNGH, it's so satisfying to do it every time I transform back. Beloved, we can't let her get away with it. In response to Nami's words, he shook his head, his brows furrowing. The more he indulged Yoruchi's playful teasing, the less she regarded him with any seriousness. When it came to someone like Yoruchi, the best approach was either overpowering them through brute force or dismissing their teasing without a reaction. He took the latter approach since he found the idea of forcing himself on women plain disgusting. Yoruchi shifted her weight, sending a ripple of muscle through her abdomen. As he had expected, she covertly glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, trying to assess his reaction. In the face of his indifference, a disappointed sigh escaped her, and she quickly got back up. The whole point of doing the nude stretches was to capture his interest and get some usual playful remarks. She failed miserably in her task. He's not upset with me, then it means. The way he barely acknowledged her presence, with a distant and detached look in his eyes, pointed towards his waning interest in her. His indifference was entirely justified as she had witnessed him charm many stunning women that she felt uncertain about holding his gaze with her body. Well, it's better this way. I'm not cut out for this shit. Despite her efforts to reassure herself, she couldn't shake the conflicting emotions of pride and melancholy that swelled in her chest. She approached Kazuya's closet, her hand gripping the doorknob before she swung it open. You have a closet full of clothes when you don't even live here. Sung-sun arranged everything. She is a bit of a fashion deviant. She is fulfilling the duties of a good housewife, Yoruchi muttered and slammed the closet shut. None of them will fit me. You can ask Sung-sun. You both are of the same height, give or take a few centimeters. I guess I have no other choice. While Yoruchi went to borrow clothes from Sung-sun, he passed time by engaging in a conversation with the Yandere living rent-free in his head. He weighed the pros and cons of training in Urahara's basement and visored space with Nami. The thought of exposing his Zampakuto to Kasuke unsettled him. He knew the mischievous scientist would brainstorm ideas to neutralize his shield in his pastime. Yet you asked Yoruchi to test your Zampakuto. She won't reveal it if I ask her. Despite being a lazy cat, her most admirable quality was her loyalty. That's true. Then the visored base is our best bet. I'll ask Lisa to send everyone out. She won't say no to her future husband. Just promise her a stack of new erotica to make her agree. I'll write her the erotica about the Hollow Prince and an exiled Shinigami vice captain. The similarities between us and your characters are just a coincidence, right? Right. Right. My work may take inspiration from the real world, but everything will be fiction. He rang Lisa's contact on the landline, the static reminding him that he held what would be considered a relic in his timeline. She willingly complied with his request, not asking for anything in return. With the sacrifice he was making for the Soul Society in mind, she must have perceived this as an opportunity to give back in some way. Yoruchi returned not long after and knocked on the door. Let's go, Kazuya. I'm ready. As the door opened, Yoruchi came into view. She was standing with one knee on the floor, her hand raised in a mock salute. The sight of her took him aback. She wore a red military uniform complete with golden tassels and accents and white trousers tucked into black knee-high boots. He immediately recognized the look as being inspired by 19th-century British redcoats. She leaned in and reached out her hand, imitating the classic act of requesting a lady's hand to bring it to her lips for a kiss. Let us depart, my prince. Soifan would have suffered a nosebleed and then fainted from happiness just by glimpsing at her beloved Yoruchi in this attire. Yoruchi exuded such strong authority and confidence that most women would find her tempting. Only God knew what it would do to the fanatic Soifan. He smiled and placed his hand on hers. I feel like a princess, though. She chuckled and rose to her feet, still holding his hand. How do you like my new outfit? I thought it looked sick. Just like her nudity, her old-fashioned attire was just a ploy to get a reaction out of Kazuya. Given his smile and the admiration in his eyes, she had succeeded splendidly in her goal. His reaction gave her a new perspective on things he liked. He likes being spoiled. Kazuya nodded his head. It looks regal, but why is my wife keeping it in her wardrobe? Sung-sun's fashion sense is unrivaled. Being a horny pervert, she must have realized the potential of cosplaying to please you. Such a sweet little minx. Hell if I know. Yoruchi grinned and led him down the stairs by his hand. Follow me, my prince. I'll escort you safely. Chapter 135, Chapter 149, Cleanse. Lisa Yadamaru, a maid whose snarky demeanor opposed her subservient title, folded her arms over her chest. Her eyes flickered with a mischievous glint as they landed on Kazuya and Yoruchi, the latter adorned in a crisply red military uniform. You turned her into a lady of culture. As expected of the men who nearly took my heart. He chuckled. You're still not over the date. As if I could forget. You brought great shame to my name. I can't look my 73 suitors in the eye. What is that number without the people in your imagination, maid-chan? Lisa averted her gaze. 0. Make it 1. He extended his hand. For you shall be the mother of my child. With a swift motion, Lisa slapped his hand away. To propose to me despite having multiple lovers, your skin is thicker than a rhinoceros. Yoruchi stared at them with narrowed eyes. Soul Society, Living World, or Hueco Mundo. Is there a place where I can't find your admirers? There is one. The Soul King Palace. The cuddly and cheerful chef Kiryu Hikifune or the regal yet playful weaver Senjimaru Shitara. Pick your poison, partner. We'll think about that if I survive my first meeting with the royal guards. Given that the royal guards had the unenviable job of guarding the lifeless husk of a god, they were more than likely well versed in the intricacies of Soul King's essence. Which, unfortunately, meant that they could see right through Kazuya's peculiar origins. And Ichibai, the most ancient of the royal guards, would most certainly discern his true nature. Even though Kazuya was a formidable force in the current timeline, facing the royal guards would be a fool's errand. His best chance lay in mastering his Zampakuto's shield, working towards achieving the Bankai release. Additionally, there was the untapped potential of his complete Resurrection, a form made accessible ever since Nami's ascension to Vasto Lord status. Thankfully, Ichibai's motto was to never interfere with the events of the Soul Society, so he wouldn't be meeting the royal guards anytime soon. There is a possibility Otsu knows about me through his Zanpakuto sense. I know. He's probably baffled about your existence. Snapping back to the present, he found Yoruchi and Lisa staring at him, their eyes riddled with confusion. Yoruchi touched his shoulder gently. Limit monologues with your Zanpakuto when you're in the middle of something. You look like a goofball with those unfocused eyes. The frequency of such conversations will wane as your bond deepens. Lisa wrapped her fingers around her Zanpakuto's hilt. Since my own hollowification, my Haguro Tanbo barely talks to me. But when it matters, they lend their power to me without hesitation. Kazuya held back the retort that danced at the tip of his tongue. Lisa and the other Vizards had so much untapped potential, they could grow so much more than just a Shinigami sprinkled with hollow traits. Kanami Tozen had shown the Vizard's full potential through mixing his inner hollow and Zanpakuto spirit, transforming it into a Resurrection. Tozen's Resurrection took his existing Zanpakuto abilities to the next level. She needs to embrace her inner hollow, not shun it like it's a monster. It's about becoming a bridge between the Zanpakuto spirit and the inner hollow. It ain't that easy, Chief. Her hollow isn't exactly sentient like an Ajucha's. It's a risky maneuver to introduce it to her Zanpakuto spirit. Yet, it's through risk that we evolve, that we surpass the limits imposed upon by the world. True. Then there's little old me who never uses Zanpakuto. Yoruchi laughed. I fight better with my body. He raised an eyebrow. And they made you captain of the second squad, how? Grinning, she prodded his waist with her elbow. I'm an excellent assassin, and an even better stealth expert. Lisa glanced at her wristwatch and opened the door. Kazuya, we don't have time to dally around. Shinji and Rest will return around the afternoon. You're certain they won't return sooner? I shooed them off to step outside and enjoy life for once. Lisa gave him an exasperated look. It won't be a surprise if they stay out late. Do you not trust me? His eyes met hers, steady and unyielding. I trust you as much as I'd trust a cat to babysit a mouse. Lisa's eyes flared, her mouth opening to unleash what would undoubtedly be a scathing retort. But before the words could escape, Kazuya interjected, the cat I'm referring to is Yoruchi, who never eats rats. That means I trust you as much as I trust Yoruchi, and I trust this girl with my life. A smirk played at the corners of Lisa's mouth. I know, doofus, or else I won't be part of your inner circle. Yoruchi, however, took a step away, her eyes widening just enough to betray her surprise. His words echoed in her mind, heavier than she'd expected, and they filled her chest with an unanticipated warmth. She collected herself before her uncharacteristic reaction could draw attention. Yadamaru is right. We shouldn't waste time, my prince. Standing in the vast underground chamber, Kazuya held his Zanpakuto before him. Despite harboring a Vasto Lorde-Class entity, the weapon remained as light as any regular katana. He slowly unsheathed the katana, and as it reached halfway, he whispered, "Weave, Shinka no Tubasa." As the incantation dissolved into the air, his Ryatsu erupted. A furious tempest of energy that picked up particles of dust, swirling them into an impromptu cyclone around him. Tongues of soft, ethereal flames crawled out of the sheath and wrapped around the blade. Kazuya slowly drew his katana, its blade ablaze with flame. He reoriented the searing blade and pointed it towards his own chest before he plunged the flaming sword inward, piercing the core of his very being. A convulsion of spiritual energy surged through him, the flames igniting him from the inside. His eyes turned incandescent. With a sudden, explosive burst, the flames detached, condensing into dual, luminescent blades that hovered in the air beside him. Lisa shielded her eyes, peering through the gaps between her fingers. Her Ryatsu sat somewhere between a vice captain and captain class, yet next to Kazuya's overwhelming force, she felt like a flickering candle facing the sun's searing might. But fear was a stranger to her at that moment as the Ryatsu had no intent to harm her. "Goodness," Yoruchi whispered, licking her lips subconsciously. "I didn't think he'd grow this much. What a terrifying man. For all that show off, his shurikai is just two weird floating blades." "Yadamaru, did no one ever tell you not to judge a Zampakuto by their appearance? Keep your wisdom to yourself, cat lady." Ignoring their sideline commentary, Kazuya gestured with a wave of his hand. The hovering blades responded, swirling around him in a beautifully choreographed dance, harmonizing to his mental commands and physical movements. "Yoruchi, get into your Shunko form. Lisa, use your Bankai. Give me your best." Yoruchi laughed. "You'll apologize to Sung-sun for what I'm about to do." She thrust her hand to the side and clenched her fist. Her Ryatsu turned ferocious, materializing a layer of white energy around her. Her ponytail danced in the wind, a sharp contrast to the white lightning crackling and snaking around her. The Kido enveloping her grew denser and denser until, crackle. The pressure reached a crescendo, and arcs of lightning erupted. Her sleeves were ripped apart, as was the fabric covering her back. Sung-sun's dress was half ruined. Yoruchi grinned, turning to Lisa. "Don't hold back. This guy can take on both of us. As they say, the road to ruin is paved with overconfidence." Lisa pushed up her glasses and unsheathed her Zanpakuto. "For you, the road will lead to thrashing by two beautiful Wani-san." She slammed the hilt of her Zanpakuto into the mouth of its scabbard before twirling it over her head with both hands. As the blade twirled, her visored mask manifested, a diamond-shaped white mask with a cross-shaped opening instead of a mouth and eye slits. Smash! Haguro Tanbo. Her shurikai activated, transforming the blade into an elongated polearm, its spearhead mimicking the shape of a monk's spade. Lisa, the former vice-captain with all the qualifications of a captain, aimed her weapon at Kazuya. "My fellow abomination, prepare to bleed magma from your heart." Chapter 136, Chapter 150, and Mayaku. The former Shinigami ladies didn't dally around. Yoruchi's lightning-fast Shuanpa closed the distance between her and Kazuya in an imperceptible instant. She threw a kick at him, her leg snapping in an arc so fast it tore through the air with a sonic boom, electric arcs trailing her heel. At the same instant, Lisa's gigantic polearm descended on his head like a hungry guillotine. Kazuya stood stoic, his arms arrogantly folded across his chest. The shimmering blades hovering beside him morphed, coalescing into formidable shields that materialized just in the nick of time. Electrical currents cascaded from Yoruchi's extended leg, a furious tempest of lightning battering against his shield. Sparks flew. Lisa's polearm clashed against the second shield, her blade rebounding as if it hit an unyielding wall. Refusing to be stopped by a mere shield, Yoruchi shifted her stance and unleashed a whirlwind of kicks and punches, each strike accompanied by the dazzling white lightning. Her Shunko mixed the power of Kido spells and fighting techniques into a killer technique, the peak offense a Shinigami could show with their body. Yet, each scorching impact seemed to evaporate upon hitting the shield. Lisa, grunting with sheer determination, swung her polearm around, flipping it to its other end. It was armed with a small but insanely heavy ball designed for crushing. With a yell, she slammed it against the shield. The shield held fast. It would have been odd if it hadn't, these very shields had once fended off Kazuya's own devastating power. And he was stronger than Baragon in terms of raw spiritual power. Yoruchi and Lisa were strong, but they were still around the level of a Vasto Lord. A smile flickered across Yoruchi's face, her eyes twinkling with excitement rather than frustration. If nothing else, she relished the unwinding of her muscles against the shield. "Take this." In contrast, Lisa's frown showed the frustration anyone would have when facing an unbreakable shield. Though she had yet to unleash her Bankai, she sensed that even that might be inadequate. Her Bankai boosted her fighting prowess, not her overall destructive power. And she required overwhelming destructive power to breach his shield. Vaulting off the unyielding shield, she ricocheted off the ceiling, flipping midair to descend like a human missile. "Smash him!" Yoruchi cheered, quickly sidestepping the targeted area. With an impact likened to a mini-meteor, Lisa's Zampakuto collided once more, creating a resonant clang so loud it felt as though their very bones had rung like a gong. Thus, a radial shockwave rippled through the underground chamber. Kazuya casually flicked his wrist, the shields evaporating back into the blades whence they came. "Geez, you went all out, huh?" Lisa, panting heavily, shot him an icy glare through the gaps of her dissipating hollow mask. Her Zampakuto returned to its original form, and she sheathed it back with a crisp motion. What a stupid shield. Yoruchi deactivated her Shunko, and her electrical aura slowly dissipated. Your hollow powers are anything but defensive in nature. Why do you have a support-type Zampakuto? Zampakuto are a manifestation of a Shinigami's desires, Lisa said. A coward who hides behind his shield, I'd say so if I didn't know any better. One needed extreme courage to pose as a Shinigami in the Godai 13 while being a hollow, the very being Shinigami purified. His shield is meant to protect, Yoruchi said. What I don't understand is the number of shields. You've got like 5 lovers. 2 shields can't guard that many hearts. He laughed at her skepticism and snapped his finger. One of his fingers caught fire, disintegrated, and morphed into a third blade. These energy swords are a big part of our existence. We have to name them appropriately. Hano no Damayaku, flame artery, let's shorten it to Enmayaku. Yoruchi looked intrigued. Sacrificing your body, that's smart. Messed up but smart. Lisa adjusted her glasses with keen wisdom. True love is selfless. One must be prepared to sacrifice everything. In this case, your own body. If by my life or death I can protect someone, I will, he whispered a quote from the Lord of the Rings, which resonated nicely with the theme of his Zampakuto. The more I want to protect, the bigger price I'll have to pay. The Enmayaku travels so fast it may as well be Sonido. One of them can protect multiple people if attacks come at different intervals. The true value of my Shirkai is in my mastery over the timings and my decision-making. As he focused, one Enmayaku dissolved and returned to his finger. In essence, the Shirkai temporarily transformed his entire body from the inside out, letting him convert parts of his bodies to form Enmayaku, which could then be converted into shields or muskets. It's so limited. That's just Shinigami Zampakuto in general. Every Zampakuto was powerful but limited in the way their abilities worked. The Resurrection acted oppositely as they merged with their host, allowing them to fully control its power. The Resurrection had one limitation: they lacked the potential to grow alongside their host in the same way as Zampakuto. None of the rules applied to him with the existence of Tsubasa and Nami. As he reached out, the Enmayakus flew into his hands. He looked at Lisa, the visored who could sidestep the rule imposed upon typical Shinigami. Mate-chan, pay close attention to what I'm about to do. With a flick of his wrist, Kazuya combined the Enmayakus into a single, larger blade, plunging it deep into the center of his chest. The flames coursed beneath his skin, threading through his very being before converging into the sword. The blade expanded, its length almost rivaling that of Lisa's Shirkai. Nami, start your engine. As you wish, partner. The color of the flame morphed, now radiating a dark, malevolent carmine that seemed to channel Nami's intrinsic violence. The energy flooded his senses, saturating his mind with the sheer fervor of destruction. He would have lost his mind if he lacked a strong willpower. This much was made clear as he merged with her flames. Let the chaos flow through you. It's no surprise you're violent all the time. In the same process as Tsubasa's Shirkai, the flames detached and morphed into 2 separate Enmayakus. These, however, bore the menacing carmine hue. Lisa crossed her arms, a sharp look in her eyes. It's disturbing watching a friend commit you-know-what. Yoruchi chuckled. Those blades look a little different. If I had to guess, they have offensive powers now. Exactly, he said, as the Enmayakus whirled around him, finally settling into his hands as curved daggers. Each hilt was set with a crimson gem, pulsating softly. Wow, they look weak. In an act of defiant response, tongues of flame erupted from each dagger, searing the ground. The momentarily contact evaporated left 2 long nashes on the ground, each deeper than a meter. The only counter to my flames is, dodge, or offset them with Ryatsu of higher level. He didn't expect any less from Nami. In a fight where people can use high-level movement techniques, it will be hard to consistently land hits given the dagger's range. Yoruchi blinked at the destruction of his flames. Your Zampakuto has so much potential. The only downside is the long time to switch forms. Lisa walked back until she was over 100 meters away from him. Is this what you wanted me to see? He laughed at her cautious, unwilling to get burned attitude. Do you know how I changed my Zampakuto? Merging it with a different flame. Why do you have 2 different flames in the first place? Both Yoruchi and Lisa were curious as the destructive flames of his Shirkai reminded them of their captain commander. Yet the supportive nature of his other flames was something they had yet to see. That flame belongs to my hollow side, my resurrection if you will. He paused for a dramatic moment. I know you're afraid of your inner hollow, and reasonably so. The fact you dominate it to make it a weapon shows your great willpower. Lisa remained skeptical. What are you getting at? He tossed the daggers in the air, letting them return to the Enmayaka form. Your hesitation is stunting your growth. If you want to grow beyond the limits of Shinigami and hollows, let your inner hollow develop. Lisa's eyes widened, shocked at his audacity at suggesting such a thing. To every visored, their inner hollows were shackles, preventing them from returning to their respective positions in the Godai 13. They despised the malevolent spirits residing in their inner worlds. It's your choice to heed my advice or not. He shrugged. So Yoruchi, wanna fight some more? Yoruchi's gaze flicked from a visibly unsettled Lisa to him, a mischievous smile curving her lips. I'm down for some action. Good, I'll use my resurrection now. Chapter 137, Chapter 151, Master of Samsara. A sea of carmine flames danced wildly, their passionate embrace consuming the lingering ashes that filled the cavernous underground chamber. As each flame waned, the ash-veiled ground found itself nearly 50 meters swallowed into the earth's belly. Kazuya floated in the chamber's center, dressed in his Arankar-formed spiritual clothes. A slender chain, born from Nami's flames, wrapped around him with an intimate possessiveness. It weaved a path up to his neck, finally contracting into a black blindfold. The crimson gem adorning his forehead shone to match the carmine theme before settling into a dim glow. Hollow's evolution, Arankar, resurrection form, complete, achieved. An awe-stricken murmur escaped him. That was something. Achieving one of the greatest powers of Hollows filled him with equal dread and thrill. His hand grazed the blindfold, the catalyst for Nami to channel her powers into him, perhaps return the power that belonged to him. I'll reserve my resurrection as my trump card. The demon god must not invoke his authority haphazardly. He thoroughly agreed with Nami. The force field around him had barely caged his Ryatsu, despite the best he consciously limited his output to his limits. A mere whim of releasing his Ryatsu could have raised the town above. With his resurrection activated, he could reap human lives with more ease than a farmer reaping wheat. He was the walking scythe of death. What baffled him was that this monumental power wasn't even his hollow form's final evolution. The system still displayed two further evolutions. One of them being Segunda Etapa, the ability Ulquiorra showcased in his fight against Ichigo. The other remained a complete mystery. Nami, how fucking strong was Soul King? A severed torso serves as an anchor to three massive realms. Mere shards of his being creates artifacts capable of twisting reality to materialize one's deepest desires. His right and left hand, while estranged, rivals the strongest powers. His self-proclaimed son wields the ability to peer into future timelines and temper with them, that should give you a good estimate. Controlling life, growth, death, and rebirth. He whispered. Please let me be wrong about my origin. Yours is a false hope, partner. Fuck. With a weary motion, he caressed his cheek, turning his gaze to where Yoruchi and Lisa stood, near the exit door. It's safe now. Using her tremendously mastered Shuinpa, Yoruchi arrived before him, holding his shoulders. You aren't burning anymore. She breathed, a weight lifting from her before the memory of his resurrection returned, prompting her to flick his chin. I felt like I died for a second. That tree, what was it doing to me? Despite guarding herself with her Ryatsu, his resurrection ability had yanked her into its grasp, albeit for merely a second. Foolish cat. She doesn't know she was most alive when connected to the tree of false Samsara. He had barely used his resurrection, and Nami had already come up with a Chuni name. Yoruchi, that was my resurrection. That's all I can tell you right now. His resurrection was dangerous, so dangerous that the royal guard might hunt him down. As much as he trusted Yoruchi, revealing his resurrection ability might change her stance on him. Yoruchi furrowed her brows, detecting the careful evasion in his explanation. If your resurrection is so utterly ridiculous, can't you just own Aizen in a duel? He shook his head. In an even playing field, his fighting skills are way superior to mine. He clicked his tongue, a tinge of bitterness seeping through. These prodigies have no right to surpass thousand-year-old soul reapers with sheer talent. It's pure bullshit. Yoruchi rolled her eyes. You're the one to talk with that crazy backstory. Betrayed, reincarnated, and now saving the Soul Society from the men who murdered you. Avoiding her teasing stare, his attention shifted to Lisa, catching the unusual stillness in her demeanor. Maid-chan, what's the matter? Probably wondering about agreeing to your idea, Nami said. Keep her by your side. Your ability is a cheat to evolve hollows. For that broken ability, I dubbed thee the Infernal Lord, and the Master of Samsara. When did I go from Prince of Hollows to Master of Samsara? When you unleash the infernal flames of demonic phoenix to seize control of Samsara. With a graceful leap, Lisa descended to their level, yet a cautious gap lingered between them. His hollow form stirred a hesitance within her, yet he continued in his form. Lisa fixed Yoruchi's back with a cold gaze and pointed at the ground. I'll hold you accountable for this. Please bring Urahara to fix it before others arrive. Yoruchi swirled to face her, confusion visible in her eyes. Ah. Why me? You saw him doing this with your eyes. You are friends with him, Lisa insisted, her glasses catching a stray gleam as she adjusted them. And friends look out for each other. Kazuya's hand landed on Yoruchi's shoulder, his touch as light as the whisper that followed. Yoruchi, I asked your permission for the release. You're just as guilty as me. They made fine arguments to paint Yoruchi as guilty, despite the fact she was completely innocent. She knew she was being played, yet she had no chance to defend herself. Ah. Fine, Yoruchi agreed with a sigh, brushing his hand from her shoulder. I'll go fetch Urahara. It was a great opportunity to stick her neck for the man risking his life for her mission. The Flash Goddess wasted no time in leaving the visored base. She approached him with the wariness of a deer in an unfamiliar land, every sense alert and muscles coiled. Unleashing his resurrection did something to her or the hollow inside her. Kazuya, you're coming with me to see Izumi. Her motive for casting the responsibility on Yoruchi became clear. He smirked, his gaze mysterious behind the blindfold. All right. Creak. The wooden door elegantly opened, inviting an autumn breeze and rustling leaves. There, in the frame, stood a silhouette Izumi found both strange and achingly familiar. Her heart leapt, pulsing waves of warmth. Her hands, hanging limply by her sides, twitched. Her lips quivered, parting slightly. The light shifted as Kazuya stepped forward, his features coming into focus. She noticed changes in him, subtle like minor growth in his height and substantial like his short hair. In the space between heartbeats, Izumi's hands found the courage her voice couldn't. They rose up, reached out, and touched him. The contact, skin, and fabric grounded him into reality from a potential dream. He was there with her. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him, taking in his familiar scent. Ototo-kun. Holding her quivering and sobbing form, he rubbed her back. I'm back. Partner, you knew her for, what, 2 weeks? Isn't her reaction too extreme? It's as if she had been reunited with long-lost son. It's the bond of true siblings. Nah, partner. Izumi is a red flag, I'm telling you. I don't see anything wrong. Arg, blind love. I can't even do anything or Tsubasa will clash with me. Yes, I know I skipped the reveal of his resurrection. I'm saving the proper reveal for a different moment. It'll be better, I swear. Chapter 138, Chapter 152, Encroachment. Kazuya settled into the cozy living room of Izumi's apartment, which wasn't as grand as her sprawling mansion. But the bookshelves stuffed to the brim with lewd books, the stylistic paintings, and an assortment of knickknacks lent the space an intimate, homely atmosphere. Izumi gracefully appeared carrying a tray adorned with cups of matcha green tea and sweet bean paste snacks, some of his favorite Japanese things ever. Setting the tray down, she stifled a yawn that still managed to escape. Forgive me for that. Ototo-kun, please enjoy. Don't mind if I do. And just like that, you're a happy man. Kazuya ignored the voice in his head and lifted the steaming cup to his lips, savoring the nuanced bitterness of the matcha. So, what have you been up to these days? Furrowing her brow, Izumi seemed momentarily lost in thought. It's been a quiet time for Karakura town. The brief aversion of her gaze signaled a lie. Feeling guilty about her deception, she reached for a basket of fresh fruit and started slicing an apple. Anything else? He probed for valuable information, anything to persuade her to slow down and take better care of herself. Izumi's lips curved into a soft smile. Let's see. I've been practicing my blood abilities and other techniques. It has yielded beneficial results so far. I also joined a boxing, taekwondo, and judo club to deepen my understanding of martial arts. It's going great so far. Look how happy she looks. We don't have to steal that happiness from her. I've got the news that you aren't resting enough, as in overworking yourself. Lisa. Her eyes sharpened instantly. She tends to worry excessively. Look at me, Ototo-kun, do I look like I'm not well rested? With a sweep of her arms, she struck a theatrical pose, exuding confidence. Her experience in high school drama club had made her an actress adept enough to fool masses. Well, I don't believe you, he said. You have yawned 4 times in the 30 minutes I've been here. There are subtle dark circles under your eyes. Speaking of eyes, yours don't have the same energy they once had. He had noticed these telltale signs the moment he walked in, and now was the perfect moment to lay them bare, to show her that he cared enough to notice even the subtlest details about her. Caught off guard, Izumi's hand instinctively flew to her eyes, causing the knife to clatter onto the table. Ototo-kun is observant. As I should be, he retorted, especially when it comes to family. She let out a sigh before shaking her head. You should also know my responsibility. I have to do this, as a pure-blooded Quincy. I must guide them. That again. Izumi, what you're trying can't be achieved alone. I'm not alone, right, Ototo-kun? She reached forward and grasped his hands. I have you. You and I, together, we can sow seeds for a brighter future. All you have to do is. He closed his eyes and squeezed her hands. I'll support you with everything else except this. You should consider giving up. It cut him deep to utter such words. At the same time, she had to hear the bitter reality from someone. It was time for her to wake up from her dream of reviving the Quincy race outside of Wandenreich. Izumi's eyes widened, petrified, as if her entire world had suddenly collapsed. She leaned back against her chair and threw her head back unnaturally, covering her face with a hand. Ha 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 ha. Her maniacal laughter echoed through the room, the kind Kazuya only expected from lunatics. She is broken. Her laughter distorted into a broken mess before transitioning to sobs, tears trickling down her face. After all this time I thought you'd be different. It's my fault to pull you into my world, isn't it? I'm a pathetic excuse for a sister and an even more miserable disgrace for Quincy. I deserve to die. Swiftly uncovering her face, she reached to grab a kitchen knife that glinted ominously on the table. She raised it to her throat. His ryatsu flared in response to the crisis. In a blink, he lunged forward and yanked the knife from her grasp. Yet even without the blade in her hand, her motion to slash her throat continued in a daze, a sobering reminder of the depth of her suicidal intent. Izumi's eyes blinked in disbelief, fixated on the knife in his hands. I failed everyone, my parents, ancestors, everyone. I failed as a Quincy. I don't have the right to exist anymore. Let me die. He swiftly arrived behind her with Hirenkyaku and struck her head with just enough force to make her unconscious. Catching her slumping form, he carried her to the bedroom, laying her gently on the bed. Sitting by the bedside, he let out a heavy sigh. Life is just more than some old family tradition. When will you understand that? He could hardly understand the way things escalated. They'd been sharing a seemingly peaceful moment over tea, and then she was holding a knife against her throat, intent on ending her life. It was as if her entire self-worth was tied to her responsibilities as a Quincy. The moment she lost her purpose, she made an extreme decision. The mindset of a cultist. They pour everything into their faith, and when that faith crumbles, they don't want to live anymore. It never ends nicely for anyone involved with a cult. I hope it's just an emotional meltdown caused by extreme stress. Most likely is. We'll know when she wakes up. Lisa was so off about her. Izumi is a ticking time bomb. Can't blame Lisa. Izumi wasn't like that until you told her to give up, Nami said, clicking her tongue. Partner, you have to be careful about this nut job. Some wrong words will send her deeper into the pit of despair or make her dependent on you. Both of which are bad endings. Perhaps get the true ending. I turned my cultist sister into a yandere and added her to my ever-growing harem. Gently caressing Izumi's face, he whispered, I won't let anything happen to you. I forgot you're the yandere here. Realizing he had to inform Tyr about the change in plans, his heart sank at the thought of leaving Izumi alone, even for a moment. Nami, can you report this to Apache? Tell them not to worry. Ugh, my head kills me when I'm away from you. Please, Nami. I can't take my eyes off her. Rar, fine. Only because you're asking me. Chapter 139, Chapter 153, Wrong Flag. Only when the sky turned orange did Izumi stir from her 7-hour-long sleep. Something told Kazuya this was her best sleep in 3 months without him. The exhaustion that had lined her face seemed to have eased. Grasping her hand, he gently helped her into a sitting position. Hey. Izumi blinked back at him, her eyes filling with tears as they locked onto him. Ototo-kun. Her voice wavered, tinged with remorse. I'm so sorry. What I did was unforgivable. Don't worry about that. All that sleeping should have gotten you hungry. She hesitated, then nodded. A bit. I'll go prepare. No, no, no. You stay put. I'll get something for you. Before she could raise an objection, he exited the room. During her lengthy sleep, he had tossed out every lethal object, even something as small as a needle, from the bedroom. Nevertheless, he returned to her side as quickly as possible, bringing a glass of milk and some meticulously sliced fruits. You're a terrible brother. Shut up. I didn't have time to whip up a gourmet meal. Even if I gave you 3 hours, your cooking will still taste like a freshly brewed disaster. In my defense, I have so many talented lovers to do it for me. Serving the healthiest meal to Izumi, he watched as she accepted it without question, sipping the milk before setting the glass back onto the table. Ototo-kun, I'm grateful for everything, but you really should. Leave. Not happening. She chuckled softly. You should have warmed up the milk. Cold milk sucks. She looks better. Ototo-kun. She unfurled the blanket enveloping her, moving close to slip into his arms. Let me feel your warmth. He stayed silent, letting her find comfort in her own way. Though his voice carried an innate soothing quality, he chose not to lean on that crutch in this delicate moment. It was better to naturally solve her psychological troubles than hypnotizing her. I tried, she whispered after a while. I tried everything to convince women of our race throughout many cities in Japan. None of them agreed to my proposal. I promised them money, safety, and a great future, but they laughed at me for clinging to an age-old dream. They said they were living a fulfilling life as humans and will never let their children become Quincy. Never ever ever. The stress of such a massive responsibility, the stress of her search for Quincy, and the stress from never being able to convince any Quincy to join her dream, her stress continuously grew. She held out hope in Kazuya, believing that she would always find a supporter in him. And when he told her to give up, everything came crashing down on her, and her heart snapped. As they nestled together, Izumi's voice quivered with earnest inquiry. Ototo-kun, I can't understand why they despise us so. We're noble to protect the world from hollows and shield innocence from evil forces beyond their comprehension. Why must we be eradicated for a crime our foolish ancestors committed? It wasn't a crime. They tried to destroy the balance, which could have spelled the end of the world. That's not all. Another war happened between Quincy and Shinigami 900 years ago, led by the progenitor, the father of Quincy. He didn't side with either Quincy or Shinigami. However, he had to end Izumi's crazy devotion to the misguided cause of Quincy. Her hands trembled against his chest. Are you speaking of the sealed king mentioned in the King's Hymn? He was not some legend. He was real, and he waged a war to end the Gotei 13. A full-blown war that claimed countless lives. He must have a... No, he wanted to unite the three worlds, he muttered. And remove the concept of death entirely. Do you know what that means? Every living person would have died if he succeeded. She let out a shocked gasp. Horrifying. Can you reveal where you learned this? A few months ago he could barely pronounce Quincy. Now he spoke of a war even her parents were unaware of. You can ask Soken about it. He knows about this more than me. Soken-san. Her arms tightened around him, her face burrowing into his chest. I'll believe you. As for your question, why would the world want to eradicate Quincy? It's not them. The Quincy, at least the sane ones, don't want to risk their lives to fight hollows, and they absolutely don't see any reason in getting punished by Shinigami for breaking the balance. Aside from that, do you think a sane mother will willingly raise her child for such a risky occupation? With passion and gentleness, he tried to fill her head with logic, unintentionally calling Izumi's mother insane in the process. She tilted her face upward, her eyes shimmering with unshed emotion. Will you stay tonight? Of course. Want me to cook something? She let out a laugh. Never. I'll do the honor. He allowed her to step in the kitchen, but he was there to supervise her. She didn't mind his presence. Rather, she found his protectiveness and care heartwarming, making her smile. Ototo-kun, I wish we were true siblings. Me too. Her smile blossomed like a flower in the spring, her most beautiful smile to date. So it's official then. I'm Izumi Ishihara from this day on. Nighttime. The soft creak of the door roused Kazuya from his light sleep. Still wary of Izumi's intentions, he was alert to every nuance of sound and movement. It was unmistakably Izumi slipping into his room, her presence confirmed as she gently lifted the blanket and lay beside him. The fresh scent of her damp hair hinted that she'd come straight from the bath, and her delicate lingerie amplified the warmth and softness against him. Curious about her motive, he continued feigning sleep, which grew harder with her presence in his bed. Your scent is everywhere, mingling with the air I breathe, she whispered, her fingers lightly grazing his chest before tracing the lines of his face. If I give up, if I let go of this purpose that defines me, I'll be left in a void. There'll be no reason for me to greet the dawn, no emotions to color my days, neither joy nor despair. I'll become an empty shell, devoid of reason. A nothing. Contrary to the darkness of her words, her voice held a note of inexplicable optimism, absent of vulnerability. I'm not without purpose with you here. She reached up and pressed her lips against his face. My Ototo, my dearest, will honor the tradition adopted by our ancestors, will marry each other and start a family. Partner, you triggered the wrong flag. Chapter 140, Chapter 154 to 155, Heal My Heart. Ototo-kun, do you think I should dye my hair to match you? Dyes can damage hair. You don't need them. Okay. Do I wear girly dresses or stick to formal clothes? You look fine in anything. After all, true beauty comes from within. He. What about my hair length? Should I grow it or cut it even shorter like you? No need for that. Your current hairstyle is perfect. You don't have to change yourself for me. I'm doing it because I want to. Lisa felt like she walked into a lovey-dovey couple's mourning regime rather than the house of a divorcee and her adopted brother. Izumi had never been this vibrant. This version of Izumi radiated such contagious energy that she could cure people's depression, and that nothing in the world could make her stressed. Izumi tilted her head, finally noticing Lisa's arrival. Welcome back, Lisa. You don't have to cook or clean today. I did everything. What happened yesterday? Lisa blurted out, her eyes widening in disbelief. Why does it feel like I skipped 3 arcs and jumped straight into the epilogue? Well. Izumi, can I leave the explanation to you? Of course, Ototo-kun, Izumi cooed. Lisa, I've abandoned my Quincy mission. It wouldn't have gone anywhere with a single person's efforts. Lisa turned to Kazuya, whom she had tasked to fix Izumi. He went above and beyond, making Izumi abandon her futile mission. The absolutely fine work earned a thumbs up from her. My respect and admiration for you have grown beyond mortal bounds. From today onwards, I'll consider you the greatest man ever to step foot on the 3 realms. Thanks, Kazuya said with a shrug, a subtle grin pulling at his lips. Why don't you take a seat with us? Izumi propped her elbows on the table and gently cradled her face in her palms. Her soft smile oozed with affection. Others have moved on in their lives, pursuing happiness in lives as normal people. It's time I cast my past and embrace a new future with Ototo-kun. Lisa crossed her arms. I have always been against political marriages and even more against the Quincy resurrection. Let Shinigami handle the job of balancers. Izumi nodded in a trance, her gaze unwavering from Kazuya, as if fascinated by him. Ototo-kun and I don't need to risk our lives. That reminds me, Ototo-kun, you have yet to reply to my confession. I know you're considering Harabel-san, Apache-san, and Sung-san's feelings, but can you answer me soon? My heart cannot take this suspense. Kazuya almost spat his coffee. Which confession are you talking about? Her lips stretched into a gentle smile. Naughty Ototo-kun, don't you play with my heart like that. You were wide awake when I poured my heart out to you. She had noticed the tiniest of fluctuations in his ryatsu when she entered his room last night. The fluctuations only became wilder as she expressed her feelings. He cleared his throat. I didn't interrupt because it was better to free your emotions than bottle them up in your heart. Very true, Ototo-kun. You're so incredibly sweet and caring. It was Kami's blessing that I ran into you that night. Partner, it's official that Izumi is balls deep in love with you. Because you were present at the right place and time. Open your heart and embrace her love, for you're a harem protagonist. I caused this, so I'll take full responsibility. Izumi might resort to self-harm if he rejected her newfound purpose of having a normal life with him. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say he was her sole reason for existence. She might just break at his rejection. Izumi would have continued a normal life if he hadn't changed her fate to such an extent. Besides, he had a soft spot for Izumi, who had been nothing but kind to him. If committing to her would ensure her happiness and presence in his life, then it was a price he was more than willing to pay. You're just hard to bone a yandere lady who resembles the lover from your past life. Quiet. The sheer anticipation in Izumi's eyes made him sigh. Izumi, if you're fine with the other women in my life, I won't reject you. Her smile blossomed, and the delicate sheen of unshed tears turned her eyes into reflective pools of emotion. I won't have any problem as long as others don't have a problem with me. Her innocence and sweetness suggested she would be content as long as he gave her attention and love, which might be impossible given his mission in the Soul Society. She is dangerous, partner. Neglect her and she may just attack others. Sung-san, the weakest of his lovers, could effortlessly floor Izumi. His lovers won't be in trouble unless Izumi awakens some ridiculous power-up. She will get one. It's only a matter of time. Ignoring Nami, he smiled at Izumi. Nobody will cause trouble for you. I'll take care of everything. Izumi nodded her head in a daze. Ototo-kun, my heart is beating hard, it's making me dizzy. She stretched her arms. Can you carry me to bed? So the manipulation begins. He carried his spoiled lover to her resting quarters, her sweet murmurs nearly breaking his resolve. It took every shard of his courage to repel her attempt to monopolize his affection. He needed to stand firm, or she would manipulate him into staying with her forever. As much as he adored her, he couldn't commit to her alone. Exiting the room, he found Lisa barring his way, her eyes still wide with bewilderment. I take it Izumi and you are a thing now. Seems that way. It's not my place to question your decision. She shook her head. Izumi had no expectations from her previous marriage, which isn't the case with you. Don't break her heart is what I'm saying. I know. Good, Lisa proclaimed, the corners of her mouth lifting into an impish smile. I'm quite pleased to be honest. I foreshadowed this forbidden romance from day one. A frustrated housewife takes in an incredibly handsome stranger under her roof and then suddenly she wants a divorce from her husband. It's almost like a screenplay begging to be written. Lisa watched him with a mix of amusement and curiosity, her hands perched on her hips. Well, if I ever fall for you, it's going to be quite the complicated household, wouldn't you agree? Yet you look excited. I wonder why. Charming husband dominating his sexy wife and busted maid, that story may or may not be my favorite erotica. She chuckled. Let's put the horniness aside for the moment. I have an important question for you, when will you go back to that place? In a few days. Her expression grew solemn. Izumi won't take your leave lightly. Ototo-kun is leaving. The alarmed cry pulled their attention abruptly. Izumi peeked through the door, unable to resist her urge to eavesdrop on them. When the topic of his leave came up, she couldn't resist coming out to question him. Kazuya pulled her out of the bedroom. I'll be leaving for a month. Izumi paled, her eyes welling up. She bit her lip in an attempt to stabilize her emotions. Have I done something wrong? Why are you leaving me? The moment she saw the possibility of being left behind, she seemingly forgot every one of his promises about being with her. First stage of Yandere, tame. She will whine, shed tears and try everything to appear vulnerable to manipulate her significant other. It's merely the start of a toxic relationship like no other. Don't badmouth my Izumi. Lisa placed a hand on Izumi's shoulder. Izumi-sama, it's not like that. He's not leaving because of you. But. Kazuya kissed her forehead, which made her tremble. It was just his lips touching her forehead, yet she gained immense happiness from the gesture. It's the nature of my work that makes me travel a lot. Then take me too. I promise I won't interfere with your job. Rather than convincing her with words, he took action, leaning down and pressing his lips against her. Her very first kiss made her weak in the knees. She clung to him so tightly that she might have broken a normal person's back. As he drew back, she hungrily chased him, eyes glazed with lust and face reddened beyond imagination. Ototo, don't tease me. His gaze softened at her raw display of passion. I can't take you with me, but I'll be doing my best to return as quickly as possible. Can you try enduring for me? He reinforced the thought by giving her another kiss on her lips. Please, Wani-chan. Can I rely on you? Of course. She nodded, trying to appear more mature as the bigger sibling. I won't cry anymore. I love you. Heavens, if Izumi is level 1 Yandere, then you're level 5. Ignoring Nami's compliments, he coddled Izumi and indulged her with hugs. For some reason, she loved hugging him. After ensuring that Izumi was emotionally stable, he left her in Lisa's care. So, when will you come clean to her? Not anytime soon. Keeping Izumi forever in the dark was possible but something he'd avoid. He had to wait for the time when Izumi's heart was healed and ready for that type of surprise. Else, the reveal might just push her over the edge again. Back in Kazuya's mansion. Apache, I got a gift for you. Mila Rose, Srirachi, and Apache all watched in anticipation as Kazuya unfurled the maid dress out of the bag. The dress was a byproduct of Sung-sun and Lisa while his input refined some aspects like the frilly choker and the low neckline, all in effort to suit Apache's style. But why this? Mila Rose asked, skeptical. Surely there are better dresses out there for Apache. She'll be happier with an Ajucha's soul than this crappy dress. You mate's fetish, Srirachi whispered. He's a freaky leader all right. Sung-sun snorted. You two have shitty taste. The classic black and white contrasting dresses have been alluring for centuries. They have caused thousands of divorces in Japan alone. Mila Rose blinked. You collected the most useless knowledge. Kazuya tossed the dress at Apache. It has to do with your evolution. That's all I can say at the moment. She had to embrace her aspect of death on her own. His help might achieve the opposite in pushing away her devotion side. Apache's eyes gleamed. Okay. She didn't question his decision. Taking his hand, she dragged him to her room. As he tried to come inside, she closed the door in his face. Wait outside. He couldn't help but shake his head at her weird embarrassment. During their intimacy, he had seen her naked over a dozen times. She had even shared a threesome with Sung-sun. Be patient. The reveal is a delicate bloom, best when unrushed. All the rustling inside the room raised his anticipation. After what felt like an eternity, Apache let him open the door. His heart skipped a beat when he found her standing with crossed arms. Her frown was firmly at odds with the maid headdress resting on her head. He found himself captured by her unexpected charm, feeling his heart sinking deeper for her. There was an innocence in the frills and folds of her outfit, a sharp contrast to her untamed intensity spirit. Something is wrong with me. It's the gap-mo. The contrast of her innocent frills and her untamed spirit. His silent admiration made her more conscious of her dress. She loosened up, fidgeting nervously. Wearing this is embarrassing enough, she huffed, the corners of her lips twitching downwards in a pout that was too cute to be real. I don't need you gawking like that. It looks great on you. I mean really great, he reassured her, closing the space between them with a warmth in his smile. Why is this embarrassing? It's just. She started, her voice trailing off into a murmur as if she were revealing a vulnerability she hadn't planned on sharing. It's like I'm running around as a servant, and not your lover. Although she was one of his lovers, she took great pride in her current status. It meant everything to her. The thought of being perceived as a family maid, especially as Sung-sun's maid, was a straight blow to her pride. He held her hands. You'll be my exclusive maid. A maid solely devoted to serving me. He watched her, seeking any sign of distaste or disapproval. He dropped the whole idea if it caused her any discomfort. Instead, what he saw was the furrowing of her brow, a look of perplexed contemplation. I should be infuriated, she whispered, a trace of astonishment in her voice as her fingers subconsciously grazed her neck. And yet, I'm okay with it. What is this bullshit? And how is it related to my evolution? He pointed at her chest. The obstacle in your evolution isn't physical but mental. Huh. Don't worry too much. It'll be solved in time. Mila Rose's departure to Hueco Mundo made her realize about her denseness and impulsiveness to say hurtful things. Rather than dealing with the matters of the heart on her own, she chose to take his help. So what are my duties, as your maid? She inquired, her tone a mix of sarcasm and genuine intrigue. I'm not cleaning the whole mansion, just so you know. His gaze drifted to Apache's bed, where a plush panda rested against the wall. We'll talk after I reward you for your cooperation. Her cheeks flushed at the realization. I'll take these off. Don't want them getting dirty. No. Leave it on. It's perfect. Chapter 141, Chapter 156 to 157, A Temporary Solution. Surachi's gaze darted around the dark garage, chasing Kazuya as he meticulously stacked layer upon layer of force fields in every corner. The moment they shared was ripe with possibilities, and Surachi's mind leaned into the darker ones, wondering if she was being forced to join his harem, or if he might lead down a far darker path and experiment on her body. The mere thought brought an involuntary shudder. It can't be sex. Her suspicions were further inflamed as Kazuya's hands went to his shirt, removing it from his torso. Surachi's heart slammed against her ribs. Leader, you wouldn't. The leader I know isn't a monster who forces his dick on women. She stepped back, her voice a mix of horror and defiance. If you still won't listen, I'll bite your penis off. He winced at her accusation. Chill out, I'm not here for sex. This is just to save my shirt. Surachi's tension eased, but only marginally. Oh okay. Kazuya drew his Zampakuto, beginning the elaborate and somewhat harrowing ritual to invoke his shuriken, the act of self-stabbing terrorizing Surachi. The web of glowing yellow force field imprisoned his Ryatsu within the garage. Mesmerized, Surachi held her breath, feeling the growing pressure of his Ryatsu for the first time since their first confrontation. You've improved so much, leader. Kazuya's eyes took on a sinister gleam as he regarded her. Surachi, just stay there and... His words trailed as he transmuted his Enmayaku into dual muskets, the barrels trained unflinchingly on her chest. Let me shoot you. Wait a second. Surachi raised a hand. Why does a Shinigami have guns in the first place? Spending half of her day before the television had informed her of many things, the guns being one of them. Because they're convenient to use. A resignation settled over Surachi, and she opened her arms in a gesture of surrender, a silent acknowledgement of his needs over her own existence. If it makes you happy, then go ahead, shoot me dead. Thanks and goodbye, Surachi, came his stoic reply. He fired twice in quick succession, and the flaming bullet's shot vanished into Surachi's chest. The inferno engulfed Surachi. His heart thumped as the flames flickered and grew to touch the ceiling. It'll work, partner. You have my stamp of guarantee. As Nami's reassuring words fell, the flames vanished, and a massive pair of metallic black wings unfolded. Long, slender arms with claws reached out, their owner looking utterly confused. Leader, my Zampakuto restored. Can't you feel it? Violet eyes that were lacking hope until now, those eyes held a look of hesitation. Dying to know the truth, yet afraid of tasting disappointment. I don't believe it. Your Zampakuto, it must be manipulating my senses to show me visions. I'll forgive you if you come clean. Say it. Say that I'm under your Zampakuto ability. Narrowing his eyes, Kazuya responded not with words, but with a question conveyed through his steady gaze. Surachi, you're one of my own, my sweet little goth chick. Do you think I'll play such cruel tricks on you? But it was impossible. That mad scientist himself said that the Arrancar's Zampakuto loses its essence when it's damaged during the Resurrection form. Impossible, you say. Do you know who you're talking to? A look of realization dawned on her face. Ah. She had completely forgotten that the men before her could transform into Quincy, Shinigami, and Hollow. His abilities were so incomprehensible that restoring her Zampakuto seemed so trivial. More trivial than her tiny presence in the whole wide universe. Recalling the size of the universe depicted in Sung Sun's books, she suddenly lost all excitement. Letting out a deflating sigh, she deactivated her release state, returning to a form she hadn't taken for months. She felt lighter, agile, and more comfortable in her base Arankar form. Her Zampakuto, a whip ending in a massive disc, manifested in her hands, bringing along a rush of power. The feel of the whip's handle reminded her of the battles fought in the Hueco Mundo, of survival and ascension in Barragan's army. She also recalled the times she tortured her opponents for being weaker than her, the despair she carved into their hearts, and the exquisite pain they took to their graves. Back when I could let loose and enjoy whipping my enemies. The thrill of battle still coursed through her veins, as recent skirmishes with Grimjow's crew had proven, yet none matched the intensity of her past glories. Leader, I'm grateful for everything. It really makes me happy to serve a caring man. Her smile was more of a brittle facade than a reflection of joy, and it didn't escape his discerning eye. You don't look happy to me. She shook her head. Can't see you this wide smile. Lying doesn't suit you. Caught red-handed, she rubbed the back of her head, a hint of red covering her cheeks. I was lying. It's just, this Zampakuto doesn't change anything. Her original powers were restored along with her Zampakuto, but they served no purpose in her current life. She hardly left the house, making her safer than a turtle hiding in its shell. He simply acknowledged her confession with a nod. I see. I'm sorry for killing the mood, after you went through so much to fix me. You even gave me the peaceful life I was dying for. Phuok, I feel like I'm being a stuck-up bitch for nothing. I want to slap myself right now. I can do it for you. You've the most punchable face for a woman. His jest made her laugh. In my humble opinion, Sung Sun's teasing face is the most punchable among us. Fuck you for insulting my wife, he said with a chuckle. Anyway, can you clear things for me? What makes you unhappy? Nothing. She firmly shook her head, her vulnerability surfacing once more. I have this giant gaping emptiness in my chest that gives me the feeling nothing I ever do will have meaning. I'll help you get through this. Suruchi smiled at his eagerness to help her. It's fine, leader. You don't have to waste your time on me. Suruchi, I won't say that I think of you as my world. I'm physically attracted to you, but I don't care about you as much as Tear or even Rose. I know. But I do care about you, he said with a smile. Since you're Rose's best friend and a member of my squad. That's why let me spend a day looking after you. I'll look like an asshole if I deny you, she whispered. I promised you a day before anyway. Then let's go. Outside. Kazuya had a day to find a way to fill the hole of emptiness in Suruchi's heart. He approached the quest quite casually, deciding to watch a movie with her. The Frankenstein-inspired horror flick seemed tailor-made for Suruchi and her love for gothic culture. During the movie, the monster's face covered the whole screen, accompanied by a loud noise, a typical jump scare he was prepared for. But Suruchi wasn't. She clutched his arm and leaned in, genuinely terrified. Blast. What a frightening sound. That monster looks seriously cool. Who could have thought dead people can be scared of ghosts? Nami giggled. She became like Frankenstein at Mayuri's hands when he revived her. Suruchi was prepared for jump scares, yet they managed to terrify every single time. He genuinely wondered if it had something to do with Suruchi's hollow resembling a bird. As they walked out from the theater, Suruchi was all smiles until she wasn't. The pattern repeated several times, as if there was a voice in her head constantly reminding her of the meaninglessness of life. She is too deep in her own head. You noticed that too. This idiot is just overthinking everything, dissecting the meaning behind every action. Living with Mila Rose and the rest gave her a sense of belonging as well as happiness. At the same time, it allowed her so much idle time that her inner demons only grew stronger. Do we just hypnotize and make her forget? I've a better idea. We fill her head with something else. Sex. Nothing horny. Taking Suruchi's hand, he changed direction. Change of plans. Where are we? Come with me. The confusion that flitted across her features was met with a mysterious smile, as he steered them towards an unexpected detour. Suruchi was under suspense for 15 minutes. The Nikozu carved in English above the door revealed his change of plans. They were here to meet cats, the thought alone made her smile. Very considerate of you to remember my adoration for cats. You have a predatory look every time you see Yoruchi. Besides, making girls smile is my second profession. She giggled. Cats are cute creatures. Maybe that's why I get along well with Francesca. She is like a cat in human form. Minus the fluffy ears and tail. Right. Mila Rose's titties make up for it. They do. As Srirachi reached for the door, he held her back. Wait here. Why? He quickly went inside and returned with a box. She took a curious look inside, meeting two pairs of innocent golden and green eyes. Congratulations, Srirachi. You're a mom of two now. Her face morphed from shock to a wide-eyed expression. Leader, you can't just shove kitties on me. She loved cats, but she wasn't cut out for the whole nurturing like Harabelle. Then kill them. Should be an easy task for the former Espada. His nonchalance instilled her with horror. You can't be serious. Just the thought of hurting the innocent creatures made her tense. Facing her greatest foe Sailaporo was easier than harming the kittens. I'm dead serious, Kazuya spoke softly, bringing her attention back to him. You said nothing you do seems to have meaning. Their death shouldn't have any meaning either. For a moment, they simply stood there, Srirachi gazing at the kittens, grappling with her emotions. Leader. It's an order from the men who spared your life and offered you a place in his family. Either take them or end them. Blast. She grumbled. I'll take them. He watched as she tentatively reached out to the box. The kittens, curious and unfazed by Srirachi, poked their heads further out, their mule soft but insistent. Her stoic expression crumbled entirely at the sight, replaced by a softness that rarely saw the light of day. It was as if the presence of the kittens had momentarily filled her emptiness. You cute little things, she finally said, the words a whisper against the backdrop of purring and the gentle rustle of black and gray kittens. It'll be fucking weird to look after you. Watching her act tsundere toward kittens was quite amusing for Kazuya. Forcing Srirachi into an uncomfortable position was necessary to bring her out of her comfort zone. As long as she remained in her zone, she'd sink back to despair. It should have a positive impact on her. It won't be enough. That's where sex comes in. You fuck her until her head craves for your dick every minute. Nami, sex addiction isn't good. Big words from you, who bangs a girl every day. Partner, aren't you addicted to sex too? No, he shook his head. It's about making wholesome relationships for me. Sex is just an added benefit. Lies. Chapter 142, Chapter 158, Unyielding. A/N vote with Power Stones for bonus chapters. I'm tired of being too good at everything. I'll take a week off to hopefully lower my skills and let everyone catch up, who am I kidding? You will never be my equal. No one will be. Every day Rukia was forced to see this elegantly written message left by her friend. Her roommate had stuck the message on her side of the room. This wasn't even the worst part of having Momo Hinamori as her roommate. Rukia had to watch Momo kiss Kazuya's portrait before sleeping. She had to watch Momo sleep naked in Kazuya's kimono, which she had stolen from his room. She had to watch Momo write something in her diary while giggling like an idiot. Fiercely loyal and devoted, Momo was the best friend one could ask for. At the same time, she was the worst roommate one could genuinely have. It's the 8th day. Momo whispered, gazing lovingly at Kazuya's sketch drawn by her own hands. Kazuya-kun, come back already. Life is colorless without you. Rukia exhaled a tired breath. Why do you love him despite the reputation he has garnered? He is rumored to be dating multiple third years. In Rukia's eyes, Kazuya was a great friend due to his mentoring nature and his trait of protecting his friends at any cost. He had single-handedly stopped many nobles from beating up Renji, whose harsh tongue got him into conflicts every other week. Despite his great character, he would never be boyfriend material due to his single glaring flaw, his hedonism. Momo stared at Rukia as if she was the most stupid person in the world. He was using them to fix the oddity with his Zampakuto. That doesn't make it any better. Momo chuckled. It does. He felt nothing for them, and they confirmed as much. You spoke to them. I made friends with them over the last few days, Momo said with a cheeky grin. Through our little chats, I discovered Kazuya-kun's preferred style. Momo swiftly pulled out the ribbons keeping her twin tails in place. After a couple of minutes of styling, she looked at Rukia with a grin. All of them looked old. Do I look more mature? Rukia was at a loss of words. A little. I'll grow my hair more and do a single ponytail. Momo giggled and kissed Kazuya's portrait. Let's leave. Kazuya-kun might be in class already. I can't wait to show him my progress. Momo, your obsession is unhealthy. This relationship is unhealthy. Despite knowing it could drive a wedge between them, Rukia spoke her mind in an attempt to steer Momo away from blindly loving Kazuya and getting hurt in the process. The room's air stiffened as Momo's eyes dimmed, a chilly aura emanating from her. How can you say that when you don't know a single thing about love? To Momo, her feelings were sacred. She felt warmth when she thought of him, terror at the thought of any misfortune befalling him, joy when by his side or upon seeing his smile, motivation when contemplating impressing him, and ecstasy at the thought of intimacy with him. He had given her the opportunity to feel so many wonderful emotions. She would give up on life rather than return to her previous loveless self. Rukia took a long pause before replying, "You're right. I've never been in love or met someone who is. Still, I am entitled to give my opinion as a friend. Then I have the right to deny your opinion and pursue what makes me happy." Rukia's shoulders drooped under Momo's unyielding attitude. "I'm from the 78th district, you should know how chaotic and violent that place is. Stealing food and then surviving the chase, every day was kind of a fun struggle, now that I look back on it." Rukia's life was quite the opposite of Momo, who lived a little too peacefully with Oba-san and Toshiro. The peace gave birth to the fantasies of a thrilling life like those fairy tales her Oba-san read to her and Toshiro. "I'll explain the rest with a drawing." Rukia snatched the portrait from Momo and scribbled on its back. She slammed it on the bed, looking proud of the result. "Check this." Momo furrowed her brow as she glanced between the uncharacteristically cute drawing of a rabbit chasing its shadow in a circle and Rukia's earnest eyes. "You ruined my 48th Kazuya-kun portrait for rabbits. Why are you so cruel? There was a common saying in our district, chasing shadows will keep you busy but never give you fulfillment. I don't get your meaning. What do rabbits and shadows have to do with me?" "Your obsession with Kazuya is like that," Rukia explained, clearing her throat. "It'll keep you busy but you'll go nowhere with him. He doesn't view intimate relationships as you do." "I'll change him," Momo said with raw confidence. "My love will transform him." As the morning lessons concluded, Momo found herself sitting in the cafeteria amid the clinking of cutlery and the whispered conversations of her peers. Kazuya's absence had left a void in her heart. Why is Kazuya-kun punishing me? The table she shared with Renji, Rukia, and Toshiro was otherwise unaffected by Momo's gloom, with her companions continuing their meal as usual. It was clear that they had become accustomed to Momo's tantrums over Kazuya's unexpected vacation. Momo's gaze sank to her untouched plate, a display of her dwindling will to engage with the world without Kazuya's presence. Her appetite, it seemed, had wandered off in search of him. Toshiro slid the plate towards her. "Use this as an opportunity to train your Zampakuto. The stronger you become, the more impressive his surprise will be." A flicker of life returned in Momo's eyes. "Who told you I was training to impress him?" Renji's laughter rippled across the table. "You thought we won't notice your late evening disappearances?" Rukia cleared her throat. "I didn't." Suddenly, a hush fell over the cafeteria, a silence forced upon them by a sudden and oppressive reiatsu that smothered everyone with its intensity. Rukia noticed a group of 4 Shinigami entering the cafeteria. The 2 at the rear were unremarkable, but the 2 Shinigami leading the group caught her attention. An elderly man with a thick gray mustache and long gray hair, his reiatsu was contained unlike the young man but his Shinigami uniform betrayed his prestigious status in the Godai 13. A captain. With the captain was a gray-eyed young man, cold and detached, his reiatsu so formidable that it struck terror into everyone in the cafeteria. It wasn't directed at anyone, his presence alone was simply that intimidating. The intricate headpiece, Kensiken, nestled in his long black hair indicated his noble heritage. Why is he coming to us? She held her breath, hoping the Shinigami would pass by her table. Contrary to her hopes, they halted before her. She bears a striking resemblance to her, the elderly man whispered, looking down at Rukia. Forgive the interruption, but student Rukia, you must accompany us to the Kachiki manor on urgent business. The mention of the Kachiki name sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The nobility of the Soul Society was a frequent topic among their teachers. The Kachiki clan, one of the 5 great noble families, was charged with compiling and safeguarding the history of the Soul Society, and its clan head served as the captain of the 6th division. The elderly man talking to her was Jinrei Kachiki, the 27th head of the Kachiki clan and the captain of the 6th squad. Rukia's mind was racing, anxious about what awaited her. The Kachiki's reputation was untarnished, but her experiences at the academy had taught her to be wary of any noble family. Moreover, the Kachikis were influential, so much so that she doubted even Kazuya would dare to offend them. "Girl, did you not hear Captain Kachiki?" growled one of the burly men accompanying Jinrei Kachiki. "Rise and follow us." Rukia tried to speak, but her words were trapped by a knot of anxiety and unvoiced queries. She rose, but her legs trembled, like a lamb surrounded by wolves. Tap. 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 The sound of deliberate footsteps cut through the quiet. Wide-eyed, Rukia turned toward the newcomer. A familiar figure strode into the cafeteria with an unhurried pace, almost dismissive in the face of the overwhelming figures that dominated the space. "You all call yourselves nobles and gang up on a young lady. Pathetic." She was wrong about Kazuya. Chapter 143, Chapter 159, A Commoner Tongue. You are interrupting nobles in their mission. The head of the Kachiki family no less. Do you have some death wish or something? You survived Captain Soifan, but you're dead this time. Not even Captain Shiba can save you today. Die a miserable death, you fucking bastard. Almost every student had the same thoughts. Yet, what everyone feared to be Kazuya's demise was merely amusement to him. Byakuya, the picture of stoic nobility, finally acknowledged Kazuya with a look of pure apathy. You are from Rakangai. The slate-gray eyes of Jinrei Kachiki, full of wisdom befitting his elderly appearance, studied Kazuya. It was not the men, but the presence of the black cat at his side that sparked a hint of recognition. The reports of a student with a black cat companion clashing with Soifan had spread like wildfire 3 months ago. However, he chose to stay silent, even stopping his subordinates from acting. How could he let go of an opportunity to test Byakuya's maturity? Kazuya clicked his tongue. Commoners or nobles, what does one's origin change? It's not like nobles shit gold or bleed silver. At his side, Yoruchi's whiskers twitched as she valiantly fought to contain her laughter. She pawed his leg to get his attention and assumed her angriest cat face. She and Byakuya shared a rivalry steeped in respect, both masters of the art of Shuinpa. The thought of needlessly antagonizing the powerful Kachiki clan was unappealing, even to her mischievous nature. Byakuya slightly furrowed his brows. I don't have time for you. Do not interfere in affairs exceeding your station. Kazuya's arms folded defiantly across his chest. It's my business if it involves my friends. I'm trying to say, you're not taking Rukia anywhere. He was aware that Byakuya came to escort Rukia to her sister, his Anna. Still, he had to give the pair of noble grandfather and grandson a hard time for terrifying his friends. They could have been more straightforward about everything, but they had to act all mysterious and frighten their tiny little hearts. Look at you acting petty. I love it. In the blink of an eye, Byakuya closed the distance, his form a blur as he attempted to deliver a paralyzing strike to Kazuya's throat, an attack that connected effortlessly, or so the gathered crowd saw. The truth was revealed when Kazuya's afterimage dissipated. His true form casually leaned against a table amongst his friends, a half-eaten dumpling in hand. Delicious. It tastes like victory. For a fleeting instant, Byakuya's mask of indifference wavered, his eyes betraying a spark of astonishment. He was a captain candidate whose Shuinpa was second to none. The fact that a student anticipated and evaded his attack flawlessly irked him. You aren't all talk. Kazuya-kun. Momo's enthusiastic voice interrupted Byakuya. Disregarding the growing tension in the cafeteria, Momo hugged Kazuya from behind, clinging to him. You're back. Momo. Hey, it's not the time. I don't care, Kazuya-kun. I haven't seen you for so long. Kazuya melted into a gentler expression as he registered the delicate tremble in her voice. I promise I'll be with you after I settle this. With a sigh that carried more resignation than she felt, Momo retreated to a seat, pulling Rukia down beside her. It'll be fine now that Kazuya-kun is here. Rukia's response was a gentle shake of her head. Kazuya, you don't have to fight anyone. I'll go with them. She couldn't accept his help after her earlier conversation with Momo. It felt wrong to accept his help. Rather than accepting her heartfelt request, he raised his hand and firmly tapped her head. You don't even know what they want from you, idiot. The unexpected reprimand caused a sting in Rukia's eyes. She shot him a defiant glare, the kind that would declare war if glances were weapons. Stop deciding things for me. I can handle it. Another blow landed on Rukia's head, this time courtesy of Toshiro. You were shaking like Momo when she used to wet her bed. Be quiet and let us help you. Making Momo and Rukia speechless in a few words, Toshiro smiled at Kazuya. Kazuya and I'm with you. Renji stared at Toshiro. Damn, little guy. I'll look pathetic if I don't man up. He raised his Zampakuto like a trophy. I'm also in. Momo couldn't help but smile. It's an opportunity to showcase Tobium's power. Rukia looked overwhelmed. No, she was overwhelmed. Her friend sticking by her side at the moment filled her heart with warm feelings. You all. Byakuya, meanwhile, stared at Kazuya. He had always disregarded his peers, but never once had he been disregarded to this level by someone, especially not a student of the Shino Academy. Someone of your strength does not belong in the academy. Solely based on your Shuinpa you're already qualified to be a seated officer. I'm graduating next week and becoming a battle healer. Battle healer. Byakuya's eyes flickered with realization. You're the student who fought Captain Soifan. I did. I'll also fight you if you stop being so mysterious about this important business. Captain Soifan can attest to my strength if you don't find me worthy. He fearlessly challenged Byakuya to a duel in a threatening manner. As if he could scare the vice captain into backing down or perhaps provoke him into accepting his challenge. Byakuya's Ryatsu flared in response, locking down Kazuya and only him. I will accept. Byakuya, maintain your composure. Remember what we came here for, Jinrai's voice cut in, his authority halting the escalation. He regarded Kazuya calmly. You and your companions are invited to the Kachiki manor. Everything will be revealed there. I was looking forward to. Yoruchi bit on his leg and glared up at him. He felt like she'd get genuinely angry if he continued provoking Byakuya. Fine, Captain Kachiki. I'm passing up the opportunity to test your grandson because I respect you. Your legacy casts a long shadow that every Shinigami here, including myself, hopes to outshine one day. And young men will be a part of the same organization. It's best for everyone to avoid meaningless blood spills. Kazuya nodded and hopped down the table, extending a hand to Rukia. It'll just be me, Rukia, and my cat. Momo's gaze was like a blade on Kazuya's back. It took a great deal of courage to ignore his Yandere little companion and stick to his decision. An older sister Yandere in the living world. A younger Yandere in the Shinigami world. A Yandere born from your soul, who is the same age as you, was found in the hollow world. This can't be a coincidence, partner. I'm a Yandere magnet. Yoruchi's feline form shifted gracefully onto his shoulder, her rough tongue softly caressing his face in a rare display of gratitude. Thanks. He responded to her affection with a kiss on her forehead and indulged her with a gentle chin scratch. You owe me one for this. Chapter 144, Chapter 160, Aristocrat District. Mansions, high-class restaurants, and exclusive establishments lined the roads leading into the Eastern Sixth Ward, the aristocratic district. Inaccessible to the commoners without an invitation or formal authorization, this district was among the most protected places in the Soul Society. Along one such prestigious road, a group of 6 figures made their way. At the forefront, 2 formidable Shinigami, embodying the ideal of stoic bodyguards, cleared the path. Following closely were Jinrei Kachiki and his grandson Byakuya, dignified and composed, epitomizing aristocratic pride. Accompanying them were 2 aspiring Shinigami from Rakangai, and trailing the group silently was a cat with glistening black fur. Byakuya maintained his usual serene facade, but a rare glimmer of agitation flickered in his eyes, a result of the silver-haired youth's interactions with his sister-in-law, who bore a strong resemblance to his wife. Rukia, your legs look shaky. Let me carry you. Rukia, you're about to fall. Hey, do you think I can't carry you? Rukia, why aren't you saying anything? Each remark from Kazuya tinted Rukia's cheeks a deeper shade of red. Kazuya, relishing the moment, was inwardly grateful for the absence of Toshiro, Momo, and Renji. There was no one to interrupt his playful teasing of Rukia, allowing him to go all out. Finally reaching her limit, Rukia swung her fists, hitting nothing but empty air. Leave me alone. But we're friends, Kazuya responded smoothly, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder. A good friend shares in burdens, while a great one carries them. I consider myself a great friend. Elevated to this new vantage point, Rukia found herself looking down at Byakuya rather than up, a refreshing reversal that made her reconsider her annoyance. Enjoying the view, huh? Your voice, Rukia said, frowning slightly. I know that for a fact you use it to seduce women. I don't need it to seduce women. My charm is enough to melt any heart. Rukia ruffled his hair. It sounds like pure bullcrap, but I don't feel like you're lying. His unwavering confidence had a big effect on her judgment. It wasn't blind confidence, it stemmed from his close relationship with Tyr and others. Because I'm telling the truth. Rukia crossed her arms. There's a girl who is deeply in love with you. What are the odds of you quitting your playboy life and getting into a serious relationship with her? Like serious? Yeah, serious. I might spend the rest of my life with her type of serious. He threw his head back and hit her belly. Are you talking about Momo? The silence that followed his question was priceless. She clearly underestimated him, believing him to be ignorant of Momo's feelings. He chuckled. I know Momo is kind of obsessed with me. She attempted to put him in a chokehold, trying to make him pass out. Of course, she failed miserably. Her efforts couldn't bear fruit against his superior physical resilience. And yet, you did nothing. It was too late by the time I realized the change in her feelings, he said with a sigh. An innocent, pure attraction blooming into twisted love, the unsung tragedy makes my heart ache. Yet I can't help but root for her success. His words, shamelessly honest, left her momentarily speechless. How can you say that when you're the man of her affection? If that's the case, then I'll graciously accept her love, he replied, nodding solemnly as though making a solemn vow. Protecting one more maiden heart is feasible with my current abilities. Rukia gritted her teeth. Can't you just be content with Momo? Nope. I have many women I love dearly. Look there, Rukia. Doesn't that place look elegant? Ahead of them was an extravagant estate with an expansive roof that towered over the surrounding structures. Unlike the typical architecture of the Seoul Society, which more closely resembled Japan in the Heian era than the high-rises of the current world of the living, this estate seemed like it was designed to look down at the other nobles' mansions. It was as if the owners of the estate asserted that they were the ruler of the neighborhood. It's over the top. Yeah. Kazuya anticipated the Kachiki duo to enter this grand estate. Instead, they veered towards a manor directly opposite it. While the Kachiki manor was undoubtedly lavish, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of its neighbor. He playfully tapped Byakuya's back with his sheath Zampakuto. Byakuya. Byakuya swiveled, his expression one of restrained irritation. Do not touch me. It was my Zampakuto. Why would I even want to touch another man? That's just gross. Byakuya gave him a piercing, unblinking stare. One day that mouth of yours will bite more than it can chew. True, Rukia chimed in, siding with Byakuya. Just stay happy with one loving woman. Why do you gotta make it a complicated mess of relationships? He closed his eyes, pulling his lips in a slight smirk. Fools mock the king's ambition, not knowing it's the seed of greatness. I was born in this world to be a king. Wrong. You were born to be a god. His dignified voice convinced Rukia that his ambition wasn't foolish and arrogant, and his real ambition was beyond his hedonism. Recalling Momo's words about him using those women to achieve his goal further solidified her impression. I give up, Rukia yielded to his sweet talk. I tried my best. It's between you and Momo now. He acknowledged her concession with a nod, then turned his attention back to Byakuya. That estate we saw earlier, who owns it? Care to indulge the curiosity of the men who outdid you in Shuinpa? The head of the 5 great noble clans, Byakuya spoke coldly, disdain dripping in his voice. Tsuneyashiro clan. Kazuya's eyebrow arched in genuine surprise. Who? The nobles usually came to boast to him about their clans, but no Tsuneyashiro had done so. He didn't even know a clan named Tsuneyashiro existed within the Seoul Society. Rukia gave his ear a quick pinch. Didn't your sensei teach you about the 5 great noble clans? I napped during lectures. Rukia couldn't help but let out a weary sigh. Without the presence of Momo and Renji, his playful approach to everything clashed with her typically serious demeanor. Listen, the Tsuneyashiro clan is the most influential family. They are kind of crazy. How so? Rukia trailed her voice intentionally. They kill their weak members in the name of survival of the fittest. What an extreme motto. I heard that their clan Zampakuto, and Reikyoden, is very powerful. It's also cursed. No one in the family uses it. The curse is nothing to us for we are a walking plague. No, I am the storm that is approaching. Hold up, partner. Did you cut your hair short because you wanted to cosplay Virgil? Ahem. Maybe. Chapter 145, Chapter 161, An Awkward Reunion. As Rukia and Kazuya entered the imposing Kachiki manor, Rukia dismounted from Kazuya's back, her feet landing with a soft thud on the ground. The shift from being aloft to standing on her own evoked a fleeting sense of loss, quickly masked by her determined demeanor. She faced Jinrai Kachiki. Captain Kachiki, we're at the manor. Can you tell me the reason for bringing me here? Kazuya's unwavering support seemed to ignite a spark of boldness in her, prompting her to confront the elder Kachiki with a boldness she seldom felt. We want you to meet someone, Jinrai said. They have been in search of you for decades. For me? Rukia pointed at herself, frowning skeptically. Who is it? The details will be disclosed in due time, Jinrai responded with a calm that seemed characteristic of him. You'll have to see it with your own eyes to believe it. Wow, so helpful, said Kazuya sarcastically. Rukia, let's just follow them. If they have any ill intentions, I'll get us out of here, even if I have to fight these esteemed nobles. Jinrai and Byakuya, usually unflappable, were momentarily taken aback by Kazuya's hostility. Yet, there was something in his tone, a soothing quality that seemed to soften the threat in his words. It was a contrast that left them more intrigued than offended. It was an entirely different situation for Rukia. His threats to kill 2 incredibly powerful aristocrats filled her with warmth. Having someone go far for her sake was a new experience to her. Rather than revealing her emotions, she flashed her Zampakuto with a tomboyish grin. I don't need your protection. I can fight my own battles. Yeah, sure. You can. Stop provoking them. Being told to stop acting violent by Nami of all people was a surreal experience for him. Wait, you don't sound like Nami. Tsubasa. Yes, I'm Tsubasa. And I disapprove of your penchant for stirring up trouble for amusement. Scolding your own father, Tsubasa. I must say, I'm impressed. I'll do it again if you continue this reckless behavior. My gramps turned me into a menace to society. I'm not changing now. Noticing Kazuya's silence, Jinrai spoke, I get Captain Ishin's fascination with you. He himself is a man of direct actions. Not many people befriended Isshin to the point of getting his complete protection. Kazuya was an odd case because of Isshin relying on him to be his successor and giving him a much-deserved retirement. Despite the Central 40SIX's mediocre treatment of the Shiba clan, they still remained one of the 5 great noble clans. Their influence was undeniable. Kazuya, unaware of Jinryui's thoughts, casually draped an arm around Rukia's shoulder. That's the whole Shiba family shtick. They don't beat around the bush, they express themselves through their actions. Jinryui nodded in agreement. I do believe they are a vital presence in the aristocratic society. In a secluded room of the manor, overlooking a serene garden, Kazuya and Rukia awaited their mysterious visitor. The servants arrived and provided refreshing drinks as well as snacks. Kazuya put Yoruichi on his lap and shared snacks with her. She had been uncharacteristically silent throughout the whole trip. He even wondered if she got replaced with a normal black cat. If it was any other day, Rukia would have jumped at snacks without any modesty. She anxiously stared at the door, her heart pounding with anticipation. The moment the door creaked open, her breath caught in her throat. The woman who entered was like a reflection from a parallel world, her face, a striking mirror image of Rukia's, framed by longer, more elegant bangs. She was draped in a pristine white kimono, a stark contrast to Rukia's formal academy uniform. Hisana, on the other hand, seemed to be waging a battle against her own emotions. Tears welled in her eyes, constricting her breath. She had struggled to believe Byakuya when he spoke of finding her long-lost sister. Memories of abandoning Rukia in the harsh reality of District 78 haunted her, and over the years, the hope of reuniting had dwindled to a mere flicker. District 78 was a harsh and unforgiving place through and through. Seeing Rukia now, not just alive but a Shinigami, overwhelmed her. Rukia. Hisana's trembling voice was barely a whisper. How are you? Byakuya held her shoulders, supporting her in case she fell over. The illness had weakened her constitution to a frightening degree. Rukia's gaze turned sharp. Are you my doppelganger? This unexpected question jolted Hisana from her emotional struggle. What? She gasped, her tears momentarily forgotten. Why would you say that? Kazuya stared at Rukia. Where the hell did that come from? Rukia glanced around the room, her fingers twitching as if instinctively seeking something resembling a pen and paper. Alas, there was nothing that allowed her the comforting simplicity of explaining things through her drawings of rabbits. She sighed with a hint of frustration. Momo told me that every person has a lookalike out there. That's why I asked her if she was mine. No, I am not. Hisana chimed, her volume breaking her record of the past decade. Rukia, I am. I am your doppelganger. Byakuya's grip on her shoulders tightened a bit. Hisana, Rukia has the right to either forgive you or blame you for your past actions. You're condemning yourself for nothing. Byakuya had extensively researched the disease gnawing away at his wife's body. Her frail body had only a few years left in her. Now that Hisana and Rukia were present in the same room, Byakuya did his best to mediate their relationship. He absolutely won't let this regret consume Hisana. Perhaps, just perhaps, the reunion would create a miracle. Hisana shivered. But I. Kazuya gave her the "stop right there" gesture. You're Rukia's older sister. There, I said it. Rukia's mind struggled to grasp the reality before her. That can't be. The thought of a doppelganger occupied her head so much that she forgot the possibility of Hisana being her family. Tsuji may have willingly overlooked such possibilities to keep her expectations to zero. Hisana confirmed her doubts with a firm nod, clearly lacking the confidence to say it out loud. Rukia's reaction was one of stunned disbelief, her mind racing to piece together the fragments of her past with Hisana. She couldn't recollect any memory, she was simply too young to remember Hisana. Nei-san. Don't call me that. Hisana waved her hands. I'm unworthy of being your sister. Byakuya gently pushed his wife towards Rukia. We'll leave the decision to Rukia. Kazuya walked to Byakuya and pulled at his kimono. Let the sisters sort things out. Chapter 146, Chapter 162, The Deal. Byakuya, your wife is sick. At Kazuya's solemn words, Byakuya's stride came to an abrupt halt. He whirled around, his sharp gaze landing on Kazuya, a man who until now had maintained a confrontational stance towards him. How did you find that? People don't simply weaken at her age without reason, Kazuya replied, leaning nonchalantly against the bridge's railing. Below, the water in the pool mirrored the serene sky, a stark contrast to the emotions in Byakuya's eye. It has to be a sickness. Byakuya's eyes closed for a moment. The memory of Retsu Unohana's grim diagnosis of Hisana's situation flashed through his mind. It doesn't have a name yet, but she showed similar symptoms to Captain Yukate's disease. The vice-captain's expression remained stoic, yet he couldn't conceal the pain in his voice. He loved Hisana to death, yet he was helpless against the relentless march of her disease. Kazuya uncrossed his arms, his posture easing slightly. Did you try asking the 12th squad? They might be able to find a cure. Mayuri Kuratsuchi was obscenely talented, capable of most absurd experiments, reviving dead Arankars being one of them. A crazy scientist like him could develop a cure to any disease in the world as long as he put his mind into it. Byakuya's jaw clenched as he recalled his encounter with Mayuri Kuratsuchi. I'll work on the cure if you provide a justification for spending our resources and precious time on such a specific case. According to our data, this disease only affects 0.001% of the entire Soul Society's population. Captain Byakuya, you don't have any. Then our discussion was a waste of time. Kazuya's sheath katana gently touched Byakuya's shoulder, snapping him out of the bitter recollection. Judging from your anger, Captain Kuratsuchi didn't want to help you. Bold of him to reject the future head of the Kachiki clan and a future captain. Byakuya averted his gaze, his face momentarily clouded by a hint of guilt. The thought of using his clan's influence to force cooperation was against his ethics and the laws he upheld. However, the desperation had almost driven him to compromise his principles. He had crossed the line for his Anna once, and he'd have done it again if not for Mayuri Kuratsuchi's notoriously eccentric personality. The captain of 12th Squad could not be threatened with anything. You're in luck, Kazuya said, breaking the silence. I have the means to cure Mrs. Kachiki's illness. Byakuya's eyes initially widened in disbelief, then quickly narrowed into a suspicious glare. Are you toying with me? Offering false hope only to revel in my desperation. Easy there, Kazuya replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. As a husband deeply in love with his wife, I can empathize with you. Of course, my help will come with a price attached. Byakuya's eyelids fluttered shut for a brief moment as he prepared himself mentally. Name your price. I am prepared to pay, even with my life, if necessary. Kazuya wouldn't have believed those words coming from anyone else's mouth. However, Byakuya was a prideful individual, living up to every word that came out of his mouth. I don't need your life, I need your allegiance. There may come a day I'll take drastic measures or perhaps the other way around, actions the Soul Society won't condone. When that day comes, I want your unwavering support. If Aizen, or anyone else, exposed his hollow nature, it could lead to unpredictable consequences. Having the backing of a captain like Byakuya, especially for a mere exchange of 2 bullets, was a worthwhile deal. Yoruchi's support alone wouldn't be enough if he faced opposition from the entire Gotei 13. Once, Byakuya muttered, his gaze resolute. I will stand by you in one battle, regardless of how heinous or hopeless your cause is. Never took you to be the bargainer type. If someone in my position plays with the laws, it'll inspire others to do the same. Fighting for you will be the last time I break any law. I swear upon my life. Kazuya nodded in acknowledgement, a slight smile on his lips. Consider me flattered by your honesty. You got yourself a deal. Byakuya gave a silent nod and turned his attention back to the bridge's railing, his hands gripping it lightly. A comfortable silence settled between them, neither man inclined to disturb it. I just realized the insane synergy between your Resurrection and his Bankai. Yep. I don't understand one thing though. Why fight Byakuya when you wanted to strike a deal all along? To make everything seem like a coincidence. The circumstances at the academy were different, and I wanted to have some fun. Understandable. Arg, why are these sisters taking so long? Partner, try focusing on their conversation. Isn't there more thrill when you don't know what awaits us on the other side? He was 80% assured about Rukia accepting each other. The 20% part would happen because of Rukia taking time to digest her emotions. I totally get your meaning. Predictable life is boring. We future gods will live according to our desires, regardless of consequences, after we take care of Aizen, that is. He is the biggest thorn in our pursuit of perfection. Geez, we're just getting started. One step at a time, remember. As he idly chatted with his Zampakuto spirit, the door slid open. Rukia stepped out of the room, her dull expression revealing a picture of conflict. The distant look in her eyes spoke volumes of the emotional storm she had just weathered. Fuck. The outcome with lower probability happened. He couldn't blame Rukia for reacting this way. His Anna had left Rukia to rot, despite knowing that Rukia could die in the unforgiving chaos of the 78th district. Rukia won't be able to forgive his Anna in one day. Kazuya, Rukia spoke, her voice a hollow echo of its usual vibrancy. Let's go back. Okay. She was taken aback, clearly expecting him to bother her with questions. You have nothing to ask. I do, but I'll wait till you're ready. Anything you want to say? She paused in the motion of shaking her head. Can you carry me on your back? I don't have the energy to walk. She had plenty of energy but zero motivation. Now you're just abusing my friendship. Ha ha. Rukia's laughter quickly dissolved into a more somber expression. The room behind her echoed with faint, ragged coughs, each one seeming to claw its way out of his Anna's throat. Being rejected by Rukia worsened Hisane's condition. Byakuya used Shuinpa to be by his wife's side. The speed of his movement sent a brief gust that momentarily ruffled their clothes. Rukia's gaze flickered towards the room, her brow creased slightly. She reached for Kazuya, urgency in her voice. Come. Momo and Renji are waiting for us. He turned to her, bending down just enough to offer his back for her to climb on. Rukia adjusted her kimono, hopped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. He placed his hands under her supple thighs, making full use of the opportunity. Rukia is hard on the outside and very soft on the inside. A flush of embarrassment warmed her cheeks, extending to the tips of her ears. Just get going, will you? Contrary to her expectations, he walked towards the room with Hisane and Byakuya. She pulled at his hair, trying to steer him towards the exit. Oi, my puppet is malfunctioning. Who do I call to fix UT? Your mom. Her ride can fix my malfunction. What? If my dead mom can fix it, then I can do it as well. Tell me what to do. He mentally noted down her inability to understand innuendos. She was innocent, and he wouldn't bear the guilt of corrupting her innocence. She is a virgin, duh. Kazuya locked Rukia's legs around his waist and walked into the room without permission. The sudden appearance of Rukia being carried piggyback by her friend caused Hisane to look up, a trace of confusion crossing her weakened features. He unsheathed his katana without a word and thrust it into the center of his chest. The suicidal act without any context garnered panic from Rukia. Hisane also panicked when the flames born from Kazuya's Zampakuto engulfed Rukia. Byakuya's stoic expression masked his emotions well, but his eyes revealed his anxiety. He felt overwhelmed with the sheer madness happening in the small room. Kazuya smiled at their goofy reactions. Sheesh, don't be restless. It's just my shurikai. Byakuya's hand twitched towards his Zampakuto. The contract between them was the only restraint holding him back from unleashing the 1,000 blades of his bankai. I'm not burned. Rukia's voice was filled with disbelief as she realized the flames didn't harm her. Kazuya, what is this? My speciality. He wielded the muskets and aimed their barrel at Hisane. It won't hurt. Hisane instinctively raised her hands in defense. You're Rukia's friend, why would you? Byakuya stared at Kazuya. Is this part of the treatment? Yes. Byakuya leaned in close to Hisane, whispering words of reassurance. After a moment, he stepped aside, giving Kazuya the space he needed. Hisane's eyes, though filled with uncertainty, also held a flicker of hope. Her trust wasn't in Kazuya, but in Byakuya, the man she loved and believed would never deceive her. Byakuya-sama won't lie to me. Nami giggled. Great reaction from someone held at gunpoint. Bang. Bang. Two brilliant fiery trails left his muskets, engulfing Hisane in a radiant, warm blaze that seemed to dance around her rather than consume her. Chapter 147, Chapter 163, A Coincidental Meetup. The Shino Academy has a long history filled with crazy moments, and this year was shaping up to be the craziest among them. A certain student had gained quite a reputation for going head-to-head with the captain of the second squad, an event that still echoed through the corridors in hushed, awe-stricken tones. This same student was also responsible for the dramatic collapse of the student dormitory. And if those events weren't shocking enough, today he boldly challenged the vice-captain and the captain of the sixth squad right in the middle of the bustling cafeteria. This day had been anything but ordinary. Fortunately, the day took a slightly brighter turn for Class 1 students as Aizen Kotetsu and Ranjika Matsumoto, the esteemed vice-captains of the 4th and 10th divisions, graced them with their presence. The arrival of these two renowned individuals brought a mix of excitement and reverence among the students, as their fame and accomplishments were well known throughout the academy. However, not everyone shared this sense of excitement. In the back of the classroom, Momo sat with a grimace, biting her lip in frustration. Her mind couldn't help but visualize Kazuya flirting with Aizen, which would undoubtedly eat into the time he had promised to spend with her. It was unforgivable. Momo stood up, involuntarily casting an envious glance towards the tall and busty woman. Vice-Captain Kotetsu, why are you here? Aizen nervously scratched her cheeks, unable to understand the reason behind Momo's behavior. I'm here to see Kazuya-kun. He mentioned he'd be back today. Since Kazuya had learned everything from the academy, Aizen had been contemplating the idea of starting Kazuya's Kaido classes during their free time. Kaido, though not as intricate as high-level Kido spells, still required a level of expertise that few possessed. Even with Kazuya's remarkable talent, it would take years of dedication for him to reach her level. The sooner he began, the faster he would grow as a healer, and the faster he'd reach his goal of becoming the so-called battle healer. Me too, Ranjika chimed in, emphasizing her statement by firmly planting her hands on her hips. Nobody could even guess that she accompanied Aizen to evade the nasty paperwork. So, where's he hiding? Momo shook her head, a polite smile playing on her lips. He is busy with some work. Please come back after a few days. Ignoring Toshiro's disapproving stare, she effortlessly weaved a lie. Her infatuation with Kazuya had caused her to become unhinged. However, Toshiro couldn't blame Kazuya or Momo for this. That little punk, Matsumoto muttered quietly to herself, her words laced with annoyance. Just where did he go? Vice captains. Renji spoke, raising his hand. Don't trust this lying friend of mine. Kazuya went to the Kachiki manor. He'll probably be back in a couple hours. Ranjiku's eyebrows arched in response to the truth. With just one glance at Momo's flustered face, she instantly connected the dots. Aha, so it's like that. Even his classmates can't resist his voice. Aizen's face turned crimson as she recalled her own experience in the restaurant. What do we do now? The classes should end soon. Let's wait for him in his dorm room. Good idea. Ranjiku approached Renji to ask him about the directions to Kazuya's dorm room before heading out. Momo's eyes locked onto Renji, filled with an intense glare. Kazuya-kun promised to spend the day with me. You should support me as your friend. Renji playfully grinned as he rubbed his nose. Don't ruin Kazuya's future just because of your clingy love. How? Those two were from the 4th and 10th squads, the squads Kazuya wants to join. They said they had important business with him. Momo closed her eyes, clenching her fists. I'm going to join the 10th squad. Clearing the Shinigami course and joining Kazuya at the Godai 13, a single thought echoed relentlessly in her mind. She'd channel her passionate feelings into motivation and reach her goal in the shortest time possible. I might do it too, Toshiro answered lazily. I'm knocking the titty monster down from the vice-captain seat. His ambition wasn't solely about following Kazuya. Toshiro had his own reasons, one of them being his admiration for Captain Isshin Shiba's direct and unpretentious nature. The idea of serving under Captain Isshin was appealing to him. Working alongside Kazuya was just a cherry on top. Renji couldn't help but chuckle at Toshiro's comment, a smile forming on his face. How come you hate tits so much? Are you a man or not? Toshiro narrowed his eyes dangerously. I'm more man than you can ever be. Oh. Wanna compare our dicks, little guy? After finishing the lectures, Momo arrived outside Kazuya's dorm room. The unmistakable sound of Ranjiku's laughter rippled through the air. Why are there 3 Ryatsu here? Toshiro had gone off to spend time with the Zampakuto meditation training, so the Ryatsu couldn't belong to him. Kazuya's Ryatsu was still far away, so it couldn't be him either. Driven by curiosity, Momo nuzzled the door open. Inside the room, Ranjiku was sprawled on the bed with her head resting on Aizen's lap. They were both giggling over a suspicious-looking book. Sharing the bed with them was a beautiful bespectacled woman in a standard Shinigami uniform. Her long black hair was elegantly pinned back, with bangs falling to the right side of her face. Momo immediately recognized the bespectacled woman as Nanao Ise, the vice-captain involved in the dorm disaster incident. Why is Vice-Captain Ise here? Nanao Ise offered a small, polite wave. I wanted to chat with the owner of this room. What's your business with him? Nanao's expression turned thoughtful, a hint of intrigue in her violet-tinted eyes. I want to experience the magic of his voice myself. Let's just say I'm quite curious about him. She had heard nothing but praise about Kazuya from Aizen and Ranjiku. To persuade Captain Unohana to let him join 2 Shinigami squads only deepened her interest. Momo barely fought the temptation to roll her eyes. She had a strong inkling that Nanao's curiosity would end with her being completely smitten by Kazuya. You should have come tomorrow. I wanted to spend some alone time with him. Sorry for intruding, Hinamori-chan, Ranjiku said with a light-hearted giggle, neatly putting the book aside as she sat up straight on the bed. You know, it's rare that us vice-captains get a break from our duties. Aizen and Nanao exchanged a knowing look. The workload of a vice-captain varied significantly. Nanao's responsibilities involved supporting her captain, Shunsui Kairaku, and stepping in for him to lead squads. However, since Shunsui was not always the most proactive captain, Nanao often found herself with free time to pursue her own interests. Aizen, on the other hand, was mostly occupied with special missions alongside other squads, though these were becoming increasingly rare. Her primary role involved providing treatment, leaving her with considerable free time outside her duties. Ranjiku was the only one who actively went to the living world for hollow purification. Despite this, she was notorious for skirting the more mundane aspects of her job, such as paperwork. From their perspective, Ranjiku's words were a white lie, but Momo couldn't have known better due to her lack of knowledge. As Momo sat surrounded by the 3 vice-captains, she couldn't shake off a creeping sense of inferiority. This feeling wasn't about her power or abilities as a Shinigami. Rather, it stemmed from her self-perception of femininity. Each of the vice-captains possessed an alluring figure and, most importantly, a physical presence that made Momo feel somewhat inadequate. They had the air of authority and confidence that Momo lacked because of her inexperience. In a moment of self-doubt, Momo mentally reached out to the Zampakuto spirit living in her inner world. Tobium, what can I do to grow like them? I don't know. Tobium replied. But maybe you shouldn't compare yourself to them in terms of beauty. You possess something they all lack, a sense of true companionship. Momo found comfort in those words. You're right. Bust size doesn't matter. My feelings are what truly counts. She'd willingly throw her life away to protect Kazuya, a conviction born from her passion. Don't doubt yourself, Momo. Show the same persistence you did when reaching out to me. I will. Unbeknownst to Momo and the 3 vice captains, a shadowy figure stood above the dormitory building. 3 vice captains and 4 Zampakuto spirits to claim as mine, the slouched figure mused, his long nails making clicky sounds with every movement. How fortunate I am. So am I. A shiver went down Muramesa's spine. Turning his head, he saw a smile stretching ear to ear, a smile he would never forget in his entire life. Chapter 148, Chapter 164, The Report. A/N, the bonus Chapter 1 promised. As Tozen stepped into Aizen's room, the soft sound of pages turning reached his ears. He found the captain engrossed in a book. No Shinigami would dare think of Aizen as the man plotting to overthrow the god and change the very foundations of this realm. Aizen closed the book with a gentle thud, his smile warm but with a hint of calculation in his eyes. Tozen, how did the search go? We could not find Vasto Lord, Aizen-sama, he admitted, shaking his head slightly. There were no signs of any Vasto Lord outside of Las Noches. Captain Ichimaru and I personally searched the whole Hueco Mundo. Tozen was inwardly frustrated, feeling the weight of his failure. He was well aware of the importance of locating the newly ascended Vasto Lord and her companion, whose immense Ryatsu had sent shivers down his spine. A hollow with that power must belong to their army. Interesting, Aizen mused, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose thoughtfully. It means they're no longer in Hueco Mundo. Could they have ventured into the living world? But the 12th squad hasn't detected any strong Gargantas signals recently, nor sensed any Vasto Lord-level hollow. Access to a Garganta for each hollow depended on their power level. Had a Vasto Lord opened a Garganta in any city under the Godii 13 supervision, they'd have been alerted already. Aizen leaned back, his gaze piercing as he considered the possibilities. There are only a few plausible explanations. They evaded your search and remained in Hueco Mundo. They've mastered opening a Garganta outside Shinigami's jurisdiction, or they have found a way to deceive the devices searching for dimensional distortions. I see. Tozen nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. What does Aizen-sama believe? Third. Aizen rose from his seat and tucked the book in the bookshelf. 3 months ago, a Vasto Lord Arrancar showed up in Karakura town with another Arrancar. The time frame aligns with Barragan's hunt for the Vasto Lord Tyr Haribel and her Vasto Lord accomplice. Tozen held his chin, recalling the details from Las Noches. I see. He is working in cahoots with multiple hollows. What's fascinating is the lack of reports about large souls disappearing. The stronger hollows need souls to maintain their strength. Karakura town is becoming more and more intriguing. The lack of souls must be related to Tyr Haribel. As per Las Noches' reports, she refused to indulge in any hollow. Barragan speculated her aspect of death to be sacrifice. A hollow who doesn't eat her kind, she seems like an interesting individual. For this mysterious Vasto Lord to work with Haribel, he must share the same virtue of kindness and mercy. Tozen crossed his arms. I can send out a group of hollows to disturb the order. Aizen shook his head at Tozen's suggestion. He had sent out a group of fodder-class hollows when Quincy used a hollow bait, a whimsical test to test the waters of the Karakura town and provoke a response from the former captain of the 12th squad. Well, no matter. Urahara-san won't be able to resist the lure of my Karakura town's grand spectacle. The thought of the mysterious Vasto Lord lingered in the back of his mind, but Aizen knew he had to tie up the loose ends with Kasuke Urahara first. Aizen, I almost forgot why I came here, Tozen interrupted, breaking the silence. That student you told me to keep an eye on, he humiliated Vice Captain Byakuya Kachiki in Shuinpa. From the reports, he seemed confident enough to take on both Kachikis. Aizen's lips curved into a self-assured smile, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous glint. The student, Kazuya Ishihara, joined the academy out of nowhere and started fighting on par with captains. Even Kenpachi Zaraki, the man with the most absurd raw stats, had a vague explanation for his powers. Kenpachi Zaraki was a result of the endless violence infesting the deeper districts of Rakangai. But this student, Kazuya, was different. Aizen couldn't decipher the source of his strength or his hypnotic voice. The fact that Kazuya had ties to the noble Shiba clan, a family with a captain and vice captain among their ranks, only added to his mystery. Yet, Aizen held back from acting at the moment. From every report so far, Kazuya showed a lack of ambition, using his powers to fuel his ego and indulge in intimacy with women. Kazuya had even chosen his Shinigami squad based upon his attraction to the Dai Senpai of the Godai 13, Yuichiro Unohana, the second most troublesome individual in the Serie. Lust is an easy sin to exploit. Dangle a beauty and they will bark like a dog. He was in no rush to deal with Kazuya. In due time, Kazuya would become another victim of Kyoka Suigetsu, they who saw what he wanted them to see, felt what he wanted them to feel, heard what he wanted them to hear, and sensed what he wanted them to sense. The whole of Soul Society would one day dance in the palm of his hand. Chapter 149, Chapter 165, Temptations. Despite having walked away from the Kachiki manor half an hour ago, the heartfelt words of gratitude from Byakuya and Hisana still echoed in Kazuya's mind. The image of Hisana tearing up, embracing Byakuya, and repeatedly professing her love for him remained just as vivid. It was mostly because of the wetness on his shoulder. Rukia had held back her tears in front of Hisana but ended up crying on the way back. By the time he neared the academy, Rukia had recovered from her storm of emotions and started making little talks. "We're almost there," Rukia whispered and climbed off his back, curbing the possibility of spreading weird rumors. Messing with Momo was the last thing she wanted. "Can you hide this from Momo and Renji?" "Sure," he agreed without any resistance, eyes locked on his dormitory building. "Want me to accompany you all the way?" "First you tell me why are you frowning like that again?" Every time she saw him frown like that, some noble got the beating of their life. The fact that he bullied the bullies, the descendants of those sitting at the top of society, always made her laugh. His relationship with Shiba clan and his own strength made him a force not even aristocrats wanted to mess with. "Just a bit surprised. Wanna come hang out with some vice captains? Some other day maybe. Then see you tomorrow." As they parted ways, a whisper reached him. "Thanks for saving Hisana." Following that, he heard Rukia's hurried footsteps gradually fading away. Unaware of his arrangement with Byakuya, she misunderstood his motives for saving Hisana, believing he had set aside his animosity towards Byakuya for her sake. Yoruchi climbed on his shoulder and pawed his ears. "I didn't think you had it in you to reveal your shirkai for someone else's wife." Since Yoruchi was absent during his agreement with Byakuya, she also arrived at the same conclusion as Rukia, albeit with a hint of skepticism. "Yoruchi, you're old friends with Byakuya. Rukia's blood sister is married to him. I'd be a douche to let her die when saving her takes no effort." "I sense something sinister from you," Yoruchi whispered, gently tugging at his ear with her soft paws. "You gained something from helping Hisana. What was it?" He cleared his throat. "A small promise. Think of it as a backup plan to my own backup plan in case things go south here." "You're starting to sound like Urahara." "Don't flatter me, Princess Shihoin. This little me is nothing compared to one of the most decorated minds in the world. Urahara may be a master in the language of numbers and logic, but he's as dense as a meteor when it comes to matters of the heart." He raised an eyebrow at her unexpected remark. "Sounds like he didn't reciprocate your feelings the way you wanted." He didn't believe the present-day Yoruchi harbored romantic feelings for Kasuke, but their past was a mystery to him. Knowing Yoruchi's demeanor, he could only speculate on the type of life she led as a teen. Yoruchi couldn't help but giggle. "Oh, young Kazu, did I see a flash of jealousy just now? Imagining me with Urahara, were you?" "Yes." Hearing him outright confess his jealousy was a breath of fresh air for Yoruchi. She believed that his jealousy was a product of her recent efforts in spoiling him in her own way. She wrapped her paws around his neck in a playful embrace, rubbing her face against his. "I wasn't referring to myself, silly. Urahara had a whole fan club back at the Shihoin mansion, maids, noblewomen, Shinigami, and even ordinary folk. His naive charm attracted ladies, though I was an exception. It feels weird to see him as anything other than my childhood friend." He nodded, visibly relieved. A gentle breeze wafted by them, carrying with it the faint scent of cherry blossoms as silence fell between them, save for the distant sound of students chatting. Yoruchi's eyes searched his face as if contemplating something. "There is no man in this world who can tie down Flash Goddess Yoruchi. I've held the same belief for as long as I can remember." "A fellow freedom enjoyer," he whispered. "Well, I never limit the freedom of my lovers. Doesn't that make us a match made in heaven?" Yoruchi took a pause as if considering his words. A non-committed relationship was the best-case scenario for her, given her aversion to the responsibilities of a relationship. They were shackles to her. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Just speaking facts. We can take it one step at a time, starting as friends. The next stage could be friends with benefits, enjoying the freedom of being single while sharing certain perks." "Friends with benefits." Yoruchi's breath caught, her voice barely a whisper. "Is that your excuse to fuck me?" Clearing his throat awkwardly, Kazuya watched as she playfully tapped his cheek. "You're quite the charmer," she teased, her laughter light and flirtatious. "You almost convinced me with that sweet tongue of yours. Almost tempted to open my legs for you. I'm lucky that I was trained to resist honey traps as the captain of second squad." He clicked his tongue in mock annoyance. One of these days, you'll regret teasing me like this. She shrugged off his playful threat with a giggle. I'd love to see you try. Do her. Give her the best hentai female lead treatment. Teasing her and getting teased by her, he returned to his dorm. Outside his room, he found Momo waiting, her demeanor anxious as if she had been eagerly anticipating his arrival. She must have sensed my ryatsu. He had stopped concealing his ryatsu, unless it was necessary to hide from someone. His fight with Soy Fan made his strength public knowledge. Wasn't she with the vice captains? Did she make some excuse to meet you alone here? Probably. Momo suddenly rushed towards him, her movements creating a soft rustling sound, as she hugged him, a brief hug to reassure herself of his well-being. You're all right. Do I not look all right? He asked, smiling down at her while his hand gently patted her head in a comforting gesture. Rukia is also fine. What a relief. She whispered. What did they want from her? Well, things are a bit complicated. I can't reveal it without Rukia's permission. Momo nodded in understanding, her eyes briefly darting behind her. Your friends are waiting for you. She seemed reluctant to tell him about the vice captains, clearly desiring to spend more alone time with him, away from the watchful eyes of the vice captains. Let's see what they have to say. Chapter 150, Chapter 166 to 167, the list. A/N, well, my older brother got engaged yesterday. What a stressful but exciting day for everyone involved. Upon opening the door, Kazuya was met with 3 pairs of eyes, Ranjiku, Aizen, and Nanao, whose presence in the room didn't surprise him. He expected her to pop up any day since she had handled the dormitory destruction incident with her captain. Whoa, says Kazuya, the incarnation of Phoenix, upon seeing 4 beautiful ladies waiting for him in his room. Will he disrobe his kimono and jump at the ladies like a fiend? Nami, write your fanfiction somewhere else. Kazuya nipped Nami's growing hobby in the bud. If it isn't my future vice captains. Who is the new guest? Nanao froze upon hearing his voice for the first time. Her reaction wasn't that different from every other woman during their first meeting. After recovering her composure, she narrowed her eyes. You're him. Yes, I'm him. And this is my cat, her. He pointed at Yoruchi, who jumped down and left the room, tail swinging. Well, she is antisocial. Nanao's hand twitched, almost as if she wanted to hurl her heavy book at him, reaction she usually reserved for her own captain. You're unbelievable. He grinned. What you mean to say is I'm unbelievably handsome and charming. Nanao's frown deepened as she observed Momo shift closer to Kazuya. She opened her book and tore out a page. Shizu, Amain, Himiko. She proceeded to list every girl he had seduced in the Soul Society. And Momo Hinamori. You were intimate in some manner with the girls I just mentioned. Ranjiku covered her face with her palm, feeling immediate regret for giving Nanao the opportunity to start the argument. She exchanged a subtle nod with Aizen, both understanding that they had to find a way to defuse the situation. Having gained personal acquaintance with him, they strongly objected to the operation, humble the genius initiated by the Shinigami Women's Association. Momo cupped her flushed cheeks, stealing shy glances at him. Do we look like couples from your perspective? Her serious accusations left Kazuya bewildered, but Momo's bashful response was even more surprising. Curious, he stayed silent and let Momo handle the situation, taking it as an opportunity to assess her Yandere level. Partner, your Yandere will own this Karen wannabe. Let's see. Meanwhile, Nanao fixed her gaze on Momo, her eyes filled with exasperation as she watched Momo fail to comprehend the weight of her accusations. Were my words not loud and clear? Every girl on this list has been intimate with this lustful man in some capacity. Every one of them. Momo lowered her hands and met Nanao's gaze steadily. And Nanao's eyes grew wider with disbelief. You're already smitten. How is that a problem to you? Momo asked, her lips curving into a smile. A sickly sweet smile, yet her eyes carried a certain emptiness. Have you grown so delusional with power and authority that you can't fathom a girl wholeheartedly loving a boy? The notion of defending her men brought out a confidence she didn't know she possessed. You are delusional, incapable of seeing things clearly. Nanao pointed at Kazuya. This man has seduced numerous girls. As the vice president of the Shinigami Women's Association, I can't sit by and watch him ruin the lives of girls in the Soul Society. Then stand up, Momo growled. And change your glasses. Because you can't see that Kazuya-kun didn't ruin any lives. I have talked to every girl you mentioned, none of them had any bad things to say about him. All of them knew that their relationship would be transactional. Ranjiku and Aizen froze, unable to match the fierce Momo with the meek girl from earlier. Even Kazuya was baffled by Momo's thorough research. Nana was visibly shaken, finding it unbelievable she had overlooked something as crucial as interviewing the girls in question. You're right. I should have done more investigation before pointing fingers. It doesn't excuse him from using the girls to further his means. Stop mimicking those brain-dead nobles, Ise-san, Momo said in a condescending tone. Nobles don't have the right to intervene in our personal affairs. We're free to choose our partners. I'm not a noble. Nanao replied, a lack of confidence in her voice. What Ishihara-san did was unethical. Transactional or not, he played with their feelings. This again. Momo gave Nanao a blank stare. Kazuya-kun showed them a good time, and in return, they let him access the secured sections of the library. His Zampakuto needed him, and he did everything in his power to help it. Ethics weren't his concern. Just as Nanao was about to speak, Ranjiku extended her hand and playfully squeezed the younger woman's cheek. Let it go, Nanao. Kazuya assured me this was a one-off thing. It won't happen again. Nanao glared at Ranjiku. Although they had the same position, Ranjiku was her senior. Okay, Ranjiku-san. I apologize for my earlier behavior. She didn't act stubborn once she realized her argument held no meaning. Ranjiku then turned towards Kazuya and Momo. Don't be too hard on Nanao. She's still learning. And let's not forget, she helped him when his Ryatsu spiraled out of control. Without her captain, the academy would have imposed a heavy penalty on you. Aizen affirmed Ranjiku's statement with a nod. You may have suffered severe consequences without immediate treatment. Fortunately, my Kaido stabilized your fluctuating spiritual energy. Their roles as mediators seemed to bridge the gap between the conflicting parties, easing the atmosphere in the room. Momo unveiled a soft smile before glancing over her shoulder. Catching sight of his gentle smile, her newfound boldness seemed to melt away. Kazuya-kun, I successfully defended your honor. Kazuya's hand reached out, tenderly brushing through her hair, admiring the transformation she had undergone in the past months. From a shy, innocent girl to a fierce tigress, unafraid to confront a vice-captain for his sake. You were incredible. She couldn't help but fidget and giggle, leaving those around her in surprise once more. I stood up for myself and, you. Yandere level, stage 2, potentially escalating to stage 3. The obsession has taken root in heart and mind. What is stage 3? Stage 3 is where the obsession dominates completely. The Yandere struggles to function without her beloved. Stage 4 is the final stage, where she might go to any lengths, even harm her beloved. Entity Izanami is nearing stage 4. Nami. Luckily for both of us, Tsubasa won't let it happen. With a sigh of relief, he turned his attention to Nanao, acknowledging her apology with a nod. I'm sorry, your name was. He already knew almost everything about her, but he had to act clueless to maintain his character. Nanao Ise, Nanao said, emphasizing each syllable to properly introduce herself. The current vice-captain of the 8th Squad. Ise clan. You're from that clan of priests. The Ise clan, although lacking noble status, held great prominence in the Soul Society. They were a matrilineal line of Shinto priests responsible for overseeing and conducting sacred rituals. Nanao remained composed, unfazed by the customary looks of surprise she received when she mentioned her clan name. Yes, I was born in that clan of priests. He cleared his throat. I didn't mean it in any offensive way. It's just, I find your clan interesting and unique. Doesn't a curse targeting men make you curious? The Ise clan enjoyed a strange reputation for only having a female born into the clan and always having to bring in husbands from other families into the clan. The strangeness only grew from there. The men who joined the Ise clan by marrying the clan head died an untimely death. These deaths occurred so often that this phenomenon became known as the Ise curse. This curse struck even if the clan had left the family and married into another. You should have phrased it as a curse targeting walking dead men. Nanao shook her head in a dismissive manner. There is no curse. It's all a series of convenient deaths that someone exaggerated to the heavens. Ranjiku struck her palm, as if a sudden realization dawned on her. I bet it was some grumpy aristocrat who didn't like the prestige of the Ise clan. It happens all the time in the Siriidi. I don't believe so, he refuted her theory. Tsuneyashiro clan has a Zampakuto that shaves its wielder's life force bit by bit. The Zampakuto inherited by the Ise clan head might work similarly. As for why it targets the clan head's husband, I believe it changes its target to clan head's husband once they engage in a physical relationship. Ranjiku frowned, her curiosity piqued by this theory, but paused upon noticing Nanao's reaction. The mention of the curse seemed to have stirred something within her. Nanao was subconsciously embracing her heavy book close to her chest, her body quivering imperceptibly. Aizen also observed Nanao's apprehension and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Nanao. Nanao's hand came to rest on top of Aizen's, as she gave a strained smile. I'm fine, Aizen-san. I just remembered my mother's passing. She was executed for the crime of losing the Zampakuto. Though she was only a child when it happened, the haunting memory of her mother's hanging execution occasionally resurfaced in her nightmares. I didn't know about that, Aizen replied softly. I'm sorry. Nanao shook her head slightly. Don't be. It's not your fault. Ranjiku massaged the back of her head, visibly thrown off by the sudden shift in mood. She glanced at Kazuya, who seemed to be lost in a sea of thoughts. What's on your mind? He shook his head and looked at Nanao with a serious expression. Do you mind if I ask you some questions about your mother? Aizen stared at him in disbelief. She and Ranjiku gave him the same, read the air before opening your mouth, looks. Nanao brushed Aizen's hand away and nodded firmly. As long as you say nothing disrespectful towards my mother. Did your mother lose her husband? Yes, when I was very young. I've heard Captain Kairaku was just a teenager then. Your mother blamed her Zampakuto for her loss. To prevent you from going through the same experience, she hid the Zampakuto somewhere, practically ending the ISE curse from claiming any more victims. Nanao leaned in, hugging her book, as if her shoulders suddenly grew heavier. Mother didn't have to do that, for a superficial phenomenon. Her skepticism about the curse was clear. If she only knew the true potential of her family's Zampakuto, her perspective might change. The curse was a short price to pay in exchange for the borderline broken ability of ISE clan's Zampakuto. Leaving Nanao to deal with her emotional strain, he turned to Ranjiku. So, why are you here? Before I answer, tell me, how did you grow the nerves to oppose Kachiki's? Some friendships are worth dying for. Besides, Captain Kachiki would have made for a good assessment of my strength. Aizen wasn't surprised by his audacity. Nanao, however, seemed taken aback by the idea of someone willingly challenging one of the most formidable captains in the Soul Society as a test of strength. Captains were, after all, the single most destructive forces in the Soul Society. They had to be sealed before going to the living world, or they distort their surroundings with their myriatsu. Boy, that's the blind confidence I need in my superstar. Kazuya raised an eyebrow. You're still pursuing that idea? Ranjiku held her chin up, looking at him with a narrow-eyed glare. How cute of you to think I'll give up. Can we fulfill your unconventional fetish after I join your squad? Don't twist my revolutionary idea into some fetish, Ranjiku retorted and pointed at the ceiling as if aiming for the stars. You and I will change the way the Soul Society functions. We'll pioneer new exciting means of entertainment for both commoners and aristocrats. Her eyes sparkled as if she could already envision the impact her idea would bring. Once she changed everyone's minds, a big portion of the Soul Society would join her in bringing a fresh wave of excitement to the Soul Society. She wouldn't have to leave the Soul Society just to have some entertainment outside of the conventional books published in the Serie. The books found in the Soul Society were always a hit or miss. Momo gave him a strange look. Kazuya-kun, what is this superstar stuff? Ranjiku eagerly dived into an explanation, her enthusiasm infectious enough to draw a smile from even the solemn Nanao. Not even Aizen expected Ranjiku to have such passion for something not named alcohol. Next, Kazuya asked Aizen about her reason for leaving her job and coming over to meet him. She pressed a hand against her cheek. I wanted to start your Kaido lessons today. Not today, he said, shaking his head. I have to spoil young Hinamori. Let's start tomorrow. Chapter 151, Chapter 168, Tutor. Merry Christmas everyone, I love you all, my fellow Yandere lovers. Kazuya lounged comfortably on the bed, masterfully playing the part of an oblivious observer to Momo's probing glances. Her fierce argument with Nanao was like a confession, yet he acted as if nothing of sorts took place. His deliberate ignorance was nothing but pure torture to the young maiden, who expected a reward for her performance. Kazuya-kun. Momo whispered, voice trailing in a display of absent-mindedness. Did I go too far with Ise-san? His prolonged silence sent her down a spiraling path of self-doubt. While he found her worries endearing, he also knew that her insecurities were not healthy. He wrapped an arm around her waist, gently guiding her to rest her head on his chest. His hand tenderly caressed her face as he offered her a reassuring smile. Don't doubt yourself now. I praised your actions, didn't I? That means you were right. She gently nodded. I've learned to do Shirkai release of my Zampakuto. This revelation genuinely took Kazuya by surprise. Achieving Shirkai was a fairly straightforward process of imprinting one's Ryoryoku on an Asachi and nurturing its growth, yet it was a hurdle where a majority of Shinigami stumbled. They either lacked the Ryoryoku or lacked the dedication to sit down and meditate with a sword for hours. Momo was already a top-tier talent in Ryatsu and comprehensive skills. With her progress, she also revealed her unwavering will and passion to reach new heights, mostly owing to her obsession with him. She desired to remain with him and saw that graduating from the academy as soon as possible, by proving her combat capability through Shirkai release, was the fastest way. A dedicated maiden, I must say, Nami uttered a rare compliment. The plum tree doesn't just look up to the only star in her world. Light, water, pollution, and pests, she cares for naught but her dream of growing tall enough to touch the star. Momo might have squealed after hearing such high praises from his Zampakuto spirit, or she might have declared war on Nami. He couldn't accurately predict her responses after her recent growth. Why the sudden support for Momo? Weren't you wary of Izumi for her Yandere tendencies? Momo is miles better than Izumi. She wants to support you without bogging you down. She suffered in silence but never questioned your decision to leave her for a week. Izumi tried manipulating you into staying with her. Let's not forget she tried to kill herself without considering the consequences it will have on you or Lisa. She is a selfish little bitch whether you believe it or not. Now. No need to be so critical of Izumi. She is going through a rough phase. It won't be long before she bounces back stronger than ever. She'll bounce everyone back to heaven if you become careless for one day. Izumi might be clingy but she won't harm anyone around me. Only time will tell, beloved. Ending their conversation, Kazuya noticed Momo sitting on the bed, her Zampakuto carefully sheathed and resting on her lap. She partially drew her katana, a slow, deliberate motion, before gently sliding it back into its sheath. She turned towards him, a look of earnest pride in her eyes. Every day after classes, I injected Ryuryoku into it and poured my heart into communicating with it. Tobium, my Zampakuto, had no choice but to acknowledge my resolve and reveal her name. You worked hard. A small word of praise made her smile brightly. Do you want to see Tobium in action? Sure. Will her personality change bring changes to her Zampakuto spirit? She's different but not that different. She was a bit obsessed with Aizen. I don't believe she loved Aizen like she loves you. She felt admiration towards Aizen and sought his approval. It was akin to a child seeking a father's validation after scoring high in their tests. The only reward she got was a sword through her chest. First by the said father figure and second by her childhood friend. I'm glad this indestructible specimen of a woman is on our side. One day she shall solo Yawatch with her EX class durability. Recalling all the memes about Momo's miraculous ability to survive, he couldn't help but chuckle. Leaving the dormitory, Kazuya sensed a watchful presence. Glancing sideways, he spotted the bespectacled vice-captain lurking behind the building. This nerdy, stalker lass. With her mighty fine ass. Her glasses are rather cute. Gotta hold them when she blows you. Shinsui would release his bankai if he ever heard the short poem dedicated to his niece. There would be a bloodbath. Ignoring the stalker, he made his way to the dojo. She positioned herself at the center of the training area, her demeanor exuding a solemn sense of purpose. Grasping her Zampakuto's hilt, she drew it with a swift motion. String, tobium, flying plum tree. Her Ryatsu, a shade closer to pink than pure red, spiraled around the sword and transformed it from a katana to a straight, double-edged sword. Her shurikai grew a prong on each side like the branches of a tree. The sword looked suitable for ceremonies and rituals more than a military weapon. Her shurikai chant is canonically snap, not string. I don't spot any other differences though. As Momo held the sword with both hands, a sphere of fire matching her Ryatsu color bloomed at the bottom of her blade. She swung the sword, hurling the fireball at a dummy. The wooden dummy caught fire instantaneously. Even her shurikai ability was no different from her canon shurikai. It's because her ideal self has yet to deviate. She wants to be the girl who brings warmth to everyone. The bubbly girl everyone loves and adores. She sees her cheerful demeanor as the best self around you. The ideal self, huh? You're telling me shurikai personifies a Shinigami's ideals? It does. Shurikai reflects the ideal self, and bankai reflects the true self. Your shurikai confirmed it for me. It's literally a shield that sacrifices your body and grants you godlike healing that bends time to save your allies. I read that somewhere. Let's not delve into specifics, shall we? To elaborate more, I'll take Soifan as an example. Her ideal self is an ice-cold assassin that surpasses Yoruchi. What's her weapon? An instant death stinger that requires extreme precision. Then there is her bankai reflecting her true self, a lady who blows at the smallest things. Anohana as well. Ideal self, a gentle healer. True self, a woman with an insatiable lust for blood and battle. If that's the case, what will my bankai be? I'm really curious. Your manipulation tactics were subdued after you fell for Haribel. What will your true self be when you release bankai? A twisted yandere man who will bend reality to protect his lovers, or perhaps a manipulator who will stop at nothing to achieve his desires. Clap. 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 The applause came not from Kazuya but Nanao as she walked into the dojo. Hinamori-san, your tongue isn't the only sharp thing, your mind is just as sharp. Did you have fun stalking us? Cold sweat trickled down Nanao's forehead. Hiding her Ryatsu, she had followed them, suspecting them of having an intimate session in seclusion. She didn't think he'd see through her concealment so easily. I was simply walking by and felt Hinamori-san release her shuriken. I came to check. I believe you. Momo diffused her shuriken and smiled at Kazuya, paying no attention to Nanao whatsoever. Kazuya-kun, our Zampakuto are connected to fire in different ways. Isn't that interesting? He watched the crackling fire enveloping the dummy, causing it to crumble on the floor. It's brilliant if you ask me. What does Nanao think? Nanao flinched at his casual use of her given name. Please call me Ise. I don't feel comfortable when men use my first name. She had lived with her clan of traditional priests for the better part of her childhood, causing her to take the honorifics and seniority seriously. He shrugged. It's just a name. Nanao shook her head. Hinamori-san's Zanpakuto resembles the seven-branched sword. It's unique and beautiful from a traditional standpoint. I'm on the same page. Momo, you already have the Zanpakuto part down. Would you be willing to learn Kido? Yes, I want to. He nodded at her enthusiasm and turned his attention to Nanao. Ise-san, please take my poor friend under your wing and impart her with your Kido knowledge. Momo frowned, but she didn't question his decision. Nanao, on the other hand, blinked in surprise. She had stopped despising him for his actions. Their relationship improved significantly, but they were still acquaintances. Only he had the audacity to ask such a big favor from an acquaintance. I apologize, but I can't do it. She politely turned down his request. Please try to understand. Kazuya raised one finger. 1 week. I want you to train Momo for 1 week. Surely you can spare this much time for your friend. He was sure Nanao would continue the training herself after recognizing Momo's exceptional affinity with Kido. Nanao nodded with a sigh, taking it as a moment to mend her relationship with Momo. I'll do my best to teach her. Chapter 152, Chapter 169, Like a Farewell. Nestled comfortably beneath the sprawling branches of an old tree, Shunsui Kairaku, the captain of the 12th squad, was indulging in one of his favorite pastimes, a leisurely nap. The day was pleasantly uneventful, a welcome respite from the usual hustle of Seoul society, allowing him to relax after enjoying a couple of cups of sake. Tap. 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 A series of steady footsteps gently intruded upon his serene moment. It was a sound he knew well, the stride of his diligent vice-captain, Nanao Ise. Nanao-chan. Captain, I'd like a week off from my vice-captain duties. Shuinsue's eyes snapped open, a flicker of surprise crossing his usually composed face. He adjusted his straw hat, an unconscious response to his surprise, and peered at Nanao, who stood before him with an earnest demeanor. Is this related to Kazuya-san? Losing his previous vice-captain had left a deep scar on his heart. Having similar features to Lisa only raised Shuinsue's desires to keep her close to him, to ensure history didn't repeat itself. His protective instinct as her uncle led him to keep tabs on her through tracking her ryatsu or ordering his subordinates to monitor her. He was naturally aware of her budding obsession about humbling a certain genius. Nanao's unconscious nod, quickly followed by a double shake of her head, conveyed her internal conflict. I'll be training Hinamori-san, she explained, who has an exceptional aptitude for Kido spells. From the day she was promoted to the vice-captain seat, she hadn't taken a day off, even finding work to do on festival holidays. Her perfect attendance streak would end to make amends for her impolite conduct. The sacrifice would be worthwhile if Momo turned out to be half as good as Kazuya's words. Shuinsue sat up and took off his hat. Gazing at his niece with a warm smile, he said, Nanao-chan, you know how useless I become without someone to nag me around. You can invite Hinamori-chan here. We'll teach her together. Nanao slammed her book on his head. She already loves Ishihara-san. Shuinsue rubbed his head, laughing. I wasn't inviting her just so I can flirt with a young Shinigami. It's because I know what you're capable of. She had witnessed his flirtatious antics at their weekly drinking parties and, despite her own reservations about Kazuya, she wouldn't allow her captain to interfere in someone else's relationship. Nanao-chan, are you determined to go? His playful tone didn't stop the air from growing somber. Nanao turned away, her gaze drifting towards the distant sunset, her expression thoughtful. It's only 1 week, Captain. I'll check back in to finish the paperwork. Nanao had been by Shuinsue's side for a long time, long enough to see past the flamboyant facade he often presented to the world. She had caught glimpses of the deep-seated grief he carried, a sorrow born from the loss of many friends over his lengthy lifespan in the Seoul society. Hearing no response, she turned her attention, finding him stunned. It wasn't hard to grasp his astonishment. She resembled Shuinsue's former vice-captain, the bespectacled woman who used to read her books once every month. Captain. Regaining his composure, Shuinsue mustered a smile. Wonderful, Nanao-chan, he replied, leaning back against the tree, his demeanor returning to its usual relaxed state. What else do you plan to do at the Shin'o Academy? Nothing. Nanao's voice grew soft. It's getting late, Captain. I'll go rest. Good night, Nanao-chan, Shunsue called out cheerfully, waving her off. However, as soon as she was out of sight, his smile faded into a more serious expression. Alone, he whispered to himself, a field trip. Are you hoping to encounter Lisa-chan somewhere in Japan? A week later. The sun cast smoldering rays over the Shino Academy, leaving the students exhausted even before the lunch break. Kazuya, however, hadn't broken a single sweat because of his affinity with flames. He was sitting in a classroom, relaxed. The woman before him sat with a straight back, droplets of sweat trickling down her messy silver hair. In essence, Kaido is best used with patience. Never rush or you'll lose the primary advantage Kaido has over traditional methods, Aizen said, her confident tone stirring something in him. She forgot the very concept of meekness during her sensei mode. Calmness is the key to be a healer on the battlefield. Sensei, I didn't panic when a terrorist pointed a gun at my forehead. I even told that man to give my regards to my friend and my lover at that time. Aizen's composure vanished, her pupils dilating out of pure surprise. You're joking. The purification deliberately erases memories related to death to prevent any trauma in Rakangai. I do, though. He shrugged. Maybe their Zampakuto wasn't strong enough to affect someone with my spirit class. That could be a reason, Aizen said, wiping her nape with her handkerchief. Let's end the class here today. I've taught you most of the technical aspects of being a Kaido user. The rest will come with practice, and Kazuya, what magic do you use to resist the heat? Aizen, despite wielding an ice element Zampakuto, was visibly struggling with the heat. Kazuya, a fire element Zampakuto user, seemed completely at ease. It should be completely the opposite. Aizen, I have too many fans keeping me cool. Get it? Partner, I should kill Tsubasa if this is the level of your dad's jokes. Aizen stared at him, dumbfounded. Fans. I can't believe you made that joke. He chuckled before placing a hand on his chest. Aizen, it's been a week. Looking back, I can't help but reflect on our time here. I'll treasure every lesson you gave me. Don't be dramatic. Aizen rose from her seat and dusted her shihakusho. You'll be seeing me every day once you graduate. In 2 days. I won't be a student by then. There is a certain satisfaction in learning from a beautiful teacher. Teacher? You hardly know her. Aizen blushed, despite hearing his compliments for the 100th time. Stop that. I don't want Momo to give me cold stares. Quickly exiting the room, Aizen closed the door behind her, as if worried Momo would find her. Kazuya chuckled and lied down, gazing at the ceiling. This week was the busiest he had been in the Soul Society. Most of his time went to learning Kaido from Aizen. When he wasn't busy teasing Aizen or messing around with Yoruchi, he'd train Momo and Toshiro in combat. Coming from the most peaceful Rakangai district, the two had zero experience in real fighting. They could slaughter hollows without issues, but even the lowest-seated officer would floor them in a duel. You have a couple of hours. Quite possibly your last in the Shino Academy. Feeling emotional, daddy of my child. To attract less attention, the Class 1 field trip was planned for the night. They had to gather in the evening then go to the living world. No, and don't call me that. It feels weird. My first child will be with Tyr. Oh ho. Do you not remember where her hollow hole is located? I'll plug her hole with my love and come. After resting, Kazuya joined Momo, who had finished her Kido training with Nanao. She was in the company of Renji, Rukia, and Toshiro, all lively and engaged in conversation. Renji waved at him with a wide smile. Get your ass here. Let's grab something at the cafeteria. Toshiro crossed his arms with a serious frown. Glutton. Dumbass. You don't know what they'll feed us during the test. Momo giggled. Stop fighting, you two. Rukia, don't make that face. What face? Rukia asked, feigning ignorance. Stop reading too much into things. Renji pinched Rukia's cheek. Stop being jealous of us Class 1 talents. You'll get your field trip in 2 years. Ha 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 ha. Rukia slapped his hand away and stomped on his foot. Shut it, monkey face. I can become a Shinigami anytime I want. Byakuya Nisama offered me a seat in the 6th squad. She had been visiting Hizana throughout the week. After having a second chance at life, Hizana didn't spare any opportunity to make things easier for Rukia. Renji, who was rubbing his foot, paused. His expression grew serious. Noble privileges, did you accept? Rukia crossed her arms and revealed a smile full of tomboyish charm. I turned him down. I made it out of Rukan on my own. I'm not taking any shortcuts now. Renji let out a sigh of relief. Idiot. Rukia kicked his butt, knocking him down on the grass. Dumb buffoon. Go get your ass kicked by dummy hollows. Amid the animated chatter and playful banter of his friends, Kazuya remained unusually pensive. A sense of unease hung over him. The imminent field trip stirred in him a sense of foreboding. Just what is Aizen scheming? We shall see soon. Chapter 153, Chapter 170, The Field Trip, I. Prior to the field trip, students were tasked with drawing lots. A trio would be formed by students of matching numbers. Kazuya was familiar with the rules, but most of Class 1 drew their lots without a clue. He, of course, didn't keep his group in the dark. Luck seemed to favor Kazuya and Toshiro as they ended up in the same group. On the other hand, Momo and Renji, with their mismatched numbers, found themselves separated into different groups. Toshiro couldn't help but shoot a glare at Renji, who stared at his lot with envy. Shoo. It was my luck. Blast, Renji cursed. I'll be stuck with randoms. Toshiro smirked. You can handle it alone. As if they'll let me do that. Momo walked up from student to student, inquiring about their lot numbers. At last, she found the person with her desired ticket, a girl about as tall as Renji with menacing eyes. Momo pointed at the ticket in the girl's hand. Can we please exchange? The girl's gaze drifted down to Momo. Why, Hinamori-san? Do you understand the point of, she paused, her eyes flickering wide. Never mind, you can take it. Momo exchanged lots with the girl and happily skipped over to Kazuya's group. What are the odds we three are in the same group? Not only did she subtly coerce the girl with her Ryatsu, but she also had the audacity to claim it as a coincidence. She had almost reached his level of shamelessness. Toshiro shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Momo, please get some help. What? Why are you being mean to me, Shiro? Whatever. Forget I said anything. Kazuya stepped onto the open grounds, his eyes widening at the sight of Nanao and Ranjika standing before the Grand Sankaman door. With two sixth-year students as assistants, they looked every bit the authority figures they were. Ranjika too. One vice-captain was already an overkill. Now they're sending two. Did Shunsue send Ranjiku to protect Nanao? The only reasonable explanation I can think of. Yoruchi also sensed something amiss, but she couldn't convey her thoughts in the silence. A silence that shouldn't be present with 30-plus students in the same place. Nanao's Ryatsu made the air so oppressive that nobody dared utter a word. Even Ranjiku's friendly smile alone failed to make the students feel at ease. Nanao's gaze swept over them, icy and detached. Some of you may know about the war that plagued Japan a few years ago. The high amount of deaths have led to the creation of numerous powerful hollows. In lieu of the danger, the Academy has assigned us to be your guides. Ranjiku casually brushed her breasts, looking displeased with the heat. Kids, don't worry. We'll send any hollow packing if that's your concern. Now, be good students and split into groups of 3 according to the lots you drew earlier. As the students formed their trios, murmurs and glances exchanged, Ranjiku continued with her usual confidence, your seniors have already gone to the living world to make a barrier around a suitable area. Each group will engage in combat with the dummy hollows roaming in your assigned section. Nanao glanced at Ranjiku. Every group has to fight the dummy hollows. None of us will support you in any way. If your group feels overwhelmed, exit the section immediately. You'll be safe, but the Academy may expel your group for sheer lack of competence. She didn't mince her words. If 3 of them couldn't cooperate to take out a dummy hollow, then they wouldn't be able to last a week in their job. They were better off training a couple more years outside the Academy to hone their skills. Ranjiku crossed her arms, nodding seriously. Hold your composure and apply everything you've learned so far to the combat. It'll be a breeze, I promise. Momo suddenly raised her hand and waved from the crowd. Vice Captain Matsumoto, can we leave after finishing our assigned section? I'd like to roam the city. No, Nanao rejected sternly. You aren't going there to sightsee. Ranjiku playfully nudged Nanao. Era, jealous Momo-chan got a date. Nanao had spent a week growing closer to Momo. Ranjiku tried to stop Nanao from undoing the results of her hard work. Nanao scoffed. I'm acting according to my duty. Hi. Ranjiku giggled and winked at Momo. You can leave on one condition. Take that lad Kazuya with you. It was a clear show of favoritism, but no student had the courage to speak it out loud. Momo beamed a smile. Thank you so much, Vice Captain Matsumoto. Have fun on your outing, Momo-chan. Nanao huffed and turned around, displeased with Ranjiku mixing her duty with personal relationships. At her will, the majestic doors of the Sankaman slid open. Let's go. The students followed Nanao's lead and vanished into the dimensional door. Momo pushed Toshiro before she turned and waved at Kazuya. Come with us. Momo schemed with Ranjiku behind our backs. An elaborate scheme to isolate me. She must be planning on confessing. Be careful. She might stab you or take you to a dark dungeon. I'm a veteran at dealing with crazies. Besides, she gave me a huge opportunity. Coming out of the power plant, Kazuya observed the area. The academy chose a massive power plant for combat training. The power plant had been out of service due to Japan's earlier conflicts. The massive structures served as a vantage point for the 6th-year students, allowing them to take early action against any hollow. Nobody is hiding there. At least I don't sense anyone. Aizen might be on his way. As Kazuya was lost in thoughts, 2 Shinigami stopped before him. A lean-built young man with sharp eyes and messy black hair. The black choker around his neck and the black 69-foot tattoo on his left cheek revealed his identity, the future vice-captain, Shuhei Hisagi. In the current timeline, Shuhei had earned somewhat of a reputation as a 4th-year student for his talent. Accompanying Shuhei was a petite girl with relatively short brown hair. Part of her hair was tied up at the right side of her head with a hair clip consisting of 2 red pearls. For Kazuya, the cute student was a walking red flag. In the original timeline, she died 2 years later during Momo's first training mission. Her presence here gave him an ominous feeling. Is the timeline fixing itself to avoid repercussions? Could be. We have to be cautious. Meanwhile, Shuhei was appraising Kazuya just as he was being appraised. You've made quite a name in your first year. I wish I saw your fight in person like Hataru did. While his tone was overly serious, Shuhei seemed inspired by Kazuya's courage to fight a captain. Hataru nodded seriously. It was an amazing show of techniques. How much did you train to achieve those results? Before seeing his battle with Soi Fan, Hataru felt satisfaction in being one of the more gifted students. Compared to this year's Class 1, she felt extremely ordinary. 20 years, Kazuya answered with a shrug, leaving Hataru stunned. Or more. I don't remember. Hataru widened her eyes. I expected at least 100 years. Well, this is how geniuses are, I suppose. Shuhei placed a hand on Hataru's shoulder. Anyway, I'm Shuhei Hisagi, 4th year. Hataru Kanisawa, also a 4th year, Hataru said and stretched her hand for a handshake, which he accepted. We're here to take you to your assigned section. Thank you. Momo smiled. I can't wait to fight some hollows. Toshiro gripped his Zampakuto's hilt. Makes the 2 of us. At the same time. Over a dozen screens flickered in the otherwise dark room. Sitting casually on a chair, Aizen calmly observed the live footage of the abandoned power plant, his gaze particularly affixed upon the silver-haired student. It was a pity he couldn't hear Kazuya's voice through the experimental screens. They invited Vice-Captain Matsumoto at the last second. Isn't that interesting, Jin? Jin was standing behind Aizen, his hands concealed in his long bell sleeves. His ever-so-mischievous smile faltered for merely a moment. Some people's intelligence grows weaker with age. Matsumoto-san is the prime example. Tozen, who stood beside Jin, stared at the screens. He was blind, yet he often mimicked actions of those around him on an unconscious level. Sir, when do we start? Aizen's lips curled into a cold smile. Soon, Tozen. Chapter 154, Chapter 171, The Field Trip, 2. Guided by Shuhei Hisagi and Hataru Kanisawa, Kazuya passed by many sections, each echoing the ensuing clash between students and dummy hollows. Over half of the students in Class 1 struggled against the weakest of constructed hollows, a given for students with a few months of training. At least Renji is doing fine. The student may not survive if Aizen unleashes his hollows. They might if you're not busy raw-dogging Momo in the wild like dogs in heat. Nami's unfiltered comments always managed to amuse him. Straightforward to a fault, she perfectly personified her destructive flames. But then again, he shouldn't try something drastic this early. He, however, couldn't shake off the nagging suspicion, why do I have a feeling he will? Aizen got away with killing thousands to awaken the Hogyoku, what stopped Aizen from making another big move? The timeline had shifted dramatically with his presence. Muramasa, whom Kazuya couldn't find anywhere in the Soul Society, introduced so many unknown variables on his own. I'm a bit conflicted. On one hand, we'll finally get some action. On the other hand, everyone we know in Karakura Town will be put at risk. Fuck, our brazen daughter is messing with my head again. Shoo, don't worry about anything. Pushing aside his worries, he followed Shuhei to a secluded part of the compound, which seemed to be a building for storing various equipment. This is your section. Vice Captain ISE had this prepared for you. Hataru nodded, looking no less serious than Shuhei. This is the hardest training mission in history, let alone your Class 1. Kazuya narrowed his eyes. Every student had to fight one dummy hollow, where his group was given a section with about 20 dummy hollows with more than twice the Ryatsu of the other dummies. The entire 6th-year batch would struggle here, let alone a trio of first-year students. I'm flattered that Nanao thinks so highly of me. He chuckled. But aren't these dummies hard to make? Why waste them on our group? Only the 12th squad specialists can make them. True, it's strange they will throw them away for your test when you've already been selected as a seated officer. Even Hataru was skeptical about the arrangement. The whole trial served no purpose as he had more than proven his abilities. It's just procedures, Momo whispered as she grabbed his arms and gave him a gentle push from behind. Let's finish this quickly. We have to check the town after. She couldn't wait to be alone with him on this special trip. Toshiro joined in, and together they pushed Kazuya into the pitch-black building. Despite the darkness, their Shinigami eyes pierced the shadows with ease. No sooner had they entered than 3 grotesque, toad-like hollows descended from the ceiling, their whip-like tongues lashing out. Kazuya reacted instinctively, seizing the tongues and yanking them towards him. The dummy hollows offered no resistance, lacking the survival instinct ingrained in every living being. They were built with only a function in mind, attacking Shinigami with as much aggressiveness as possible. Let Momo and me handle them, Toshiro called out, his figure blurring into motion. As he sheathed his katana, the mask of the dummy hollows fell apart, and they turned into black ashes. Toshiro stood vigilant, eyes darting in search of the other dummies. Suddenly, a flurry of bat-like hollows emerged from the dark, spewing volleys of bullets formed from condensed Ryatsu. Although the ability wasn't as strong as Sira or Bala, Toshiro couldn't afford to be wounded and slowed down. He raised his katana to block a wave of Ryatsu bullets. Then, using his Shuinpa, he closed the gap and cut down 2 hollows in an instant. The rest scattered and surrounded him, once again targeting him with waves of Ryatsu attacks. These types of dummy hollows were to make students familiar with flying and agile hollows, or simply to harass students. Toshiro gritted his teeth and used Shuinpa again to catch them. A few more uses of Shuinpa left him breathless. Unlike Shuinpa veterans, he couldn't use Shuinpa for more than a few times. Need a hand, Shiro. Kazuya-kun, leave this to us. Momo stepped forward and held out her hands. A high amount of Ryoryoku flowed through her being, enveloping her hands in red Ryatsu. Shiro, move. Heido number 4. Byakurai, pale lightning. Casting a Kido spell without incantation with just 1 week of practice, Kazuya expected nothing less from Momo. The credit also went to Nanao for having the heart to pour time into training Momo. Toshiro swiftly moved to the side, narrowly avoiding the scorching red blast of Momo's Kido spell. The beam incinerated the dummies, leaving behind only black ashes. Her spell's range was vast, yet its area of effect was limited. Momo focused her gaze, directing the beam from one bat to another. Most of the hollows disintegrated upon contact, but 3 survived. Their bodies began to grotesquely swell, giving the impression that they would burst at any given moment. The 3 hollows charged at Kazuya, Momo, and Toshiro. Kazuya's instinct screamed a warning. Something was amiss, these dummies were behaving abnormally. In one swift motion, he scooped Momo onto his shoulder, darted toward Toshiro, and flung him onto his other shoulder. He immediately dashed through the nearest window. Behind them, the bloated dummies erupted in a violent explosion, coating the inside of the building with a viscous, white substance. He was intimately familiar with the acrid stench. Hollow essence. An icy shiver raced down Kazuya's spine. He had acted just in time, any delay, and Momo and Toshiro would have faced the brunt of the explosion. The infected hollow essence would have seeped into their bodies through the open wound. As souls with high levels of Ryoryoku, they would have essentially gone through the same process of hollowification as the visored, mindless hollows with the Ryatsu class of vice captain and captain, or worse, succumbing to soul suicide under the unbearable strain placed upon them. That sneaky rat altered the dummy hollows. Was he specifically targeting you or these 2? All of us. Toshiro and Momo slipped from his grasp and swiveled to observe the building where the hollows exploded. The silver-haired boy held his chin, frowning in confusion. What is that white liquid? Bleh, it looks utterly disgusting. Meanwhile, Momo silently gazed at Kazuya's face. Observing him for a long time had given a deep understanding of his expressions. She had never seen him wear such a grave look. Her intuition told her that something was deeply wrong. The dummy hollows weren't meant to act the way they did. The explosion was an attempt to harm them, an attempt to assassinate them. The fact turned her blood cold. Still, she pushed past her emotional strain to discern the identity of the person out for his life. She will not let the person get away with this. Kazuya-kun, she whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Could it be the nobles? His eyes widened at her sharp observation. He wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her closer, rubbing her hair. No, they don't have the balls. Then who? I don't know. I want you both to act like this never happened. The fighting happening everywhere within the power plant neatly masked the explosion sound. Toshiro's brows furrowed in bewilderment. Why, Nissan? Shouldn't we report this incident? Shiro, he said in a firm tone. I'll explain my reasoning later. For now, just do as I say. Can you do that? Toshiro sighed and nodded. Understood, Nisan. Momo, can you? Momo's response was more visceral. She clung to him, her body pressing close, as if seeking comfort or perhaps offering it. Your word is my command, Kazuya-kun. I'll never disobey you. Ha ha ha. This kinky little slut. Meow. Yoruchi landed beside him and licked his face. What is that foul-smelling fluid? You're late to the party, he replied, looking down at her with a look of disappointment. Well, Yoruchi. Take Shiro and Renji to Ranjaku and Nanao. I'm going out with Momo. Chapter 155, Chapter 172 to 173, Reflection. Happy New Year, folks. Kazuya meandered through the quiet, almost contemplative streets of Karakura town with Momo on his side. He couldn't help but reflect on the recent incident. He'd harbored this belief, a somewhat naive one in retrospect, that Aizen wouldn't directly target any captain until the eve of his grand plan. But today, Aizen acted far more viciously compared to the canon event of him testing out his hollows. After dissecting through many theories, he arrived at 2 reasons. The first, that Aizen had somehow discovered his secret as a hollow, was quickly dismissed. It didn't align with Aizen's modus operandi. Such a discovery would make Kazuya not a target, but a subject of intense, perhaps morbid curiosity. His rare ability to switch between races was a key that could unlock new realms of power for Aizen, even take him through transcendence. Aizen wouldn't rashly send some mere hollow essence for him. The second reason, however, held a grim plausibility. The chessboard of power had shifted with Kazuya's actions. Espada's ranks had weakened considerably when compared to the canon lineup of Espada. On the other side, Godai 13 kept getting stronger with the inclusion of vice-captain and captain-class candidates like Kazuya, Renji, Rukia, Momo, and Toshiro. Aizen's actions might have been to kill these rising threats. I can believe in that. The loss of Barragan and Stark, the number 1 and number 2 Espada, is immense. During the week Kazuya stayed in the living world, he had taken Coyote Stark and Lily Netty Gingerbuck from Hueco Mundo and turned them into a permanent member of Kasuke's shop, granting them the same fate as Grimjow's group. He didn't have to threaten Stark. In fact, Stark was rather relaxed about coming with him. Then there is the hollow essence infection. He deliberately used it. If he, Momo, and Toshiro went through the hollowification in living world, the blame would fall upon the Shinigami who had been previously charged for the Vizards incident. The former Shinigami who had fled the Soul Society to avoid the judgment from Central 46. Kasuke Urahara. Taking out 3 potential captains/vice-captains and shifting the blame on his rival in one move. He is even more terrifying than we had anticipated. How exciting, partner. That sly motherfucker has his eyes on Kasuke's Hogyoku. Does that mean he has a counterplan for Yama's Zampakuto? Kukukuku. He can prepare all he wants for Yama's flames. Our flames will destroy him. Kazuya shook his head at Nami's eagerness to fight Aizen. Even after Aizen tried to assassinate him, he didn't change his stance. He'd only fight Aizen until he was completely confident in killing him. Anohana's training should fill the gap. Let Mama Hana whip you into shape so you can whip her into shape. It's a win-win for both of you, Umo. Did you just imitate the Umo Empress Nero? No, I'm the Umo goddess. Umo. Momo, who was walking by his side, grabbed his hand. Kazuya-kun, people don't realize we're here with them. It's like we're in a separate world, where we can do anything without being judged. Her glinting eyes and slight smirk carried positive sexual energy. Unfortunately for her, he wasn't in the mood to do anything remotely close to sex. Momo, is this your first time in the living world? I think so, she said, looking towards the starry sky. I died when I was 4 or 5. Shiro-chan too. We were fortunate that Oba-san adopted us and took care of us like her children. Having good parents is nice. Momo nodded, then she excitedly dragged him to the shopping district of Karakura town. Being a regular visitor to this place, he helped her with directions. After strolling the streets for a couple of minutes, she stopped at a bouquet shop. Strangely, he could sense 2 familiar ryatsu within the store. Things started to make sense when he checked the shop's name. Haiwa Namir no Hanaya, the shop's name directly translated to Peaceful Pride's Flower Shop. Kazuya-kun, these flowers smell nice. Will it be robbery if I take some? No. Momo pulled him into the flower shop. Inside, the cramped space was a riot of colors and scents. On the right, rows of fragrant flowers in full bloom, their petals a vivid contrast against the black dress of Sung-sun, who seemed absorbed in tending to the flowers. On the left, a counter where Mila Rose was lost in slumber. It weirdly suits Sung-sun to open a flower shop. Why is Francesca here? Probably bullied into doing this. Sung-sun is a menace. Meanwhile, Momo was struck by surprise. The random flower shop they walked into had 2 of the prettiest ladies she had ever met. The warmth coming from Kazuya's hand swept away every sense of inferiority. Holding his hands was every bit of proof of her charm, that she meant something to him. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, inhaling the fragrance coming from many flowers. Which one do I choose? Mila Rose tipped her fedora, and her eyes widened upon seeing Momo and Kazuya. Skull. Era, Rose. Don't scare customers like that. Sung-sun looked over her shoulders and placed down the watering can. Dear, how can we serve 2 budding Shinigami? Why yeah, what do you need? Only after Sung-sun's deliberate reminder did Mila Rose realize Kazuya's current identity. Momo immediately became vigilant. You two know about Shinigami? How? In her eyes, even those sensitive to spiritual energy shouldn't be aware of Shinigami. After all, every Shinigami carried gadgets to swap humans' memories if they were discovered. Sung-sun covered her mouth with a sleeve and giggled. We normally don't tell our secrets to everyone, but I feel like I can trust you too. Me and this lovely lady are, in fact, descendants of Quincy. She could feel the affection bursting from Momo the way she held Kazuya's hand. Thus, she revealed her made-up identities to pacify Momo's suspicion. Yeah, let's trust the guy with a shady smile, Mila Rose retorted. Cyan, you're ridiculous. Sung-sun glared at Mila Rose, who was going overboard with the act. Rose, I'm the owner. I decide the rules. Obey me, or I shall kick you out. Mila Rose slammed her fists on the counter. Don't threaten. Slow down, Kazuya said, reaching out to pat her head. Anger doesn't suit your lovely face. Mila Rose leaned into his hand, silently enjoying his caress. If you say so. Momo was left astounded by how effortlessly Kazuya tamed the furious employee. The man she chose was a little too good with the opposite gender. Sung-sun giggled. Rose is also a natural at forming bonds with customers. People always leave a tip for her because of her sheer enthusiasm. Momo couldn't help but nod in agreement. She skidded to Sung-sun's side and whispered, Florist-san, can you help me pick some romantic flowers? Are you going to propose? Momo firmly nodded her head, showing no embarrassment in admitting her love. I want to confess my feelings. You look quite experienced yourself. Do you have any advice for me? Sung-sun couldn't help but chuckle. Momo came to ask her for advice on how to get together with her husband. Being the magnanimous wife she was, she decided to play the wingman. Here's how you do this. Momo listened to every word of advice with even more attention than her Kido training. Some things genuinely made her confused, flabbergasted even, but she couldn't question Sung-sun's wisdom. After Sung-sun enlightened her and she received her bouquet of camellia flowers, Momo meandered to Kazuya's side. He was still having fun flirting with Mila Rose. Kazuya-kun, we can leave now. Kazuya noted the bouquet in her hand before giving her a warm smile. Sure. Mila Rose waved at him, a hint of longing in her eyes. Come again, Kazuya and Momo. Sung-sun also waved her oversized sleeve. Please come back soon. We will. Momo replied enthusiastically. Bye, Florist-san, Receptionist-san. As they left the flower shop, Momo's demeanor shifted. She walked beside him, her gaze flitting between him and the bouquet. Even after they traveled halfway back, Momo remained silent, unable to find the courage to say a word. She seemed hesitant about angering him and losing the relationship she currently had with him. Momo, he called calmly. Don't you have something to say? Kazuya-kun. You should know by now that I don't like meek girls. Momo froze in her tracks, her eyes flying wide open in surprise. Hearing his preference, she threw all modesty out of the window and went down to one knee. She extended the bouquet in her hands towards him. Kazuya-kun, I love you. I can't live without you. Please accept me as one of your girlfriends. Momo knew all about his attraction to Ranjiku. Rather than competing with someone else and losing her chance, she straight up asked to be one of his women. He took the bouquet with a smile. What if I say no? Her face went pale, but observing his playful smile gave her a sense of relief. It's a test. She joined her hands before her chest and looked straight into his eyes. I will try again. If you reject me again, I'll try for the 3rd time. 3rd time's a charm, you know, hee. And what if that's not enough? It will be, Momo stated, mustering fake confidence to bolster her voice. My sincerity and affection will reach you one day. That day. As a Shinigami, I'll easily live until that day, trying my absolute best to win your heart. He extended his hand. Sheesh. All right. I accept. A loud spatial distortion interrupted their moment as a garganta opened above him. A man with black hair and glowing green eyes walked out. He was a pale-skinned Arankar with half of his head covered in the fragments of his hollow mask and 2 black lines running down from the center of his eyes. Silver hair, blue eyes. Ulquiorra Cypher's cold eyes looked down upon them. Is it my luck to find you immediately or your bad luck to be here at this exact moment? Chapter 156, Chapter 174, First Act. Sometime earlier. As twilight embraced Karakura town, Ranjika found herself perched atop the towering power station, her gaze sweeping over the urban expanse. The city, awash in the glow of night lights, presented a sight of mundane beauty, a stark contrast to the ancientness of Siriidii. It wasn't just the scenery that captivated her, the fruity sake she sipped added an extra layer of sweetness to the moment. Of course she didn't come here just to drink. She'd never slack off on her duty when her negligence could result in someone being hurt or worse. As the highest-ranking Shinigami in this operation, she had strategically selected this vantage point, ensuring a panoramic view of the area. That also meant her companion vice-captain, Nanao Ise, was present by her side. While Ranjika lounged with a sense of ease, Nanao stood upright, her sharp eyes drifting vigilantly. Loosen a bit, Nanao. Join me for a drink. This melon-flavored sake won't make you wasted. It's pretty easy on the body. Nanao cast a sidelong glance at the bottle in Ranjika's grasp. No. I never drink during my work time. Ranjika saw her stern refusal coming from miles away. No need to be so perfectly vigilant. The sixth years are also keeping watch. Well, if any hollow shows up, I'll whoop their ass. Ranjika seemed confident despite the seal that lowered their strength to 20% of her peak. Nanao slowly turned to Ranjiku. I don't chase perfection for someone else. I do it for myself. Deep. Very deep. I'll drink one to that. Ranjiku raised her cup in a toast before downing the sake in one smooth motion. Ah, the perfect balance of sweetness and fruitiness. Nanao's response was a gentle head shake. She remembered all too well the many hollow encounters in Karakura town. This very locale had witnessed the emergence of the most formidable Vasto Lord ever documented by the 12th squad. The inexperienced 6th-year students wouldn't stand a chance at detecting such a formidable Ryatsu. Whoa, who is that? Ranjika pointed in the distance, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. Oh, it's Kazuya's kitty. She'll make for a better drinking companion than Nanao. Ranjika poured another cup and jumped down, her smile broadening as she approached Toshiro and Renji. I'm guessing he left with Momo. Renji raised his brow. You gave her permission. Why will they not go? Oh, kitty. She ignored Renji and slowly neared the cat with inviting open arms and a friendly smile. Come to me. I'll be a better owner than Kazuya. Yoruchi glared at her before she hopped on Toshiro's head. Meow. Kitty. Toshiro smiled smugly. Leave Yoruchi alone. She doesn't like women with big breasts. Ranjika's brow twitched. Why do you do that, Yoruchi? Yoruchi shook her head, denying any part in Toshiro's overt disdain for big breasts. Feeling an intense gaze, she glanced up, meeting Nanao's surprised gaze. Nanao recognized the name Yoruchi. Still, Yoruchi didn't feel an ounce of worry. Granting a human name to a pet was very natural both inside and outside of the Soul Society. Nanao had nothing to relate a cat to Shinigami. Absolutely nothing. Era, Toshiro-chan. You're the one of the few men to hate big breasts. Why do you do that, I wonder? Ranjika narrowed her eyes, a smug smirk playing on her lips. Did a girl with big boobs hurt you in the past? Did she say something like, I can't love a man shorter than my titties? Renji turned to Toshiro and burst out laughing. Holy, you killed my little friend. Toshiro clicked his tongue. Get lost, you perverted vice-captain. Ranjika brushed back her hair and took a leisurely sip of her sake. Whatever, kid. I don't need your validation of my charm. As she turned, her cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the ground. The group's attention simultaneously shifted upwards, drawn by an ominous tear in the moonlit sky. The rift opened as if the very fabric of dimensions were torn thread by thread, unveiling 4 figures. A tall, muscular Arankar with dark skin. The remnants of his hollow mask were a row of bony spikes along the crest of his bald head, forming something similar to a mohawk hairstyle. His golden eyes were perhaps the calmest of the group. Shinigami who are worth nothing. On his side was a blonde girl, her posture lacking the confidence of her peers. Lowly. Her words were cut short by a sharp slap from another woman, her hair black and styled into twin tails, bangs cascading over one side of her face. Who the heck gave you permission to speak? Ha ha ha, laughed the slim man standing furthest to the left. The white helmet covering his scruffy black hair resembled the skull of a saber-toothed cat. Always a fun time with you two. Even with their overly relaxed banter, no one from Shinigami dared to underestimate the 4. How could they when the 4 Hollows Ryatsu was on par or even stronger than Ranjika's peak? Lowly placed her hands on her hips and laughed haughtily. For so long we, Hollows, have died at Shinigami's hands. Today, I, Lowly Avern, will take a stand for Hueco Mundo. She pointed a finger down at them, smirking condescendingly. Hear me, Shinigami. This is a declaration of war against your race. A war to annihilate the entire Soul Society for good. Meanwhile in the hidden dimension, Jin's eyelids lifted ever so slightly, revealing the striking blue of his eyes. The screens before him captured the stunned expressions of Renji, Toshiro, Nanao, and Ranjiku from various angles. Though he knew the declaration of war to be a mere facade, a flicker of unease lingered in his heart. Aizen had planned to spare one Shinigami to convey the information to the Soul Society. The chosen one's identity remained mysterious until now. It could be Renji, Toshiro, Nanao, anyone from the group of students, or Ranjiku. The odds of Aizen choosing Ranjiku out of 50 Shinigami present at the scene were 2%. The uncertainty squeezed his heart, and he was helpless to do anything about it. Is it the day? No, trust your instincts. Aizen won't kill her, his Zampakuto spirit assured him in a calm voice. His ego rivals our thirst for revenge. He wouldn't extinguish her life without first subjecting you both to excruciating torment. Jin shut his eyes close and revealed his signature smile. It's getting boring here. When will they fight? Aizen chuckled. Have a little patience, Jin. We aren't here to watch our colleagues die. Patience was hardly a virtue Jin lacked, yet he nodded in concurrence. Indeed, Captain Aizen. I became overly eager to assess the Espada's combat potential against the vice-captains. They are nothing spectacular. Aizen shook his head. Quite underwhelming for my vision. They are decent placeholders until we find better replacements. Jin settled into a chair, a leg casually draped over the other. Regrettably, we've yet to locate the wolf-masked individual and his allies. It's only a matter of time, Aizen whispered. Only a matter of time. Chapter 157, Chapter 175, The Struggle, I. Meanwhile, Kazuya's dearest black cat, Yoruchi, observed the four beings emanating the dual-natured Ryatsu of Shinigami and Hollow. She had anticipated trouble from Hollows, but an ambush by high-level Erankars, especially those aligned with Aizen, was beyond anyone's predictions. The evidence was clear in the intricate high-class barrier spell shrouding the power plant zone, a Kido spell so precisely timed with the Garganta's opening that it almost escaped her notice. Everyone focused on the Garganta rather than the real threat. As long as the barrier stood, nobody from the Goti I-13 would sense these Erankars. And Kazuya, the senior captain equivalent, wouldn't sense them either. She needed him here as the vice-captains, under the effect of their seals, wouldn't be a match for the Espada. Her concern grew as she glanced at Nanao, who appeared visibly shaken, her body trembling as if overwhelmed by the intensity of the Ryatsu, a surprising reaction for a vice-captain who should have some resistance to such power. Captain Kairaku is protective of her. At least Ranjiku acted reliably in shielding Toshiro and Renji from Erankars. Her face lacked any playfulness, only a somber expression that reflected the dire circumstances. She might buy enough time. I'll go and dismantle the barrier quickly. She patted Toshiro's head intently. Shiro, use your shuriken and support the vice-captains from afar. Toshiro could barely nod when Yoruchi leaped off of him and darted to Nanao. She slapped the shaken vice-captain's face with her paw. Her soft slap snapped the vice-captain back to the present. Nanao rubbed her face with wide eyes, unable to believe that a cat just slapped her like a human and escaped. Yoruchi. She shook off the distracting thoughts and looked up at Loli. You must be the leader of the group. Loli crossed her arms arrogantly. Will a bottom feeder make a grand declaration of war? Ranjiku's giggle cut through their conversation. Grand. Please. Even 1,000 of you won't stand a chance against the Soul Society. Loli responded with boisterous laughter of her own. You won't live long enough to see us demolish the Soul Society. Because all of you will die here. Ranjiku unsheathed her katana from its red sheath. Either it was her love for cats or her own cat-like nature that granted her Zampakuto a unique design characteristic of a cat. Her katana's handguard was shaped like a cat's head, with pointed ears on the top half and a sleek tapering point on the bottom. Loli, let the students leave. I'll take on all 4 of you on my own. Loli sneered contemptuously. You take on everyone. It's not a competition to use your vulgar body, bitch. Ranjiku's eyes flashed with anger. Everyone can see who's acting like a bitch. And please stop projecting your vulgarness on others. You might have reached your rank through bootlicking and sexual favors, but I'm a vice-captain for my ability. Rather than jumping into battle, she continued the fiery conversation to stall for reinforcements. Unlike Yoruchi, she hadn't sensed the high-level barrier obstructing the transmission of Ryatsu and hoped the reinforcements would arrive soon. Ranjiku-sensei, you own her, Toshiro added and casually kicked Renji's ass. Oi, dumb buffoon. Renji rubbed his rear, a hint of tears in his eyes. What was that for? Toshiro narrowed his eyes smugly. You looked frightened like a little girl. The kick on your ass worked. Renji grabbed Toshiro's collar and pointed at Loli. Rukia will tease me to death if I let a girl named Loli scare me. Who the hell names their child Loli? Toshiro slapped Renji's hand away and smiled. I know, right? Renji cracked his knuckles and pulled out his Zampakuto from his back. Yeah, I agree with you on this. Their banter infuriated Loli, rightfully so. She looked venomous. I'll kill you bastards. Not if I'll kill you first. Renji chuckled and leaped over Ranjiku. He raced towards Loli, creating platforms of reishi beneath his feet. Here I come. You idiot, come back. Toshiro yelled, but his warning fell on deaf ears. Gripping his blade, he whispered the chant to release his shurikai. Sit upon, I won't make it in time. Ranjiku, help him. Finding his shurikai chant too long, he yelled at Ranjiku to stop Renji from dying foolishly. Loli's lips curled into a smirk. She vanished, followed by the explosive sound of Sonido, and arrived before Renji in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard by her high-speed technique, Renji couldn't react to the curved dagger swinging down at his face. Just as the blade touched his forehead, Ranjiku flash-stepped to his side and parried the dagger with her katana. Too reckless, Renji. Ranjiku grabbed Renji by the collar and yanked him back to safety. Her eyes locked onto Loli, a fierce determination burning within. No one will hurt these students on my watch. This is a war, dimwit. We don't take hostages or spare enemy soldiers. Loli gestured to Gio Vega, the Arrancar with a saber-tooth helmet. Kill the rest of the students. Gio shrugged. I'm not interested in tainting my claws with the blood of weaklings. Minoli, why don't you please your friend? Minoli, though hesitant, drew her katana. Fine, if I must. Chapter 158, Chapter 176, The Struggle, 2. A/N, this week was a fuckfest of renovations and shifting stuff. I didn't have the energy to write. Minoli dashed towards her objective, only to collide against a translucent yellow wall, a high-level barrier spell. Her katana, her Zampakuto, slipped from her hands and clattered to the ground. As she scratched her head, her back bumped into another massive wall. Confusion and panic set in as she realized she was imprisoned in a shrinking box of energy. Vessel of the Divine, Fury of the Lord. Minoli's gaze followed the direction of the voice, seeing Nanao extending her hand with a claw-like gesture. The vice-captain was controlling the barrier, unafraid of the two Espada attacking her in this state. I won't let you kill them, Nanao said through gritted teeth and forcefully closed her claw hand. With light, crush the prisoner. Shimon say no sure. The barrier responded to Nanao's command, contracting with a force meant to compress Minoli into oblivion. Minoli frantically reached for her Zampakuto to activate her Resurrection, but it was futile, her sword was beyond her reach. In a panic, she pounded against the barrier with her fists, but it was like striking steel. Desperation in her eyes, Minoli turned to Gio Vega. Gio, help me, she pleaded for her comrades' help, hoping they'd help get her out of the pinch. Gio Vega, the Arrancar with the saber-tooth helmet, looked on with cold indifference. Fear not. I'll gladly take the number 7 from you. Minoli's heart sank. She had always seen Gio as an ally, a friend even, but he was going to let her die for her rank. We're on the same side. Why won't you help me? Miss Minoli, we don't need incompetent hollows filling our ranks. Zamari, do you agree with me? Zamari glanced down at Minoli briefly before closing his eyes. The silence spoke his decision louder than words. Minoli was shocked beyond words. Even though she had done her best to please them and make herself useful to her comrades, they abandoned her at the drop of a hat. At last Minoli turned to Loli for help. Her bully colleague happened to be looking at her, her face twisted in raw disgust. She shivered, closing her eyes out of fear. Please save me. You utter trash of an Arrancar, Loli growled. Kill yourself. Kill yourself now, Arg. Loli's attention was drawn away by a sudden, sharp pain. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked down to see a blade protruding from her chest. Damn you, Vice-Captain. Ranjiku had swiftly taken advantage of Loli's distraction and stabbed her. As Loli crumpled to her knees, Ranjiku pressed her foot firmly onto Loli's shoulder, wrenching her bloodied katana free with a fluid motion. Confident in her final blow, she didn't register Loli's trembling hand reaching for her dagger. Ranjiku's gaze swept over the other 3 Arrancars. The strongest among them, the dark-skinned man resembling a monk, showed utter indifference to Loli's last gasp. Gio, with a smirk playing on his lips, seemed almost entertained by the turn of events. Minoli, on the other hand, was slowly being crushed under Nanao's absurdly strong barrier spell. Ranjiku might think Nanao wasn't under a seal had she not walked through the Senkaman with her. Nanao, don't get soft now. The Arrancars became her enemy the moment they chose to declare the war. Showing mercy to the enemies was the same as stabbing her allies in the back. But Nanao hesitated. Maybe she won't. Vice-Captain, Nanao, Ranjiku said firmly. I won't say it again. Poison, a familiar voice whispered from her side, seizing her attention. Escalopendra, centipede. Suddenly a storm of pink Ryatsu whipped around Loli before covering her body. Her form began to change dramatically, her mask extending across her face while white armor encased her body. Her arms transformed into elongated, headless centipedes. Most importantly, her Ryatsu had amplified to the point she would be in the same league as Nanao in Roryatsu. Ranjika blinked her eyes. Did you just use Shirkai? Loli got to her feet and laughed maniacally. It's Resurrection, dickhead. It fully heals our wounds. Now, I'll poison you. I'll poison everyone in this city. Toshiro frowned. Observing Zamari and Gio's movements, he hadn't paid any attention to Loli, or he wouldn't have allowed Loli to recover. He had to make sure the vice-captains fight one opponent at a time. The Arrancar's lack of camaraderie made his job so much easier. Ranjiku-sensei, you aren't qualified to lecture Nanao-sensei. Ugh, my bad. Ranjiku assumed a serious expression, holding her katana with both hands. Growl, hey Nico, Ash Cat. Huh. But to her shock, nothing happened. Her Zampakuto remained unresponsive to her chant. Pouring Ryatsu into her Zampakuto, she frowned. Hey Nico, this isn't the time to joke around. Hey Nico. Hey Nico. Her screams received no response from her inner world. Hey Nico was whimsical, but she never messed around during a serious battle. She gritted her teeth, a sinking realization hitting her. Without her Shirkai, she was at a significant disadvantage. I can't use it. Engulfed in a whirlpool of confusion and fear, Ranjika didn't notice Loli's monstrous arms closing in on her. The headless centipede slammed into her from both sides and coiled around her. Ranjika winced and bashed her elbows on Loli's arms, feeling as if she was hitting steel rather than arms made of bone. She had yet to learn about the He-Arrow defensive Arrancars. Die, wench. Melt away in my poison, Loli hissed, her face twisted in sadistic pleasure. The tiny, razor-sharp claws, the centipede's legs, began to secrete a violet toxin. Loli's ecstasy was disrupted by a pleading voice. Loli. Minoli barely squeezed out a whimper, the barrier forcing her into a curling position. Please. Loli's expression contorted with contempt. With a violent swing, she attacked the barrier with her poison-coated limb. The impact didn't weaken the barrier, but her purple poison corroded the barrier within seconds. Minoli, unable to believe Loli's kindness, stared in disbelief. Thanks. Loli swung her arm again. This time, the massive limb connected to Minoli's face and sent her crashing into a building. Gross. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. Chapter 159, Chapter 177, The Struggle, 3. Toshiro unwillingly released his Shirkai and pointed his katana at Loli. An immense Ryatsu overflowed from his Zampakuto as 3 chains of ice spiraled out of the base of the blade, condensing into a thick chain. The ice chain moved through the air, absorbing moisture from the environment to grow into a massive dragon with blazing crimson eyes. The frost dragon roared at the heavens before flying down towards Loli. Fuck. Loli hurriedly released Ranjiku and slapped the ice dragon. Of course, with her higher Ryatsu, she easily shattered the ice dragon, but not without consequences. Her poison began to crystallize, the frost creeping along her limbs. The ice forced her to expend Ryatsu in shattering the ice crystals. A little brat has Shirkai. I'm not a brat, he growled. Ranjiku-sensei, let's fight her together. Ranjiku's Shihakusho was half melted and her skin singed by the poison. It was pure agony. But she didn't let her injuries slow her down. She had joined the Godai 13 with the intention to get her childhood friend back, but she ended up becoming a responsible Shinigami. Giving her life to duty wasn't something she frowned at. Okay, let's end this pathetic worm. Nanao, meanwhile, aimed an arm at Loli, whispering a chant under her breath. It's getting boring for you, isn't it? Gio asked, yawning. I'll join too. Miss Vice Captain, I apologize for killing you. Cold shiver went down Nanao's spine. Gio was already behind her, his left leg raised over her head. In a fit of panic, Nanao raised her hand and whispered a chant under her breath. Seiki. Gio smirked and brought his leg down, unbothered by the tiny orb of energy floating above Nanao's back of hand. As soon as his leg touched the orb, the counterforce of the spell sent him reeling back into a wall. Ha ha ha, impressive. You're very impressive. I don't feel happy with your praise. Nanao whispered, feeling sweat cover her face. What do Arrancars want from attacking students? You'll know soon. In the meantime, enjoy your death at the hands of Gio Vega, the number 8 Espada. Gio once again vanished. Nanao didn't slow down this time and utilized Shuinpa to stay away from him while muttering chants to a Kido spell. Whirling to face her opponent, she thrust her hand forward. Heido number 31. Shikaho. A blazing orb of crimson energy erupted from her palm, hurtling towards Gio. Even a Hado spell in the 30s had highly destructive power in the hands of Nanao. Gio could have easily dodged the flame projectile, but he casually deflected the flame ball with his bare hands. The intense flames barely singed the back of his hand. "Anything else you want to try, Vice Captain?" Nanao's heart pounded. Her repertoire of destructive Hado spells was severely limited by the seal, and Shikaho was her most efficient option. There was nothing else she could do to harm her opponent. She had only ever been in battles with hollows far weaker than her. Fighting an opponent of such strength left her feeling overwhelmed. "You're not amusing me anymore, Miss Vice Captain. Well, I should end this now." He rushed at Nanao with his peak speed. Nanao couldn't even register his movement as he arrived before her. He seized her throat and ruthlessly flung her into the wall. He continued his onslaught, relentlessly throwing, kicking, and punching her through the air. She crossed her arms in defense, which did nothing to stop him. She was no match to a Pikajucha's Arankar in her peak form, much less with a seal limiting her strength. Meanwhile, Ranjaku and Toshiro were engaged in a stalemate battle with Loli. Her enormous centipede arms swept in wide, venomous arcs, creating a hazardous barrier of poison. They couldn't approach her, but she couldn't chase them either. On the sidelines, Renji watched the brutal scene unfold, rooted to the spot in shock. His brush with death had left him momentarily incapacitated, his mind racing to find a way to intervene and save Nanao from Gio's relentless attack. He couldn't think of any way. On the other side of the city, Kazuya stared at Ulquiorra, whose Ryatsu was terrifyingly close in nature to his own hollow Ryatsu. "Momo, go back to the flower shop. Tell them to send the masked reinforcements to the field trip site immediately." He wouldn't be able to help Ranjaku and others in time. After all, his Shirkai wasn't offensive enough to destroy Ulquiorra, and revealing Nami's flames risked exposing his hollow side. He wasn't sure that Aizen wouldn't sense Nami's hollow origin through her flames. Momo stared at him briefly before nodding her head, fully following her earlier vow of always obeying his command. "Kazuya-kun, don't get hurt." He couldn't help but smile. "Who do you think you are talking to?" Momo giggled and made a beeline for Sung-sun's flower shop, unaware of the true purpose behind her actions. Ulquiorra trailed Momo with his gaze but didn't intervene. His objective was Kazuya, not Momo. "I do hope you put up a fight comparable to your confidence." "I absolutely will, my Arankar friend." Kazuya chuckled and drew his Zampakuto. Weave, Shinka and Tubasa. In a dimly lit room, Aizen sat before a bank of screens, each one displaying a different scene of the unfolding chaos. "He wasn't lying about seizing Zampakuto spirits," Jin said. "A frightening Zampakuto indeed." Aizen's gaze, however, was drawn not to the high-stakes duel between Kazuya and Ulquiorra, but to a more subtle, yet equally compelling confrontation. On one of the screens, a black cat tinkered with the barrier around the power plant zone as if she was a human. It reminded Aizen of a certain amusing fact about the Shihoin clan's bloodline, which sounded rubbish at the time he read it. Shihoin's descendants can assume the form of an animal. It has only happened 2 times in the past. 1. Jin pointed at the black cat on the screen. Yoruchi Shihoin. Interesting. After a few moments, Yoruchi brought down the barrier set up by Tozen. Aizen threw one leg over the other and smirked. The final spectacle will start. #1, Kubo confirmed it in a Q&A. Question: I want to know why Yoruchi can take the form of a black cat. One way of interpreting things is that it is some sort of binding that changes her from her humanoid form to that of a black cat, but it seems to be fundamentally different from Hado and Bakuto. Is it a power not related to Kido? Or does it have to do with Kasuke's technology? It's due to the Shihuin bloodline. Sometimes the Shihuin clan breeds people that can assume the form of an animal. Chapter 160, Chapter 178, The Guilt. Izumi jolted awake, her heart pounding in her chest as she stared at the ceiling. Ototo's spiritual energy. Even though the Quincy were not known for their acute spiritual senses compared to Shinigami, Izumi had a deep, almost instinctual recognition of Kazuya's Ryatsu. She would never mistake his Ryatsu for someone else. He is fighting something. A hollow or a Shinigami? She pondered, her brow furrowing. Ultimately, the opponent mattered little. The dream of reviving the Quincy race might have slipped through her fingers, but she wouldn't hesitate in wielding her Quincy bow to protect him. She tossed aside her blanket and donned a cardigan over her simple nightdress. "Hang on, Ototo-kun. I'm coming." Upon reaching the doorstep, Izumi halted, noticing Lisa, the titular maid, hurriedly slipping on her shoes. Much like her, Lisa had hurried out of her room in a casual shirt and skirt. Feeling Izumi's presence, Lisa turned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had hoped, rather optimistically, that the heightened Ryatsu signatures crowding the Karakura town wouldn't rouse Izumi. The sight of Kazuya in his Shinigami outfit would destroy all of his hard work. Izumi-sama, no, you can't go to him. Izumi's brow furrowed in confusion. Why not? Because. Lisa faltered for a moment, her eyes flicking down to her shoes. He is fighting a strong opponent. You'll make things worse for him in your current condition. Izumi's frown deepened. I have fought hollows for years. Don't underestimate me just because I experienced a few rocky weeks. I'm not underestimating you. Lisa tidied her shoelaces and got back to her feet before clicking her shoes together. You're underestimating your men. He is the strongest Quincy in my knowledge. Simply being near his Ryatsu will kill us. You'll not be able to show your affection if you die. She made up excuses that sounded convincing from her perspective. But. I want to see him, hug him. I want to feel his warmth. Lisa's gaze softened upon seeing Izumi's needy side. I'll bring him back as soon as he knocks over his enemy. Please, you can sleep without worry. Okay, thanks, Lisa. I appreciate your concern for me. Lisa nodded and rushed out of the door. Her steps came to a halt as she saw Shinji leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and eyes closed. Doing your drug dealer impersonation today. Shinji gave a wry chuckle. Lisa, they've already kicked us out of their world. Whatever happens to them isn't our problem. Lisa rolled her eyes. She barely convinced Izumi to stay at home, and now Shinji wanted to convince her to stay back. I just want to see which Arrancar is wreaking havoc in my town. She kept her deeper suspicions to herself, suspecting that amidst the Shinigami's Ryatsu, there lurked a familiar presence. She had to check up if she was hallucinating under Aizen Zampakuto or the tiny girl she read stories to was present in the town. Shinji, however, blocked her path, his expression serious. They're Aizen's underlings. Do you understand the implications of that? Ah. Kazuya was right, then. Exactly. I won't stand by and watch you risk your life foolishly. I'm not dying before I meet my charming prince and corrupt him into a demon. Lisa walked and looked over her shoulder, flashing a cheeky grin. I appreciate the heads up, though. Fool, Shinji groaned, rubbing the back of his head. He grabbed the covered katana standing by the wall and threw it at Lisa. Take this then. Lisa caught the sword without turning around and tore apart the layers covering the sword. Thanks, Shinji. At the same time, Kazuya's mansion. Apache felt a surge in her veins, a reaction to the spike in Kazuya's Ryatsu. She was seated at the dining table with Harabel and Surachi, who seemed unfazed by the disturbance. Surachi was tenderly bottle-feeding milk to kittens, her maternal instincts on full display, while Harabel watched her with a gentle, almost wistful smile, reflecting her own innate nurturing nature. Tyr, he is fighting in Arrancar. Can you stop ignoring it? Though everyone was aware of Kazuya's excursion, the sudden appearance of numerous Arrancar was unexpected. Apache would have gladly taken his place in battle if it weren't for his current guise as a Shinigami, which complicated their ability to intervene. Harabel turned to Apache, her smile still in place but her eyes serious. Doesn't that Ryatsu remind you of Kazuya's when he first became an Arrancar? Now that you mention it, yeah, it does have some resemblance. Is he fighting his brother? Harabel shook her head. It can't be his brother, you both stay here. I'll go over to see if he needs any help. I want to go too, Apache grumbled. But he said I can't be involved. Surachi grinned, holding the kittens wrapped in a soft towel. Lady Apache, there is a good reason behind his wariness. I know, fuck. I might do something irrational to expose him. Tyr, you too. Don't do anything that might ruin everything. Acknowledging Apache's words with a nod, Harabel rose from her seat. She slipped on a black sweatshirt over her shirt, zipping it up to her chest and pulling the hood over her head. The cover of night outside provided a perfect chance to conceal her distinct features as she prepared to venture into the uncertain darkness. Soul Society. The bustling high-tech 12th Squad headquarters, the Shinigami Research and Development Institute was awash with a sudden, frantic energy. The operators scurried about in a state of near panic. The reason for their distress, their gadgets had just detected multiple high-level Arrancars converging in the same location as a group of their students. Their precise devices messed up somewhere and overlooked the spatial distortions of Garganta. In a division where small mistakes could spell disaster, such an oversight could have dire, even life-altering consequences. Akon, however, didn't seem at all worried about the consequences. Send a transmission to the Captain Commander. He must know this as soon as possible. He understood the stakes. The presence of powerful Arrancars in close proximity to their students was a threat of the highest order, one that demanded immediate action and the involvement of the Soul Society's highest echelons. The Godi I-13 had to mobilize reinforcements to provide support as soon as humanly possible. Chapter 161, Chapter 179, The Replacement. Ulquiorra curiously watched Kazuya release his shurikai. Despite the astonishing process, the end results left him underwhelmed. He pointed a finger at Kazuya, his eyes the embodiment of apathy. Zero. At the tip of his finger, a flickering green light revealed the imminent release of his destructive energy. In an instant, a massive beam shot forth. Kazuya simply brought his Enmayaku together and formed a shield. The fiery shield absorbed the devastating Zero that threatened to consume him, and the rest illuminated the night sky with its green glow. Ulquiorra's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of intrigue sparked in his eyes. A shield is an unconventional choice for one as arrogant as you. Is that so? How about I show you something traditional? He grabbed the Enmayakus with his hands and merged them together, which took the form of a sword with a ridiculously large handle. Let's fight with swords, shall we? Ulquiorra grasped the green hilt of his Zampakuto and drew it in one swift motion. The weaker blade will chip out and break. You'll be surprised. In a burst of speed, they launched themselves skyward above Karakura town, their blades clashing with a force that sent shockwaves rippling through the night air. The metallic ring of their swords echoed, distorting the atmosphere with each powerful strike. Kazuya aggressively pushed Ulquiorra, aiming to create an opening where he could target Ulquiorra's vital spot. But Ulquiorra didn't lose his calm in the face of aggression. He remained as calm as the moon bearing witness to their clash, his katana moving like a whisper in the darkness. The Zampakuto was swift and precise in fending off the aggressive strikes coming from Kazuya. Despite not using his Resurrection, Ulquiorra wasn't losing an inch in the clash. As they fought, Kazuya's swordplay grew more intense, ripping the air apart with the sheer effort of his swings. He held back his maximum Ryatsu, but he didn't hold back his physical strength. In fact, he only grew stronger clashing with Ulquiorra, since he was the strongest opponent he had ever fought. Harabelle didn't count since she started holding back after he officially became her lover. He wasn't the only one growing through the battle. Ulquiorra too became strong through battling an equal opponent, something he couldn't find in Hueco Mundo as the #1 Espada. You're surprisingly strong for a student, Ulquiorra commented. You also have a decent grasp on combat itself. I understand why he thought of you as a barricade in his plans. You don't need to know that. Ulquiorra keenly blocked and evaded the flurry of aggressive slashes, until he found an opening. Kazuya grew impatient and shoved his blade at Ulquiorra's heart. Ulquiorra waited as the blade inched close to his chest and stabbed through him. He let the sword pierce him. His move caught Kazuya off guard. The perfect opening didn't go to waste, as Ulquiorra pushed his katana through Kazuya's throat. Ulquiorra nonchalantly drew back his katana and plunged it back into its sheath. You put on a good fight. He grabbed the massive hilt of Kazuya's sword and drew it out so he could regenerate. The sword briefly glided out of his chest before it got stuck. Cock. 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 The sword roared as it split apart inside Ulquiorra and extended into a whip sword. The growing blade latched onto Ulquiorra, wrapping itself around his waist like a living entity. You shithead, Kazuya whispered. You celebrated too early. Ulquiorra grabbed Kazuya's throat and flung him away before grabbing the sword's hilt. He, however, was too late. The flames between the sections of the whip word continued growing brighter and brighter, until they exploded. The two Enmayakus dashed out of the smoke of the explosion and reached Kazuya's side. He quickly converted one Enmayaku into a musket and shot his throat, concealing his innate regeneration from any prying eyes. As the smoke settled, Ulquiorra's state was revealed. His entire shoulder and a big portion of his waist had disintegrated into ashes. The bloody torso healed within seconds, however, he paid a hefty Ryatsu in exchange for the regeneration. My flames would have finished the job. Nami didn't exaggerate one bit. He only used Tsubasa's flames as a ranged technique. The bright flames were simply not made for destruction. His senses suddenly registered a familiar presence approaching him fast. Ah, finally. My beautiful tear is here. Ulquiorra brushed his right shoulder, frowning. Our intelligence severely underestimated you. Your versatile abilities to defend and regenerate, and your willingness to go this far for victory make you a great threat. Be quiet for a second, please. Kazuya pointed at Tear, whose shark-like eyes gleamed in the distant park. She had taken the perfect spot to hide and observe. Is that beautiful lady part of your crew? What are you scheming by exposing her to Aizen? Can't you read my mind? I don't read minds, I make assumptions based on your emotions. But sometimes I feel like there is an external entity interrupting our connection. That's quite bizarre. Ulquiorra turned around and glanced down at Tear. As if taking disrespect from the pale Arankar looking down on her, she soared to an even higher point and then flipped her hoodie. Arankar, Shinigami. Do not fight in my town. I know you. Ulquiorra narrowed his eyes. You are Tear Harabelle. Las Noches has been searching the Hueco Mundo for you. Tear crossed her arms, radiating an air of authority. Am I that famous in Hueco Mundo now? Ulquiorra stared at her with the same apathetic gaze. Yes. Every Espada knows you. Why did you hide after slaying Barragan? Did you have no interest in the crown or was your victory a fluke? Despite his typically emotionless demeanor, Ulquiorra had a penchant for engaging in lengthy dialogues, a trait somewhat at odds with his usual stoic nature. Tears' eyes flared with rage. You pathetic Arrancar dare challenge my pride. I'll make you pay for this. She dashed at Ulquiorra with Sonido and grabbed his throat. Her explosive speed and raw strength caught him by surprise. She ripped open the garganta with her other hand and tossed Ulquiorra inside. Turning to Kazuya, she gave him a menacing glare. Stay where you are, Shinigami. It's between me and him. He raised his hands. Whoever wins between gets the privilege to die at my hands. Tears snarled before dashing into the void. Alone now, Kazuya exhaled deeply. Tears' reaction had been astoundingly intuitive, almost as if she could read his mind. She understood his desire to leave and assist Ranjaku and the others, and chose to replace him in the battle. God bless our Holy Mother. Kazuya narrowed his eyes. Nanao's Ryatsu is getting weaker. Fuck the voyeur Aizen. I bet he is having an orgasm seeing everything go according to his plan. A/N, the whip sword design in paragraph comment. Chapter 162, Chapter 180, The Freefall. Only a day prior, Jin Ichimaru might have staked everything on Ulquiorra's victory against a Shino Academy novice like Kazuya. Aizen had put extra effort into enhancing Ulquiorra with Hogyoku. As the strongest Vasto Lord and a key figure in the Arrancar project, Ulquiorra, the last original Hollow, enjoyed privileges that set him apart. Yet, today unfolded with startling revelations, Kazuya Ishihara toyed with Ulquiorra, baiting the Vasto Lord into an explosive blast. Without his extreme regeneration ability, Ulquiorra would have died right there. The Arrancar project's crowning achievement faced an unexpected humiliation, and unless he released his Resurrection, he'd have certainly lost at a student's hands. It was a bummer that Jin didn't get to see the finish. Tear Haribel unexpectedly showed up and altered the course of the battle. His gaze then shifted to the Shinigami side of the equation. Ranjaku Matsumoto was struggling, her body succumbing to toxins that rendered her a sluggish mess. She'd have long died if not for Toshiro's Shirkai contending against Loli. However, the stalemate wouldn't last long. Toshiro was visibly strained, running out of Riryoku using his newly developed Shirkai. Their situation was growing increasingly dire. I can trust him to send away the Espada. Of course, Jin's face betrayed none of his internal urgency. Kazuya-san is brimming with raw potential like an uncut diamond. It's strange he decided to be part of the 4th and 10th squad. This battle maniac could easily fit in with the 11th squad. Jin sensed deeper undercurrents influencing Kazuya's decisions beyond his ties with Isshin Shiba and Vice Captain Aizen Kotetsu. However, their limited intel provided no solid footing for these speculations. His Zampakuto is a support type and quite suited for the 4th squad. Aizen's eyes gleamed behind his specs. It can be restructured into an offensive form. It's a sign of his extraordinary adaptability. With a hand on his chin, Jin grinned. Extraordinary was the highest praise Aizen ever gave to anyone. Even Ulquiorra, one of the original Hollows born from the ashes of Hueco Mundo, received an adequate for our mission remark. Is there a chance he has a monstrous talent like Aizen? It'd be quite a miraculous twist if Kazuya ended up becoming a bigger threat to Aizen's plan than Captain Commander Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. A twist Jin would wholeheartedly welcome with open arms. Captain, what do we do with Haribel? Jin asked to keep the conversation flowing. She is in Hueco Mundo as we speak. Capturing her would be easy. Leave her be. Jin already predicted Aizen's answer. Recruiting someone against their will went against Aizen's philosophy as far as Jin knew. The alternative was killing Haribel, which wouldn't provide any benefits to them. The silver-haired snake rose from his seat. I'll tell Sail to monitor her power level. Meanwhile, at the power plant zone, the vice captain of the 8th squad was beaten, bruised, and drained of Ryatsu. Yet Gio didn't believe Nanao had given up. On the contrary, her near-death state made her resentment more intense. Crouching before Nanao, he grasped her hair, lifting her head. You look so hopeful, Miss Vice Captain. What's the secret of your undying resilience? Nanao clenched her jaw defiantly. The thought of dying in such a place haunted her, yet the idea of begging for mercy was even more abhorrent. Her eyes drifted towards Ranjaku and Toshiro, both locked in their own desperate battles. Defeat was not just imminent, it was already upon them. Their only saving grace lay in the safety of the students, owing to Renji sneaking off earlier. You will never. Nanao's words trailed off into silence, her consciousness succumbing to the overwhelming blood loss and fatigue. Win. Suddenly, Gio felt an unnerving whisper brush against his neck, sending chills down his spine. Someone had snuck up on him, a feat he had thought impossible given his heightened Arrancar senses. Grabbing his katana's handle, he whirled around with a furious slash. When no sensation came from the blade, he fluidly transitioned into a side flip to dodge any counterattack. Nothing happened even then, the person made a mockery out of him yet again. Fuck. Frustrated and alert, Gio spun around and glared at his adversary, a girl casually standing behind him, wielding a katana. Her diamond-shaped mask was reminiscent of a hollow's, but without any animalistic signs. She hoisted Nanao onto her shoulder and leaped towards a nearby tower. The turquoise pupils peeking through the horizontal slit of her mask held a chilling resentment. Wait for your punishment, you sick pervert. Wait. She ignored his call and flash-stepped to the perimeter of the power zone. Her Shuinpa was so fast that it seemed like teleportation, her speed was on par with his own. Gio attempted to pursue, but Zamari Leru abruptly blocked his path. Zamari, what are you doing? Your hubris led to her escape. Then don't block. Your mission is here. You cannot leave until it is fulfilled, Zamari said indifferently before he glanced at the Shinigami whose aura was a mix of hollow and Shinigami but very distinct from an Arrancar's Ryatsu. Fascinating. I must tell Aizen-sama about it. Gio didn't argue against Zamari, who was higher ranked and more powerful than him. Instead, he redirected his fury towards another target, Vice Captain Ranjika Matsumoto, who seemed momentarily distracted, possibly by the mysterious figure who had whisked Nanao away. You'll do. Closing the gap with a burst of Sonido, Gio unleashed a ferocious kick into Ranjika's abdomen. The impact sent her flying, her body crashing against a nearby wall with an echoing thud. Struggling to regain her bearings, she reached for her katana, her eyes lifting to meet Gio's. You should have dodged to your right, Gio taunted, a twisted smile playing on his lips as he approached her with a slow, deliberate motion. Or to the left. His sarcastic criticism made Loli burst into laughter. You're amazing, Gio. Keep beating the shit out of her. Ranjika pushed herself off the ground but struggled to maintain a steady stance. Blood trickled down her face, which she wiped away with her sleeve and then glared at Gio. Where is Nanao? Oh, her. Unfortunately, I have no idea. Some mysterious girl kidnapped her. Besides, Miss Vice Captain. You should worry about immediate threats such as me. His figure flickered, the explosive sound of Sonido following his disappearance. Showing up before her, he drove his knee into her already battered abdomen. The brutal strike knocked the wind out of her. She dropped to her knees, the pain carving a silent scream on her face. To escape the excruciating pain, her consciousness plunged into distant, sweeter memories of her childhood. You should have crossed your arms to block the knee, he instructed, making a mockery out of his opponent. Well, she passed. His gloating was cut short. A sudden surge of instincts flared within him, signaling an immediate danger. He had barely a moment to react before someone grabbed the back of his head and dragged him violently through the air. Gio's eyes caught a brief glimpse of his attacker, gleaming blue eyes, silver hair, a figure he recognized as a significant threat to their mission. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, wasn't he fighting with Ulquiorra? That question remained unanswered as his face brutally smashed into the wall. You should have chosen different enemies or stayed in Hueco Mundo. Chapter 163, Chapter 181, The Culling. Kazuya didn't break through Gio's Hiero defense with the head bashing, which he never intended in the first place. He continuously smashed Arrancar's head against the wall purely to vent his mounting frustration. The anger was directed at Espada and himself for trusting in Vizard to assist Shinigami during the crisis. He had sent Sung Sun to request Vizard's help, but they deliberately turned a blind eye to the matter. Shinji didn't want to get involved despite harboring a great hatred for Aizen. Ungrateful bastards. And where did Yoruchi go? She must have gone to Urahara after clearing the Kido spell around the zone. Shinigami. Hearing a powerful voice, Kazuya pulled Gio out of the dirt and glanced around. Zamari was glaring down at him, unfiltered hatred flowing through him. Zamari had no sense of camaraderie with Gio Vega or any other Arrancar for that matter, but he utterly despised Shinigami. I'd be damned if I let you kill an Espada before my eyes. Zamari moved to engage Kazuya using his Sonido, which was only second to Ulquiorra among the current Espada. In an instant, he was behind Kazuya, his sword thrusting forward. The blade pierced through the back of Kazuya's Shinigami uniform. Yume, Zamari's words came to a pause and a look of shock flashed on his face. Kazuya's figure on the other end of his sword faded, he had been tricked into stabbing an afterimage. He was completely embarrassed in a battle of speed. Kazuya appeared nearly 100 meters above him and joined his Shirkai aspects into the whip sword version before placing it against Gio's neck. His grip on Gio's chin was so tight that the Arrancar couldn't swivel left or right. Gio blinked his wide eyes. Being oppressed to this degree wasn't something he expected even from a captain-class Shinigami. The academy student possessed absurd physical strength. But he had a trump card up his sleeve, his Resurrection. He clenched his jaw and spat out the words to release his complete power, bite. Kazuya pushed the sword a tad deeper, effortlessly slicing through Gio's he arrow and drawing a crimson line across Gio's throat. Where is the other vice captain? Gio gritted his teeth. We have nothing to do with her disappearance. She was taken by some masked girl. Describe her. What did her mask look like? Black hair. She had black hair. And her mask, it was shaped like a diamond with 2 slits. Gio honestly answered every question. It hadn't been long since he became an Arankar from an Ajuchas, he had so many unfulfilled goals. Kazuya heaved a sigh of relief. Why did you attack us? That. Zamari glared furiously at Gio. Silence. You've disgraced yourself more than Minoli. I should cut you down myself. Gio raised his brows. Fucking help me out or fuck off. Kazuya couldn't help but chuckle. As expected of Espada, they turned on each other the moment things got tough. It was impossible for them to act as one unit in any given timeline. Excellent team synergy. Zamari pointed at Kazuya. A man with your strength should feel ashamed of taking hostages. Ah. When did I say I was taking hostages? Wait. Gio grew panicked at the thought of death. Don't. Kazuya silenced him with a hand over his mouth, forcing the whip sword deeper. Zamari once again tried to stop him with his high-speed movement. Having anticipated Zamari's actions, he used Shuinpa ahead to reposition again and again, each instance digging his sword deeper into Gio's throat. Zamari could only watch with wide eyes as the blade cut through Gio's flesh and bones and decapitated him. The headless body lost its footing and fell to the ground. Kazuya raised Gio's head in a moment of triumph before dropping it to the ground. Reversing his whip sword transformation, he made twin muskets and shot Ranjiku, who was seemingly at death's door. Flames engulfed her body, weaving a cocoon around her. When the cocoon dissipated, all her injuries had been healed. Her breathing reached an even pace, yet she showed no signs of waking up any time soon. The battle took its toll on her. Ranjiku could have put up a great fight if not for the automatic seal placed on her by the Senkaman. Even if she wasn't able to defeat these Arankars, she most certainly wouldn't have received life-threatening injuries. Don't forget her soul is kind of incomplete after Aizen took that out of her. He reverted his muskets to the whip sword and pointed at Zamari. You want to talk now or do I have to kill more of your colleagues? He still couldn't get the full picture of Aizen's strategy at play. It was neither to kill Ranjiku or Nanao nor was it to get Ulquiorra to kill him. Otherwise, Ulquiorra would have used his Resurrection from the get-go to finish the job. Ulquiorra was trying to assess him while stalling time for an unknown purpose. Damn you, you arrogant Shinigami, Zamari roared at the top of his lungs, his eyes ablaze with fury. I'll make you pay for this. Zamari finally lost his calm. He held his Zampakuto horizontally before releasing his grip one finger at a time. Kazuya knew Zamari was performing the release of his Resurrection. Stopping Zamari was pointless, as any injury he received would be healed after the release. He also lacked the means to insta-kill Zamari without revealing his complete hand. Shifting his attention to Loli and Toshiro's battle, he made a split-second decision. He flash-stepped to Loli and stomped her arm. The force of the stomp shattered her centipede-like arm into brittle bone fragments, oozing a white, mucus-like fluid. Loli's face contorted in agony and she unleashed a guttural scream. Arg. You, fuck you. She swung her other arm in retaliation. But Kazuya was quicker. With a swift slash, he severed her arm at the base, then plunged his blade into her forehead. Her single eye widened in shock before life drained from her. As he pulled the blade, she collapsed, motionless, dead. Toshiro's face lit up with a relieved smile upon seeing Kazuya safe and sound. Nissan made a joke out of her. Our gap is like heaven and earth. He had struggled alongside Ranjiku against Loli, yet Kazuya had dispatched her effortlessly. Nissan, where is Momo? Don't worry about Momo. Take Ranjiku and leave. I'll finish these idiots and meet up with you. He couldn't let Zamari use Toshiro against him. It was better to face him alone. I see. Toshiro reverted his Shirkai transformation and sheathed his Zampakuto. There is something I should tell you. A girl wearing a mask took Vice Captain Ise. She seemed to know the Vice Captain, which is very odd. Kazuya ruffled Toshiro's hair affectionately. Got it. Now, hurry. Toshiro nodded and departed with novice Shuinpa skills. Kazuya refocused on Zamari. The Espada was now engulfed in a thick, white, foamy liquid, mixing in with his violet Ryatsu. As the foam receded, Zamari's transformed figure was revealed, a grotesque form adorned with numerous eyes scattered across his body. His lower half resembled a pink, pumpkin-like structure, ringed by cyclopean faces echoing his own. A skull-shaped neck brace with an open eye on the front covered his neck. Chapter 164, Chapter 182, The Curtain Rises. Zamari clearly remembered the plan, which was quite easy to follow. He also knew that Kazuya was meant to engage Ulquiorra during their part in the power plant. To defeat Ulquiorra, who was currently the strongest Espada, in a short period proved Kazuya's strength. Understanding the limits of his own abilities, Zamari harbored no illusions of defeating Kazuya in a direct combat. However, his Resurrección could massively shift tides in his favor. He stretched his palm towards Kazuya. The golden eye on his palm shimmered ominously, and the black dot in the eye center rapidly expanded. Your end is nigh. Kazuya was well aware of Zamari's Zampakuto Brujeria's ability dubbed Amor. The ability took full control over one object, which could even be a living being's limb. With each eye capable of dominating a single target, Zamari could manipulate up to 50 objects simultaneously. Furthermore, there was no established rule that a massive difference in Ryatsu class would negate the control effect. The only downside to Amor was its inability to guard against large-scale attacks like Byakuya Senbon Sakura. His own flames also had the power to purify effects. Without further delay, he closed the distance with Shuinpa and slashed the eye living in Zamari's palm. His boldness in confronting an enemy with unfamiliar powers momentarily caught Zamari unprepared. However, Zamari was no rookie and had countless years of battle experience as an Ajuchas. He immediately blinked a distance away with Sonido, eyes glaring at Kazuya with a crazed look. The insolence, Zamari growled like a beast, and the eye in his palm glowed purple with his Ryatsu. You'll pay for your arrogance by losing your right arm. A black sun-shaped tattoo bloomed on the back of Kazuya's hand, the mark of Amor. The ability works like a Kido spell. It must be why it's working on you. That said, how dare he mark my beloved's perfect body with his taint? Let me out, partner. I shall slaughter this man, starting with burning every eye on his body then incinerating his pumpkin body. Nami turned extremely passionate and hostile when it involved him or his body. She'd undoubtedly devour Zamari if he let her out. Your right arm is under my dominion, Zamari, on the other side, boasted pridefully and pointed up at the sky. Like the subordinates are the subject to their superiors. The clouds are subject to the wind. People are subject to their kings. With my Brujeria, I can overrule any established authority and grant it my dominion. Kazuya's ability, oppression, mirrored the mechanics of Zamari's Brujeria in some ways, yet its effects were less convoluted. Engaging Zamari in his hollow form promised a more exhilarating duel, one Kazuya might have relished under different circumstances. Zamari took Kazuya's silence as him being lost and confused. It must be difficult to understand the concept of sovereignty for an arrogant man such as yourself. You have my sympathy. Many things in this universe are incomprehensible for those who lack wisdom. A sophisticated way to call someone an idiot. Well, aren't you also stupid for preaching knowledge to someone you consider an idiot? Pitiful creature, your arrogance has blinded you. I shall open your eyes. Zamari slowly raised his hand and beckoned. Right arm, cut off his left arm. Punish his imprudence. Kazuya looked at his arm, which suddenly moved against his will. Although he could feel every sensation in his limb, he had lost command over it. Swiftly, he transformed his whip sword into twin muskets, firing a shot at point-blank range at the mark of Amor. The radiant flames covered his right arm and erased the mark of Amor. He easily extinguished the dominion of Zamari's Zampakuto. Zamari looked on, utterly befuddled, as if unable to comprehend the ridiculous move Kazuya just pulled. He maintained the silence for longer than a moment, as though awaiting an explanation from Kazuya. When in doubt, burn things down. Kazuya assumed his whip sword and pointed at Zamari. I'll wrap it up fast, Pumpkin Man. Clenching his jaw, Zamari glowered. The many thin slits on his forehead opened in a snap, revealing 8 more eyes hidden underneath. You think you overcame my Amor with that? I'll make you witness your glorious death. A black sun mark appeared on every part of Kazuya's body. He extended his whip sword and let the flames engulf him. Every mark was cleansed in an instant. Nonsense. Zamari growled. Take my Amor. Take it. Every attempt ended in the same way, Kazuya cleansing the mark almost immediately. Stripped of his control ability, Zamari was even weaker than his base hollow form. His movements were quite impaired as a glorified pumpkin. Kazuya arrived before Zamari, who seemed hopeless. Mercy. Nothing for you. He straightway plunged his blazing sword into the heart of the Espada. The searing tip of his weapon, engulfed in flames, tore through Zamari's pristine white garb and impaled him. Simultaneously, a sinister black tattoo emerged on the back of Kazuya's hand, wresting control of his arm away from him. However, Kazuya's flames were swift and relentless, consuming the mark of Amor in moments. This brief lapse, though fleeting, was a substantial advantage in a battle between captain-class individuals. Zamari seized the chance and vanished using Sonido, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Kazuya gave chase, but the Espada evaded him again in the same manner, clinging to hopes of survival. Despite having the speed and power advantage, Kazuya couldn't swiftly dispatch Zamari. The small moment of control allowed Zamari to run endless interferences with his body and continuously avoid a fatal attack. Nevertheless, Kazuya inflicted significant damage. His flames scorched Zamari's face, riddled his attire with holes, and even maimed parts of his lower half. Gradually, the accumulation of injuries began to take their toll on Zamari. "Man, stop being annoying. Just die already." Zamari huffed, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Out of choices, he turned to the corpses of his dead comrades, and his purple Ryatsu filled his eyes. The black sun tattoo appeared on Loli's forehead, whereas it was present on Gio's limbs. Loli rose up stiffly, as if she was a mannequin, and stared at Kazuya with lifeless eyes. Gio's headless body, standing up with a katana in hand, was a scene straight from a nightmare. Misinterpreting Kazuya's reaction as fear, Zamari's confidence returned. "You fake god of death, learn the life of a vermin and become one." Loli lunged at Kazuya with her one poisonous centipede arm. Gio also dashed at Kazuya. The fallen Espada pincered him from both sides, their speed no less than the time they were alive. Yet, unexpectedly, they halted mere inches from striking Kazuya and retreated to Zamari's side. They both turned their attention to an area where Ranjiku's blood stained the ground. The space fluctuated akin to a garganta opening but was far more stable. Then, a massive Eastern-style door materialized out of nowhere. From the Senkamen, many familiar figures walked out. Captain Shunsui Kairaku, Captain Isshin Shiba, and Vice Captain Aizen Kotetsu arrived with her squad as medical staff. A host of lower-ranking Shinigami trailed behind them. Zamari's mouth split in a disturbing grin. He joined his palm in a praying gesture. Every eye on Zamari's body expanded, filled with violet, miasma-like Ryatsu. Fuck this timing. Chapter 165, Chapter 183, In the Heart of the Blaze. Aizen felt her heart sink as she stepped through the Senkamen. The sight of blood-stained grounds and the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy churning through the air repulsed her. She had prayed for everyone's safety when they traversed the Senkamen, but that hope crumbled in mere moments. Ranjiku and Nanao's Ryatsu had vanished from the face of the earth. Being so familiar with the two, she could have sensed her friend's Ryatsu for an upward of a dozen miles. Sharing the same duties, she had expected this to happen eventually. But the actual loss, the possibility of never exchanging farewells, was a cruelty she had never prepared for. Nanao-chan. Turning her head, she saw Captain Shunsui Kairaku carrying a gloomy expression. She may have lost her friends, but he lost his vice-captain, for the second time. Nanao Ise was the whole reason behind him volunteering for this mission. Her attention was abruptly pulled above by a familiar Ryatsu. Kazuya hovered in the air, surrounded by bright, almost ethereal flames. The flames emerged from his Zampakuto, a weapon carrying the essence of a whip and a sword. Seeing him safe and sound filled her with a sense of relief. Her feelings evaporated the moment she saw his opponents, the Arankars the 12th Squad had reported to the Captain Commander. With a multitude of eyes dotting his body, the Hollow was one of the freakiest monstrosities in the world. He was flanked by 2 Arankars, a girl with a stab wound in forehead and a headless man. They should be dead, yet they lived through some twisted ability. Even more sinister than the pair was the smirk playing on the dark-skinned Arankar's face. The raw sadism behind the sinister smirk sent shivers down her spine. Amor. Suddenly, every eye on his body glowed purple. Sensing a spike in Ryatsu, Aizen drew her Zampakuto to intercept the attack. So did Captain Isshin Shiba. However, Captain Kairaku had a different plan in mind. He flash-stepped out of their sight, his Ryatsu growing fainter with each passing moment. Shunsui departed to search for his vice-captain. Captain Kairaku. Focus on the battle at hand, Vice-Captain Kotetsu. Isshin kicked the ground and leaped at the Arankars. Kazu boy, go rest. We'll take over. You pretenders, the black-skinned Arankar declared solemnly. Your body belongs to me, Zamari Ruro's, Espada number 3. Isshin froze right before his sword found its mark on Zamari's chest. He turned the sword on himself. His hands quivered, fighting against Espada's control, but it was futile. What the heck? Aizen shuddered at the abnormal scene of Captain Shiba trying to stab himself, trying to stop his hands from killing him. She rushed to his side and spotted an ominous tattoo resembling a black sun on the back of Isshin's hands, and then, to her disbelief, on her own. Before she could even process this bewildering development, a sinister force seized control of her limbs. Just like Isshin, her hands moved against her will and aimed the sword at her own heart. A cold, numbing dread filled her as she realized the same grim fate had befallen every Shinigami who had accompanied her through the Senkamen. Paralyzed and vulnerable, they stood frozen. Strangely, they didn't turn their sword on themselves or each other. It didn't stop them from panicking. Amidst the discord, the headless Arankar Gio Vega moved explosively with his high-speed movement technique and appeared in the ranks of frozen Shinigami. His sword, glowing with an unnatural white light, delivered a brutal slash across a Shinigami's chest. Stop! Isshin commanded, his entire being strained against the invisible force controlling him. What is this? Neither he nor Aizen came prepared for an ability that controlled the body. As a matter of fact, they had never come across such an ability in their entire career or even heard about it. Arg, Aizen roared, drawing out high-level Ryatsu and every fiber of her willpower to resist the control. But despite her efforts, the blade inched ever closer to her heart, piercing her shahakusho and skin. The pain, though sharp, was nothing compared to the terror she felt. The thought of having such a loathsome death terrified her. More terrifying was the thought of never seeing her captain again. The image of Unohana, who was akin to her mother, crying at her grave twisted her heart. I can't die. She looked towards Kazuya for help, who happened to be aiming muskets at her and Captain Shiba for some odd reason. Even in this crisis, he seemed calm, almost too calm for an ungraduated Shinigami. His confidence, however, sparked a tiny hope that he might be able to save her. Bang. Bang. Flames trailed the bullets, one hitting her chest, the other finding its mark in Captain Shiba. A blazing fire engulfed her, however, she felt no sensation from the fire itself, only its warmth. The agony in her chest disappeared, so did the black marks on her limbs. Regaining control of her limbs, she quickly withdrew her Zampakuto from her chest. Meanwhile, Kazuya swung his whip sword, and its blade coiled around Zamari's neck like a snake. Only the skull-shaped neck brace separated his sword and Zamari's neck. Oddly enough, Zamari's reaction was far from fear. Throwing his hands in the air, he celebrated like a lunatic. Banzai. Banzai. Kazuya could sense an anomaly in Zamari's behavior, but he couldn't let go of the opportunity. Pouring more and more Ryatsu into his flames, he empowered his flames. The flames began melting the neck brace and soon spread to his entire body. Yet he continued his fanatic chants. Las noches, banzai. Lord de las noches, banzai. Kazuya glanced towards Aizen. The injuries inflicted upon the Shinigami were serious but not fatal, something within the realm of healing through Kaido. Aizen was already at work, applying her healing techniques to a Shinigami who kneeled before her. The worrying part was that every Shinigami attacked by Gyo showed similar symptoms. He was familiar with these symptoms. Kazuya clenched his jaw. Aizen, get away from him. Whether she didn't hear him or ignored his warning, Aizen continued her healing efforts, as if she couldn't sense the pure hollow Ryatsu emanating from the Shinigami. Fuck. His focus, however, remained unshaken as his whip sword burned through Zamari Rurosa's neck brace. The blade tightened and tightened until it severed Zamari's head from his body. The miracle of Samsara, banzai. Zamari rejoiced as his head flew through the air, his hands eerily repeating the celebratory gesture. I fulfilled my mission. Banzai. With a last cheer, Zamari dissolved into black ashes. His death killed Gyo and Loli for the second time, and freed the rest of the Shinigami. Chapter 166, Chapter 184, The Embers. The man Aizen was healing began coughing violently. He vomited a gooey white liquid that eerily drifted to cover his face, taking the form of a hollow-like mask. A deep, guttural roar, more akin to a beast than a man, escaped his throat. Aizen stepped back in horror, unable to comprehend the horrifying transformation. She had never seen or heard about the concept of hollowification. The Shinigami, now almost resembling a hollow, lunged at her with a feral aggression. Abandoning his sword, he clawed at her like a wild animal. Reacting on pure instinct, Aizen raised her Zampakuto to defend herself, her mind racing to make sense of the chaos. Captain Shiba-san. Aizen yelled, her gaze darting across the battlefield, only to be met with similar scenes of horror. Shinigami after Shinigami underwent the same grotesque transformation, turning into creatures they were trained to fight. Amidst the turmoil, Kazuya appeared beside her and sent the hollow Shinigami hybrid flying with a powerful kick. Grasping Aizen's hand, he flash-stepped to the relative safety of a distant tower. This is madness, he whispered, surveying the chaotic battlefield of Shinigami and Shinigami-turned hollows. The only way to stabilize the Shinigami soul undergoing hollowification was through Hogyoku. And the owner of Hogyoku lived in the same town. Aizen's goal became extremely clear in his mind. Almost everything that happened before the captains arrived was a sideshow. Ulquiorra was stalling him to allow the other Espada to rampage and force the Godai 13 into sending large reinforcements. Aizen's main goal was to let the Espada infect as many Shinigami as possible and guilt-trip Kasuke into revealing the Hogyoku. Despite being a calculating individual, Kasuke was one with a kind heart. There was simply no timeline in which Kasuke would let almost 50 Shinigami die when saving them was as simple as waving his hand. The moment Kasuke revealed the Hogyoku would be the moment Aizen took initiative. Cunning bastard. Has he really found a way to take care of Yamamoto? Kazuya thought back to all the changes from the canon timeline. The first and most important change was Muramesa's early awakening, who could steal even Yamamoto's Zampakuto spirit. Aizen could have gained his cooperation. Oh shit. We can't let him take both Hogaiakas. Aizen tugged at his sleeve, tears glistening in her eyes, clearly overwhelmed by the hollowification. Kazuya, why have the Shinigami turned into hollows? He shook his head. I don't know. All I can say is that using Kaido won't help them. His resurrection could solve their problem, but he would never sacrifice his identity for a bunch of no-namers. He'd gladly take the risk to save Aizen or Ranjaku. Isshin appeared above him, his expression genuinely chilling. They are no longer our comrades in arms. He clenched his fists tightly. Kazuya, Kotetsu, I have a request. Help me immobilize them. All right. Kazuya placed a hand on Aizen's shoulder. Let us handle it. I can't afford to risk your life. She shook her head. I can help. The vice-captain of 4th Squad acted stubborn, despite knowing her limitations. Her unarmed fighting was simply not on the same level as other vice-captains. She still wanted to help. Just don't get hit by their attacks. I'll try. Kazuya deactivated his Shurikai and sprang into action, followed by Isshin and Aizen. It was an effortless task for him. The number continued to grow as the infected Shinigami attacked the non-infected and hollowified them, but their combined efforts stopped the hollowified Shinigami's assault. They quickly immobilized and bound the infected Shinigami. Aizen's gaze trembled as she spotted the uniforms of fallen Shinigami the ground, symbols of those who couldn't survive the infection and succumb to soul suicide. The loss on their side was staggering, 20 transformed into hollows, 5 lost to soul suicide. Isshin walked up to her. Vice Captain Kotetsu, I sent a transmission to the Soul Society. They'll soon dispatch personnel to collect these hollowified Shinigami. I see. What about Ranjaku and Nanao? Kazuya, did you see them? Kazuya, who was gazing into the distance, turned his attention to their conversation. His eyes softened at her expectations. They both are alive as far as I know. I'll bring them back. Aizen's posture slumped as if a massive weight was lifted off of her shoulders. What a relief. Isshin couldn't help but chuckle. Despite taking care of errand cars, Kazuya didn't look exhausted and volunteered to take another task. He had chosen the right candidate to succeed him. What about the students? I have no idea, but they should be safe. Okay. Want me to come along? Nope. Isshin shrugged and left to watch over the hollowified Shinigami. He had unhesitatingly entrusted Kazuya with the life of almost 40 people. Aizen, however, didn't seem convinced as she stepped in to block his path. Kazuya, take me with you. I can heal. He gently held her shoulders. Aizen, tend to the injured here. I'll take care of the rest with my Shurikai. You saw its healing power yourself. Persuaded by his soothing voice, she unconsciously nodded her head. Please find them. I'm begging you. I will. He planted a kiss on her forehead before flying out to follow Yoruichi's trails. As he glided over the devastated landscape of the power plant, his attention was drawn to a faint, unique Ryatsu, a blend of both Shinigami and hollow energies. He had caught its traces earlier, but the chaotic Ryatsu of hollowified Shinigami ran interferences in his senses. There it is, oh shit. Amidst the debris of a ruined building, he found a sight that made him shiver. An errand car lay collapsed, her body gruesomely damaged, having lost her entire left side to the searing poison of a certain centipede-like errand car. The scene was more haunting than the surreal sight of a headless errand car returning to life. She didn't even spare her duo. What a toxic bitch. Minoli. Wasn't she like this when Grimmjow killed her? Yup. You can outrun death, but you can't outrun your fate. The cannon will catch up to you sooner or later. He shook his head and landed before her. As if registering his presence, she feebly turned her blank gaze to him and reached out with a shaky hand, her only hand. You, kill me. Where have I heard those words before? Ah, our resident goth madam uttered the same words. Another girl for El Inverso. He bent down and grasped her hand. Do you want to die as an Espada, or do you want to live as yourself? Live. She spoke without hesitation. Help me, live. Please. Got you. Chapter 167, Chapter 185 to 186, The Illusion. Renji Abarai was grappling with a day that defied all his expectations of reality. What had started as an ordinary field trip with his classmates had spiraled into an extraordinary crisis, plunging him deeper and deeper into unimaginable dangers. The shock of narrowly escaping death had barely settled in his mind when the situation took another bizarre turn. He encountered a talking cat who had taken the form of his friend's pet. He could have taken the cat as a hallucination if his classmates didn't see the same thing. The sleek black cat had promised him safety, speaking in the voice of a wise old man. With no other options, Renji and his classmates put their trust in this unlikely guide. As they followed the cat through the streets of Karakura town, Renji couldn't help but feel increasingly skeptical about his decision. What if the cat was a hollow in disguise? The thought wasn't completely without a reason. He had seen hollows take similar form to humans. Nothing stopped them from becoming cats. Yoruchi suddenly stopped in front of a modest house, her piercing eyes scanning the area for someone or something. "Yoruchi-san, are we here?" Renji asked, looking up at the sign hanging from the house. "Urahara shop." "I sense Shiro." Renji skeptically followed her gaze and spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance, leaping from rooftop to rooftop with lightning speed. Toshiro Hitsugaya, carrying Ranjika Matsumoto on his shoulders, landed gracefully in front of Yoruchi and carefully set her down on the ground. "She's quite heavy," he grumbled between deep breaths, clearly exhausted after battling Espada. "Thanks, Renji. Tracking your Ryatsu was easy." Renji couldn't help but shrug sheepishly. "I'm trying to control it, you know." "Shiro," Yoruchi interjected firmly. "What's happening over there?" "The vice captain is missing, and Kazuya Nisan has taken down 2 Espada," Toshiro reported. "He's currently fighting the last one." "Weren't there originally 4? Yoruchi asked. "Or was one of them not an Espada? They betrayed their 4th. "Animals," Yoruchi whispered, shaking her head. "Wait, Toshiro." Renji grabbed onto Toshiro's shoulders. "You knew Yoruchi could talk." "Since day 1, Toshiro replied with a shrug, brushing off Renji's hand. "Momo knows it too." Renji clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I told him not to," Yoruchi interjected, tapping her paws impatiently against the closed door. "Urahara, open up already." "Coming," sang a cheerful voice from the other side of the door, its owner casually opening it as if he wasn't eavesdropping on them from the other side. "Oh," Yoruchi-san came with her friends. "A group of friends." Yoruchi looked at him with an unamused gaze. Despite the chaotic spiritual energy swirling around the town, he seemed unfazed. It was obvious that he was putting on a facade. Shelter these kids until the Soul Society acts. Bringing the students here was an enormous gamble that could potentially sabotage their mission. However, she couldn't help it. Protecting innocent students took priority at the moment. Kasuke responded with a warm smile, fanning his face with his hand in a comforting yet slightly annoying gesture. "Sure. As long as they pay the price." Yoruchi knew exactly what price he was referring to, the loss of their memories once this entire ordeal was over. Renji looked visibly alarmed at the mention of the price. "What do you want?" Renji asked, scratching his cheek sheepishly. "I mean, do you want Living World's currency?" Yoruchi chuckled. The young Shinigami wanted to hide his financial situation at any cost. "The price is obviously your soul," Toshiro said nonchalantly. "Yoruchi-san, can we trust this man?" "Yeah. He is my old friend." Kasuke waved his cane dismissively and kicked the door open. "You all can talk inside. Shoo now." Yoruchi rolled her eyes at his carefree attitude and turned to address the students. "Follow me." "Yoruchi-san, please don't take them to the basement," Kasuke hollered. "You'll anger the guests." Yoruchi's cat-like hiss reached him, making him chuckle. The moment the door closed behind the last student, Kasuke's demeanor shifted. The tip of his hat raised slightly, revealing eyes that were suddenly sharp and penetrating. "It's been a while. Aizen-san." Unbeknownst to Yoruchi, Aizen had been silently stalking her through the night, concealed by his Ryatsu concealing cloak and the twisted illusions of his Zampakuto. But Kasuke, with his keen eye for detail and a heightened awareness of spiritual energy, could not be so easily fooled. He had spotted the small grains of Ryatsu bending light to conceal Aizen the moment he stepped out of his shop. Yet, Aizen didn't undo his Kido as if refusing to acknowledge defeat. Typical egoist behavior. Kasuke stood there, his gaze boring into the spot. As he began to doubt his instincts, an amiable chuckle echoed. A hand swept away an iridescent curtain of light, revealing Aizen in his seemingly harmless guise, a facade that fooled many but not Kasuke Urahara. Kasuke Urahara and Urahara shop, quite a courageous move to hide in plain sight. Never could Aizen have predicted such a foolish move from Kasuke Urahara, the only man who might come close to being his equal. Kasuke clenched his fist around his cane. Aizen's deep voice and warm smile had haunted and mocked Kasuke ever since that night. Facing Aizen under the moonlight, he couldn't help but feel shivers. "Forgive my prudence, Aizen-san. I'm still a criminal in the eyes of Gotei 13. I have no one but you to thank for that." Kasuke suddenly drew his Zampakuto from its sheath and pointed his blade at Aizen. "Awaken, Benihime." The cane melded into a sleek sword, its hilt bending at the end. Aizen was one of the few individuals to witness his Shurkai twice. Without warning, Kasuke flash stepped behind and slashed Aizen's neck, his blind spot. The slash carried every bit of his hatred for the men who destroyed many lives for his amusement, for his ego. A burst of vibrant crimson energy surged forth in a sweeping arc, carrying more destruction than mid-level Kido spells cast with long chance. A green hexagonal barrier suddenly emerged behind Aizen and enlarged in an instant. However destructive Beneheim's ability may be, the hexagonal absorbed it all before discharging its dispersed energy towards Kasuke. Seeing his surprise attack fail miserably, Kasuke retreated with Shuinpa and hovered in the sky. You have planted a villainous escudo in your blind spot. So terrified of getting jumped, are we? He knew deep down that a single sneak attack wouldn't be enough to defeat Aizen, but he had to try. After all, innovation often comes from countless failed attempts. He could have never reached any breakthroughs if he gave up just because something seemed absurd on paper. Aizen calmly observed Kasuke, as if he didn't register Kasuke's attempt to assassinate him. Blaming others for your problems and responding to civility with hostility. When did you become such a loser? Look at me, Aizen-san. A middle-aged man who can't afford a salon visit because his candy shop isn't popular with kids. Isn't that the very definition of a loser? Kasuke attempted to deceive Aizen by self-deprecating humor, hoping to catch him off guard. But Aizen remained composed, refusing to give any hint of vulnerability that could be exploited. Aizen shook his head as if deeply disappointed in Kasuke. It's unfortunate that the imbeciles ruling the Soul Society ruined a brilliant mind. Had you utilized your full potential, no meager authority in this world could have stopped you. Life rarely goes in the direction we want it to go. The logic of a loser. A winner dictates the world as it should be, not how it should be. Let's agree to disagree. Kasuke placed a hand atop his hat and gazed up at Aizen with an unwavering smile. What brings Aizen-san out here tonight? Are you not afraid of being seen with an exiled Shinigami like myself? The creator of Hogyoku. I'm here for him. Kasuke remained composed upon learning Aizen's reason for seeking him out. However, a flicker of surprise crossed his face when a ferocious roar echoed in the distance, reminiscent of a chilling night over a century ago. A night that forever altered the lives of many, including Kasuke. Aizen-san, you did it again. What do you get out of tormenting innocents? The implications of Aizen's actions were clear. He had once again set in motion the cruel process of hollowification on unsuspecting victims. Aizen gave Kasuke more and more reasons to hate him. I'm simply giving Shinji more friends. That is, if someone can recreate their hollow and Shinigami boundaries. Aizen smiled coldly, cockiness oozing from him. Kasuke, hand me your Hogyoku. I'll help them. Kasuke obviously couldn't meet anyone from the Godi I-13, much less save those suffering through the hollowification process. He had to rely on external help if he wanted to help the victims. The simple fact allowed Aizen the opportunity to make unreasonable demands. Help them, you say? Don't have your own Hogyoku. Aizen retrieved his Hogyoku from his pocket and held it up for Kasuke to see. Unfortunately, it has lost most of its energy. I see. He lowered the tip of his hat, hiding his expression. It's not my obligation to help those. At the end of the day, I'm an exile. His selfishness weighed heavily on him as he thought of the potential lives at stake. But giving in to Aizen's demands could lead to an even greater catastrophe, one that could spell doom for the entire Soul Society. Is that your stance? Will you show the same indifference to this? With a snap of his fingers, Aizen lifted the illusion he had placed on Kasuke. A/N, writing two of the most iconic characters in anime in the same scene was stressful, not gonna lie, but I wouldn't have it any other way. This arc still has a few beats and a final showdown. Chapter 168, Chapter 187, The Victim. Kasuke had run countless experiments in an attempt to counter Aizen's Shirkai ability, but every idea met a dead end. No device or technique could help him when his senses were fed false information on all fronts. However, he knew the sight before him was no illusion. Yoruchi-san. She sat unconscious within a transparent barrier shaped like a cube, her body bound by a thick rope commonly used by the Onmitsukido to subdue criminals and suppress their Ryatsu. He had sent off Yoruchi half a minute before he faced Aizen. The thought of Aizen defeating her in 30 seconds was outrageous, disrespectful even. After all, Yoruchi was one of the strongest captains, having mastered Shunko and a multitude of assassination techniques. He couldn't help but feel a dissonance with facts and illusion. How long do you think passed while you stood here, waiting for me to unravel my concealment Kido? Aizen held up one finger, then slowly raised each one until his hand was open. 5 minutes. More than enough time to approach Yoruchi in disguise. She completely let her guard down around me because I looked, smelled, and acted just like her childhood friend to an extent. Kasuke's grip on his Shirkai weapon shook as the realization hit him like a tidal wave. Aizen's Kyokusui Jetsu wasn't just an instrument for creating illusions, it also had the power to manipulate one's perception of time. Aizen unsheathed his Zampakuto and admired the katana gleaming under the moonlight. A fascinating night to conduct. Rikujikoro, 6-rod light restraint. Kasuke whispered the name of Bakudo number 61 as he snuck up behind the distracted Aizen and touched his back. 6 bright beams of energy shot towards Aizen's waist, enough to restrain a regular vice captain. But Kasuke knew it would take more than one binding spell to hold Aizen. Not wasting a second, Kasuke pointed his finger at Aizen, invoking another Kido. Seijo Sabaku, Ethereal Binding Chain. A burst of yellow energy obeyed his command and split into multiple thick ropes that wrapped around Aizen's torso. Despite rapidly casting 2 high-level Kido back-to-back, Kasuke wasn't done. He joined his index fingers before tracing an inverted triangle in the air. Tazancho, Inverted Mountain Crystal. A brilliant blue energy responded to his command, shooting forth and expanding into 4 points above Aizen. The points of light coalesced into an inverted pyramid, solidifying into a translucent barrier that encapsulated Aizen within. Aizen stared wide-eyed, as if surprised by Kasuke's ability to quick-cast Kido spells with no chant. Such high comprehension of spiritual energy. Kasuke ignored Aizen's whispers and punched the barrier around Yoruchi, shattering it into countless pieces. With Yoruchi in his arms, he turned to escape, planning his next move while retreating toward the safety of his shop. Shouldn't you at least check on Yoruchi-san's well-being first, Kasuke? Kasuke glanced down at his arms, only to witness her body shattering into thousands of shimmering shards. Whipping around, he saw Aizen floating unscathed with a smug smile plastered across his face. Yoruchi was still trapped by his side, enclosed in a perfect barrier that seemed to mock Kasuke's every effort to free her. Aizen unsheathed his katana again, its blade coated with the same substance that induced the hollowification state in Shinigami. He slid the blade gently through the barrier and positioned it beneath Yoruchi's chin, threateningly close to her throat. You wouldn't have made so many errors in the past. The simple conception of Yoruchi getting hurt, it took away your composure. You're freaking out. You're losing grip on your strengths. Aizen poured salt on Kasuke's wounds, relishing every moment of triumphing over the brilliant mind that precariously came close to his level. Kasuke lowered his hat, his eyes darting in the direction of battle between Espada and Kazuya. The battle had concluded, yet he couldn't feel the ryatsu of his last hope. He'll come. I just have to stall for time. Aizen let out a soft chuckle. The entire section of the town is under a Kido barrier. Even a Heido in the 90s won't break the force field. Kasuke looked up, his sharp, disdainful gaze boring a hole through Aizen. Proclaiming victory so cockily when you're holding my childhood friend hostage. Aizen-san, you're quite shameless. I didn't hold anyone hostage. This. Aizen replied calmly and deliberately lowered his sword to the center of Yoruchi's chest. Is an experiment to test the limitations of mutated Shihoin bloodline. Aizen, stop. I'll give you the Hogyoku. Kasuke desperately cast another Rikujikoro spell, but once again, Aizen shattered into shards and revealed himself as an illusion. As the illusion faded away, Aizen reappeared in a different spot and slowly drove the infected blade into Yoruchi's chest. As he pulled back the blood-covered sword, Yoruchi's eyes snapped open. She started coughing and struggling against the thick rope. Aizen. You bastard. Her blood boiled with rage, visible on her contorted face. She recalled being in Kasuke's home, conversing with Toshiro, before Aizen, disguised as Kasuke, lured her away under the pretense of an important talk. She had let her guard down in her friend's home, allowing Aizen to trap her with a swift cast of Rikujikoro spell. She barely got the chance to utter a word as Aizen cast a series of chantless mid-level Kido spells to incapacitate her. The hatred in those eyes. Aizen said with a gentle smile. You seek to destroy me over prioritizing your survival. The former leader of Onmitsukido hasn't lost her touch. As if this can kill me, Yoruchi growled before letting loose a fierce smirk. With the same unyielding spirit, she looked at Kasuke, who stared at her with wide eyes. Kasuke, stop being a dramatic pussy. I'll smash this bastard once I become a hollow. Her time spent with Kazuya and all the friendly ladies around him had changed her perception of hollows. Becoming a hollow was a far better alternative to letting Aizen manipulate Kasuke into revealing Hogyoku and achieving his ambitious goals. Just then, Yoruchi's spiritual pressure perception registered a familiar ryatsu, prompting her to turn her head. Huh? Isn't that? A tide of crimson petals cascaded from the sky, swirling and coalescing into a tempest fiery. The tempest slowed down. The person who emerged wasn't her friend, but a woman. Long, silver hair drifted around her, each strand gently waving to the rhythm of her ryatsu. She even wore the same blindfold Kazuya wore in the first form of his resurrection. Yoruchi's mind reeled. The oppressive ryatsu, the crimson flames, and even the familiar features, all the logic pointed towards the mysterious woman being her companion. Having grown close to Kazuya, she refused to believe in a reality where he existed as a woman. It was simply ridiculous that she flirted with a woman all this time. Could he have gained the ability to switch genders? No, that's crazier than him switching races at will. Yoruchi's pupils suddenly dilated as a burning sensation welled up in her throat, a visceral urge to vomit overtaking her. She bashed her head against the barrier, fighting the barrier with every ounce of her will. As courageous as she was, she lacked the strength to defy the natural laws. A/N, so, Kazuya finally used his Saiyadam to become a hot girl. Chapter 169, Chapter 188, The Hollowification of the Cat. A/N, Here's an image of Kazuya's temporary gal form. Paragraph comment, Jingliu from Honkai Star Rail. It required immense self-control for Kazuya to finally utilize the gender-changing feature of his system. Now, he could step into the biggest fight and use his hollow powers without anyone being able to link him to his Shinigami identity. The only traits he retained from Kazuya were a captivating voice and silver locks. Even his figure had shrunken down to 5 feet 7 inches. The only concern left now was Aizen, who had utterly dominated the battle with Kasuke. The perverted shopkeeper had backup plans prepared for everything except for Aizen's powerful illusions. As he contemplated, Yoruichi's hollowification reached its climax. The slimy white matter drifted to her face and formed her distinct hollow mask. To no one's surprise, her hollow mask took on the shape of a cat, complete with 2 sets of ears, one large and one small. 3 claw-like marks etched above the hollow sockets for her eyes, while sharp canines filled her mouth with a fearsome appearance. Yoruichi became cooler. Surprise, surprise. Suddenly, a pair of blazing golden eyes ignited within the hollow sockets of her skull. With a deafening roar, she shattered her restraints and materialized in front of Aizen in an instant. Kazuya was taken aback, unable to sense even a trace of spiritual energy behind her lightning-fast movements. She relied not on Shuinpa or Sonido, but on her own body to achieve this speed. She had also completely suppressed her spiritual energy, blending seamlessly into her surroundings as if she were one with nature itself. It was a monstrous display of power and control that left everyone both impressed and terrified. Aizen's piercing gaze widened in surprise as he saw Yoruichi's fierce white claws approaching his face. As impressive as she was far from the level of successfully ambushing Aizen. Raising his katana in one hand, he casually blocked her flurry of offense. Her sharp claws could have torn any other Shinigami to shreds. Yet Aizen's fluid and elegant sword skills easily deflected the extreme force behind her attacks. He made hollowified Yoruichi look weak, when in reality, she could floor your average captain with ease. After all, she reached the realm of high-speed movement techniques with her body alone, making it extremely hard to track through a Shinigami's innate spiritual pressure perception. Her fighting style abandoned any martial arts and purely relied on her bestial instincts, which made her unpredictable. Technically, she was one of the best fighters in the world, but she lacked the crucial element that separated good fighters from great intellect. In a high-stakes battle, where quick thinking and predicting the opponent's next moves were paramount, her skill set fell quite short. Aizen's lips curled upwards into a sly smile as he extended his left hand, fingers spread wide. With a flick of his wrist, a small orb appeared above his palm, pulsing with dark, otherworldly energy that seemed to bend and twist the air around it. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Caught in a powerful torrent of gravity, Yoruichi was pulled down to the earth. A surge of dark energy erupted, its surface etched with intricate symbols that glowed ominously. The black energy cracked and hummed before coalescing into a massive box-like structure that enveloped her. Massive spears pierced through the black box, each going through Yoruichi and heavily wounding her. For once, Kazuya was grateful for his blindfold. Otherwise, someone sharp like Aizen could have easily discerned his raw concern for Yoruichi, making his gender switch useless. The chantless version of Kuro Hitsuji could heavily wound a captain class. It was only natural for him to feel worried over his loved one's safety. Calm, partner, you can't act like you care for her. We must play the role to perfection. I know. I know. As the black box vanished, Yoruichi's bloodied body came into view. The once graceful figure was now marred with deep wounds, but even as they watched, the flesh and skin began to knit itself back together. The newly regenerated skin was covered in the signature white armor of hollows, adding an extra layer of menace to her already dangerous appearance. Yoruichi didn't seem bothered and dashed past Aizen. Her sharp claws extended eagerly towards his back. As a natural hunter, she couldn't not attack Aizen's vulnerable spot. But just as she was about to make contact, a shimmering emerald shield materialized behind him, thwarting her mischievous assassination attempt and protecting him from harm. Unable to attack his back, she loomed over Aizen then appeared on his right. Becoming a white blur, she moved in every direction, accelerating even beyond her previous limits. After having fun stalking her prey, she pounced at him with her claws open. Hiss. Aizen, catching a glimpse of her figure in the corner of his eye, smiled before impaling her chest with his katana. Tremendous raw speed and explosiveness. It's all wasted with a barbaric mind. He pulled back his right fist and threw a punch at her face. Her hollow mask shattered, revealing a pale-skinned Yoruichi. Bakudo number 99, Kin. At Kasuke's ominous whisper, thick tendrils of dark spiritual fabric swirled around Yoruichi, tightly binding her arms behind her back. Desperate to break free, she strained against the tight grip, but her efforts were in vain as heavy metal weights appeared out of thin air and pressed her body firmly into the ground below. She couldn't move an inch. Kasuke tipped his hat. This is where I take my leave, Aizen-san. Thanks, and fuck you for everything. Stop right there, Kasuke, Kazuya called out, his blunt voice, although soft, was just as if not more enchanting for the two men present at the scene. Where is my Tear? He and Tear lived in the same town as Kasuke, so it'd be strange if he acted like they never ran into each other. I don't know. You should ask this man. Kasuke pointed an accusatory finger at Aizen. He's responsible for everything that happened here. Aizen's eyes widened momentarily before a hint of intrigue flashed in his eyes. You are the Vasto Lord with Tear Harabel. I was under the impression you were a man. Disappointed that a woman slew the King of Hollows. Kazuya smirked and let his Ryatsu loose. Immediately a Ryatsu almost as dense as a captain filled the air, the Kido surrounding them creaking. Scum of Soul Society. Where is my Tear? Don't make me beat the answer out of you. Overbearing and authoritative, he tried to be consistent with the character Tear played. Aizen chuckled. The sheer arrogance. I'm amazed you didn't take the chance to rule Hueco Mundo. You'd have been a fine replacement for Barragan. Not interested in playing the ruler. Kazuya shook his head. You leave me no choice. Kasuke, get out of here. You don't want to become a bystander casualty. Kasuke spread his paper fan to cover his face. As he tapped his feet on the ground, an explosion of smoke filled the air, allowing Kasuke to retreat without leaving a trace. Kazuya clenched his fist, swearing to beat the ever-living hell out of Aizen. A/N, I hereby declare myself as one of the Grandmasters of Cliffhanger. Chapter 170, Chapter 189, The Shatter. Kazuya dreaded the day he'd have to face Aizen, but he always took comfort in knowing that the day wouldn't come for at least 50 years. His prediction turned out wrong. Extremely wrong. But he didn't feel like he'd lose in a straight-up battle. In fact, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence burning within him. After all, he had every bit of information on Aizen's abilities, but Aizen knew nothing about him. He held a massive advantage over Aizen. I'm stoked, partner. Let's put him down like the fucking dog he is. Nami's excitement made him chuckle. Casting his amusement aside, he assumed a serious expression. I just realized we didn't exchange names. Cazador is mine. What about you, Shinigami? Aizen Sōsuke. Kazuya nodded and used the unique ability of his partial resurrection, oppression, the only ability he needed to cripple Aizen's future plans in the Soul Society. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind, each detail meticulously recorded and analyzed by the combined power of his and Nami's extraordinary senses. He filtered out the irrelevant data, focusing solely on Aizen Zampakuto. From the sword's physical properties to its spiritual composition, he committed every detail to his memory. With a single thought, Kazuya implanted multiple weaknesses within Aizen Zampakuto. Aizen immediately sensed the changes in his Zampakuto and lifted it in response, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. I felt a surge of Ryatsu. Did you target my Zampakuto with your resurrection ability? Even so, Aizen showed no signs of caution or fear. His confidence remained unshaken. How could he even lose to an Arrancar as the master of the greatest hollow army in existence? Kazuya's lips curled into a smile. You think this is my resurrection? I'm sorry, Aizen. You are wrong. Overdrive mode, god of life and death ready to engage. He yanked off his blindfold and tossed it in the air. Sing, Phoenix, the great demon poet. The blindfold stayed still momentarily, then it transformed into a beam of intense red and black, shooting through Kazuya with blinding speed. The beam grew into a flame pillar that connected him to the earth and continuously poured out scorching heat. The intensity of the flames was enough to melt away the Kido barrier Jin had set up to conceal Aizen and Kasuke's face-off. Fascinating, Aizen whispered, watching the downpour of flames melting the earth. So much power was sealed in her small blindfold, and still her Ryatsu was on par with senior captains. Aizen had anticipated that the Arrancar who defeated Barragan would possess exceptional power, but he never imagined it to be of this magnitude. On the basis of Ryatsu alone, the Arrancar before him could crush half of the Godai 13. After what felt like an eternity, Aizen finally found a hollow worthy to be his toy. Someone who could give him a challenge in his journey to replacing the husk of God as the new divine. As the roaring flames slowly subsided, a figure loomed where Kazuya previously stood. His armor was a cascade of shadow and flames, with a billowing cloak of deep blacks and muted reds draped over his shoulders. Two branch-like horns sprouted from his helmet, spiraling and intertwining like the cycle of life and death. The very essence of life and death had been encapsulated in his very being. The demonic poet hath descendeth. Nami's voice echoed around him. Let life and death flourish at our hands. Kazuya winced within his helm and then extended his hand towards the pit of flames. The earth split apart as if yawning, a gaping maw of darkness from which a colossal tree clawed its way towards the heavens. Its fiery roots grasped the edges of the chasm, intertwining with the shattered earth, as if it was a living being. Anyone with a working sense wouldn't attribute the tree to a living entity. Despite its divine and majestic appearance, the tree filled the air with a stench of decay. It wouldn't be wrong to say the tree held dominion over death itself. That is the strangest resurrection I have ever seen, Aizen remarked in awe. Resurrection unseals the power a hollow sealed in an object as they became an Arrancar. Your Zampakuto instead sealed a tree of unknown origins. How fascinating. The master manipulator experienced genuine surprise after such a long time. After all, he had studied hollows and Arrancars deeply. Kazuya's resurrection defied everything his research concluded on the very basic level. Silently, Kazuya's hand rose up in a commanding gesture. The towering tree behind him unfurled its fiery canopy, the burning branches stretching out like the wings of a majestic phoenix, casting smoldering embers across the entire town. 3 branches, which were thicker and darker than the rest, extended in the vague shape of hands. These hands carried a tear-shaped golden gem, reminiscent of the gems present on Nami's phoenix form. At Kazuya's command, one of the gems burst open and unleashed a barrage of thin golden strings. Hundreds and thousands of almost imperceptible strings approached Aizen. Aizen immediately felt the threat and took a swing at the strings, only to have his blade pass through as if they were mere illusions. Unable to comprehend the nature of Kazuya's resurrection, Aizen tried to retreat, but... Aren't you leaving yourself too open? Kazuya's soft whisper reached Aizen from behind him. Just like hollow-fied Yoruchi, his movement was purely based on his physical strength. Aizen, in the middle of warding off the strings, couldn't have the leisure to keep Kazuya in his vision. He was left open for an attack. Rather than admitting to his oversight, Aizen whirled around and swung his blade furiously at his opponent. Kazuya grasped the blade in between his gauntlet-covered fingers. A gentle blue aura enveloped his gauntlet and spread to Aizen's Zampakuto. Aizen yanked his Zampakuto away. Crack crack crack. The once proud blade of Kyoka Suigetsu began to fracture under the effect of oppression. The shards drifted in the air, reflecting Aizen's shocked face, an expression that he had always faked to play with others. Having this expression born out of pure emotions filled his chest with rage. An Arrancar, a lowly hollow born in the soil of Hueco Mundo, crushed his most valuable tool. The outrageous part of it all was how ignorant, how foolish he was made to look throughout the exchange. He had always been the one to make others feel this way ever since he remembered, never the other way around. Aizen's hand curled tightly around the hilt of his Zampakuto, his face contorting into a twisted expression. With a menacing growl, he reached out for Kazuya's throat. But before he could do so, his body was suddenly frozen in place as numerous golden strings pierced through his back, connecting him to the divine tree of Samsara. Chapter 171, Chapter 190, The Echo. The divine tree of Samsara enacted laws from the original world from millions of years ago. Those who were connected to it were granted immortality, as long as they possessed Ryatsu. Any wounds they sustained would heal instantly, but at the expense of their Ryatsu. The ability would be worthless without the true power of the tree, creating a domain where Kazuya ruled over the life and death of everyone and everything. Those who possessed no Ryatsu would have no resistance to the tree, and by extension, Kazuya's will. They would live at his whim. They would die at his whim. Connecting Aizen to the tree was the easier part of the plan. The tougher part was to wound Aizen over and over to drain his Ryatsu, a tall but achievable task. Aizen was currently having a first-hand experience with the feeling of death, just like Yoruchi. Unlike his usual composed demeanor, he reacted with pure terror. It was a reminder that even someone as powerful as Aizen was not fearless in the face of death. Kazuya didn't forget to capitalize on the sweet, sweet chance. Wrapping his gauntlets in Nami's flames, he unleashed a barrage of punches at Aizen. The very moment the flames touched Aizen's face, his skin melted, and his white cheekbones could be seen. Golden threads appeared and stitched Aizen's face. The pain jolted Aizen out of his trance and reignited his fighting instincts. Despite his eyes being closed, he was able to evade Kazuya's attacks. Aizen's expression softened, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Life is transient like cherry blossoms. Apes, humans, gods, they will all eventually perish. He sheathed his broken Zampakuto and opened his eyes with a piercing gaze. This is what drives them to evolve. I had somewhat forgotten what made me start this whole plan in the first place. Cazador, thanks for the reminder. His ultimate goal was to ascend beyond all beings in the universe, to become the supreme deity above all. A true god. Someone like him shouldn't rage from temporarily losing something as worthless as his Zampakuto. Kazuya couldn't help but chuckle. So much arrogance for someone connected like a puppet. Aizen glanced back and reached for the strings attached to his back. Once again, he was unable to touch them as if they existed in another dimension. Do these strings serve any purpose other than evoking fear of death and healing my wounds? Perhaps they also create a curse each time my injuries are healed. Kazuya lunged at Aizen and threw a fist at Aizen's smiling face. He was nowhere close to Aizen in terms of combat skills, but he had the massive advantage in close combat because of his armor and Nami's flames. He'd come out on top in a war of attrition. The only blockade between Aizen and his death were the Shinigami present in the city. The massive tree would attract Shinigami to it like moths flock to flames. Those present on site like Isshin and Aizen would be appearing any minute now. He had to wrap up his battle with Aizen as quickly as possible. Aizen evaded Kazuya's ferocious punches with ease. His Hayori fluttered in the night breeze as he effortlessly caught yet another flaming fist aiming for his face. The flames charred his skin, even so, he maintained a calm expression. You seem hurried, this desperation, does it come from your companionship with Tear Harabel? Kazuya responded with a fierce kick at Aizen's gut, which was blocked by Aizen's elbow. Using his wildly unpredictable moves, he kept Aizen on his toes. As he didn't formally train, apart from Yoruchi and Tear's unofficial lessons, he hadn't locked into one style of fighting. One could say he had refined his own style of martial arts. The rampant pressure prevented Aizen from concentrating on casting Kido spells. Even though Kido spells drained Ryatsu, he would rather not let Aizen change the pace with high-level destruction spells. But it didn't stop Aizen's mouth from spitting manipulative words. Are you worried about her? Aizen attempted to get under Kazuya's skin. Cazador, she is fighting Ulquiorra, the most successful Arrancar after you in Hueco Mundo. The silence paired with Kazuya's helmet made him extremely hard to read, but he couldn't stop his Ryatsu from fluctuating slightly. For someone as observant as Aizen, noticing any slight change was quite simple. Kazuya's passionate feelings for Tear became obvious to Aizen. Aizen smirked. If Tear Harabel somehow survives Ulquiorra, the rest of my army would devour her for their soul nourishment. I can stop her if you agree to come with me. To a Hueco Mundo where hollows are treated as individuals, not as beasts. Aizen couldn't reveal the full extent of his Ryatsu to the world. Instead of overpowering his enemy, he directly attacked their weakness. Thus, Kazuya's feelings became his prime weapon to easily achieve victory. No. It seems you aren't willing to believe that a world like that exists. When was the last time you visited Hueco Mundo? Could you just shut up and die already? Aizen's eyes widened a tad before a spark of fury gleamed in them as if he couldn't accept a hollow continuously reject him. Immediately, he swung his fist at Kazuya's chest. Clang. A resounding clang echoed as Aizen's Ryatsu-wrapped fist struck the thin yet extremely durable armor. Aizen became serious, and it showed in the battle. He moved and fought with a grace that depicted his mastery over every form of combat, his movements a seamless dance of attack and defense. As wild and ferocious as Kazuya was, Aizen belonged to a league of his own. His skill was not just in his physical prowess but in the way he anticipated and blocked every move. Aizen had mostly adapted to the nuances of Kazuya's violent martial art. Just when Aizen thought he could overpower Kazuya, he pulled out his trump card, Sonido. In an instant, he disappeared and reappeared behind Aizen, launching a powerful kick towards his head. But Aizen quickly raised his hand, blocking the attack with his wrist. While this simple tactic didn't catch Aizen off guard, Kazuya's next move certainly did. He withdrew his hand and sliced through the air. Crimson Ryatsu was condensed around his hand and shot out as a crimson bullet. The howling crimson bullet, Bala, struck Aizen's right shoulder and left a massive hole in its wake. Captain Sōsuke. Aizen's distressed voice echoed through the battlefield, having arrived just in time to witness Aizen's injury. Chapter 172, Chapter 191 to 192, Dagger to the Heart. Aizen stopped in her attempt to heal Aizen. Golden threads formed around his vicious wound. The wounds closed right before her eyes, seemingly faster than the regeneration of Kaido. What? She blinked her eyes at yet another twist in a night brimming with them. Only then did she find the golden strings of the tree were connected to Aizen's back. The tree is healing, Captain. The massive tree emitted no Ryatsu, as if it was a mere illusion. But it was real. As real as the Arrancar who injured Aizen. The mysterious nature of the tree simply made it hard to find its true owner between the hollow and Aizen. How are hollows suddenly so strong? Comparing the Arrancar in armor to the grotesque Arrancar Kazuya previously defeated was like comparing a seated officer to a captain. They were in separate leagues. Aizen's scorched Shihakusho spoke volumes. He was outmatched in the battle. Shinigami girl, the Arrancar spoke in a distinctly feminine voice, yet it had a familiar allure to it. Get lost. This is between me and this asshole. Aizen pulled out her sword. I will. Suddenly, the Arrancar glanced in her direction, pinning her down with her Ryatsu. Aizen froze, feeling as if she was being eyed by the Soul King himself. Aizen arrived before Aizen, protecting her from the Arrancar's Ryatsu. Vice Captain, can you return to the Soul Society and ask for Captain Commander to come here? Without him, we can't take this Arrancar down. The hint of weakness in Aizen's voice made her heart tremble. Even a captain wasn't able to combat the unnaturally strong Arrancar and needed General Yamamoto's help. Kazuya took down 3 on his own. He is a fool to join our squad. Aizen clenched her fists, a determined light in her eyes. All right, Captain Sōsuke. I'll come back as fast as I can. The Arrancar in armor, whose voice carried a similar charm as Kazuya, lunged at Aizen, who also didn't shy from a full-on brawl. Their battle raged on in the sky, becoming a spectacle not even Aizen could keep up from the sidelines. Sparks and embers flew as gauntlet-covered fists clashed with Aizen's in the night's darkness. Each howling strike charred Aizen's skin and burnt his flesh, but the damage recovered in mere moments. Aizen could hardly believe her eyes. The hollow's stance was open yet guarded, like that of a formally trained warrior. It felt like she was in the presence of a genius martial artist like Soi Fan. Aizen, on the other hand, was calm and elegant as he traded blows with his opponent. The flurry exchange of counters and even more counters to those counters, it was a sight to behold even for a non-martialist like Aizen. Aizen was a far more skillful fighter than she could have discerned from his gentle demeanor. In fact, he was the superior martial artist between the two. Yet Aizen was the one receiving injuries. Everything boiled down to the hollow's berserk style of fighting. She dodged no attacks, no matter how deadly they were. Her armor absorbed every bit of punishment. Normally, Hollow fought to consume the other party or to survive, but the Arrancar in armor fought with the intent to kill her opponent. It was as if she harbored a deep hatred for Aizen and would stoop to any level to carry out her revenge. Aizen had never seen any Hollow act in this manner. Then again, she had never seen any Hollow having the ability to control people's bodies. Today changed her entire perspective on the Hollow race as a whole. This is a fight above me. I have to bring Captain Yamamoto here. With a heavy heart, Aizen tore her gaze away from the intense battle and opened a Senkamen door. A surge of relief washed over Kazuya as Aizen departed the battlefield. He would have to hurt Aizen if she joined the battle. Fortunately, she thought things through and heeded Aizen's request. Partner, we are halfway there. Just how much Ryatsu does this fucker has? The crimson flames continuously tormented Aizen on top of the bone-crushing blows he dealt to Aizen. But his Ryatsu drained at a snail's pace, slow but steady. He knew he would easily win if given enough time, but luck was not on his side. Aizen would return soon with General Yamamoto, and he didn't want to waste any more time dealing with other captains. Afraid you can't drain my Ryatsu now? Aizen taunted Kazuya as they traded blows. Your Resurrection, the tree, works by draining Ryatsu from your targets, doesn't it? In just a short amount of time, Aizen had already figured out the ability of Kazuya's Resurrection. It was this fearsome intellect that made Kazuya determined to finish the job today. The lack of expression on Kazuta's face once again disappointed Aizen. Are you sure you can dally here? Tyr Haribel is fighting a losing battle in Hueco Mundo. Kazuya paid no attention to Aizen's attempts to distract him. Instead, he glanced at the tree and quickly cut off the strings attached to Aizen, a move that went unnoticed in the heat of battle. Kazuya made his move before Aizen could notice. He drew back and conjured his oppression ability. As he reached out towards Aizen, a cyan blue Ryatsu immediately enveloped his right hand. The ground beneath began shaking as an influx of Ryatsu filled the surroundings. All or nothing. Aizen immediately used Shuinpa to reposition away from the Ryatsu and egged Kazuya with a provocative gaze. You are ready to sacrifice the whole town just to kill a Shinigami you just met. Is that a worthy trade in your eyes? My ability. Kazuya shifted his gaze to the fading glow around his gauntlet. It's already reached you. As if on cue, the blood vessels in Aizen's hands ruptured and sprayed blood. His hands fell to his side, numb and limp. A painful gasp left Aizen's lips. He stared at his bloodied hands with wide eyes. You concealed this ability. Nothing could have prepared Aizen for the manifestation of Kazuya's aspect of death oppression. The wild card quite literally crippled Aizen. Kazuya shook his head. I had to, because it consumes too much Ryatsu. Even after studying Aizen through his partial Resurrection, Vision del Diablo, he had to consume almost all of his Ryatsu to penetrate Aizen's defense and destroy all the blood vessels connected to his arms. That was Aizen with less than 50% of his total reserves. Kazuya's entire spiritual energy wouldn't have worked on Aizen at his peak. Aizen was truly a monster. Watching Aizen struggle with the awkward movements of his injured hands, Kazuya felt a surge of satisfaction. The sacrifice of expending so much Ryatsu was worth it. Not only did it hinder Aizen's fighting capabilities, but it also caused chaos within his spiritual energy, disrupting its efficiency. Fuck him up. Destroy him. Kazuya took a deep breath and rushed at Aizen. Left with barely functioning hands, the captain had no choice but to flash step away. A series of afterimages flickered as Aizen put more and more distance between himself and Kazuya. He could use kicks to fight, but that would yield no result against a berserker like Kazuya. It was better to stall for time than engage him in a straight-on duel in his condition. Don't leave, sweetheart. With a quick flick of his wrist, Kazuya maneuvered his golden strings and yanked Aizen to a halt, preventing him from escaping. The divine tree ensured that no matter where Aizen tried to run, he would always be pulled back. Aizen glared at Kazuya, a hint of anger in his usually calm eyes. What are you doing? Have you considered the consequences of killing a captain? You'll be put on the highest bounty list and hunted to the end of the world. Undeterred, Kazuya closed the distance between them in an instant, using Sonido to move faster than the eye could see. His gauntlet-clad fist collided with Aizen's face, shattering bone and sending shockwaves through his entire body. Blood gushed from Aizen's lips, staining what little was left of his Shihakusho. I can never rest easy with scum like you invading Hueco Mundo for power. You'll die here today. Scum. You low. But before he could finish his retort, Kazuya drew back his hand and landed a satisfying reverse-handed slap across Aizen's right cheek, a slap for causing so much chaos and suffering. Flesh tore on impact, blood spraying outward in a grotesque display. Aizen breathed heavily as his Ryatsu flowed out of him, trying to repel Kazuya away. He grabbed Aizen's collar and curled his fingers into a chop hand position. The sharp nails on his gauntlet glinted menacingly as they aimed straight for Aizen's chest, right where his heart should have been. Wrapped in crimson flames, his hand was no less lethal than the edge of a Zampakuto S-blade. Clank. His fingers crashed into a solid object, and the flames started flickering as if they were under a fierce gale. The object drew in his flames and absorbed it as if it wasn't one of the most destructive elements in the world. He immediately yanked open Aizen's Shihakusho. Stored in a hidden pocket was the object that devoured Nami's flames as a snack, the Hogyoku. Despite its dim, almost dying, its bottomless darkness captivated him. A longing filled his chest. An urge more visceral than any he felt in his life. Partner, snap out of it. Stop daydreaming. The urgent cries of Nami broke through the haze of temptation, bringing Kazuya back to reality. The distraction, while momentary, was more than enough for Aizen to capitalize. A small black orb crackled in the space between him and Aizen, bursting with energy that twisted the very air. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Kazuya reached out to grab Aizen, but before he could make contact, a torrent of gravity pulled him towards the earth, into the abyss his divine tree had created. The black surface carved out of intricate closed around him, trapping him in the black box of torture. This box was even larger and more terrifying than the one Aizen had used on Yoruchi. Despite the swollen face, Aizen was smiling as the massive spears jutted out of the box. The destruction of the fully chanted Kuro Hitsuji. Hogyoku should survive. He barely brought out the half-power of Kuro Hitsuji, but it was more than enough to extinguish captains. A hollow who had no Ryatsu to her name would have no hope of survival. The most stubborn woman I've ever met. As he lamented the loss of a potential pawn, he sensed disturbances in space not far from Urahara's shop. Useless as always, Aizen muttered under his breath, forcing a weak smile to greet the approaching reinforcements. At the same time, the black box faded. What's left behind wasn't a skewered corpse but a black armor wrapped in crimson flames. Kazuya charged at Aizen to finish the job, but he flash-stepped to the Senkaman, hiding behind his comrades. He didn't give chase and simply hovered in the air as a hunched figure stepped out of the Senkaman. A bald elderly man with deep wrinkles and pronounced cheekbones. The massive cross-shaped scar above his eyes and the well-defined body hidden beneath his loose clothes were one of the few telling signs of his deep background. General Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. Captain Sōsuke, let the medics tend to your injuries, Yamamoto said and sharply looked up at Kazuya. Arrancar, you've caused much destruction to the living world. For what purpose? Kazuya stayed silent, staring at the two shadowy figures coming out of the Senkaman. Following the old men were none other than Captain Retsu Unohana and her vice-captain Aizen Kotetsu. The captain with a motherly demeanor stared at the tree for a long moment before busying herself in healing Aizen's bleeding arms. Stay still, Captain Sōsuke, your injuries are severe. You only survived because of the dense reishi of your body. Aizen nodded before smiling at Kazuya. Captain Commander, please be careful. She has abilities even I couldn't grasp. His warning was superficial. He wouldn't mind if Yamamoto gets eradicated at Cazador's hand. Thank God, you survived. Aizen whispered under her breath. Captain, you should carry Captain Sōsuke to the Soul Society with Minazuki. I'll stay back with Captain Commander. Retsu nodded her head. That's the best course of action. Kazuya, meanwhile, couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. The taste of victory was snatched from him, only because of his connection to the Hogyoku. Savor your triumph for today, Shinigami. It's fine, partner. We got the Hogyoku. Let's go check up on Haribel. Yamamoto's eyes widened at his voice, his red pupils filled with surprise. Kazuya extended a hand toward the tree. The massive tree grew dimmer and dimmer, and disappeared out of existence, and the Ryatsu making it flowed back to him. Immediately, a portion of strength returned to him. That felt nice. Now, old man, it was nice meeting you. He ripped open the Garganta with a flick of his hand and leaped inside. The lineup of Shinigami was extremely powerful. Kazuya couldn't fight them all on his best day, much less in his current condition. A/N, the Hogyoku is saving Aizen even though they aren't fused. Chapter 175, Chapter 193 to 194, Creeping Uncertainties. Earlier. Retsu Unohana was quite satisfied with the conclusion of the emergency meeting. Captain Shunsui Kairaku, who was always underestimated because of his playful nature, Isshin Shiba, the Shiba clan's greatest achievement in the last few centuries, and Aizen, one of the best healers. With 2 captains and her own vice-captain taking charge, she, like every other captain present, felt confident that the matter would be resolved without trouble. But then, another round of reports came from the 12th Squad, detailing a major threat that called for yet another emergency meeting. A powerful Vasto Lorde-Class had emerged in Karakura town and Captain Aizen's Ryatsu was detected on the scene. Yamamoto didn't intend to take any action as he trusted in Captain Shuensue's capabilities. Aizen barged into the meeting to pass Captain Aizen's request, and the fact Shuensue had seemingly disappeared somewhere. Yamamoto had no choice but to leave the Soul Society. So, she, alongside Aizen and Yamamoto, stepped through the Senkamen. Aizen prayed hard for Aizen's safety, as he was one of the nicest people in the Godai 13. Retsu didn't hold on to false hope. In her mind, the best-case scenario was Aizen surviving with serious injuries so she could use her Shurikai ability to heal him, while the worst outcome would be his death. To her surprise, Aizen not only survived the strongest hollow she had met, he brought her Ryatsu to the bare minimum where even Aizen could have taken her down. All the effort, however, went to waste. Why did you let her go, Commander? A Vasto Lord's death would have far-reaching consequences and disrupt the delicate balance every Shinigami sought to maintain. But sometimes sacrifices had to be made. Having an Arrancar that powerful swear revenge on one of their captains was no less than having a sword of Damocles hanging over them. After all, it was quite hard to find a worthy captain. We can't purify her with Zampakuto, Yamamoto refuted her. There are too many souls inside her, like Ikamikadomo. Ikamikadomo. Retsu's brow furrowed in confusion, a name from the past resurfacing in her mind. The Ajuchas you battled in your youth. Yamamoto's grave nod confirmed her thoughts. I'd have to use my Shurikai to burn her away. Unleashing his Shurikai in the living world would kill half the town or perhaps more. Ikamikadomo. Aizen chimed in with a question. Captain, what is that? An ancient hollow, Retsu responded with a serious expression. He was an Ajuchas who invaded the Soul Society a long time ago. Just an Ajuchas? He'd have been slain easily. He defeated me back in the days when Zampakuto were rare, Yamamoto confessed. He became immensely powerful by bloating himself with over 1,000,000 souls. An abomination like him couldn't be purified, only sealed through the Royal Guard Ichibai's technique. He is still sealed to this very day. Aizen couldn't help but blink her eyes. The entire story felt like a legend from a fairy tale. The Royal Guard stepped in to help the Soul Society. Does that usually happen when we face great calamities? We don't know. Yamamoto glanced up at the Urahara shop sign on the building. Urahara. Kasuke. Retsu noticed the subtle spike in Yamamoto's Ryatsu. He still hadn't forgotten the ambitious traitor who had used his fellow captains as experiment subjects. Despite her skepticism about the whole incident, Retsu couldn't dismiss the possibility of Kasuke harboring dual facets to his character like herself. As always, there is more to the story. The one who gave testimony to Kasuke's crimes was Aizen, the same man who was found in the vicinity of today's invasion. It's him, Aizen confirmed Yamamoto's suspicion. He might be behind the Arrancar invasion. Aizen's eagerness to paint Kasuke as the mastermind behind everything only made Retsu more skeptical. She kept her doubts to herself. After all, she couldn't throw accusations at her fellow captain without evidence. Yamamoto's eyes widened, revealing red pupils that rarely emerged. Is he still inside? Aizen rose to his feet and pointed at the shop's door. Yes, he is. We have to seize him before he escapes. Retsu grabbed his wrist and gently struck his chest with her palm. Her serene smile held a hint of danger that even gave Aizen pause. Captain Sōsuke, I have stopped the bleeding. Please follow Aizen to receive proper treatment at the medical facility. But Unohana-san. No buts. You will go with Aizen. Retsu considered the matter settled and turned to Yamamoto. Commander, I'll come with you to apprehend Kasuke Urahara. Yamamoto gave Aizen a long side glance. Captain Sōsuke, get well soon. You have much to answer for. Yes, Commander. Aizen respectfully nodded before he smiled at Aizen. I owe you my life. I was just doing my duty, Captain Sōsuke. As soon as the Senkamen door closed behind them, Yamamoto used his cane to slide open the door and entered the shop. A force field. That explains why we couldn't sense anyone inside. He was a one-of-a-kind inventor, Retsu said. The founder of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. She rarely gave anyone the moniker of genius, but Kasuke deserved the title for his unparalleled talent. Kasuke's successor, Kuratsuchi Mayuri, was chasing in his footsteps to this very day. Kuratsuchi can surpass Kasuke if he returns the hollowified Shinigami to their original selves. She looked at the row of rooms on the first floor. Commander, let's split up to cover more area. Don't confront him alone. I know, Commander. Despite thoroughly searching every room, there was no sign of Kasuke to be found. However, in her search, Retsu stumbled upon a hidden door that opened up to an unexpected sight, a bright underground area. In the vast wilderness, she spotted many young teens dressed in Shino Academy's uniform. Among the 30-or-something students, she could sense a familiar Ryatsu. She leaped into the air for a better view of the area and quickly located the source, a blonde Shinigami lying on a makeshift bed. Ranjiku. She flash-stepped to Ranjiku's side. A quick look and it was clear, the Ranjiku before her now looked drastically different from the one in her memory. Her once shoulder-length blonde hair now reached all the way down to her ankles, a feat that was record-breaking for just a week's time. Retsu reached out to check on Ranjiku's health, only to have her hand grabbed by a young silver-haired boy. Who are you? Taken aback but maintaining composure, Retsu introduced herself. I'm Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th squad. What's your name, young man? Toshiro Hitsugaya. I see. Do you know what happened to Ranjiku? Injured by errand cars. Kazuya Nisan's shuriken healed her at the right time or? He trailed his words with a clench of his jaw, eyes filled with remorse. It's my fault. My shuriken couldn't kill those hollows. Retsu hugged the young boy and stroked the back of his head, showing genuine warmth. You were supposed to be having a simple field trip. We couldn't protect you from the hollows. Our competence caused you to suffer. None of this is your fault. She couldn't let a young student bear the blame for the incompetence of their organization. If they had better preparations for an ambush, the situation wouldn't have reached this stage. Toshiro pushed her back, glaring at her. No need to coax me, Captain Sama. Yoruchi specifically requested my help in keeping the vice-captains alive. I failed at my job. You know Yoruchi. Retsu took a pause, realizing that the students weren't at Urahara's base by any mistake. Why did she bring you here? Toshiro made a clueless face. Yoruchi wanted to shelter us until people from the Soul Society took us back. Why else will Kasuke throw us in this dusty basement? Retsu's pupils briefly flickered. From her observations, she could conclude that Kasuke wasn't the perpetrator behind the Arankar invasion, else he wouldn't protect the students. There was a chance Kasuke intended to use the students as hostages, but he should know the Godai 13's principles by now. Killing a small thousand to save millions. Yamamoto absolutely wouldn't give in to any demands. Captain Sōsuke has to be lying. First of all, Aizen shouldn't have been in the living world, much less fight an Arankar so out of an average captain's league. Yet, he survived the encounter and suffered barely any injuries. The Arankar's last words about Aizen's victory also formed a different picture, one that sought to harm the Arankar for his own ambition. My gut feeling was right about Urahara and Yoruchi. The Yoruchi she knew were strong and compassionate, far from the kind to aid an evil man's ambitions. Then Shinji Hirako and others. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled the previous hollowification incident. Aizen had been with them for nearly 150 years, perfectly putting on the mask of a gentle, kind person while scheming and experimenting on his fellow Shinigami. She herself put on the mask to repress the bloodthirsty, vicious beast. But their motives were on different sides of the spectrum. She genuinely wished to heal others while Aizen put Shinigami through torture for his ambitions. I have to inform the commander. But first. With a gentle touch, Retsu ran her hands over Ranjiku's body, using her spiritual powers to conduct a thorough checkup. The results were surprising. Ranjiku's Ryoryoku had become denser and more powerful, almost rivaling her own. This was quite a change from the last time Retsu had examined her a few years ago. A Shinigami's Ryatsu grew through near-death experiences, but it had its limits. One could not simply become a captain class if their innate limit was that of a vice-captain. However, it seemed that Ranjiku had gone through an extraordinary experience, which also caused her hair to grow exponentially. She glanced at Toshiro. Toshiro, do you know where Yoruchi and Kasuke went? Toshiro shrugged, his small shoulders rising and falling. I do not know, Captain Sama. May I ask a question? What is it? Did you meet Kazuya Nisan, by any chance? Don't worry about Kazuya. He went out to search for Vice Captain Ise. After seeing Aizen's return, Retsu had first and foremost asked for Kazuya's safety. This question prompted Aizen to gush about Kazuya's strength and how he saved both her and Isshin Shiba from Zamari's ability to control people's bodies. Toshiro heaved a sigh of relief. Thanks. Retsu nodded before she bent down and picked up Ranjiku in her arms. Students, come with me. I'll escort everyone to the Soul Society. Wait a moment. He walked towards a red-haired student, who was sleeping with his back against a boulder. He bent down and flicked the red-haired student's forehead. Wake up, Renji. We're leaving. Rubbing his forehead in annoyance, Renji awoke with a start and tears forming in his eyes. What was that for? Stop yelling, idiot. We have to leave. I am not yelling, dumbass. You are. Retsu let out a soft giggle. The scene of Toshiro and Renji yelling reminding her of the bond between Isshin and Ranjaku. The two bickered with each other all the time, but their bond was deeper, like every other captain and vice-captain. Toshiro himself reminded her of Soi Fan, explosive temper with a deep sense of loyalty. I haven't seen her since that day. The day she provoked Soi Fan into picking a fight with Kazuya. Thanks to her mischief, Soi Fan faced defeat after a long time and became more driven to hone her craft. Chapter 176, Chapter 195, The Showdown, Hueco Mundo. The desolate landscape of Hueco Mundo stretched out before Harabel, the colorless sand and eternal darkness evoking a sense of nostalgia within her. She hadn't been here since she shifted to the living world except for a brief return to bring Sung-sun and Apache home. To her surprise, she faced Ulquiorra in the same spot where her path first crossed with Kazuya, making her even more nostalgic. She pulled back her hood, and her golden Ryatsu enveloped her, materializing into her regal spiritual attire. Then she reached behind her, her fingers curling around the hilt of her sword, drawing it slowly from its embellished sheath. Will you die like this, or will you use your resurrection? She held no personal grudge against Ulquiorra, but it seemed he had a reason to harm Kazuya, enough of a reason for them to become enemies. While Harabel didn't believe in resorting to violence as a means to solve problems, sometimes it was the only option. Ulquiorra remained silent as he observed her, perhaps acknowledging that among hollows, her Ryatsu was one of the strongest he had encountered. Still pointless, he finally spoke, raising his finger towards her. You have diverted me from my mission, trash. For that, I will eliminate you. The burgeoning energy at his fingertip signaled the impending onslaught. In response, Harabel drew back her right hand and rested her left hand under the sharpened edge of her blade. A golden surge of Ryatsu amassed in the hollow of her sword. Siro. Aura Azul. The moment Ulquiorra released his Siro, Harabel thrust her sword forward and unleashed her special technique. A golden wave-like projectile erupted from her blade, clashing with Ulquiorra's Siro in a spectacular explosion. The sky erupted in a kaleidoscope of green and gold, painting the desolate landscape with transient vibrancy. For a moment, it seemed like a stalemate, until Harabel's golden Ryatsu suddenly broke through the Siro. Although surprised at Harabel overpowering his weakest Siro, he quickly reacted and cut down with a quick swing of his sword. From the outcome, both could see that their powers were evenly matched. In their current forms, whoever had superior skills or faster regeneration would have the advantage in a fight. Ulquiorra didn't gamble on Harabel's specialization. He wanted this battle over with, so he could focus on the mission Aizen gave him. Pointing the blade at Harabel, he whispered, "You aren't utter garbage like others in Las Noches. Imprison, Murcielago, the great black-winged demon." Harabel was a little surprised at Ulquiorra's eagerness to release his resurrection. "You want to finish it fast. Makes the two of us." A burst of greenish-black Ryatsu erupted from beneath his feet, resembling a colossal lotus. Some of the aura flickered rapidly and rained down around him as if he was shedding his skin, while the rest encased him in a cocoon. When the rain ceased, Ulquiorra revealed his resurrection form. He now had large, black bat wings on his back, wild and untamed hair, and remnants of his hollow mask formed a headpiece over his head, with two massive horns jutting outward to the sides towards the front, giving him a more menacing demon-like appearance. His attire evolved with him, molding into a form-fitting robe that tapered elegantly downwards. But the most striking aspect of his resurrection was the immense power radiating from him. Even Harabel, who stood in front of him, could feel the tremors caused by his overwhelming Ryatsu. Even an Ajuchas would feel despair from being in his presence. Yet, her eyes showed no fear, but a look of pity. "You." Ulquiorra spoke slowly, raising his chin. "Why are you making that face? Do you find my resurrection lacking?" Something about her expression irked him in the wrong way. "No," Harabel said, shaking her head. "It's the emptiness in your eyes. You have never experienced true happiness in your life, have you?" From her perspective, Ulquiorra's expression screamed, "I hate everything equally." With everything she had in life, she couldn't imagine living like him. A hollow preaching about true happiness. "Do you not know how pathetic it makes you seem?" Ulquiorra replied with his usual monotonous expression. "I can only assume living with humans gives you the idea that you're one of them, that you can comprehend those things harbored in their heart known as feelings. I do have those feelings," she spoke firmly, with conviction, and placed a hand on her chest. "As far as heart goes, I have one right here. It carries all my emotions, my love, my passion, my feelings to protect those I hold dear from harm, they who are my pride. Friends and family." Ulquiorra couldn't help but scoff at the very concept. "My eyes can penetrate everything. The thing you refer to as heart does not exist in hollow, nor does it exist in humans. If this I cannot see something, then that something does not exist." Harabel shook her head. "Your ignorance, your denial of anything beyond your understanding, it's pitiable. If they had met under different circumstances, she could have helped him overcome his nihilistic mindset, but they stood on opposite sides. He was an enemy she had to defeat. Harabel let go of her Zampakuto and held it with a reverse grip, pointing its blade towards the ground. Hunt, Tiburon, Supernal Shark Empress. A tide of Ryatsu washed over the area as a surge of water gushed out from the space behind her and enveloped her in a cocoon shaped like a heart. The very form of her transformation mocked Okuyura's beliefs about the existence of a heart. Foolish. He whispered. Your resurrection is garbage like you. Harabel cut out of the water cocoon, revealing her thinly clad resurrection form. My heart and your nihilistic beliefs, let's see which one cuts sharper. Okuyura conjured a green javelin of pure energy in his clenched right fist. Don't falter then. I'll show you that you're wrong. The confrontation, initially sparked by random circumstance, had now evolved into an intensely personal duel. Chapter 177, Chapter 196, The Showdown, 2. As Okuyura's bat-like wings flicked, Harabel's instincts surged into action. She instantaneously activated her pesquisa, the unique Arankar technique for sensing and tracking Ryatsu. Yet, even with this heightened perception, tracking Okuyura's sonido proved challenging. He is fast. And then, she felt it, the almost imperceptible vibrations in the air, a telltale sign of Okuyura's presence. She predicted his next strike and was ready when he materialized before her, his javelin lunging towards her chest, her heart. Reacting quickly, she brought up her sword arm to block, the force of the impact making her entire body tremble. But Harabel was not one to back down easily. Ignoring the sharp pain that laced her arm, she launched a counterattack. Zero. Her sword arm charged golden Ryoryoku, which she launched with a slash at Okuyura. He flicked his wings and instantly appeared almost 100 meters away from her, saving him from the intense Zero. Their first clash resulted in a draw, but Harabel couldn't shake off the feeling that she was at a disadvantage. Despite her exceptional sonido abilities, Okuyura's wings granted him an upper hand in mobility. Her ability to block his attack was less about her pesquisa and more a testament to her finely honed battle instincts, forged in countless brutal encounters with other hollows. He was a foe she couldn't underestimate, for he possessed strength above every vizard, who themselves were ridiculously strong fighters. You'd have lost your heart if he reacted a moment later. But his attention swiftly shifted, his gaze drawn to the ground. Harabel followed his line of sight, her eyes landing on a silver-haired man standing outside the very cave where she introduced Kazuya to Mila Rose and Sung Sun. The man's loose sleeves fluttered in the wind. His smile was every bit as sinister as his Ryatsu. He was one of the strongest Shinigami in the world. Her lover being a Shinigami didn't make her friends with them. As a hollow, she was still a prime target of them. What's more, Okuyura seemed to be acquainted with the Shinigami, who might be one of the evil Kazuya set out to defeat in the Soul Society. It seemed like she couldn't get away after dealing with Okuyura, she'd have to fight the Shinigami afterwards, possibly more depending on the situation. Recalling his smile of appreciation, she didn't regret swapping places with him. It was but a small sacrifice for his happiness. Jin, get out of here, Okuyura said coldly. I don't need you stalking me. Jin awkwardly rubbed the back of his hand, as if caught off guard. Oops, the Ryatsu concealing tech didn't work on either of you. How about you two think of me as an audience member enjoying a nail-biting fight? This way you can fight each other without interruption. Harabel narrowed her eyes, a chilling Ryatsu emanating from her. A captain came to Hueco Mundo to watch hollows fight. Do you even think before speaking? Ignore the Shinigami, Okuyura said. He will not interfere in our battle. How are you so confident? Because we're colleagues working under the same master, Jin replied with a whistle. That's the last you'll hear from me. He retreated into the shadows beneath a hill, eventually becoming so indistinct that Harabel could no longer pinpoint his location. He deliberately showed himself to scare me. He wants me to be nervous and lose my battle. Jin's tricks worked as he intended. Now, she couldn't afford to be reckless in the middle of two extremely powerful enemies. With her cold eyes trained on Okuyura, she raised her sword arm, causing it to glow up with Ryoryoku. Before she could launch her attack, Okuyura appeared behind her in a blur, holding his javelin against her neck. Just as the javelin cut into her arrow, she spun swiftly, aiming her sword arm at him. Trident. A shockwave erupted from her arm and hurled Okuyura back with tremendous force. The destructive strike carved a massive slash wound across his chest. The technique followed three simple steps: charge Ryoryoku, aim, and release a shockwave. The attack staggered the target first, then delivered a high-force slash. Any normal Vasto Lord would have been divided in half by the impact, but Okuyura's high durability due to his arrow saved him from being cleaved in two pieces. Okuyura looked down and traced his finger on the wound. His wound closed within moments, whereas the wound on Harabel's neck showed no sign of healing. I gave up power for regeneration, but you went the opposite way. It explains how a natural reached this level of power. Harabel pressed a hand against the wound. Once she let go, the wound stopped bleeding and closed itself. Her regeneration was even slower than an average Ajucha's. That which I desire can't be obtained without power. I need every bit of strength to fulfill my promise. Her dream was far above her reach even with her current power. It was a sacrifice she willingly made to shorten the power gap between her and Kazuya, which only increased after Nami's arrival. Ulquiorra pointed a finger at her. Promises are meaningless like your existence, which I'm going to end with this last attack. Only time will tell. The 3 gill markings on Haribel's sword arm started glowing. The moisture in the environment coalesced as droplets of water and drifted to her sword arm. As moments passed, the speed of her water generation continuously ramped up. She poured everything in her final attack. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra concentrated his Ryatsu into a small, black orb at his fingertip. It was a tiny sphere, yet held the power to obliterate a massive city with ease. Ciro Oscuras. Chapter 178, Chapter 197-198, The Proposal. Kazuya arrived in Hueco Mundo in his female body without his armor. This place was under Aizen's rule. Until he dealt with Aizen, he'd have to keep up this appearance to deceive him. He still kept up his partial resurrection, a form requiring minimal energy to function. And there she is. With Tear's unique spiritual energy signature etched into his memory, locating her was effortless. Swiftly, he glided through the air, muffling his own Ryatsu to maintain the element of surprise. Nearly a mile away, his keen eyes caught the sight of Tear, locked in a fierce standoff with Ulquiorra. Both of their Ryatsu flared intensely. He had come just in time. The battle escalated to what promised to be an ultimate technique battle between them. Tear's deep yet warm voice echoed, Cascada. Whoa. A torrent of high-pressured water, condensed to the brim, gushed from Tear's sword arm. Ulquiorra countered with his Ciro Oscuras, a colossal beam of black energy that initially vaporized Tear's water attack. Yet, as Tear funneled more Ryuryoku into her assault, the balance shifted, her high-pressure torrent gradually overpowering Ulquiorra's Ciro. Normally, Ciro only lasted for a brief moment, as even a small exposure to it could annihilate opponents. Ulquiorra extended his Ciro's duration by consuming more Ryuryoku. The battle scene, illuminated by the stark contrast of Ulquiorra's black Ciro against Tear's luminescent, high-pressure water, captivated Kazuya. He could afford a moment of admiration since Tear's technique steadily sliced through Ulquiorra's Ciro. Sheesh, our mom slays. We were worried about her for nothing. Or were we? Kazuya shook his head. In a barren place like Hueco Mundo, where moisture was extremely limited, Tear's technique was a double-edged sword, depleting her Ryuryoku at an alarming rate to both generate water and maintain its immense pressure. Even if she overpowered Ulquiorra in his resurrection state, she wouldn't have been able to fight the other Shinigami in the area, let alone the Arrancar reinforcements heading their way. Is it Jin or Tozen? Why does it matter? It does. If it's Jin, I can get him to do my dirty work. Oh, that's so brilliant of my beloved. The battle's intensity escalated as Ulquiorra unleashed the full magnitude of his Ryatsu, enveloping the area in a suffocating, ominous aura. He brought his other hand into the mix and channeled more Ryuryoku into his Ciro. Get lost, miserable trash. It was Tear's turn to lose ground. Partner, do something. Save our mommy. Kazuya stopped holding back his Ryuryoku, which caught both Ulquiorra and Tear's attention. Hey, Tear. Hearing the enchanting voice, Ulquiorra straight up fell into a daze. The momentary lapse cut off the Ryuryoku supply to his Ciro, leaving him vulnerable. The forceful rush of Cascada stream launched him backward, his body colliding forcefully with a nearby hill. The force of the pressurized water was unforgiving, mercilessly shredding his Hiero, tearing into his flesh, and audibly fracturing his bones. His regeneration ability kicked in, intensifying the already gruesome spectacle. Desperately, Ulquiorra attempted to block the water jet with his hands, only to find them bending unnaturally under immense pressure. Tear seized her Cascada, her face glistening with sweat from the exertion. When she turned to face Kazuya, her expression transformed from exhaustion to shock. You. Shoo. No need to act so surprised, Kazuya interrupted, appearing behind her and gently placing his hands on her back. Relax your nerves. I'll transfer some energy to you. His voice, altered due to his temporary gender change, lacked its usual enchanting effect on females. Tear, however, thought very little of it. She was simply relieved to see him. Did you finish your business? Thanks to you, he replied. You want to go back home? Tear's gaze shifted back to Ulquiorra, who had completely healed during their brief exchange. Ulquiorra possessed so much power, yet his regeneration remained remarkable, another trait he shared with Kazuya. She couldn't help but feel curious about the mysterious link between Kazuya and Ulquiorra. Don't move. You have already lost. I'm not talking to you. Ulquiorra dismissed Tear and glared at Kazuya. You, why does your... Rather than indulging Ulquiorra's curiosity, Kazuya forcefully grabbed Ulquiorra's pale face and hurled him towards the ground. Ulquiorra swiftly halted his descent, using his dark, feathery wings to regain control. In an instant, he conjured 2 gleaming, emerald javelins in his hands and swiftly launched them towards Kazuya. The green javelins sliced through the air with a piercing sound, reaching Kazuya's chest in a split second. However, Kazuya's reflexes were equally impressive as he effortlessly caught the javelins in his hands. Futile. Kazuya clenched his fists to crush them to dust. You aren't using your energy to regenerate your internal organs. You think you can beat me as you are? How laughable. Ulquiorra appeared normal on the surface, but Tears Cascada had ravaged most of his internal organs. He was a hollow husk until he focused more Riryoku into regeneration. However, he had reserved his spiritual energy for offense, believing he could defeat Kazuya without fully healing himself. Ulquiorra showed no change in his expression and calmly produced another pair of javelins. Who are you, and why is your Ryatsu similar to me? The original hollow could feel a sense of connection with Kazuya, whom he had never met in his life. Pairing it with their similar Ryatsu, he became curious to know the truth. As Kazuya disappeared from his line of vision, his pupils contracted. In the next instance, he felt Kazuya's presence right beside him. She slipped past my pesquisa. Ulquiorra swiftly used the javelins as melee weapons and attempted to slash Kazuya, but they crumbled against his hierro. Kazuya gripped the back of Ulquiorra's head and forcefully drove him down onto the ground. His colossal strength sculpted a hollow into the ground. Ulquiorra attempted to shift his position, but he pushed his heel firmly onto Ulquiorra's chest, just beneath his hollow hole. This is for calling Tira miserable trash. He was restricted in his Shinigami form, but handling Ulquiorra was effortless for his hollow form. All of his taunts were just to provoke Ulquiorra into triggering the second release state of his Resurrección, Segunda Etapa. Ulquiorra gripped Kazuya's ankle with both hands, his claws digging deep into his skin and drawing out blood. Kazuya remained calm, as if not registering his attempts. I'll acknowledge she isn't trash. Her having a heart makes her unique among hollows. Of course she is special. She is my lover, after all. Ulquiorra's eyes grew wide as he stared at him, then he shook his head. You're also delusional like her, here I thought you'd provide me with some answers. You turned out to be the same kind as her. Huh. This is meaningless. You have already defeated me. Just kill me and get it over with it. Kazuya stepped back, allowing Ulquiorra room to rise. I can answer the things that complicate you in life, but you have to become loyal to me and me only. Ulquiorra was a perfect killing machine, who followed orders without a question. His proposal was less about getting Ulquiorra to work for him and more about crippling Aizen's kingdom. Moreover, he could also learn the process of gaining the Segunda Etapa form from Ulquiorra, an evolution that was still beyond his comprehension. After all, everything about the Segunda Etapa was covered in mystery, apart from its obvious benefits of boosting one's strength. Ulquiorra considered the offer, his head tilting slightly. I serve Lord Aizen because he is the pinnacle of strength in Hueco Mundo. You don't cut the bill. In a world ruled by the survival of the fittest, allegiance to Aizen was not just a choice, but a necessity for survival. Aizen's commands also added an element of unpredictability that Ulquiorra found intriguing. Lord Aizen. Are you talking about that brown-haired Shinigami? How do you know that? Did he also turn you into Arankar? Kazuya laughed heartily. It's such a small world, isn't it? I'm just coming from the living world after giving that guy a thorough ass-whooping. He had to hide behind his seniors to save his sorry ass. Ulquiorra, skeptical, gestured towards his eye. Rip out your eye and show it to me. I need to verify the truth of your words. I'm not going that far, but I have proof. He whipped out the Hogyoku he had snatched from Aizen and let it hover above his palm. You know what this is? Ulquiorra seemed calm but his eyes betrayed his shock. It's the Hogyoku. Aizen used this to enhance me. How did you get your hands on one? Can't you fucking hear me? I got it from him. Before Ulquiorra could respond, Kazuya unleashed his Ryatsu in full force, a display of power that significantly overshadowed Ulquiorra's, despite both being Vasto Lords. I'll eliminate you if you continue to doubt my words. Ulquiorra slowly nodded his head. You do have the power to contend with Lord Aizen. The unexpected appearance of the Hogyoku not only secured Ulquiorra's trust but also drew out the Shinigami who had been lurking in the shadows. Jin Ichimaru approached, his characteristic unsettling smile on display. To defeat Captain Aizen and take his prized Hogyoku, you are amazing beyond words. I know, right? Kazuya responded with a self-assured smirk. I also destroyed the Zampakuto he was waving around. If not for that fossil-looking Shinigami, I'd have killed Aizen right then and there. Jin's blue eyes opened briefly, a testament to his shock. You destroyed Kyoka Suigetsu in its Shurkai form. Given Aizen's Ryatsu, it'll need days to regenerate. Thoughts of vengeance swirled in the white-haired snake's mind, envisioning a perfect moment to strike now that Kyoka Soijetsu was temporarily out of the equation. Kazuya flung a harmless Ryuryoku bullet at Jin's face. By the way, you're friends with Aizen. Do you want to take this Hogyoku from me? His bloodthirsty smile was all the proof one needed to read his mind. He was looking for a bloody fight, looking for an excuse to beat people to death. Jin nervously shook his head. No, of course not. I have more pressing concerns. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Jin took flight in a hurry, quickly becoming a white dot in the distance before completely vanishing from their sight. Kazuya could only hope that Jin took this opportunity to kill Aizen or die trying. Sending Ranjiku's childhood friend to death so you can give her a shoulder to cry on. You're so evil, partner. My type of evil. Kazuya smiled and slapped Ulquiorra, who was pondering something deeply. Have you decided to trade your loyalty for the truth? Ulquiorra remained unswayed. Your victory over Lord Aizen doesn't change the status quo. As long as Aizen controls Hueco Mundo, I will follow his command. He flicked his wings and flew away, showing no intention of either fighting them or joining them. Tyr placed a hand on his shoulder. Is letting him go a good idea? She didn't say it outright, but her words implied killing Ulquiorra was the better option out of everything. For a peace-loving woman, it was quite a drastic shift in her perspective. He'll be more useful for us alive. He placed his hand on hers and brought it to his face. Feeling her warmth, he smiled. You must have questions about Aizen and everything that happened today. She gently nodded. Naturally. Are you finally ready to reveal everything? His secrets were his alone until he chose to share them with her. She didn't want to push him into revealing anything and needlessly straining their relationship. He couldn't help but feel warm at her understanding. Let's talk with everyone after I make sure others are all right. Speaking of secrets, you didn't tell me how you changed gender so fluidly. He dismissed Nami with a brief, later excuse. Tyr, you can cancel your resurrection. I'll take care of everything. Do you not find me tempting in this outfit? He blinked his eyes. The soft smirk and mischievous look dancing in her eyes revealed her intention to tease him. It was surprising since she had never teased him to this day. So her teasing just came out of nowhere. Unbeknownst to him, his height was the true reason behind Tyr's behavior. In his female form, the system reduced his height to 5 feet 7 inches, making him a few inches shorter than Tyr. This striking contrast with his usual 6 feet 4 inches form stirred Tyr's playful instincts, the same instincts that led her to tease Apache and Mila Rose once in a blue moon. Your new body is getting everyone frisky, including me. I want to push you down and cuddle with you all day. Having a hunk as my lover is fine and all, but turning my partner into a hot babe, it sounds so forbidden. I love it. Go away. Nami began sulking in his mind, which he completely ignored. Tempting, yes. Also distracting, he replied to Tyr's earlier question. You can keep it activated and help me fight, huh? Where did they go? She also showed a confused look. It's odd those hollows I sensed earlier didn't show up. Did that Shinigami send them back? While he fought Ulquiorra, Jin secretly met up with the Arankars and sent them away to keep his meeting with him a secret. Chapter 179, Chapter 199, on the cusp. Izumi had to break her promise with Lisa and leave the apartment. The place felt suffocating by herself. Her loneliness only intensified from knowing that Kazuya left without meeting her. There was a different outcome of his battle, which she dreaded to think about. Where have you vanished to, Ototo-kun? Her heart ached with the question. The urge to throw herself on the bed, to let tears soak into the pillow, was almost overwhelming. Yet, the memory of his gentle, reassuring words held her back from the brink of despair. Crying was useless if he wasn't there to comfort her sadness. Driven by a desperate hope, Izumi wandered the streets, her soul yearning for a miraculous reunion with Kazuya. The city, a maze of shadows and light, seemed to mock her fruitless quest. Ototo. When she was almost tired of running around, another fight broke out between two extremely powerful entities, a Hollow and a Shinigami. In the past, she'd have died fighting the Hollow. Her sole priority was finding Kazuya's whereabouts, nothing more, nothing less. However, fate led her not to Kazuya, but to a Shinigami. Draped in a pink, flower-adorned kimono that contrasted starkly with his rugged demeanor, he stood on a bridge lost in contemplation. His gaze, heavy with melancholy, scanned the town below. Feeling her stare, he turned, a look of surprise crossing his features. You can see me. I'm Izumi, a house, a former Quincy, Izumi corrected herself with a bitter sigh. Did you see a Quincy fight a Hollow around the town? He is quite tall, a sturdy build. He has beautiful blue eyes and lustrous white hair which is cut short. His spiritual energy is also very high. The vivid description invoked a student's image in Shuinsue's mind, but he shook it off. The man who fought Arankars was a Shinigami, not a Quincy. I didn't spend much time at the scene. However, I don't remember seeing any Quincy there. Even if there had been Quincy's involvement, Shunsui doubted any could have survived against the overwhelmingly strong Eren cars. Izumi's face paled, stricken with dread. How is that possible? I sensed my Ototo's Ryatsu myself. Ah, you're looking for your family. Yes, he is my only family in this world. Please, help me find him. Izumi's expression progressively became desperate. I don't know what I'll do without him. Shunsui let out a sigh. I'm going to regroup with my squad. They might know something about your Ototo. After separating from Captain Ishin, he had checked the surrounding cities but he couldn't feel Nanao's Ryatsu anywhere. His only hope was the Kido experts who could cast specialized Kido to track Nanao's Ryatsu to her location. Thanks. Shinigami-san. You're so nice. He dismissed her words of gratitude with a shake of his head. No need. From what I heard from my colleagues, Quincy has been a huge help in protecting citizens in Karakura town. Their conversation was interrupted by the rhythmic tap of boots against the pavement. Both turned towards the sound. A lanky blond man approached, hands casually tucked in his pockets. Shunsui-san, he spoke with a grin. Still can't get rid of your womanizing ways. Shinji. Shuansue's eyes widened in surprise. You are alive. Yes, very much alive. You don't look so well, though. Why are you running around the town? Shinji's playful grin faded into a sharp gaze. If it's about Lisa, I'll kindly ask you to stop your meaningless efforts. Shinji had felt Lisa's Ryatsu earlier when she did her hollowification for a short while. He assumed Shunsui recognized Lisa through her Ryatsu and ran around the town in search of her. Although Shinji was no longer a Shinigami, he hated to see Shunsui with such desperation. Lisa-chan. Shuansui's face briefly contorted in pain, then he chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Someday I'd like to apologize to Lisa-chan, but today isn't that day. Lisa. Izumi interjected, recognizing the name. You don't mean Yatamaru, do you? Shunsui and Shinji simultaneously turned to Izumi, staring at her with wide eyes. I know you, Shinji said. You're Lisa's Quincy friend. Izumi, right. Although it took time, Shinji finally recognized Izumi. He had seen her a few times when she worked as a Quincy. The present version of her lacked the solemn aura, making it hard to associate her with the Quincy of Karakura town. Former Quincy, Izumi corrected Shinji. I'm no longer active in that field. Actually, Lisa and I share an apartment these days. My bad, my bad. Lisa mentioned it to everyone before. Shunsui was quite baffled by the fact Lisa started living with a former Quincy. He knew Lisa will come to despise Shinigami after the hollowification incident, but he never imagined she'd go this far. Shunsui cleared his throat. Do you and Lisa-chan sleep together and embrace each other that way? What? No. Izumi immediately refused the idea. The man I asked you about, he is my Ototo-kun, and my husband. That lucky bastard, Shinji cursed Kazuya under his breath for his luck. Shunsui-san, if you weren't looking for Lisa, what were you doing earlier? Showing off your Shunpa skills to hollows. It's about Nanao-chan. Shunsui told his side of the story in a heavy tone. Shinji frowned. Did you ask the students on site? I didn't. He shook his head with a bitter smile. The blood rushed to my head when I thought about Nanao-chan being hurt. I abandoned my mission and ran around like a headless chicken in search of her Ryatsu. Shinji gave him a wide-eyed look. I didn't imagine Shunsui-san to be the type to get hot-headed. I know I shouldn't have lost my calm. Well, they won without me, he said, looking toward the location of Yamamoto and Unohana's Ryatsu. Dai-senpai also came. Shinji, can I ask you a favor? As long as it's not related to Lisa. In return, I want you to stay quiet about us. Shunsui solemnly nodded his head. I promise. I want to meet Hachigen Ashoda, the former vice-captain of Kido Corps. You want Hachigen to track ISE down? Yeah. Sure. Come with me. Shunsui was rather relaxed about rules in the Godai 13. Not to mention he had shown Shinji the ropes when he first became a captain. So he didn't show any hesitation in bringing Shunsui to his base. Can I also join? Izumi asked with a curt smile. If it's not too much to ask for. Izumi wanted to make sure Shunsui did his due diligence in interrogating his colleagues. Furthermore, this was also an opportunity to know more about her mysterious maid Lisa and her connection to Shinigami. Shinji rubbed the back of his head and groaned. That guy will kill me for this, but sure. Come along, Izumi-san. Chapter 180, Chapter 200, The Guests. A/N, bonus chapters are back for a week. Top 30 for 1 chappy, 20 for 2, and 10 for 3. Apache opened the door to an unexpected assembly, 2 former Shinigami and 2 errand cars, accompanied by a coffin cloaked in a luminescent, emerald haze. The coffin pulsed with a strange, unfathomable aura, invoking goosebumps. Ignoring the coffin entirely, her gaze drifted from Kasuke to his friendly Tessai to the errand cars. First one was a girl of petite stature, with simply styled short hair and a confident, almost brash smile that revealed her personality. She was a girl with a tomboyish nature, Apache concluded at one glance. The green-haired errand car's hollow mask's remnants formed a helmet, with 2 horns on the top of her head. The left horn looked as if it had been cut off, and the left half of the mask extended down to cover her left eye, leaving her with one twinkling pink eye. Apache's glance went to the girl's hollow hole, which was right in the center of her stomach. "Hi, fellow tomboy." Tomboy. Lilinette's single eye widened as she turned to Stark. "What does that mean, Stark?" Stark shrugged. "No clue, Lilinette." Stark was a tall, lean man with deep blue-gray eyes, his dark brown hair cascading in unruly waves to the nape of his neck. The remnants of his hollow mask, resembling a fanged jawline, rested along his neck. His hollow hole was on his sternum, right above the edge of his mask. "Coyote Stark and Lilinette Gingerbuck," Apache whispered. "Kazuya told me about you both. You guys were staying in Kasuke's basement." They were the most unusual pairing that nobody would believe came from one being. Then again, it was hard to believe the unhinged psycho Izanami could come from her calm and often playful lover. Tessai pushed his glasses. "We had to leave the shop, Apache Dano." "I see. What's in that coffin?" Tessai briefly gave her a rundown on the coffin wrapped in Jikantishi, a Kido spell to temporarily suspend time. The spell stopped Yoruchi's condition from worsening until Kasuke used the Hogyoku to help her. Any Kido that manipulated space and time were forbidden in the Soul Society, but so was using the Hogyoku. They were no longer Shinigami to care about them. Kasuke looked just as if not more serious than Tessai. "Apache-san, can we stay at your place for some time? Our place got raided by our longtime enemy." The Vizard's base was also on his list for backup bases, but Kazuya's spacious mansion remained his first choice. Shinji and the rest wouldn't bug him about the Hogyoku here. He kept those thoughts to himself. It was neither the time nor was he in the mood to say that many words. Apache tilted her head. "Longtime enemy? Did you mean that Shinigami Kazuya is currently fighting?" "Yeah." Lilinette suddenly punched Stark's belly, a brutal punch that made him double over for a moment. "Stark. We should be there, helping him fight that dumbass Shinigami." Lilinette wanted to repay Kazuya for bringing them out of their lonely life in Hueco Mundo. More importantly, she didn't want to see him fall to some Shinigami schemes. Stark took a step away from his violent other half and rubbed his belly. He looked over his shoulder and revealed a solemn expression. "It's complicated, Lilinette, he doesn't need our help. You can feel his reiatsu yourself. Excuses for your laziness." Lilinette fumed. "Don't cry and regret if something happens to him." Stark cleared his throat. "I'm quite sure he isn't in any danger out there." Apache leaned forward and poked Lilinette's cheek. "Stark is right. Kazuya doesn't rush into battles unless anyone close to him is harmed. Then he becomes a force of destruction." She had only seen this side of Kazuya a few times in Hueco Mundo, but he could be quite the menace when someone stepped on his reverse scale. Grimmjow said that too. Lilinette nodded in agreement. "It's good Kasuke sent that battle-crazy Panthers group to Hueco Mundo, or else he'd start a fight with you or someone else. It's better he isn't here. Suruchi won't spare anyone who messes with her kittens." Nobody messed with Suruchi's kittens, not even Apache. Lilinette placed her hands on her hip, frowning. "Apache, right? Don't you have manners? Let us in already." Apache blinked her eyes at Lilinette's ability to switch from serious to mischievous in the blink of an eye. "You're adorable, but don't talk to me like you owe me anything." "Got it." "Oh, come on." Lilinette drew closer and wrapped Apache in an impromptu hug. "Kazuya is friends with both of us. That makes you, his wife, as our friends too. Did you get my awesome reasoning?" Apache couldn't help but chuckle, disarmed by Lilinette's charming audacity. "You sure know how to please people. All right, come in, all of you." Stepping aside, she gestured them in. Tessai bowed before sternly walking into the lobby. Kasuke smiled. Dan dragged the coffin with the help of heavy chains. Staring at the coffin, Apache whispered, "Stark, you know what's inside the container?" Stark shook his head. "He already had the coffin when he asked us to leave the shop. We'll see soon." Lilinette winked at Apache mischievously. "I only sense one errand car here. Where are the rest?" She remembered Kasuke briefly telling them about the 5 powerful errand car ladies living in Kazuya's mansion. "Probably working," Apache said with a sigh. "I have no idea, honestly." I see. Lilinette nodded curiously. Just as she was about to follow Kasuke, the doorbell rang again. I sense another errand car on the other side. Apache's expression turned to a frown as she sensed an unfamiliar Ryatsu. Who might this be? I'm Minoli, a timid voice responded from the other side. Is this where Kazuya lives? Apache hurriedly opened the door, finding a blonde errand car on the other side. In terms of power levels, she was on par with Surachi. Nothing spectacular. Her appearance, however, was quite the refreshing change from everyone around her. That husband of mine sure has a diverse taste. Lily Nettie peeked from behind Apache, grinning. Peekaboo. Minoli stared at the two in confusion. Errand cars? Are you also Lord Aizen's subordinates? She mistook Kazuya for another one of Aizen's allies and the errand cars in his mansion as Aizen's errand cars. It was quite reasonable for Aizen to have hidden allies among Shinigami and even in the living world. Lord Aizen. Apache's face contorted in disgust. This is Kazuya's home. He is the lord here. How do you even know him? He saved my life today, Minoli said, her raspy voice carrying a hint of gratitude. He instructed me to wait at his mansion. Tell me more. Apache made Minoli confess the whole event of her invading the town, getting betrayed by Loli, and her fortuitous encounter with Kazuya. Apache wouldn't have believed the story if the same thing didn't happen with Surachi before. Just how many women does he want? This Aizen, why is a Shinigami like him ruling over Hueco Mundo? Apache let out a sigh. Fine, come inside. But any funny business, and I'll kick you out. She didn't buy into Minoli's meek behavior as it was a very unfitting act for one of the strongest errand cars under Aizen, the mysterious ruler of Hueco Mundo. I won't do anything, Minoli said in a hurry. Thanks for having me here. Chapter 181, Chapter 201, Imperfection. The mansion's lobbies, adorned with ornate carpets and dimly lit chandeliers, echoed with the sound of a heavy coffin being dragged. Kasuke maneuvered through the corridors as if he intimately knew every twist and turn. Just as he took a turn, a familiar face entered his sight. Surachi greeted him with a scowl. Would it kill you to add wheels to that thing? The unbearable noise is disturbing their rest. Surachi contained her anger because of Kasuke's earnest attempts to fix her Zampakuto in the past. Even if he didn't succeed, he tried his best. Kasuke raised the tip of his hat, staring at Surachi with wide eyes. We're taking this coffin to the basement. I have a question, Surachi-san. Did you cut off your hollow traits? He quickly dismissed the idea upon sensing her spiritual pressure. Had she discarded her hollow traits, her power would have considerably diminished rather than growing more intense. Or you restored your Zampakuto and sealed your hollow traits in there. I did just that, Surachi said, arching her left brow skeptically. Leader helped me restore my Zampakuto. His flames are miraculous. A shiver ran down Kasuke's spine at the fervor in her eyes, reminiscent of a zealot's. In their last meeting, she was depressed as hell. Now she had the passion of a cultist. Her transformation was startling, to say the least. Well, ain't Kazuya the savior of everyone here? Lily Nettie quipped as she arrived with Stark, Apache, and Minoli. Yet nobody fucking wants to help him. Y'all are the worst friends. Lily Nettie continued throwing sarcastic remarks, still bitter that nobody went to help Kazuya. Apache clenched her fists, her Ryatsu flaring in response. I'd do anything to go up there and stab Kazuya's enemies with my chakrams, but my help might sabotage his schemes. Like Stark said before, it's complicated. Lily Nettie shrugged. I'm done preaching. If anything happens to that guy, I'm gonna kill everyone here, then the guy who kills him. I'll avenge him. Stark ran his fingers through his hair. Lily Nettie, focus that energy somewhere else. He'll be fine, I promise. Kasuke, who was deep in thought until now, opened his mouth. Tessai, let's start the process. We'll discuss the limitations of Kazuya's Zampakuto later. If his Zampakuto could restore a part of someone's soul, then it should also be capable of restoring Yoruchi without requiring the help of Hogyoku to merge her soul boundaries. Tessai nodded, and under Kasuke's guidance, they arrived at an unsuspecting staircase leading down to the basement. Tessai entered the basement and performed a mix of high-level and forbidden Kido spells in succession. After the colorful display of Kido spells faded, the small basement transformed into a massive underground zone rivaling that of the Urahara shop. Wow. Lily Nettie murmured, applauding in awe. Now that Kasuke's shop is dead, can we live here from now on? Apache shrugged. Ask Kazuya. He decides what goes on around here. I'm just his maid. Aw, pretty please, Lily Nettie pleaded with sparkling eyes. Kazuya won't say no if you ask on our behalf. He won't say no to you either. Fuck. Lily Nettie cursed under her breath. Stark, it's up to you now. The former shopkeeper turned to the party of Stark, Lily Nettie, Apache, and Minoli. I'll be busy for some time. Can everyone keep an eye out for Kazuya's Ryatsu? Don't hesitate to help him. His life is more important than anything. After Kazuya had saved him and helped Yoruchi, Kasuke couldn't bear the thought of losing him, even if it meant exposing Kazuya's identity and risking their mission. Apache nodded, a look of determination in her eyes. If it comes to that, I'll not hesitate. Kasuke turned towards the stairs, a small smile playing on his lips. Yep, this is a cult. He clenched the metal chain and dragged the coffin through the door. Closing the door, he asked Tessai to cast a force field around the whole underground area. Disturbing the residents posed a risk to his life. Kasuke brought the Hogyoku from his sleeve, broke its seal, and poured his Ryatsu into it. The Hogyoku remained unresponsive. Kasuke's Ryatsu fell short of activating the Hogyoku. I'm not qualified for the job. Tessai scratched his chin thoughtfully. Do we wait for Kazuya now? I expected this to happen someday, he said calmly and tugged at the coffin's chains before completely yanking it. Yoruchi, in her hollowified state, was tied to the coffin with reishi bindings, her form completely frozen under the influence of forbidden Kido. Though Yoruchi was just a little over 5 feet tall, she didn't fill the entire coffin. There was a compartment under her, housing a box that looked like an old television without a screen. Tessai, behold, Seishin Zokyo, the solution to our current problem. Tessai's glasses gleamed. A Ryatsu enhancer. You managed to finish that project. Do you know how big of a break? Don't get too excited, big man. Just see how useless it'll be in a fight. Kasuke picked up the box and started tinkering with it. At the back of the box, 2 tubes, one red and one green, were attached. Kasuke connected the green tube to the Hogyoku. Then he cut his wrist and inserted the red tube into the wound. Closing his eyes, he fed his Ryatsu into the tube. The box named Seishin Zokyo inflated like a balloon as it stored the Ryatsu, enhanced it through compression, then pumped the enhanced Ryatsu into the green tube. The Hogyoku started emitting a cold, eerie glow. We succeeded, Kasuke said with a sigh of relief and yanked the red tube. He took the Hogyoku and stood before the slumbering Yoruchi. An imperfect solution, but it's all I can do at the moment. The Hogyoku started glowing as if responding to his desires. Yoruchi's hollow mask fell off into small white flakes, followed by her arm that was protected under a layer of hierro. She cast off all the hollow traits and returned to the Yoruchi they used to know. Only on the surface. Tessai, you can remove your Kido. Tessai performed complex hand gestures, and the green glowing energy around Yoruchi dissipated. Kasuke poked Yoruchi's face with the tip of his staff but she showed no signs of waking up. The hollowification and battle with Aizen drained her Riryoku, let's leave her to rest. Kasuke plopped down on the ground, cross-legged, and crossed his arms. Tessai sat in the same manner as Kasuke. The childhood friends settled after one of the most hectic days of their lives. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Time flew by in silence. Only after 15 minutes did Kasuke break the silence. Tessai, Aizen was even more dangerous than our predictions. We frankly underestimated his willingness to obtain my Hogyoku. Tessai nodded. Using a simple field trip of students to force the Goti I-13's hands, he is a despicable animal. Tessai, you didn't witness what I did. Aizen casually cast a level 90 Kido spell with no chant. Kazuya was right. He isn't just a captain with a powerful Bankai, he is a disastrous threat to everything with his strength alone. You guys. The mischievous yet mesmerizing voice drew their attention. They saw an enchantingly beautiful woman with long, silver hair standing at the door, looking down at them with scorn. Chapter 182, Chapter 202-203, Catastrophic. After arriving at the mansion, Kazuya decided to skip meeting Apache and Surachi, feeling a pressing urgency to see Yoruchi's condition. His steps quickened as he followed Yoruchi scent through the familiar corridors. Her scent took him to the basement, which no longer resembled his basement when he opened the door but Kasuke's underground chamber. Tessai and Kasuke were in the middle of a heavy discussion while sitting in front of a coffin. Tessai, you didn't witness what I did. Aizen casually cast a level 90 Kido spell with no chant. Kazuya was right. He isn't just a captain with a powerful Bankai, he is a disastrous threat to everything with his strength alone. You guys, he said in a condescending tone. Look so depressed. Kasuke turned toward him and revealed his signature cheeky smile. Still in that body, eh? Yoruchi will be traumatized if she sees her favorite man as a beautiful woman. Imagining Yoruchi's shocked expression, he burst out laughing. Her exaggerated reactions were always amusing. This is just temporary. I'll change before I return to the Soul Society. His laughter faded as he remembered the urgency of his situation. He had to conclude his business quickly. If Aizen or someone else noticed his absence and sent a search team, it would be more than just awkward. The thought of being reported missing after he himself had come to find Ranjaku and Nanao was quite ironic. No, we have to punch Shinji for letting us down. He couldn't sense Nanao, Lisa, or Izumi's Ryatsu in the town. The only two locations with Ryatsu concealing force fields belonged to the Visored and Kasuke. One was destroyed, leaving Lisa with only one place to heal Nanao. She is also getting some scolding. Don't forget Momo. She is with Sung-sun and Francesca. Kazuya used Sonido to arrive before the coffin in an instant. Inside the coffin, Yoruchi slept peacefully with her hands placed on her stomach. Her sleeping posture flooded his chest with a feeling of relief. Look at her sleeping like a vampire after that fierce battle. He vividly remembered his inner turmoil when he saw Aizen overpowering her in battle. If the battle went on for one more minute, he'd have certainly jumped in to help Yoruchi. I'm glad you didn't, Kasuke said with a reassuring hand on Kazuya's shoulder. Yoruchi-san would have cursed you for ruining the mission. She is like that. At least we avenged her by slapping Aizen in the face. Kazuya nodded. You already stabilized her soul with the Hogyoku. Yoruchi had become a hollow Shinigami hybrid, much like Shinji, following the Hogyoku's stabilization of her soul boundaries. Kazuya possessed the power to remove her hollow side with his resurrection, but he resolved to wait for her permission before attempting such a drastic measure. Kazuya, how did your battle end? Did Aizen-san stall enough time for the Gotei 13's reinforcements? Kazuya blinked, surprised yet impressed by Kasuke's insight. You predicted that too. As expected of the founding father of the SRDI, Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Kasuke covered his face with his paper fan. You knew Aizen's strengths and weaknesses as you've worked with him before. I didn't bet on you losing. I didn't bet on you winning either. Aizen is such a troublesome enemy. Yeah, he ran away with his tail tucked between his legs. The old commander saved him today, but I managed to destroy his shuriken. Kasuke narrowed his eyes, reflecting a dangerous intent hidden within. It's the best opportunity to take him down. We have to capitalize on this opening before he recovers his shuriken. Kazuya had never seen him so eager to get rid of Aizen. The former shopkeeper finally realized the danger Aizen posed to him and everyone else in the Soul Society. Unfortunately, Kasuke couldn't enter the Soul Society until Gotei 13 removed him from the Senkaman blacklist, or he'd have gone to fight Aizen himself. I'll see if I can convince Captain Unohana about Aizen. Kasuke cast a skeptical side glance at him. It's only been, 4 months since you went to the Soul Society. Does Captain Unohana trust you enough to question a captain's integrity? Trust? She is head over heels for me. Kasuke's eyes widened. Dai-senpai, who used to be one of the most feared people before the Soul Society's establishment, I can't imagine her falling in love, even with that voice of yours. It was just a joke. I'll ask her if she felt something off about Aizen. Retsu wasn't the most knowledgeable, but her instincts were possibly the sharpest among the Gotei 13. It'd be quite strange if she failed to notice incongruities in Aizen's story. I'll slowly probe her. With your dick, wait, you don't have one right now. As he was about to retort, a sharp intake of breath drew his attention. Yoruchi's eyes snapped open as she took shuddering breaths. Her heart pounded fiercely, a rhythm so strong Kazuya could hear it without focusing his senses. He stepped toward her and ripped the reishi bindings with his bare hand. Yoruchi slowly slumped into his arms, her body radiating a searing heat as if she was experiencing high fever. She weakly wrapped her arms around him, her touch gentle yet trembling, as though caught in a dreamlike state. Kazuya, take me to bed. All right. Kazuya rubbed Yoruchi's back and turned to Kasuke. She has a fever. Do you know something? It could be a side effect of her transformation. She'll be fine after some rest. Well, I'll tuck her into the bed. He slipped his hands under her thighs and locked her legs around his waist tight. Then, he grabbed her butt, ensuring a secure yet gentle support for her. It seemed to be the comfiest way to carry her, apart from the princess carry. She is stacked down there. As one should be. Having no tits is fine, but having no meat on your ass is unforgivable. Thankfully, I'm packin' everywhere. Nami seemed awfully proud of her figure. Kasuke whistled. I can't see you as anything other than lesbian lovers. Somewhat erotic, I'd say. Right, Tessai. Tessai maintained his serious expression. I have no comment. Lesbian. Yoruchi muttered, half awake. Soifan, you lesbian, idiot. He ignored the sluggish cat cursing a certain fervent captain, and leaped toward the door. Opening the door, he saw Apache, Srirachi, Tyr, Minoli, Stark, and Lilineti crowding the door. He noted that everyone, except Tyr, seemed taken aback by his female form, which shouldn't be the case. He had specifically instructed Tyr to inform everyone about his change being temporary. Tyr averted her gaze and coughed softly. They weren't listening to me. She learned mischief. Partner, mommy is evolving. Srirachi covered her mouth, barely containing her laughter. Leader, I didn't know the Soul Society awakened a new fetish in you. She looked more lively than their last meeting. His experiment with cats succeeded in alleviating her negativity. Apache placed her hands on her hips, looking troubled. Harabelle wasn't joking about it. My husband became a lady. I don't know how to feel about it. How are we going to have sex now? He barely caught her whispers with his keen senses. She seemed to be confused in figuring out the optimal sex position with his new form. Lily-Netty mischievously patted his butt. Wow, when will I grow these muscles? Stark attempted to take Lily-Netty away, only for her to bicycle kick his shoulder. Stark didn't even react to her absurd move, completely used to the physical abuse. I was telling you he'll be fine. Lily-Netty nodded before she took Stark's hand and led him away. See you later, Kazuya. Afterwards, Kazuya spent a few moments reassuring Apache and Surachi while Tear watched him with clear amusement in her eyes. Finally, he addressed the fourth Erencar in the room. Minoli, I'll talk to you later. She gave a firm nod. Thanks. The small gesture earned her gratitude. It simply showed how much abuse she went through as Loli's friend. He turned to Apache. Don't be mean to Minoli. She'll be a part of our group from now on. Apache flinched at the accusation. I wasn't mean to her. I just told her to not act rashly, or I'll kick her out. She wasn't like Sung-Sun or Surachi, who derives pleasure from emotional or physical pain. Minoli hummed in agreement, trying to score some points from Apache. Kazuya placed a hand against Apache's face. Thanks. Can you help her settle in? Of course. Leave the odd jobs to me. Apache took Minoli's hand and dragged her through the corridors. He smiled at Tear before walking towards his room. Kazuya, why do you feel so soft today? The sleepy kitten mumbled as he opened the door. Did a dog steal all your muscles? Those sinful animals. Heavens purge them. Ha 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 ha. She is hilarious. Carefully climbing into bed with Yoruchi, Kazuya gently lowered her down. She instinctively tightened her grip around his neck, her legs locking around him as if unwilling to let him go. Kazuya. She whispered and licked his ear with her strangely dry tongue. Pet. Accompanying her seductive gesture was an intense Ryatsu release, a hollow's Ryatsu. Alarms went off in his head, but it was too late. She exerted pressure on him and pushed him down on the bed. Kaz, why? He gently pushed against her shoulders, seeking distance from her, but she clung to the bed sheet with a stubborn, almost childlike determination. Hunched low against his stomach, she crawled forward, mirroring the predatory stance of a cat. Despite emanating the spiritual energy of a hollow, she bore a striking resemblance to her regular self, except for the emergence of two pointed cat ears and a sleek black tail playfully swaying behind her. Yoruchi had turned into a certified cat girl. Her cat eyes gleamed with a predatory glint as she climbed over his chest and licked his face. Pet. Kazuya. She hugged his chest and closed her eyes, clearly unbothered by her soft tits squishing against him. Her form relaxing against him was both innocent and intimate. He cautiously reached out to touch her new cat ears. But in a swift reaction, her eyes snapped open, and she batted his hand away with a sharp hiss, a clear warning to keep his hands to himself. Pet. She rolled to the side and clung to his side. With a mule, she nuzzled against his neck, planting gentle, dry kisses. She firmly placed her knee on his stomach, as if trying to prevent her hug pillow from moving. Still, stay. Yup, you're the hug pillow now. The way she uttered words informed Kazuya about the origin of her new form. It was the fusion of her newly awakened hollow with the instincts of her cat form, the very same instincts she displayed in her Flash War Cry, Thunder Beast battle form. The amalgamation of these two aspects created an entirely new persona, a moody cat who only followed her instincts and saw him as her pet. It's realistically impossible to remove her hollowification even with our Resurrection. In his Resurrection form, he could kill any specific aspect of his target once he drained their Ryatsu, but in this case, attempting to separate her hollow from her beast form could be catastrophic. Killing her hollow would take away her cat form and possibly eliminate her strongest Shunko form. Damn it. His jaw clenched, but his anger melted in the face of the dark-skinned cat girl snoring softly on his side. He felt his head throb at the mere possibility of this animal permanently replacing Yoruchi. She has to be in there. He refused to believe in the possibility of Yoruchi eternally relinquishing control of her body. She was too proud for that to happen. Only one way to find out, wait for her to wake up again. I don't have the time. Then use your Resurrection and kill her hollow. It should wake her up from her slumber. He shook his head, opting for the patience route over the hasty one. After a few minutes of waiting, he attempted to gently lift her knee. She opened her eyes and glared at him. She patted his chest. Hiss. Pet. He only had two ways to get out of the sticky situation. First one was quite straightforward, using force against Yoruchi. He dismissed the idea as soon as he felt her dry tongue licking his face. He was no saint, but he was no monster either. So, he had to go with his second, more peaceful choice, seduction. He summoned his system and switched his gender through his focus. A viscous purple aura oozed out of his chest and began enveloping him. Yoruchi sprang back like a startled cat, landing lithely on the edge of the bed. Her cat-like eyes, wide with a look of curiosity and caution, fixed on him. Pet. When the flame-like aura dissipated, he found himself in his most comfortable hollow form. Grinning, he beckoned the cat girl. Come. His voice came out gentle yet demanding, filled to the brim with enchanting power. He fully utilized the power of his ability, Silvery Tongue, even more so than his hypnotic session with Apache. Unable to resist the compelling suggestion directly implanted in her consciousness, Yoruchi slowly crawled towards him, a dazed expression on her face. She sat before him, her gaze still locked onto his. Kazuya. As Kazuya extended his hand towards her, she instinctively tried to retreat. Hold. The single word halted her movement, allowing him to gently pat her cat ears. She responded positively, leaning into his touch, her tail swaying contentedly. Good pet. He scratched her ears, stroked her hair, and rubbed her face. After fully lowering her guard through intimacy, he approached her ears. Sleep. The powerful suggestion made her quiver as if she tried to resist its influence. I said sleep. This time, the command took full effect, sending her into a deep, peaceful slumber. He placed her on the bed and draped the blanket over her with tender care, his hand lightly caressing her face. Sleep well. Yoruchi, I want to see you when I return. He shrouded himself in a few sound-canceling Kido spells and left the room. Outside the room, Tear leaned against the wall, her arms crossed on her chest. Did something happen to Yoruchi? Tear. Kazuya approached her and wrapped his arms around her in a comforting embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder. I need to leave soon. He would have collapsed if not for the combination of his absurd regeneration ability and quick Ryuryoku recovery time. The day's ordeals had left him mentally exhausted, but his fatigue disappeared in her warm embrace. That's not a reason to be depressed. She stroked his back encouragingly, even though she was just as reluctant to see him leave. Think about all the friends you made in the Soul Society. They'll be worried if you don't return to them soon. Do you want to lie down with me? He drew back immediately and shook his head. I'm only lying with you when we take the next step. She stared at him, as if processing his words. Her cheeks flushed as she nodded with a soft smile. I'll leave the timing up to you. I'll see you later. Once Tear walked past him, his attention was drawn to a goth girl peeking around the corner. Before he could address her, she vanished using Sonido, retreating to her room. What was that? She wants to talk to me. Anyways, let's go check up on Momo. She must be so anxious for not seeing you for hours. Chapter 183, Chapter 204, Mistrust. Kazuya obviously couldn't meet his fellow Shinigami like Ranjaku, Nanao, or Momo in his hollow form. He had to become a soul and wear his academy uniform, which wasn't in his possession at the moment. After slaying Zamari, Kazuya had used Bakudo No. 26 Kyako, a relatively low-level Kido spell that bent light around the target, to shake off any stalker on his trail. On his way to meet Aizen, he had tossed his academy kimono in an abandoned warehouse. He switched into his human form and requested Kasuke to separate his soul from his body. Oh, by the way, I left those students and a vice-captain in the basement of my old shop. Ranjika Matsumoto was her name, Tesai expanded on Kasuke's lazy report. You should confirm it just in case Captain Yamamoto leaves without investigating the shop. All right. I'll do that. See you later. With a brief farewell, he left the basement with his physical body in his hands. Since he was tight on time, he chucked the body into Tear's room. After casting Bakudo No. 26 Kyako on his own, he left the mansion. Aizen and Jin had gone to the Soul Society, but he didn't see the third member of the trio, Tozen. He couldn't move around freely as the blind captain could be observing Karakura town from a hidden place. That's the place. He dove through the broken window, burned his current clothes, and wore the Shino Academy's kimono. Like every traditional Japanese dress, wearing the kimono alone was quite a tedious process. Partner, you never told me how you switch genders. The same way I switch races. Flames of rebirth. Azure and purple flames always manifested during his gender or race transformations. He decided to call them flames of rebirth as they allowed him to be reborn into a new form. Oh. Can you use them for anything else? As of now, nothing. Bright flames possessing an ability bordering on time reversal, crimson flames possessing the power of pure destruction, and azure flames possessing the power of metamorphosis at will. Shinka no Tubasa, Izanami no Mikoto, who's the Zampakuto spirit for the third? The question posed by Nami made him pause in the middle of tying his hakama, trousers. He narrowed his eyes, a plethora of wild theories rising in his mind. The most prevalent of which was bordering on terrifying. He always thought the template system let him assess his strength and modify his status because it relied on laws outside the Bleach verse. However, the system achieved the race/gender switching through a unique flame. the flames that originated from his own soul. The system is from this universe. Going by the logic, some powerful entity had read his mind when he reincarnated as a weak hollow. Using the information from his memories, they made a system and attached it to him. No one in Bleach has that type of power, unless it's the Soul King himself. He consciously let the thought echo in his head in the same manner as he talked with Nami. A lack of reaction from Nami only strengthened his doubts. The system was an extremely powerful entity capable of removing any mention of its existence. Let's hypothetically say it's the Soul King. What will be his motive behind it? Does he want to reincarnate through me? In his prime, the Soul King was more powerful than Yawacha's final form. The nobles sealed him and then mutilated his body. The Soul King hadn't resisted one bit, he died to let the three realms flourish without an absolute ruler. After a death like that, it wouldn't make sense for the Soul King to pluck a random human from another universe and use him as a vessel for his resurrection. No, I'm overthinking this. He pushed the absurd thoughts out of his mind. Honestly, Nami. I have no idea. You live inside my inner world. You should know what's inside there and what's not. Don't be ridiculous, partner. Your inner world is endless. I don't explore anything outside of this island. I have no idea. From what I can guess, it has to be another hot chick. Here's my theory. Tsubasa, our daughter, acted like a clingy daughter, who wanted her master to be perfect from her perspective. I'm mature but my experience is limited to yours. I consider myself your equal in every sense. Going by logic, the third will be one rank higher. You mean? This one will be a mommy. Or even older. Sheesh, partner. She's gonna discipline you into a good boy. I already have a mother. Her name is Tyr Harabel. Nobody said you can't have two. Aw, we're already here. I wanted to tease you some more. While having a conversation with the quirky Nami, he reached Sung-sun's flower shop. Since he was concealed and his Ryatsu fully suppressed, the two ladies didn't come out to greet him. Wanna bet if ladies will sniff you out? Nope. Only people with extremely sharp senses could hope to find him. Somehow most of his lovers fell under the category, even Izumi. As a clingy and obsessive yandere, she arguably stood as much chance as Apache. I'll check up on Izumi after this. Since her Ryatsu was quite weak, he couldn't locate her whereabouts. Do you believe that pervert stayed home after sensing her Ototoku and battling a hollow? No. Lisa probably took her to the Vizard's base. Now that Izumi wasn't Quincy, Lisa might have chosen to reveal her secret to Izumi, so was his speculation. He opened the door to Sung-sun's flower shop and took a curious look inside. Sung-sun carefully trimmed a bonsai plant, fully concentrated in crafting a masterpiece. Mila Rose, on the other hand, sat behind the counter, idly tapping the ground as if waiting for someone. Then there was Momo leaning against the wall, knocked out cold. That's why she didn't come to help you. Poor girl was jumped by your lovers. A gust of wind blew into the shop, alarming Mila Rose. She perked up and sniffed the air. Skull. That skull. Oi, stop hiding. I know you're here. Sung-sun turned around, smiling. Hubby, welcome back. Mila Rose got up on the reception table and dove at him. Skull. He calmly caught her, letting the overly excited lioness Brace slide her arms around. I so wanted to come out and punch those bastards troubling you. I ignored my instincts and listened to Sung-sun. It was so hard to sit there and wait, but I did it. Stroking her back, he planted a kiss on her forehead. I'm proud of your resilience. It'd be over for me if anyone from the Soul Society saw you helping me out there. She looked up with a bright smile. Thank you. Thank you. Sung-sun approached him with a smile. Guess who didn't listen to me and got knocked unconscious? His glance drifted to Momo. Thanks for stopping her. I wouldn't have been able to protect her on my own. Sung-sun nodded and hugged him from the side. Hubby, I love you. I just wanted to say that. She whispered. Feeling all those strong Ryatsu scared me a little. Mila Rose's arms trembled. She captured him in a bear-like hug and buried his face in her chest. I also love you. She suddenly drew close to his face and sniffed him. It smells like Yoruchi's human form saliva. What's more, her scent is all over you. How do you know her saliva's smell? That's not the important question, hubby. Sung-sun held his chin and made him look into her trembling eyes. Hubby, we were worried sick for your safety here. You could have said hello here before mating the wildcat. Yeah. You should have shaboinked her after meeting us. Why did you do that? They're encouraging you to cheat on them. Everyone needs wives like that. Shaboinked. Sung-sun burst into laughter. Francesca, you perv. Where did you find that word? Kazuya couldn't help but smile after listening to their grumbles. They were passionate about him. Such passion often came with high expectations. When he didn't meet their expectations, they voiced out their discontent. It's a healthy relationship. He nodded at Nami's words. Sung-sun, Francesca, Yoruchi. A brief explanation later, the two stared at each other with wide eyes, speechless. Hubby, please forgive me. I'm such a bad wife for doubting my husband's character. Me too. I'm sorry. He wrapped them both in his arms. I'll forgive you on one condition. If it ever happens in the future, you won't bury it in your chest. But you'll come to me and say it to my face like today. He wanted his relationships to last for a long time. Sorting out their personal issues with him from time to time would only bring them closer and deepen their understanding. Sung-sun pecked his face. Deal. You bet I will. Mila Rose giggled and headbutted his chest. Skull, can you stay today? I want to. The glimmer of desire in her eyes couldn't be more apparent. He gently shook his head. I'm. Shoo. Sung-sun pressed a finger against his lips and pointed at Momo. She is awake. Momo's fingers twitched before her eyes slowly opened. She sat up and rubbed her eyes sleepily. Kazuya pushed the two out of the door, whispering to them to wait outside. He hurried to Momo's side and held her hand. Kazuya-kun. Sleep, he commanded firmly, imbuing the word with every bit of his charm. Sleep for a while. Her head drooped down as her consciousness drifted to the land of dreams. He lifted her and gently laid her on the counter. Wait here. We'll go back after I get Nanao. Chapter 184, Chapter 205-206, The Reconciliation. In a dimly lit room, Lisa could be seen sitting with her arms crossed, her eyes completely focused on the black-haired woman lying on the bed. Time sure flew by while I was here. Over the course of 50 years, a chasm of time that seemed both an eternity and a fleeting moment, Nanao had transformed. No longer the child Lisa remembered reading stories for in the Soul Society, she had blossomed into a refined beauty. Her elegance was only enhanced by the pair of glasses that currently sat on the bedside. Lisa, on the other hand, hadn't changed one bit. The aging of souls was one of the fascinating mysteries that nobody seemed to care about in the Soul Society. I wonder what Kazuya thought when he met her. Did he mistake her for my sister? Lisa couldn't help smirk, imagining an awkward scene of Kazuya indirectly probing Nanao for their relationship. The fantasy crumbled when she recalled his outright rejection of their date. TCH, that kiddo is too cocky. I'll teach him a lesson someday. Wait, I had to bring him to Izumi. She completely forgot about her promise to Izumi. Normally, she wouldn't care about trivial things, but Izumi had become quite the special person to her. The former Quincy had transformed from a rich mistress into a half-pervert obsessed with receiving the seed of her brother. A brother who was equally Quincy as he was a hollow, and now he posed as a Shinigami in the Soul Society. The web of lies spread around him was disgusting yet one of the most fascinating things currently in her life. It's either going to end with Kazuya fucking something up, or fucking Izumi up. She'd welcome the latter over the former. In fact, she'd happily pose as Izumi's bridesmaid at their wedding. Hold on, if they get married, wouldn't I permanently become his maid? She never thought too deeply into the matter, but now she had to face the consequences of the changing dynamics. Living with Izumi had become her new norm, which she didn't want to change anytime soon. The three of us in the same apartment. Her thoughts began to spiral, descending into dark fantasies far removed from the ordinary. She fantasized about the groom, Kazuya, dragging the bridesmaid into the wedding chamber and forcing Izumi to watch his vile act of claiming the bridesmaid's innocence with the lust and passion of a demon. Lost in these forbidden imaginings, Lisa's hand moved of its own accord, slipping beneath the fabric of her skirt. A whimper escaped her lips, slowly escalating into full-blown moans. Consumed by lust, she abandoned every sense of shame and pleasured herself. Few minutes later, the woman once ablaze with forbidden fervor now could be seen slumping in the chair, disheveled and lethargic. Each shuddering breath made her chest rise and fall in uneven tides. She slowly withdrew her hand from her skirt and stared at her fingers coated in her sticky bodily fluids, the living proof of her depraved action. The throes of post-orgasm syndrome made her like she had committed a grave sin. What the fuck? She clenched her fist, feeling a surge of regret rising in her chest. She had masturbated to the strange fantasy of getting pounded by Kazuya, her friend's husband. What's worse was her imagined scenario, she had been forced into doing the deed, yet she loved every moment of it like a complete degenerate. I didn't just get off to that. No, I didn't. I'm not a horny bitch like the female lead of Boss and Secretary stories. She decided to act as if it had never happened and buried the memory deep in her chest, where another traumatizing memory accompanied it. I gotta change. But my clothes are back at the apartment. After ensuring Nanao hadn't woken up from all the moans, Lisa left the room to clean her hands and tidy her appearance. She didn't want Nanao or anyone else to see her current appearance. Nanao's senses gradually returned as she awakened, the soft light of an unfamiliar room greeting her. She slowly sat up and rubbed her eyes, trying to clear the haze of grogginess. An unfamiliar scent lingered in the air, but she decided to ignore it for the time being. Her vision, still blurred without the aid of her glasses, revealed enough to confirm her suspicions. This was not her own quarters nor the Godai 13's medical wing. Instead, everything from the bed to the decor hinted at this being a room in the living world. A sudden flash of memory jolted her. I passed out, that errand car. The vivid recollection of the encounter at the power plant flooded her mind, each moment replaying with painful clarity. She involuntarily shuddered as phantom pain from the errand car's brutal assault coursed through her. The brutal kicks and punches had broken numerous bones in her body. Holding her arm, she realized the layers of gauze wrapping around her chest and her hands. It was evident that someone had not only rescued her from the battlefield but had also employed Kaido to heal her injuries with a level of proficiency that made the previous night's battles seem distant. But she didn't have the luxury of feeling relieved as the weight of her failure came crashing down on her. I should have fought more decisively. Her self-reproach was abruptly interrupted by a voice, both familiar and unexpected. The students will be fine, the voice declared, just as the door creaked open, revealing the source of the reassurance. The sight that greeted Nanao momentarily washed away all traces of pain and disbelief. Everything was neatly handled by that slab of delicious meat. Lisa Ne-san. Lisa casually took a seat on the chair and threw her leg over the other, her smirk devilish. Long time no see, Neo-chan. Did you miss this one, E-san? Nanao blinked her wide eyes, then pinched her cheeks. Then blinked some more as if she couldn't believe the sight before her. She had come to Karakura town in search of Lisa, and now that very person sat before her. It was like a dream, or it was a dream, she couldn't tell what was what after getting beaten to pulp by the errand car. Lisa giggled, amused. Your glasses are by the bedside. Nanao grabbed her glasses and immediately put them on. I'm still seeing Lisa Ne-san. How do I wake up from this dream? Dreams and reality are interchangeable. No, they are not. Nanao retorted. Lisa Ne-san, are you real? Lisa rose up from her seat and unbuttoned her shirt. Gently shifting the bra covering her right breast, she pointed at the big mole just outside her areola. Remember this. Nanao seemed to be in a daze, recalling memories of a century ago. Back when she was young. One night, she visited Lisa to read her a story from the book, only to find the vice captain sitting completely naked in her room. That night. Lisa shrugged and put her shirt back on. It wasn't my fault. I was sweating a bucket after working out. It was a playful workout involving an erotic book and her nimble fingers. Lisa cleverly omitted the perverted detail. Nanao slowly nodded as reality sank in. Then, all of a sudden, emotions long held at bay surged forth. Overwhelmed by a mixture of relief, joy, and the surreal nature of their reunion, she couldn't contain herself. She leaped from the bed, her actions guided more by heart than thought, and enveloped Lisa in a fervent embrace that sent them both tumbling to the ground. Ne-san, she exclaimed, her voice muffled against Lisa's chest. I'm so glad to meet you again, so glad to see you're fine. Lisa embraced her back and gently stroked her hair. Silly girl, why will I not be fine? Nanao drew back and wiped her tears away. I read some horrible reports that were traced back 100 years ago. Every one of the reports listed you as an unique hollow. You were to be purged. But seeing you just reassured me of the corruption rooted in the nobility. Lisa chuckled nervously. Neo-chan, those reports were true. Huh. What are you saying? But their conversation was abruptly cut short by a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Lisa's attention snapped to the door, her expression turning grave as she sensed a familiar spiritual pressure. Captain, they both said, almost in unison, though their tones could not have been more different. Nanao's was filled with hope, while Lisa's was tinged with solemnity. Nanao didn't seem to register Lisa's uncertainty as she held Lisa's hand and rushed out of the room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Izumi stepped into Shinji's space. The place looked run down on the outside but very neat inside. Her mouth hung open when she saw the massive underground space bathed in natural sun-like lighting. Looks can be deceiving, Izumi had often heard the quote from Lisa, but she never realized its true meaning until today. Once her initial shock wore off, she noticed 6 figures standing imposingly, each exuding an overwhelming presence. They were much more powerful than herself. Did I step into the tiger's den? However, she had no desire to turn back. Any danger was worth taking as long as she got the chance to embrace Kazuya again. Shunsui stepped forward and waved politely, completely ignoring the hostility directed at him. Shinji. I think it would be a lot better if you explained the situation to everyone. Shinji I. Hiyori yelled as she launched herself at Shinji. I'll kill you. Shinji calmly caught Hiyori's lethal kick, which was precisely aimed at his family jewels. Hiyori, relax. Shunsui-san will go away in a few minutes. That's not the problem, dumbass, Hiyori retorted and pointed at Shunsui. You exposed our base to a Shinigami. Do you want them to capture us for execution? He isn't any Shinigami, Hiyori. He is Shunsui Kairaku, the man who has always looked out for us in the Soul Society. He completely shut down Hiyori with his serious and firm tone, which he had hardly used in Living World. He won't expose us. I'll take full accountability if he does. Shinji, you. Hiyori paused, unwilling to argue any further. Have it your way. Shinji nodded and turned to the rest of the group. You guys got any objections? Kensei slowly shook his head, his expression ever so serious. No, I trust Shunsui-san as much as I trust you. Although he rarely interacted with Shunsui, he and Shunsui always engaged in conversations during the captain meeting. From what he had observed, Shunsui was more inclined to skirting around the rules and even breaking rules than on his whim. Someone like him wouldn't sell them out. Love zipped up his tracksuit and flicked his sunglasses. Ain't winning no war without trusting the comrade walking shoulder to shoulder with you. Shinji let out a sigh. Not another manga reference. Rose chuckled. Shunsui-san, don't betray us. My guitar would mourn if we lose an ally. Hey, those two are here. Shunsui paused and turned around. Standing at the door above was his vice-captain alongside his former vice-captain. Side by side, they seemed like siblings, despite the fact they shared no relatives. He flash-stepped to Nanao's side and wrapped her in his arms. Nanao-chan. I thought I lost you. His seriousness surprised Nanao, but she gradually settled in his arm. I thought the same, Captain, Nanao whispered. It was a crazy experience. It'll be fine from now. I'll protect you. Lisa took a step back and admired the pair of uncle and niece embracing each other. Her smile vanished once she caught a glimpse of Izumi standing by Shinji's side. I'm not in my Jigai either. Her Shinigami origins would be revealed if she went anywhere near Izumi in her soul form. The frisky daydreams in the bedroom already made her feel guilty towards Izumi. Adding the pressure of being interrogated simply made her want to run away. Yet, the thought of potentially hurting her friend kept her feet firm. No more lies. It's the day to lay it all bare. She found the conviction to reveal everything about herself to Izumi, putting an end to the act of deceiving once and for all. Nanao pushed Shunsui away and looked back at Lisa. Nei-san, aren't you going to greet Captain? She found it weird that Lisa didn't look excited to reunite with Shunsui, her former captain. Do I have to? Lisa asked with a chuckle and waved at Shunsui. It's good to see you, Captain. Neo-chan became a fine vice-captain in my absence, didn't she? She absolutely did, Shunsui said with a soft smile. Lisa-chan, forgi. Lisa threw a punch at his chin, shutting down his apology. You abandoned your comrades to find Nanao. What kind of disgraceful captain are you? The fact that Shunsui was here meant he didn't aid the Shinigami in fighting Eren cars. Ah, that one hurt. Shunsui rubbed his chin with a wince then assumed a serious expression. I'll abandon any mission if Nanao-chan is in danger. His calm declaration would have made any girl fluttery, but Nanao showed more anger than joy. If she had her book in her hand, she would have smashed it into his face. Seriously, Captain. Are you out of your mind? What if someone died? Lisa's eyes widened as she spun around to the familiar voice. A hand swept away the curtain of light. Kazuya stepped out of the Kito's influence, a rare serious look on his face. I almost died out there. Uncle Ishin almost died out there. Aizen, your friend, barely escaped death. Captain Kairaku, your hastiness almost led to a complete wipe. Kazuya. Nanao stepped forward and bowed her head. I'm sorry for my incompetence. If only I. It's not your fault, Nanao, Shunsui said as he pulled Nanao out of her bowing stance. You are Kazuya, right? The Kazuya who has been making waves in the Soul Society. Shunsui didn't imagine his first meeting with the infamous future captain would be under these circumstances. Chapter 185, Chapter 207-208, The Uncovering. Kazuya, of course, saw Izumi when he snuck into the Vizard's basement. He would have left her alone if Lisa wasn't present on the scene alongside Nanao and Shunsui. Lisa didn't look panicky or flustered, she had mustered the courage to spill the beans about her affiliation with the Vizard. He would never find a better opportunity to reveal the truth and stop Izumi from growing overly concerned with his absence. He always had the option of using his voice to stop Izumi's stress from escalating to extreme levels. Hypnosis is evil. Better than losing Izumi. He couldn't care less about ethical concerns of using hypnosis when not using it could result in a disastrous situation. Shunsui turned to Nanao. Should I take his silence as a yes? Yeah, he is Kazuya Ishihara, Nanao replied, mistaking Kazuya's silence for anger. You better say thanks to him. Nanao didn't know the whole picture, but she definitely knew two things. Shunsui had abandoned his duty to find her, and Kazuya had stepped up big time to slay the Arankars, saving Aizen, Ranjaku, and Captain Shiba from grave danger in the process. Shunsui would be absolutely put on trial before Council 46 if any high-ranking member died on this mission. Shunsui touched his nape, smiling foolishly. It won't look sincere with just my words. How about we go out for a drink later? Kazuya shrugged nonchalantly. Let's just return to the Soul Society first. We'll have to brief everything to the General Commander. Shunsui shivered at the mention of Yamamoto. Oldman must have one hell of a punishment in store for me. Even if Shunsui was like a son to Yamamoto, he wasn't letting Shunsui off with a slap on the wrist. Kazuya grinned. Hey, isn't that better? Before he could finish his words, a figure flashed past Shunsui using Hirenkyaku, the high-speed movement of Quincy. Izumi, the only Quincy in the vicinity, threw herself in his arms. Otuto. So desperate for his warmth, she embraced him right after she sensed his Ryatsu. She didn't pay attention to his current outfit or his soul form for that matter. He responded with a warm pat on her back and a reassuring smile. Izumi, what happened? I was worried. You were there, then you disappeared. I thought something happened to you. Just a little scuffle with some minor hollows. Nothing to worry about, he lied smoothly, his hand gently caressing her hair to soothe her. Ready to go home. She clung to him, her grip betraying a fear of losing him again. Carry me, please. You spoiled little princess. He chuckled and teasingly pinched her butt, acting oblivious to the three people in front of him. Otuto-kun. She whispered, taking a shuddering breath. Pushing back slightly, she reached up, encircling his neck with her arms. Then, in a bold, affectionate gesture, she captured his lips in a heartfelt kiss. His eyes widened at her unexpected boldness. Their first kiss was his surprise, and the second was hers. She made the score even. While savoring her soft lips, he unsheathed his katana and slashed the air. Flames erupted from the blade, cascading into a fiery barrier that enveloped them, shielding their intimate moment from Lisa and the others' prying eyes. He needed to give affection to the desperate Yandere. Outside the fiery veil, Shunsui and Nanao exchanged puzzled glances. Nanao, misconstruing the situation, speculated that Kazuya might be wooing one of Lisa's friends from the living world. Shunsui, however, knew the deeper truth of Izumi's Quincy heritage. Kazuya is her Otuto. How is that possible? Lisa interjected with a knowing smile, nudging Shunsui playfully. They're not related by blood, but by passion. But he is a Shinigami. She is a Quincy. A former Quincy, Lisa corrected her former captain, sighing as she recalled the intimate kiss between Kazuya and Izumi. She is a hopeless maiden in love now. Nanao felt utterly left out. Grabbing the sleeves of Shunsui and Lisa, she forced them to explain Kazuya and Izumi's relationship. Shunsui told his side of the story as he sneakily closed the door behind him. Lisa soon found herself in a precarious situation, either reveal everything about Kazuya or lie to the two people who considered her a part of their family. No, it's not my place to speak of his most guarded secret. Clearing her throat loudly, she said, I'll let Kazuya speak for himself. As she spoke, the flame wall dispersed, revealing Izumi with a flushed expression. Her infatuation with him couldn't be more evident. Lisa couldn't tell if Izumi consciously filtered out his kimono or simply didn't care about his affiliation with the Soul Society. A bit of both, I think. Kazuya assumed a solemn expression. Izumi, look at me. Confused, she lifted her eyes to his. That's. No, I'm not a Shinigami. He closed his eyes and reached into his consciousness. His skin grew a shade paler as curved horns protruded from both sides of his head. A pair of black wings grew from behind him, opening in a massive radius. I've always been a hollow. His revelation was blunt and unguarded, exposing his true nature to all three present. Nanao gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, her Ryatsu spiking due to sheer shock of discovery. Shunsui seemed both fascinated and scared of his ability. Izumi stood petrified, her heart grappling with the reality that her beloved Otuto was not a Quincy, but a hollow. Lisa smiled faintly, completely supportive of his decision to tear down the web of lies. Oh boy, you have done it now. There is no coming back from this, unless you kill everyone. Don't be angry, partner. It was a joke. Izumi reached out with a shaking hand and touched his horn's tough surface. It's real. How is this even possible? His ability to change race at the drop of a hat left three of them as equally astonishing as they were terrified. Kazuya rubbed the back of his head with a wry smile. Every Arankar has a unique ability. I have the ability to switch freely between human and hollow. Discarding my physical body in my human form lets me become a Shinigami. This Ryatsu. Shunsui whispered with narrowed eyes. You were fighting Aizen out there. What was your goal behind joining the Soul Society and helping us against the Arankars? Lisa placed a hand on Shuinsue's shoulder. He was helping us. Aizen. She recounted the night of the visor's hollowification, Aizen's obsession with breaking the limits of Shinigami, and Kazuya's reasoning behind posing as a Shinigami. Kazuya also helped fill in the missing pieces like Aizen's real objective in orchestrating the entire plan to manipulate Kasuke into giving up his Hogyoku. For Nanao, who had been oblivious to Lisa's predicament, the extent of Aizen's betrayal was overwhelming. Shuinsue felt the sting of betrayal even more acutely due to his deeper understanding of the broader implications. By close relationship to Aizen, both Tozen and Jin could be traitors. Shuinsue crossed his arms, his gaze distant. I myself was sure of Kasuke's innocence. He never struck me as the type to willingly harm anyone. Kazuya offered a knowing smile. He's being framed by Aizen once again. Aizen always seemed like a man with many secrets. Still, who could have thought his treachery ran that deep? Lisa placed a hand on Shuinsue's shoulder. Captain. Yes, I don't doubt a word they said to me, Shuinsue interrupted Lisa with a gentle look. Nanao-chan seems distrustful of Kazuya. Nanao remained silent in the face of accusation. A few moments later, she turned to Kazuya. Correct me if I get anything wrong. You came to Karakura town to protect your hollow companions from a dangerous hollow. You stumbled into Izumi and met Lisa Nasan through her, then you encountered Kasuke Urahara and entered the Soul Society to earn the trust of those close to Captain Commander. All for the sake of unveiling Captain Aizen's schemes. He nodded firmly. That's the gist of it. Why would you risk your life like that? Nanao asked in a neutral, almost cold voice. You had nothing to gain from exposing Captain Aizen but everything to lose from entering the realm of Shinigami. She didn't doubt Lisa for 1 second, but she wanted to probe his motive for sticking his neck out for the Soul Society. I owe Kasuke a favor, he replied with a casual shrug. I also have some vague memories of dying to Aizen's sword. It's also some revenge for me. Ah yes. Aizen pins his crimes on Kasuke, and you pin made-up crimes on his ass. Well deserved, I'd say. Nanao slowly nodded, coming to an understanding. Thanks for sharing your secret with us. I am also sorry for doubting you earlier. It'd be weird if you didn't question my motive. With Lisa acting as a mediator, he had successfully enlightened Shuinsue and Nanao about Aizen's deceptions. Now, only Izumi remained, her expression reflective, lost in thought. The fact that she hadn't succumbed to a breakdown was a relief far exceeding his expectations. Izumi, say something. She raised her gaze, an intense frown etched across her face. Kazuya, you walked deep into enemy territory to help Lisa and others. You held me together when I was falling apart like a sandcastle without asking anything in return. Your actions speak volumes about your compassion and loyalty. Well, you treated me like a family first. I was just repaying the favor. Things just escalated from there. She shook her head. It wasn't out of kindness. I wanted to use you for the revival of my race. She omitted her plan to appoint him as a leader figure and make him impregnate every willing Quincy woman. I knew your plan from the start. I stuck around to stop you from shouldering the burden alone. I see. Izumi took his hand and brought it to her chest. My affection for you is still here in my heart. Nothing can change that. I can't, no, I don't want everything to end because of a trivial matter. Will you still be my Ototo-kun? Kazuya took a sigh of relief. I won't give it up for anything in the world. I'm so glad. She smiled and kissed his palm. Lisa, you too. I don't care if you're a Shinigami or a hollow. To me, you're still a kind friend, who is somewhat of a pervert. Hey, that was uncalled for. Lisa's laughter mingled with her words as she wrapped Izumi in a side hug. Thanks, Izumi-sama. I'll still be your maid, right? No. Izumi shook her head and smirked at Kazuya. I'll be with Ototo-kun wherever he goes, doesn't matter if it's Soul Society or Hueco Mundo. Kazuya felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed like she was dead set on following him. Ototo-kun, I promise I'll work hard to learn everything to be of use. I can also leave my physical body behind to become a Shinigami. Shuinsue laughed boisterously. I can get you admission in the Shino Academy. It's where you can learn to be a Shinigami. Izumi's eyes sparkled. Thanks, Shuinsue-san. Pleasure is all mine, he said, grinning at Kazuya. Nanao can also help you with the basics to reduce your graduation period. Nanao's brows twitched. I'll try. Kazuya gave him a deadpan stare. You can convince Captain Commander to take care of Aizen. With Kyoka Suigetsu out of the picture, Captain Yamamoto should be able to kill him. He, of course, was eager to return, but he couldn't act desperate in front of them. After all, his only objective in the Soul Society could be taken care of by someone else. Shuinsue smiled. I can't help you with your mission, young man. Why? I lack the influence to persuade old man Yamamoto to use his shuriken against Aizen. Only someone of Unohana's seniority could convince him of the true stakes. You'll need to stick to your plan and inform Dai-senpai about Aizen's scheme. Nanao tugged at his sleeve. That's not true. He should know that you won't lie about such accusations. You don't understand him like I do, Nanao-chan. I alone can't make sure he understands Aizen's threat. Kazuya rubbed his chin. I wasn't wrong about Shinigami's incompetence. Shunsui laughed. You were quite right. Nanao-chan, come with me for a second. His mischievous wink was a clear signal to Kazuya, who understood the hidden message. Nanao and Shunsui made their way out of the shop, leaving him alone with Izumi and Lisa. The erotica lover looked quite sad about Izumi's decision to leave her behind, but she didn't oppose it. He stepped forward and wrapped her in his arms. She looked so sad. Izumi, you should stay back with her. Lisa pushed him away and shot him a deadly glare. I can survive on my own like I always have. It's more important that Izumi gets to live her dream life with you. A dream life for her but hell for everyone around him, Lisa kept the thought to herself. Izumi narrowed her eyes. Ototo-kun, I'll stay here with Lisa. Your mission should prove Lisa's innocence. We both can move in with you to the Soul Society. Lisa crossed her arms and nodded her head. That's good as well. See ya then. I'll work hard in the Soul Society to make it happen. He kissed Izumi again and hugged Lisa before rushing out of the warehouse. Izumi caressed her lips, as if relishing the warmth left behind by him. Ototo. Izumi, let's go. I'm a bit hungry. Izumi grasped Lisa's hand before she could leave. Lisa, the longing look in your eyes. You have some feelings for Ototo-kun if I am not mistaken. Lisa neither denied nor confirmed Izumi's statement, but her silence was enough proof of her budding affection. In fact, she could hear Kazuya's cheeky voice in her head, Maid-chan, did my rejection pull you so down that you fell for me? She couldn't suppress a giggle. Just a fleeting crush. A little distance will clear it up. Lisa, we're friends. I don't want you to suppress your feelings because of me. Kazuya already told her that he had other lovers. Including Lisa, her best friend, in his harem wouldn't be an issue. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for myself. She turned around and held Izumi's shoulders. I don't want to ruin your relationship because of my lust. I have to make sure these feelings are genuine before committing to him. Izumi nodded, finding her reason satisfactory. It's good to hear you take it seriously. Because it is, Izumi. I have never felt this way towards any man, mostly because I didn't think of anyone as a potential lover until I met this cheeky mother. Language, Lisa. Hi, Izumi-sama. After a pause, they both burst into giggles. Chapter 186, Chapter 209, Acceptance. After telling Shunsui to find Sung-sun's flower shop, Kazuya made his way back to his mansion to pick up Yoruchi. Izumi accepted you quite easily, partner. I thought she'd go through another meltdown. She loves me that much, I guess. More like she'll cling to you like a parasite. Come on, Nami. You two should get along as fellow yanderas. Kazuya harbored no illusions about all his lovers living in perfect accord. However, he had to maintain a semblance of peace among the yanderas, or things might escalate to a battle royale. Nami clicked her tongue in annoyance. The only thing we have in common is our love for you. But I'll try for your sake, partner. I knew you'd understand me. That's because we're soulmates. By the way, partner. Are we letting Shinji go? I'll see him next time. Revealing the secret lifted a massive weight from his shoulders, though it consumed more time than necessary. Now, with his conscience clear, he could direct his undivided attention towards bringing down Aizen. Partner, don't you want to take the Hogyoku from Kasuke and merge it with yours? I'll try to hit my natural limits before taking the Hogyoku. He had yet to reach his full potential as both Shinigami and Arrancar. Mastering them both would bring the most out of the Hogyoku's benefits. Aren't you just chickening out because of Aizen's monstrous forms? Nope. With the power of rebirth at his disposal, he could change his features and figure by simply thinking about it. The only concern was Soul King's Royal Guards, Squad 0. Aizen's Hogyoku transformation didn't alert them, but Kazuya, who was most likely born from a Soul King's fragment, would likely bring the attention of Ichibai and the rest. Better safe than sorry. Entering the mansion, he greeted Apache with a kiss at the door and made his way to his room. Standing before the door, he couldn't help but recall Schrodinger's cat experiment. Will she be back to her usual self, or will she be a feral cat? Just kick down the damn door. His laughter echoed softly as he swung open the door, revealing Yoruchi sitting on the bed's edge. Her cat ears twitched as she gazed at the ground, surrounded by an aura of melancholy. Her somber demeanor was the least expected outcome after that life-changing experience tonight. Yoruchi. His soft call ended her daydreams, bringing her attention back to the room. "Kazuya," she exclaimed, her eyes alight with an unbridled joy that contrasted sharply with her previous disposition. Gathering herself, she pounced towards him. "Catch me." Today seemed destined for catching women midair. Casting aside his musings, he welcomed the embrace of the dark-skinned cat girl. "I have never seen you like that. Is it about your hollowification?" "I'm sorry I let that happen." If only he had reached her side sooner, he might have spared her this transformation. Yoruchi drew back and narrowed her eyes. "You've got to be kidding." She had been grappling with her decision to stay with the students, a choice that, in hindsight, had kept her from helping him fight the Arankars. Her lack of caution had nearly allowed Aizen to leverage her as a pawn, threatening Kasuke and nearly securing the Hogyoku, a move that could have spelled disaster on a grand scale. "What do you mean?" She lightly punched his chest. "I let my guard down and got thoroughly bested by Aizen. By all accounts, I should have met my end at his hand, yet, you were there to save me. Are you sorry about that?" "Of course not." Her demeanor softened, a smile breaking through. "Then, it is I who owes you an apology. I chose my duty to the students over standing by your side against the invaders. Both apologies cancel each other out, don't they?" He couldn't help but chuckle. Her way of comforting him was downright threatening. "Understood. Can you switch into your cat form?" Her head tilted in curiosity. "Are we leaving?" "Yeah." She took a few steps back and leaped at him. With a puff of smoke, she transformed midair, leaving her black bodysuit behind. Taking a seat on his shoulder, she let out threatening hisses, her flaring Ryatsu switching its signature between Hollow and Shinigami. Her Shinigami Ryatsu thoroughly squashed her Hollow Ryatsu in a one-sided battle. "Don't you try that again," she hissed and climbed atop his head. "Sorry for that, Kazuya. My Hollow tried to take over my body." The lack of seriousness in her voice conveyed her acceptance of her Hollow side. She wasn't against living as a visored. "Well, it did take over your body when you were unconscious." He relayed his experience with her feral side without leaving out a single detail. Yoruchi went completely silent for a few seconds, then she burst out laughing. "Out of all possibilities, you gave it the command to sleep. Kazuya, you could have made me do every perverted thing on your mind. You missed a golden opportunity." He shook his head. "The thought never crossed my mind. I was more occupied with, will Yoruchi stay like this forever?" She reached out and patted his cheeks with fluffy paws. "This one is quite elated that you didn't lose your mind in the face of temptation, more elated that you didn't join the ladies' gang. That transformation was a one-time measure to combat Aizen. It won't happen again. Even if my life is in danger." He refused to answer her tricky question, which would lead to even trickier questions. She giggled and relaxed on his head. "Kazuya, tell me everything that happened today. I want to know more." "Sure." Chapter 187, Chapter 210, Fated Meeting, I. Kazuya engaged in light conversation with Apache and Tear regarding Minoli. Apache, though harsh, rarely defied his orders. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to ensure she neither mistreated Minoli with severity nor with too much kindness. They had to treat her normally. Afterwards, he said goodbye to the ladies and headed out to Kasuke's old shop. He gave the vacant shop a thorough examination, finding nothing but remnants of Toshiro, Anohana, and Ranjika's Ryatsu. Yup, Anohana took her. "Let's go to Momo." He went to regroup with Shunsui and Nanao at Sung Sun's flower shop. Opting not to wait indoors, the pair stood outside the entrance. Nanao's angry look and the red fingers mark on Shuansue's face conveyed the whole story. Shuansue got punished for making advances towards the ladies inside the shop. The large hand belonged to Mila Rose, which was quite fitting reaction from Mila Rose. Sung Sun fought her battles with words over her fists. "He's here." Nanao greeted him with a smile. "Captain, why do you get into situations where you have to apologize to him?" Merely a week prior, the notion of her captain apologizing to the notorious charmer of Shino Academy would have seemed far-fetched to Nanao. Even stranger was the fact she asked him to do it. Kazuya gave an amused smile. "No need. He already got his just desserts at Rose's hand." Just the mark alone told the force and annoyance behind the slap. It also showed Shunsui hadn't gone overboard. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended with one slap. The fierce lioness would have gone to war like she did with Grimjow. Shunsui rubbed his chin with a genial smile. "Isn't it a man's duty to compliment every beautiful woman? The skirt chaser of the Godii 13 is on a different playing field. Partner, level up your game. Get off Adderall." Nanao smacked his back. "That's enough, Captain." Ha ha. Laughter ensued among them until the door abruptly slid open with a sharp sound. Momo's eyes widened upon noticing Kazuya, and she swiftly lunged towards him with arms outstretched. "Kazuya-kun. Not again." Kazuya resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Being the affectionate man he was, he gently caught Momo in his arms. Can you stop doing that? Momo suffered for you. Console her with love. What if I don't? I'll never make an effort to connect with Izumi. I got no choice then. Manipulation successful, ufufu. Kazuya ignored Nami's obvious attempts to get a reaction out of him. I'm sorry. Momo whispered, looking up with teary eyes. I couldn't come to help you. The flower lady knocked me out from behind. Shunsui crossed his arms, his expression one that of an enlightened fellow. They both pack a punch. Really they are. Nanao cut him off with a light jab at Shuensue's chin. Stay quiet, Captain. Kazuya's gaze returned to Momo, who offered him a look so imploring it seemed she would disregard the entire world until he pardoned her perceived transgression. He pulled her cheek until she began tearing for real. You little idiot. I'm sorry. Wait here. I'll knock some sense into that arrogant woman. No. Brushing Momo aside, he stormed into the shop, as Yoruichi jumped down from his shoulder. As Momo reached out to follow, the door clicked shut, firmly locked. Nanao grasped Momo's hand and pulled her away from the shop. Let him handle it. Unlike Momo, Nanao knew Kazuya's deep relationship with the two women inside the flower shop. And unlike Momo, she knew his true nature as a hollow. She felt strangely proud of knowing Kazuya's biggest secret that Momo, his love interest, had yet to learn. Nanao-san, it's not their fault. Momo shook her head. They wanted to stop me from interfering in a battle beyond my league. Reflecting on her awakening in the shop, Momo remembered her anger towards the receptionist and the florist. The memory of her futile attempt to fight the florist, Sung-sun, brought a flush of embarrassment to her cheeks. Sung-sun had floored her with one move, leaving Momo utterly humiliated. Dividing his attention to protect you could have caused him his life. Learn to know your limits if you want to support him from the bottom of his heart. Sometimes, not rushing headfirst into your death is the best option. It was this lesson that caused Momo to calm down and think about the situation logically. Momo had to acknowledge that the flower lady was not only stronger physically but also more intelligent and mature. Nanao placed a hand on Momo's shoulder. Are you all right? Momo slowly nodded. Sorry for spacing out. Soon, they heard things being thrown around inside the shop, which Momo interpreted as things becoming physical between Kazuya and Sung-sun. Momo wanted to intervene but she had to stay here. After all, she had promised him to never go against his wishes. It's not what you think, Nanao whispered in her ears. It's like an argument between friends. Momo was reminded of her heated argument with Rukia. Choosing to trust Nanao's words, Momo waited outside the door with a bated breath. Eventually, Kazuya emerged, looking as if he had endured a storm, his appearance disheveled. Nanao's cheeks flushed upon noticing the love bite marks on his neck. Shuensue's smirk indicated a similar understanding. The captain and vice-captain duo easily connected the dots with the earlier noises inside the shop. He had been battling Sung-sun but not in the way Momo anticipated. Unconcerned with his disarrayed state, Momo immediately inquired about his well-being. After pacifying Momo's worries, he made Shunsui summon the Senkaman door. Kazuya and his companions stepped through the Senkaman, emerging into a vast chamber. Captains of the Godai 13 were arrayed in disciplined ranks, forming two lines that faced each other in silence. Isshin Shiba, Retsu Unohana, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, Soifan, and Jushiro Yukitake stood on the left while Kenpachi Zaraki, Jinrei Kachiki, Kanami Tozen, Jin Ichimaru, and Saijin Komamura stood on the right. Meanwhile, right in front of him, seated on a tall wooden chair that seemed almost out of place in its simplicity against the grandeur of the surroundings, was the captain commander. Their Senkaman was intercepted and made to open in the assembly hall of the first squad's headquarters. Momo leaned towards Kazuya, shivering from the dense ryatsu enveloping them. Kazuya-kun, this is Captain Commander. Yeah. Isshin, Yukitake, Jinrei, and Unohana acknowledged Kazuya with either a smile or a polite nod. Soifan fixed her intense gaze on Kazuya and the cat sitting on his shoulder. Mayuri only glanced at him before going back to counting the lines on the floor's design. The rest of the captains looked disinterested aside from Saijin. The dog-headed warrior seemed to have smelled the lingering scent of ladies on him. Shunsui Kairaku, Yamamoto called out in a low but intimidating voice and lightly struck his cane on the floor. I, hereby, seize your captain's seat. Chapter 188, Chapter 211, Fated Meeting, 2. Shuensue's offense, although grave, did not justify the extreme measure of stripping him of his captaincy. Yamamoto's response seemed disproportionately harsh, likely intended as a deterrent against future misconduct, or perhaps harboring a completely different motive. As Kazuya's eyes swept the assembly, he registered unanimous astonishment among the captains at Yamamoto's decree. Oldman didn't tell anyone. Sweeping his gaze across the room, Kazuya noticed every captain showing looks of surprise at Yamamoto's decision. Seems like it, partner. An impulsive decision befitting his fiery Zampakuto. Can I beat him with your flames? It's hard to measure his flames without experiencing them. We might not win, but I can confidently say we won't lose either. He acknowledged her analysis with a nod. I might have to stop Yama. There is 1% chance of a fight breaking out. With all the chaotic personalities like Kenpachi and Mayuri crowding one place, a fight could break out at any moment. Now that his strength was known, he had no need to hold back if someone provoked him except for Kenpachi. That guy was simply bad news. Brandish thy fist and strike Yama's bald head for a critical strike. Yamamoto, unaware of the chaotic schemes going on in Kazuya's head, continued in a detached tone, Shunsui, what you did was contemptible. You dishonored your rank. Shunsui revealed a faint smile at the truthful criticism. Captain Commander, I appreciate the sentiment behind giving a hard worker like me a long vacation. Just know I'll not vacate my seat until we resolve the conflict with Hueco Mundo. If it wasn't for the threat within the Soul Society, he'd have accepted Yamamoto's order with open arms. Kazuya felt that type of energy from Shuansue's answer. Anohana's gaze sharpened, detecting an unusual seriousness in Shuansue's stance. Her attention then shifted towards Kazuya, her eyes searching for answers. What transformed him? Her scrutinizing look seemed to inquire. What the hell happened to this lazy asshole? Kazuya winked back with a friendly smile before shaking his head, resulting in Anohana getting all frowny on him. Communicating that level of information without words was simply impossible. Captain Yukite crossed his arms with a slight frown. Can we just punish Captain Shunsui for the time being? I support Captain Jushiro in this matter, Anohana voiced out. We shouldn't rashly dismiss one of our finest. His strength could be crucial against future threats from Hueco Mundo. The longtime friends of Shunsui finally made their discontent known to the Captain Commander. Yamamoto rose from his seat, still keeping his hands firm on his cane. Every Shinigami in Gotei I-13 has a duty to uphold. A captain who abandons his comrades in the battlefield is no different from our enemies. Captain Yukite shook his decision. Master Genryu-san, you have raised me and him together. He has a firm sense of duty and loyalty. You and I both know that. Shunsui and Jushiro, as the first captains under Yamamoto, have been instrumental across countless conflicts, assuming both leadership and support roles. The notion of negating Shuansui's enormous contributions over a singular lapse in judgment didn't sit well with Jushiro. Yamamoto lightly tapped his cane on the floor, sending a tremor through the chamber. Whoever supports this rascal, come forward. Who else supports this rascal? Come forward and speak your mind. Mayuri tilted his head as a disturbing grin stretched across his face. General, I do not have any interest in these matters. Moreover, I need to research some more on this new breed of Arankars with Zampakuto. Yamamoto raised his hand before waving. You can return to your base. Thanks, General. Saying his gratitude, the eccentric captain strolled out of the assembly hall. Just as Kenpachi was about to stroll out, Kazuya brushed off Momo's hand and walked towards Yamamoto. Despite wearing a student kimono, he looked no less dignified than the other captains. I take issue with your decision. Yamamoto's piercing gaze settled on Kazuya. You are Kazuya Ishihara. Young man, you have my gratitude for protecting the town and our own from the Arankars. What is your reason for standing up for Shunsui after his selfish decision to abandon you in the battle? Kazuya crossed his arms, standing unflinching in the face of Yamamoto's aura. He trusted my ability to handle all those twerps by myself. So, he prioritized searching for his vice-captain. And besides, Yoruchi suddenly lapped his earlobe with her dry tongue. Winking mischievously, she leaped on Momo's head. Mew. After gaining the information of Kazuya's great role in protecting Aizen and Isshin, Yoruchi knew full well that Yamamoto wouldn't punish Kazuya under most circumstances. She seized the moment to tease him in front of everyone. Twerps. Kenpachi burst into laughter at his bold and arrogant words. Grinning, he slung his jagged and chipped katana over his shoulder and walked towards Kazuya. You have a big mouth and a bigger spiritual energy to back it up. What do you say about a fight with Kenpachi Zaraki of the 11th Squad? No thanks, Kazuya immediately refused. I just reached my yearly limit for fighting sweaty men. Who said you have the right? Kenpachi Zaraki, Anohana interjected, her voice resonating authoritatively throughout the chamber. Leave him alone. Kenpachi whipped his head towards Anohana, only to see the former criminal with her eyes closed, as if he wasn't worthy of entering her eyes. Heh. Kazuya's keen senses picked up the reason behind Anohana's strange behavior. Just uttering Kenpachi's name tinged her Ryatsu with bloodlust and killing intent, lowering the room's temperature by a couple of degrees. Direct eye contact with Kenpachi Zaraka, the man who decisively defeated her centuries ago, risked awakening her other self. Her original depraved self who craved nothing but battle and blood. The transformation might be irreversible due to her craving becoming stronger and stronger in the face of her suppression. She'll climax after murdering everyone, that's borderline crazy. I love her, though. Get some help, partner. Anohana's lips curled into a soft smile, even though her eyes still avoided Kenpachi. Wait for the day Kazuya becomes a captain. Then you're free to challenge him. Hey, he is my squad's future captain. Isshin arrived by Kenpachi's side with Shuinpa and pointed at Kazuya. While he may have agreed to work with the 4th squad, he will succeed me. Anohana crossed her arms. I'm not stealing your successor. My squad's future is set in stone with Aizen. Isshin chuckled. Your future would have been lost if my lad didn't save our asses out there. Even the assembly hall couldn't make Isshin serious. Anohana turned to Kazuya, a soft smile playing on her lips. It's Shinigami's duty to look out for each other. It's the only way we can contend with the looming threats of hollows. Or we just send me out there, Kazuya added. I'll make their race extinct. Traitor. Isshin laughed. Our duty is to maintain the balance. Wiping out hollows will achieve the opposite. Kenpachi brushed Isshin aside and confronted Kazuya. The battle maniac's intense gaze seemed to be etching the young man's face into his memory. I'm gonna wait for the day you become a captain. Then we'll fight until you kill me or I kill you. Kazuya wore a troubled look. That day is quite far, so why not? A bloodthirsty split Kenpachi's mouth. With a nod, he casually walked towards, tapping his chipped katana on his shoulder. Anohana exhaled deeply, visibly relieved from Kenpachi's departure. Sorry for the interruption, Captain Commander. No need, Yamamoto replied, eyes on Kazuya. I can forgive Shuinsue's transgression under one condition. You'll lose your merits for this. Go ahead, Kazuya interrupted Yamamoto. I don't even want merit for bullying those trash hollows. Yamamoto's easy persuasion confirmed Kazuya's doubts. Shuinsue's trial was a setup to test Kazuya's demeanor, whether or not he was worthy to be a captain. Were this truly a matter of disciplinary action, the Central 46 would have been the adjudicators, not Yamamoto. The trial also served to teach Shuinsue about the potential outcome of his grave mistake. A flicker of surprise crossed Yamamoto's features at Kazuya's indifference to accolades, hinting at an undercurrent of respect or perhaps reconsideration of Kazuya's character. I will delay Shuinsue Kairaku's punishment until we've dealt with the war waged by the Aaron cars, he declared, signaling the end of the discussion with a tap of his cane before seating himself. All captains are hereby ordered to stay prepared for any potential invasion from Hueco Mundo. Yes, Captain Commander. Every captain present replied in unison. Kazuya exchanged a knowing glance with Shuinsue and Nanao, feeling a hint of respect in their gazes. Yamamoto's spontaneous decision earned him more loyalty from Shuinsue and Nanao. He turned his attention to Anohana. Captain, are you going to the 4th Squad's barracks? You seem to be in a hurry to meet Aizen. A little. She went through a lot. Anohana let loose a warm smile. She is doing fine, but you're free to meet her. Let's go then. Chapter 189, Chapter 212, Fated Meeting, 3. Captain Soifan. Soifan was about to follow Kazuya out of the assembly hall when Yamamoto called out her name. She inwardly grumbled at the prospect of losing another potential discussion time with Kazuya, but listening to her superior was her duty. Duty couldn't be neglected unless she wished to walk in the footsteps of her predecessor. As she pivoted, her gaze swept across the remaining captains, Sajin, Tozen, and Jin, each standing in anticipation of Yamamoto's directives. A sense of unease stirred within her at the sight of Captain Ichimaru, whose demeanor she found inherently disconcerting. The instinctual distrust she harbored for Jin required no further justification, as his very presence irritated her. Jin's gaze met hers, his infamous grin all but confirming her suspicions, yet she managed a nod of cursory respect. Please, make it an order to kill Captain Ichimaru. Soifan clasped her hands behind her back, looking attentive and respectful in her disciplined pose. I'm here, Captain Commander. Everyone except Captain Soifan is dismissed, Yamamoto said, his gaze drifting from Sajin to Tozen and finally landed on Jin. Captains, was I not clear? Yes, Commander. Jin took the lead and headed out, followed by Tozen and Sajin. Now alone with Soifan, Yamamoto addressed the 2nd Squad's captain with a stern gaze. I want you to investigate Captain Sōsuke. Be covert and prioritize caution. Soifan looked puzzled for a moment. If any captain was to be investigated, it had to be Jin. Aizen, on the other hand, was as kind and gracious as they could come. What crime could he possibly commit to warrant an investigation? Her thoughts circled back to recent events and Aizen's questionable actions, prompting a reassessment of her assumptions. Are you suspicious because of his presence in the living world? Yamamoto nodded. There are many reasons except for the reason you just mentioned. I'll do my best, she pledged with a bow. There won't be any mistakes. Momo, Shuinsue, Nanao, Isshin, and Yukite trailed behind Kazuya as they exited the assembly hall, with Yoruchi making herself comfortably perched atop Momo's head. She exhibited the behavior one wouldn't expect from a former assassin leader but from a domestic cat. Shunsui grabbed Kazuya's shoulder. I usually don't like having men in my squad, but I'm willing to make an exception for you. What do you say to that? Kazuya rolled his shoulders innocently. Convince those two first. As Kazuya stepped aside, Shunsui found himself confronting the intimidating stares of the 4th and 10th squad captains. Without uttering a single word, Isshin and Unohana made their opposition to Kazuya's recruitment crystal clear. Nanao felt a chill from the overwhelming spiritual pressure of the two formidable captains and sought refuge behind Shunsui. Captain, it's best not to antagonize them. I was joking, Shunsui replied. Or was I? Unohana's narrow-eyed gaze took on a dangerous gleam, reminding Shunsui of the scary reputation of Dai-senpai. Kazuya, come. I have an uncontrollable urge to make dirty puns. You aren't alone, Nami. As Kazuya and Nami bonded over their dark urges, Momo arrived by his side, trying to sneakily hold his hand amidst the commotion. Let her have it. She already lost in life by joining the cult. Momo tugged at his sleeve. Kazuya-kun, should I come with you or return to the dorm? From the way she looked at him, she undoubtedly expected a follow-up to her confession in the living world, a sweet rewardful event with him. What do you want? I'll do anything you want. Aw, this sweet little bitch. Yoruchi leaped through the air, landing squarely on Kazuya's shoulder. I'm back, she whispered. Did you miss me? A lot, he whispered back and aggressively rubbed her chin, making her whimper from an overdose of sensations. Are you hungry for some milk? Yes. Unohana noticed Yoruchi and smiled warmly. How did you protect the cat during the battles? Protect? This guy ditched me at the first signs of danger. Yoruchi bit his nape, hissing, as if refuting his accusations. She very much would have laid down her life to protect him if she didn't have to refrain from revealing her true form. Unohana's gaze sharpened at Yoruchi's unusual actions. His name? Yoruchi, Momo eagerly answered. In terms of cunningness, he takes after his master. You chose an odd name. It's a combination of multiple names who were all dear to me. Kazuya revealed a faint smile. I'll say it's an odd name for this oddly intelligent cat. Unohana nodded in understanding. Fair enough. Yet, a hint of skepticism remained in her eyes, though she chose not to directly confront him over the minor issue of naming his cat after a figure long gone. In doing so, Kazuya avoided raising suspicion. Being forthright about Yoruchi's name lessened the likelihood of Unohana harboring doubts, especially when she could easily verify the name through Toshiro or another student. I wish you'd seduce her faster. What's the rush, young lady? Nothing. I just want to see Yoruchi and Kasuke back in their home. Unohana escorted Kazuya and Momo to the Coordinated Relief Station, the central medical hub within the 4th Squad's barracks. He could conclude Aizen's well-being from the way her Ryatsu drifted all over the facility. Ultimately, he found her providing routine kaido on Aizen to speed up his natural regeneration. Yoruchi was rattled upon seeing Aizen, but she didn't let it affect her Ryatsu. Kazuya, I'll return ahead. After a gentle scratch on her neck, he allowed her to depart. As a former inhabitant of the Soul Society, she would navigate her way back to his dormitory with ease. Aizen glanced in his direction and showed a well-crafted genuine smile. Look there, Kotetsu-san. Captain Unohana came to meet you with your friends. Aizen turned around with a skeptical frown, only to become surprised by Unohana. The icing on the cake was Kazuya and Momo by Unohana's side, making her break into a wide smile. Captain. Kazuya and Momo too, she suddenly paused, assuming a solemn expression. Captain recovered Ranjiku from the living world. Did you manage to find Nanao? Her attempt to appear undaunted was betrayed by her eyes, shimmering with the dread of possibly losing her friend. Although she wasn't as close to Nanao as she was with Ranjiku, losing a member of the Shinigami Women's Association would greatly hurt her. We have, Kazuya answered, ending her worries for good. She is back to her captain's side. Oh, thank goodness. Aizen took a big sigh of relief. Kazuya, are you alright though? You haven't rested since it all started. Unohana grabbed Kazuya's wrist and checked his pulse. He is as healthy as one can be. Aizen laughed softly. I meant his mental state, Captain. This experience must have been taxing. Unohana looked straight into eyes, smiling. He is fine. Kazuya smiled and glanced at Momo, who seemed to be staring at Aizen since she came here. Aizen also hadn't looked away from Momo the entire time. Aizen and his puppet Momo, fate came full circle. Partner, something doesn't seem right. Could Momo be under an illusion? We broke that damn thing. Ah, maybe he repaired it with some magic. Kazuya was skeptical, but he didn't rule out the possibility. Nothing was impossible when it came to Aizen. He lightly nudged Momo, breaking her out of her trance. Momo. Stepping closer, she positioned herself out of Aizen's line of sight. Kazuya-kun, something about him makes me uncomfortable. Perhaps it was Yoruchi's teaching or his company that made her sharper and more mature. She could see through Aizen's mask. You must be Kazuya Ishihara from the academy, Aizen interjected with a smile, eyes gleaming with interest. I've heard a lot about you from my peers and Vice Captain Aizen. Smiling, Kazuya blocked Momo from Aizen's sight since she seemed uncomfortable under his gaze. I'm pretty sure Aizen was just fangirling over me. She is so fond of me. Aizen's face flushed from his teasing. I didn't say anything weird. Anohana crossed her arms, unamused. Flirting with my vice captain when you have a girlfriend, you are quite the shameless man, Kazuya. One can never have enough love, Captain, he whispered with a faint smile. Besides, polygamy is a thing in Soul Society, right? It is, Aizen answered. Though many refrain from such measures. Shinigami seldomly falls in love. When a Shinigami does become enamored, they'll never find the drive to love someone else. Hence, polygamy is mostly practiced within the aristocrats for ensuring worthy heirs. I don't like the way you phrased the answer. Aizen chuckled softly. I said mostly. There are still some Shinigami who are in multiple relationships, some consensual and some non-consensual. No one would believe you two were trying to kill each other just a few hours ago. I can't either. Kazuya shook his head. Anyway, Captain Sōsuke. It's getting late. I better take Momo back to her room, or she'll pass out on me. Aizen waved his hand. It was nice exchanging romantic wisdom with you, young man. Come, visit my company whenever you're free. I will. Kazuya nodded politely and turned to Anohana. I'm off then. Hold on, I have one last matter that needs your attention. Anohana took him and Momo away from Aizen. Come with me to visit Vice Captain Ranjaku. Chapter 190, Chapter 213, A Great Change. Ranjaku always had strange dreams. Sometimes blissful like her sweet, innocent days of childhood. Sometimes anguishing like the times she got thrashed in her academy days. These dreams were quite forgetful, lingering in her mind for brief moments upon her awakening. However, the dream that visited her last night was strikingly vivid and surreal. It kept her in a daze for a long time after waking up. As the door to her chamber creaked open, revealing Anohana and Kazuya stepping inside, she remained fixed in stillness upon her bed, busy reminiscing about the horrible events that took place in her dream. Dream or a long-forgotten memory? Her intuition and feelings continuously pointed at everything being real. Her beatdown at the hands of Shinigami in Rakangai wasn't a figment of her imagination. But why? Kazuya sat by her side and placed a hand on her forehead. She doesn't seem sick. Are we sure Aaron Cars didn't replace her? The Ranjaku I know can never be traumatized from some beating. His action brought her out of her thought bubble. Her response was a vacant stare as if she was offended by his remark. Are you still the same girl who tried forcing me into becoming an idol for the Soul Society? Captain, she is an imposter. Anohana gently pinched Kazuya's cheeks. You might be responsible for her change. Your Zampakuto, to be precise. Well, I'm not sure myself. Kazuya shook his head. I only healed her. Then this happened. He had healed her in the heat of the moment without realizing he might heal her incomplete soul at the same time. Then again, his Zampakuto's ability had repaired Surachi's Zampakuto, which was also a part of her soul. There was no reason he couldn't regenerate the part of her soul that was taken by Aizen to complete his Hogyoku. The Hogyoku in his possession. This. Ranjaku questioned with a sharp gaze. Young man, what do you mean by this? Speak or I'll throw you to the thirsty maidens of the Shinigami Women's Association. Look at yourself. Kazuya reached out and weaved his fingers through her hair to bring attention to her extremely long hair. Your hair can reach your ankles now. Ranjaku held her hair in surprise. Whoa, when did this happen? And why? I have a theory. But before that, do you feel anything different from before? Anything? Feeling somewhat like a patient under scrutiny, she laughed lightly. No, I feel normal, healthier than before. I feel refreshed. The change can't just be physical. It can be spiritual as well. Like something you felt during your sleep. Ranjaku's casual expression shifted dramatically, her wide eyes reflecting a hint of realization. There is this strange dream I saw earlier. I don't know if you can even call it a dream. She explained the long-repressed memories that entailed her younger self being beaten almost unconscious by a group of people dressed in the same manner as Shinigami. They had towered over her bruised self, whispering to each other about souls and some experiment. That's all I can remember off the top of my head. Anohana adopted a more solemn demeanor, understanding that the dream could be intrinsically linked to the mystery behind Ranjiku's change. How long ago do you believe it happened? We can't investigate it without a concrete timeline. It was before my growth spurt, when I was like a little pipsqueak, Ranjiku said, touching the back of her head with a sheepish smile. To be more precise, it was around the time Captain Ichimaru joined the Shino Academy. It should be enough to get the investigation off the ground. There's something more. Ranjiku held Anohana's shoulders with an earnest look. My Zampakuto, I can't communicate with it. Heiniko is completely unresponsive. Kazuya found himself clicking his tongue in frustration. Muramasa had begun his plan in the Soul Society. From what Kazuya could surmise of Muramasa, Heiniko wouldn't be the only one manipulated to the rogue Zampakuto spirit's side. Muramasa would continue stealing Zampakuto spirits until he was confident on breaking the seal on his master, Koga Kachiki. Kazuya had to contain Muramasa before he realized his ambition. What? Anohana uttered in surprise. Weren't you very close with Heiniko? How did this happen all of a sudden? Anohana quite fondly remembered Ranjiku conveying her experience with her whimsical Zampakuto spirit. Ranjiku rubbed the back of her neck. If I had to take a shot for all the times Heiniko called me old hag and washed-up lady, I'd be wasted for days. She didn't spare an opportunity to mock my age. Kazuya laughed. People don't joke around like that with strangers. Anohana agreed with a nod, though still puzzled over the mystery. They stuck with each other for this long. Heiniko wouldn't distance herself from you, unless you had a big fallout. Shinigami losing communication with Zampakuto spirits was uncommon, but it always happened due to clashes in personalities. Heiniko is somewhat childish and impulsive. I won't find it surprising if she is mad at me for something small. Well, Kazuya said. We can have someone look at your Zampakuto. We should have some specialists for that, right? Anohana nodded her head before shaking it. He is a royal guard. The creator of Zampakuto, Otsunemeya. Getting him to come down from the palace is near impossible. Ranjiku blinked her in surprise. It's better he doesn't come. I don't want to mingle with the likes of the royal guards. She had no problem socializing, but the royal guard were an exception. She'd rather do her paperwork than make a request to the high and mighty bodyguards of the Soul King. Kazuya crossed his arms. Why don't you rest and recover? I'll find a way to fix things for you. I fixed mine before, so have some confidence in me. Ranjiku grinned at his direct way of assuring her. Your Zampakuto went through something similar, right? I'll gladly accept your assistance. She snaked an arm around Kazuya's shoulder with a sly grin. Help me, and I'll be your wingman with Aizen. He almost rolled his eyes. I don't need help with that. Just take me out for a treat, and we'll be even. As if he'd ever need help in wooing women. Ranjiku drew back with a sigh of disappointment. You're lost then. Kazuya only got the offer for help to pursue the cinnamon roll Aizen due to his closeness with the two. She knew Aizen harboring a little bit of a crush on him, and helping them get together would put her in the good graces of both. Anohana turned to him, a curious look in her eyes. Did your Zampakuto spirit also go silent? She was scheming a strange plan, he responded with a light chuckle, dismissing the concern. I'll leave the story for another day. Captain, I'll be heading for my dorms now. Next time I'll meet you as a full-fledged Shinigami. Anohana smiled. Feel free to prolong your stay at the academy if you wish to spend more time with your friends. She wanted him to enjoy his academy life since it would never return. The duty, on the other hand, would go on as long as the Soul Society existed. Ranjiku grasped Kazuya's shoulder, deliberately adjusting her hair to draw his attention to her most eye-catching feature. Nah, Kazuya. Do you want to stay at the academy or be an adult with us? Partner, she is asking to be mind-broken. Kazuya seared the enchanting view into his mind, then pushed Ranjiku away. Momo and Shiro will be more motivated to train if I leave the academy. His goals would stagnate at the academy, and stagnation was the last thing he'd want with an enemy like Aizen. Anohana shook her head, realizing she wasn't dealing with a normal person. Kazuya was the nutjob who wanted to become an unkillable demon by mastering Kaido. I gave you the advice. The decision is up to you.